while Charles was doing things like running screaming from mirrors and refusing to bathe for fear the water might dissolve him. Meanwhile, his mistress, Odette de Champdivers, was quietly moved into the palace, introduced to everyone as his comfort. That's medieval code for don't ask questions, just smile politely. Odette, bless her heart, stayed with Charles during his most unhinged years. She must have had the patience of a saint or the property rights of a queen. She reportedly brushed his hair, listened to his glass-based ramblings, and helped him put on multiple layers of padded clothes so he could sit down safely. Nothing says passion like strapping your royal lover into a custom-made pillow suit. But Charles wasn't just eccentric behind closed doors. He also hosted court entertainments where things went spectacularly wrong. During one infamous event, the Bal des Ardents, he and his friends dressed as wild men in flammable costumes and danced around with torches. Naturally, someone dropped a flame and several of them burned alive. Charles survived, but his dignity certainly did not. Despite everything, Charles fathered 12 children, several during episodes of apparent lucidity, or at least enough lucidity. Royal chronicles don't clarify whether he remembered their names, but one can assume that naming a child not made of glass was probably discouraged. Charles VI led France into ruin, but more impressively, he managed to make mental illness, royal scandal, and medieval pyrotechnics all part of the same tragicomic package. And somehow they still let him wear a crown. Peter the Cruel. Love, lies, and locked-up wives. Finally, let's tiptoe around Peter the Cruel, also known as Pedro the Just, depending on whether you were with him or, well, under a floorboard because of him. He ruled Castile from 1350 to 1369. His idea of romance was a curious blend of royal charm, obsessive jealousy, and the occasional politically inconvenient murder. His early love life wasn't exactly Shakespearean. He fell head over paws for a noble woman named Maria de Padilla, whom he may or may not have married in secret. The secret part is key, mostly because he was also being married off to other women for alliances, which made things just a tad awkward. One of those women was Blanche of Bourbon, a French noblewoman he married, then locked in a castle 3 days later. She spent the rest of her life imprisoned, apparently because Peter decided Maria had prettier hair, or maybe he just didn't like Blanche's accent. Whether it was aggressive ghosting or unexpected annulments, Peter's idea of romance was intense. His lifelong obsession was Maria de Padilla. Even when he married other women, for those pesky alliances you know, she remained his absolute favorite. When she died, Peter reportedly wept for days. Then, in a move that would confuse any modern lawyer, he retroactively declared her his legal wife. Why? Possibly to validate the 4 children she'd already given him, or just to keep everyone on their toes. But Peter's passions didn't stop at confusing legal documents. He was known for falling in love violently, which, let's be clear, is not poetic. It's just dangerous. One of his mistresses, Doña Juana, tried to leave him. She was later found in pieces, much like several of his political enemies, cousins, and occasionally people who just made eye contact at the wrong moment. Contemporary accounts even mention Peter sometimes watched executions from his balcony, lounging with a mistress. That's not charming sociopath. That's an HBO villain with severe impulse control issues. Still, the Castilian court was never boring. Gossip flowed faster than wine, and Peter's relationships blurred the line between passion and vendetta. His idea of a romantic gesture, surprise weddings, surprise divorces, and the occasional surprise stabbing. Eventually, Peter was killed by his own half-brother in a rather symbolic act of family therapy. But his reputation as one of Europe's most aggressively unromantic romantics lives on. If love is a battlefield, my dear friends, Peter brought the entire siege equipment. Edward II, the king who loved his bestie more than his queen. Next, let's pad silently over to Edward II of England, who ruled from 1307 to 1327. He's best remembered for two things: losing spectacularly to the Scots at Bannockburn and showing more affection to his male favorites than to his actual queen. One of those things was considered treason. The other was considered controversial dinner conversation. Let's begin with Piers Gaveston, Edward's childhood companion, rumored lover, and full-time fashion icon. Piers wasn't just close to Edward. He was elevated to positions of ridiculous influence, gifted estates, titles, and jewelry that frankly matched none of his outfits. At Edward's coronation, Piers wore more sparkle than the royal regalia itself, completely upstaging the queen. That's a bold move when your survival depends on the nobles not hating you. Spoiler alert, they hated him. Edward's wife, Isabella of France, was understandably furious. She came with political expectations and a generous dowry, neither of which included sharing the throne with her husband's bestie/possible boyfriend. Edward, however, remained completely devoted. When the nobles demanded Piers be exiled, Edward sulked, sent him away, then brought him right back. It was like a teenage breakup, but with castles and crossbows. Eventually, the barons had enough and executed Piers. Edward was devastated. We're talking full-on royal meltdown, mourning clothes, public weeping, the whole medieval soap opera. His grief, however, did not lead to self-reflection. It just made room for a new favorite. Hugh Despenser the Younger. Hugh made Piers look like a subtle footnote. He wasn't just Edward's advisor. He was basically the second king. Land, titles, entire counties. Hugh got them. The rest of the nobility got angry. Isabella, by this point, had switched from annoyed wife to full-blown vengeance avatar. She teamed up with a lover of her own, Edward's enemy, naturally, invaded England and overthrew her husband. Edward was imprisoned, stripped of his crown, and possibly murdered by a red-hot poker. Yes, that rumor exists. No, we're not discussing the physics of it. Let's just say medieval revenge was rarely subtle. Edward II's reign was less about governance and more about personal drama, so intense it could be a reality show. If the Plantagenets had Netflix, his season would have been banned in 3 countries. His mistake? Mixing politics with passion, ignoring everyone else, and assuming royal power meant nobody could touch him. Turns out, everyone could, eventually. Wenceslaus of Bohemia, the king of the hangover. Finally, let's talk about Wenceslaus of Bohemia, who ruled in the late 14th century. Ruled might be a generous term. He technically held titles like King of the Romans and King of Bohemia, but his real achievements were more along the lines of public nudity, aggressive drinking, and starting fights in his own palace. If you're thinking of Good King Wenceslaus from the Christmas Carol, wrong guy. That was his ancestor. This Wenceslaus, not good, not even vaguely decent. He began with promise, crowned as a teenager, intelligent, multilingual, and capable. But somewhere along the way, he decided the royal wine cellar was more useful than the treasury, and started governing from the bottom of a goblet. Wenceslaus developed a reputation for hosting multi-day drinking sessions, where policy decisions were made between rounds of mead and inappropriate limericks. His advisors began carrying flasks, not to drink, but to survive negotiations. At court, debates often ended with someone flipping a table or being challenged to a duel using breadsticks. He also developed the habit of streaking through the castle, sometimes mid-meeting. One chronicler records Wenceslaus delivering royal edicts completely naked, except for a sword belt. His justification? Clothes are for the timid. Hard to argue with that kind of logic when the guy with the crown also has a long sword and no pants. Romantically, he favored barmaids, laundresses, and occasionally nobles' wives, though he seemed more invested in their beer recommendations than their feelings. Affairs weren't scandalous at his court. They were practically job interviews. One noble accused him of seducing his sister. Wenceslaus shrugged and offered him a drink. Eventually, the Holy Roman Empire decided they'd had enough of his royal vodka and removed him as king of the Romans. A polite way of saying, "You're fired, but we're pretending it's political." Even his own brother called him useless, undressed, and usually unconscious. Still, Wenceslaus somehow reigned in Bohemia for decades. His people tolerated him the way one tolerates a loud uncle at a wedding, with eye rolls, careful seating plans, and lots of alcohol. In the end, he left behind a shaky kingdom, a flooded wine cellar, and a royal legacy best summed up as, he ruled like every day was his last hangover. Henry VIII, the king who broke the church for a date. Let's sink our claws into Henry VIII of England, who is basically what happens when unchecked power meets unchecked hormones. He ruled from 1509 to 1547 and spent most of it either getting married, getting divorced, or getting absolutely furious at the Pope for not supporting his questionable dating decisions. You've heard the rhyme: divorced, beheaded, died, divorced, beheaded, survived. But trust me, my furry friends, that barely scratches the surface of Henry's royal rom-com turned horror series. Let's start with Catherine of Aragon, wife number 1. After 20 years of marriage and no male heir, Henry decided God was mad at him. Naturally, the solution wasn't introspection or therapy. It was annulment, excommunication, and the creation of an entirely new church. He essentially invented Anglicanism just to date someone else. That's not devotion, that's pettiness with a cathedral attached. Enter Anne Boleyn, wife number 2. Henry wrote her love letters full of passion, obsession, and some truly dreadful poetry. She gave him a daughter, Elizabeth, who would later become one of England's greatest monarchs, but no sons. This led to Anne's swift arrest for adultery, witchcraft, and possibly giving Henry side-eye at court. She was beheaded. Henry, meanwhile, moved on with the emotional range of a potato. Jane Seymour followed, finally producing a male heir, Edward, before tragically dying from childbirth complications. Henry mourned her deeply, by which we mean he waited a respectful 11 days before scoping out wife number 4. Next came Anne of Cleves, who Henry chose based on a very flattering portrait. In person, he declared she looked like a Flanders mare. That marriage lasted a grand total of 6 months and ended in what we'd now call a no-fault divorce and a politely written Yelp review. Catherine Howard, wife number 5, was much younger and considerably less discreet. She was executed for adultery, though honestly it's hard to blame her. Being married to Henry at that point meant dealing with gout, paranoia, and a man who could barely walk but still insisted he was a gift to women. Finally, Catherine Parr, wife number 6, wisely outlived him by being literate, patient, and excellent at dodging accusations. By the time Henry died, he'd practically bankrupted England, eaten half its livestock, and turned the royal court into a soap opera where heads rolled more often than wedding bands. In short, Henry VIII loved hard, ruled harder, and left a trail of drama so legendary it's still being turned into musicals today. Francis Ferdinand's most seductive liability. Now let's talk about Francis IV of France, ruling from 1515 to 1547. This king was the walking embodiment of the Renaissance, cultured, charming, sophisticated, and absolutely incapable of keeping his trousers buttoned. To his credit, he was a truly great patron of the arts. He invited Leonardo da Vinci to France, built magnificent palaces, and helped turn France into a cultural powerhouse. But while the painters were painting and the poets were poeting, Francis was busy seducing anything with a pulse and a title. His court was famous, or perhaps infamous, for its opulence, but also for being a kind of state-funded dating app. He employed gentlewomen of the bedchamber, a term that should have meant ladies-in-waiting, but really meant romantic shortlist. Entire political alliances were derailed because Francis accidentally bedded the ambassadors' wives, and this wasn't quiet, subtle adultery. Francis was loud about it. He once declared to foreign dignitaries that French kings were expected to be excellent lovers, which sounds noble until you realize it came from a man who treated treaties and mistresses with the same level of commitment, which is to say temporary. His most famous affair was with Françoise de Foix, a noblewoman who became his official mistress. She was witty, educated, and likely the only woman who could roast him in public and survive. Eventually, she was replaced, because of course she was. She was followed by Anne de Pisseleu-Dailly, a woman whose name sounds like a medieval inside joke, and whose political influence was matched only by her ability to outlast the competition. Even his enemies couldn't help but notice. The Holy Roman Emperor, Charles V, once described Francis as more dangerous in the bedroom than on the battlefield. He meant it as an insult. Francis probably took it as a compliment. And somehow, amid the affairs, banquets, and what can only be described as diplomatic flirtation, Francis still managed to rule effectively. Though his wars were expensive and his taste in women even more so, the man was nothing if not enthusiastic. His reign was a whirlwind of silk, scandal, and second-hand perfume. Francis I wasn't just a king. He was France's most seductive historical liability. And honestly, he wouldn't have had it any other way. Alfonso XI, the king who publicly embarrassed his queen. Alfonso XI of Castile, who ruled from 1311 to 1350. Besides ruling a kingdom, he had one major hobby: ignoring his wife in the most public, extravagant way possible. His poor, politically strategic wife was Maria of Portugal, noble, well-connected, and unfortunately not Leonor de Guzman, the woman Alfonso actually cared about. Leonor was a Castilian noblewoman with a sharp mind, 11 children, and enough influence to basically run the court herself. And unlike Maria, she didn't need a crown to feel important. She just needed Alfonso's complete and shameless obsession. Now, most kings had mistresses. Alfonso turned his into a shadow queen. He built Leonor palaces, gave her land, and took her everywhere. Meanwhile, Queen Maria was left sitting alone at royal events like an unwanted centerpiece, while Alfonso made googly eyes across the hall at his side chick, who wasn't even trying to be subtle. To make matters worse, or better depending on your tolerance for medieval soap operas, Leonor wasn't just a mistress. She was politically active, negotiating treaties, commanding respect, and producing heirs like it was her full-time job. Which, let's be honest, it kind of was. Alfonso refused to even pretend Maria mattered. In fact, he only spent time with her once, purely for diplomatic optics. After that, he retreated to Leonor's estate like a man allergic to marital obligations. This didn't sit well with Maria's dad, who happened to be the King of Portugal. At one point, international relations got so tense over the whole situation that a war nearly broke out. Imagine your in-laws being so mad about your mistress, they consider military retaliation. But Alfonso didn't care. He continued parading Leonor around court like a royal trophy, and probably would have kept it up forever if the Black Death hadn't killed him in 1350. That's right, it took a literal plague to end his affair. After Alfonso died, Queen Maria finally had her moment. She had Leonor imprisoned and executed in a move that historians call vengeful and most of us would call extremely fair. Alfonso's reign may be remembered for military victories, but let's be real, his true legacy was being one of the most publicly whipped kings in medieval history. Philip IV, the fair-faced hypocrite. Let's talk about Philip IV of France, also known as Philip the Fair. And no, my little furballs, fair was not for his personality. It was for his handsome looks, which were, unfortunately, not matched by good behavior. Outwardly, Philip was pious, serious, and all about moral reform. Inwardly, he was running a kingdom like it was a very tense reality show, complete with betrayal, secret trials, and a healthy dose of double standards, especially in the bedroom department. His most infamous scandal was the Tour de Nesle affair, a medieval sex scandal so messy it could have been scripted by HBO. It all began when Philip's daughter, Isabella, yes, the same one who would later overthrow Edward II of England, noticed that her sisters-in-law were being a little too friendly with some knights. We're talking matching gift exchanges and secret tower rendezvous friendly. Isabella, being the dutiful daughter, tattled to Philip, who launched a royal investigation with all the subtlety of a sledgehammer. 2 of the princesses, married to Philip's sons, were found guilty of adultery and publicly imprisoned for years. Their heads were shaved, their titles revoked, and their reputations completely annihilated. The 2 knights involved? Tortured, flayed, and executed in the public square, because nothing says moral leadership like turning a family affair into a medieval snuff film. Now, here's where things get interesting. While Philip was handing out brutal punishments like candy, rumors swirled that he himself kept a few mistresses tucked away in private rooms of the Louvre, no less. Some whispered that he even maintained a secret group of young women available to entertain visiting dignitaries, for diplomacy, of course. But unlike his daughters-in-law, nobody ever questioned the king's private affairs. Because when you're the one writing the rules, it's amazing how easily sin becomes strategy. Philip also had a special knack for using religion when convenient. He went after the Knights Templar for supposed heresy, but everyone knew it was about their money. It was the medieval equivalent of arresting your banker and calling it divine justice. So yes, Philip may have looked like a model of piety and honor, but behind that sculpted jawline and royal glare was a man with a deep commitment to hypocrisy and a working knowledge of where all the castle's secret doors were. Sigismund of Luxembourg, the crown collector with a chaotic love life. Next up, we have Sigismund of Luxembourg, King of Hungary, King of the Romans, and eventually Holy Roman Emperor. This was the kind of man who collected crowns the way other men collected wine goblets, which, incidentally, he also collected enthusiastically. Reigning from the late 14th to mid-15th century, Sigismund was smart, multilingual, and politically savvy. He also had a personal life so scandalous it would make a tavern bard blush. To begin with, Sigismund was married to Queen Mary of Hungary, a powerful woman in her own right. But marriage to Sigismund was more of a polite formality. He preferred his relationships less lawful, more frequent, and ideally not followed by conversation. His romantic side projects included noblewomen, laundresses, and at least one Italian opera singer, long before opera existed, which speaks to his innovative spirit. Court officials often lost track of his mistresses, not because there were so many, but because they changed so frequently. Some historians suggest they just started numbering them. At court, his mistresses had their own quarters, servants, and in one case, a private chapel, which is either deeply romantic or just wildly inappropriate, depending on how you feel about praying next to someone's mistress. Sigismund also had a fondness for disguises, particularly dressing as a commoner and sneaking into towns. Sometimes it was for espionage, sometimes to flirt with local women under the guise of being a very tall merchant. Apparently, nobody found this suspicious, despite him being the only merchant with a full entourage of servants wearing royal crests. And yet, the man ruled for decades, launched crusades, hosted the Council of Constance, and reformed imperial politics, all while carrying on affairs that would make even Casanova go, "Steady on, mate." One ambassador once wrote that Sigismund greets all women as equals, especially in private, which, while vaguely progressive, also sounded suspiciously like an HR violation. But despite his extracurriculars, Sigismund remained immensely popular, mostly because he managed to appear regal in public while quietly running the most chaotic love life in Europe. He wasn't just an emperor. He was a one-man renaissance, equal parts strategist, statesman, and scandal. And somehow he always got away with it. Louis XV, France's real after-party host. Finally, let's saunter into the bedchambers of Louis XV of France, known as Louis the Beloved. He ruled from 1715 to 1774, and by ruled, we mostly mean he hosted an endless royal after-party where governance was optional and silk bedsheets were not. He started out promising enough, young, handsome, and poised to carry on the legacy of his great-grandfather, Louis XIV. But somewhere around his 20s, Louis decided national policy could wait because he had a long list of ladies-in-waiting to attend to. Let's talk about the Parc aux Cerfs, the quiet little house near Versailles that Louis used for, let's call them, private auditions. Girls were recruited, usually poor but pretty, brought in discreetly and rotated like seasonal produce. There were so many mistresses, the palace guards likely had a clipboard system. His most famous mistress, Madame de Pompadour, wasn't just a pretty face. She basically ran France behind the scenes. But when she lost interest in the physical side of their relationship, Louis said, "That's fine," and built a second harem instead. The logic? Keep Pompadour for brains and banter. Keep the Parc aux Cerfs for everything else. It was all very organized chaos. Each girl received gifts, titles, and in some cases, discreet housing once their contract expired. It was France's most unofficial but strangely efficient internship program. And the queen, Marie Leszczyńska? She was around somewhere, mostly ignored. Once she stopped having children, Louis treated her like antique furniture, too expensive to throw away but no longer relevant to the room. The scandal at court was so normalized that nobles didn't ask if the king had a mistress. They asked how many this week. Even foreign ambassadors gossiped in their letters about the turnover rate at Versailles. That's not a monarchy. That's a brothel with better uniforms. Ironically, Louis genuinely thought he was a good ruler. Between lavish balls, discreet pregnancies, and awkward silences with his wife. His reign, while not catastrophic, set the tone for his grandson, Louis XVI, who would later lose his head, possibly because Grandpa spent too much time thinking with the wrong crown. In the end, Louis XV left behind a debt-ridden France, a disillusioned court, and a royal reputation that could best be summarized as loved by women, loathed by accountants. Christian VII, the king who was his own entertainment. Christian VII of Denmark, who ruled from 1766 to 1808. Though wobbled through life while other people ran the country is probably more accurate. You see, Christian had a few issues. He suffered from severe mental illness, likely schizophrenia, and was not particularly interested in the whole being king thing, unless it involved chasing servants with cutlery, which he apparently found hilarious. This made him more of a royal mascot than a monarch. Now, Christian had a wife, Caroline Matilda of Great Britain, a sensible young woman who expected a somewhat normal marriage. What she got was a husband who preferred masturbating in public, talking to his hand and disappearing during state dinners to ride imaginary horses down palace corridors. It's unclear what broke first, her patience or his grasp on reality. Enter Johann Friedrich Struensee, the king's physician, Smart, ambitious, and very interested in power, Struensee quickly became the real ruler of Denmark, and somewhat awkwardly, the lover of the Queen. Yes, that's right. Caroline Matilda went full soap opera and began an affair with her husband's doctor. And the king? He did not notice or care. Struensee wrote the laws, signed the edicts, and kept Christian occupied with puppet shows, sword games, and gentle nudges away from sharp objects. It was perhaps the only love triangle in history where one corner was just vaguely humming to himself in the background. Caroline and Struensee even had a child together, possibly the king's on paper, definitely not his in practice. For a while, the two ran Denmark like a very progressive, slightly scandalous think tank. But royal courts are rarely chill places. Eventually, Christian's jealous mother-in-law got wind of the affair and staged a coup. Struensee was arrested, tortured, and executed quite dramatically, while Caroline was shipped off to exile with her reputation in tatters. As for Christian, he returned to being a gently supervised liability, spending the rest of his reign in a kind of padded silence. His reign is remembered less for achievements and more for the sheer absurdity of it all. A king who ruled nothing, a queen who tried her best, and a physician who tried a little too hard. History calls it a constitutional crisis. We call it Europe's weirdest love story. Charles II, the merry monarch, and his many friends. Next, let's bring some cheer back with Charles II of England, who ruled from 1660 to 1685. He came back from exile with one clear agenda: bring back fun, preferably with as many mistresses as humanly possible. Spoiler: mission accomplished. After surviving a civil war, hiding in oak trees, and living in continental poverty, Charles returned to England as king and promptly decided the nation needed a little less Puritanism and a little more clothing-optional ballroom dancing. Parliament reluctantly agreed. Nicknamed the Merry Monarch, Charles had dozens of official mistresses, and those are just the ones we know about. His most famous flame was Nell Gwyn, a sharp-angued actress who once called herself the Protestant whore, just to differentiate herself from all the other mistresses. Honestly, iconic branding. Then there was Barbara Palmer, titled Countess of Castlemaine, who was less mistress and more palace fixture. She was openly kept in royal apartments and had multiple children by Charles, all of whom were granted titles and land, because nepotism is more fun when it's flirty. Charles didn't even pretend to be discreet. He brought his mistresses to court events. He paid them government pensions. He even had a corridor built at Whitehall so they could reach his bedroom without disturbing the ambassadors. Efficiency, his name is Charles. Queen Catherine of Braganza, his long-suffering wife, endured it all with quiet dignity and possibly a flask. She bore no children, and Charles reportedly said, "She could not bear children, but she never gave me trouble," which is both a compliment and a giant red flag. Charles fathered at least 14 illegitimate children and acknowledged most of them, giving them noble titles and throwing elaborate birthday parties. Meanwhile, the legitimate line remained childless, as if karma had a sense of humor. Despite the scandals, Charles was popular. He reopened theaters, legalized fun, and restored monarchy with flair, wigs, and more eyeliner than his actresses. The people forgave him everything, mostly because he made monarchy look like a party. When he died, his final words were, "Let not poor Nelly starve." Not, "God bless England," not, "Tell my brother to rule wisely." Just feed the mistress. And that, friends, sums up Charles II, a king who governed like he was hosting a royal bachelor season finale. Erik Cloton, Sweden's paranoid poet king. Now let's talk about Erik XIV of Sweden, who ruled from 1560 to 1568. A short reign, but long enough to leave behind a legacy of paranoia, poetry, and utterly catastrophic dating choices. Eric started out promising. Tall, handsome, fond of astronomy and the arts. The kind of king who might write you a love sonnet and then explain planetary orbits over dinner. He was also obsessed with astrology, so he rarely made decisions without checking the stars first. Unfortunately, the stars never told him to chill. Eric had a thing for noble women, but not in the subtle whisper-in-a-garden kind of way. He proposed to Queen Elizabeth I of England multiple times, and she repeatedly declined, politely, then firmly, then with complete silence. Eric didn't get the hint and even sent portraits of himself as gifts, which is the 16th century equivalent of sliding into someone's DMs with a shirtless selfie and a marriage contract. After Elizabeth ghosted him, Eric set his sights lower, in rank, not enthusiasm. He fell for Karen Monsdaughter, a commoner and the daughter of a jailer. This scandalized the nobility, which only made Eric dig in harder. He married her, crowned her queen, and then spent the next year having emotional breakdowns, imprisoning nobles, and stabbing people he thought looked at her funny. His most infamous moment? The Stura murders. A casual dinner party that ended with Eric personally killing a noble with a knife, while shouting things that made his courtiers question whether astrology had finally broken his brain. By this point, he was hearing voices, hiding from invisible enemies, and occasionally dressing in disguise to spy on his own council. The nobility staged an intervention, which in royal terms means they locked him in a castle and handed the crown to his brother. Eric spent the rest of his life imprisoned, writing bizarre love poetry to Karen, occasionally ranting about conspiracies, and probably regretting stabbing that guy mid-supper. Sweden learned a few things from Eric's reign. Always check your dinner guests for hidden blades. Avoid kings who write their own horoscopes. And maybe, just maybe, don't crown the man who insists the moon is whispering about betrayal. Ferdinand Wind of Naples, the taxidermy king. Finally, my curious companions, we arrive at Ferdinand Wind of Naples, also known as Ferdinand of Aragon, who ruled from the mid-15th century. He brought with him a rare blend of charm, brutality, and a hobby that would make most people cancel dinner plans immediately. On the surface, Ferdinand was a cultured and efficient ruler. He stabilized his kingdom, balanced the budget, and crushed rebellions with impressive speed. But his leadership style leaned heavily into friendly dictator with a side of psychological warfare. Case in point, his approach to enemies. Most kings exiled traitors. Some imprisoned them. Ferdinand, he preferred to stuff them. Yes, taxidermy of humans. After executing rebellious nobles, he had them embalmed and displayed in a private museum underneath his castle. It was called the Black Room, and he gave guided tours to foreign dignitaries, visiting ambassadors, and even potential traitors. Nothing says, behave yourself, like showing someone your haul of preserved political mistakes. He reportedly enjoyed describing each corpse by name, crime, and expression. Some were posed mid-scream, others had plaques. One guest fainted. Ferdinand found it hilarious. If Yelp had existed, the reviews would have been 5 stars. Deeply unsettling, would not return without sedative. Now, when he wasn't curating the creepiest gallery in Europe, Ferdinand had an equally questionable romantic reputation. He fathered numerous illegitimate children, many of whom mysteriously popped up with titles and land. His official queen was just one lady among many, and it's suspected that Ferdinand saw marriage as more of a suggestion than a rule. His mistresses ranged from noble women to peasants, with the only common factor being his complete disregard for discretion. Royal banquets sometimes doubled as flirtation contests. One ambassador noted that Ferdinand never dined without sampling from multiple courses, political and otherwise. And yet, despite all this, Ferdinand remained popular. His people admired his strength, nobles feared him, and visiting enemies, upon seeing the Black Room, quickly lost interest in rebellion. He ruled for decades, died in his bed, and passed the kingdom to his legitimate-ish heirs. Ferdinand's legacy? A stable kingdom, a terrifying basement, and the firm understanding that some kings build alliances, others collect warning signs in glass cases. And there you have it, my magnificent historical voyeurs. From the subtly scandalous to the outrageously unhinged, we've journeyed through the wildest bedrooms and most baffling behaviors of royalty. I hope these tales have given you a newfound appreciation for your own peaceful sleeping arrangements. Remember, history isn't just about dates and battles. It's about the utterly human and often hilarious chaos that happens behind the velvet ropes. Sweet dreams, and may your own romantic lives be significantly less dramatic. Meow. Meow.
Meow. Meow. Well, hello there, my lovely little sleep enthusiasts. It's your favourite feline storyteller, Golden Chonk, here to whisk you away into a world of ancient mysteries and profound prophecies. Tonight, we're embarking on an extraordinary journey, a tale so epic, so full of twists and turns, it could only be written by the universe itself. We're talking about Iran, dear ones, but not the Iran you see on your screens today. Oh no, we're going back, way back, to its ancient name, Persia. And trust me, Persia's story is woven into the very fabric of time, right there in the oldest book of all, the Bible. From its earliest beginnings to the sweeping visions of the end times, Persia's destiny is foretold within these sacred pages. Imagine, if you will, the gentle hum of ancient whispers, the scent of desert winds, as we begin at the very beginning, in the book of Genesis. After the Great Flood, when humanity was given a fresh start, God revealed how the nation of Persia was born. Noah and his family were the only survivors left on earth, and his 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, became the forefathers of new nations. We find the very first map of the world's nations, a genealogy showing the lineage of Noah's sons. From these, the coastlands were populated, each according to their own languages, families, and nations. And in this ancient family tree, we find the roots of Persia, in 2 remarkable patriarchs, Madai and Elam. Madai, a son of Japheth, gave rise to the Medes, a people who settled in the northern mountains, a region now part of modern-day Iran. From these northern mountains, Madai's descendants gradually expanded, establishing villages, clans, and tribes. They were independent, rugged mountaineers, known for their toughness and strong tribal organization. Madai is the direct ancestor of the ancient northern heartland of Iran. Then there's Elam, a son of Shem, whose descendants, the Elamites, found their home in the fertile southwestern lands near the Persian Gulf. Now these weren't just sleepy tribes, my friends. Oh no. Genesis 14 tells us of the Bible's very first great international war, where 4 eastern kings, including Chedorlaomer, the king of the Elamites, joined forces and invaded Canaan. They plundered cities, enslaved peoples, and even captured Lot, Abraham's nephew. Elam wasn't some small, insignificant tribe. It was a powerful nation, and according to Scripture, the first nation to attack God's people of faith. But Abraham, with only 318 trained servants, pursued them, attacked them by night, and defeated them. He rescued Lot, freed the captives, and humiliated the eastern kings. It was an impossible victory, a triumph that defied human logic and delivered a powerful message. No eastern power can prevail against those who have the favor of God. Centuries passed like the soft flow of a desert river. Generations were born and died, and those tribes once defeated by Abraham grew in number. The Elamites and the Medes shared the same land, the ancient terrain of eastern Mesopotamia. One dwelled southwest, in the fertile plains of Elam. The other inhabited the mountainous north, where the harshness of the region forged the character of the Medes. As empires rose and fell quietly, another power was taking form. First clans emerged, then kingdoms, and finally an empire, the Persian Empire. And here's the truly astonishing part. Even though they were pagan nations, they were never outside God's magnificent plan. Through the prophets Isaiah and Jeremiah, two incredible prophecies were whispered into existence concerning them. The first prophecy, spoken through Isaiah, revealed that God would use Elam and Media as instruments to punish Babylon. Babylon, who had destroyed Jerusalem and burned down its temple, would not escape judgment. God had already decided who would bring about its downfall, the United Peoples of Iran. Yet the second prophecy was even more astounding. God would not only use Persia to bring punishment, he would also wield Persia as an instrument of liberation. God announced through the prophet Isaiah that a pagan Persian king, yet unborn, would serve as his chosen agent to free Israel from exile and decree the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem. Isaiah even called him by name more than 150 years before he was even born. This is what the Lord says to his anointed to Cyrus. And both prophecies came true with terrifying precision. In the 8th century BC, Diocles, king of the Medes, united the tribes of Elam and Media, founding the first imperial capital on Iranian soil, Ecbatana. His grandson Cyaxares took the next great step, reforming the army and turning it into a war machine strong enough to destroy Nineveh, capital of the Assyrian Empire, one of Israel's most brutal enemies. The prophecy began to be fulfilled. God was raising up Persia from within as his instrument of judgment and redemption. But even as Persia grew in power, God had already revealed its destiny through prophetic dreams. And the first to see it clearly was a young Hebrew prisoner living in Babylon, Daniel. It all started when the Babylonian army, led by King Nebuchadnezzar, marched into Jerusalem. The city walls fell, the temple was ransacked, and thousands were carried away into slavery in distant lands. Daniel was among them. He was just a teenager when he was torn from his home and brought to the court of Babylon, the most powerful empire in the world at that moment. But there, in the darkness, God chose him. Surrounded by the corrupt splendor of the royal palace, Daniel kept himself untainted. And because of his faithfulness, God gave him something granted to no other captive, a gift of visions. Visions that spoke not only about his own time, but about the course of all human history. At the very heart of the empire responsible for Jerusalem's destruction, Daniel began to see how God would raise another kingdom, one destined to replace Babylon and play a crucial role in the fate of his own people, the Persian Empire. And it all began with dreams. While Daniel served in Nebuchadnezzar's court, the king was deeply troubled by a disturbing dream. A giant statue, crafted from different metals, towered before him, radiating an indescribable glory and menace. Terrified, the king demanded not only someone who could interpret this dream, but who could reveal it without first hearing it. None of Babylon's wise men could accomplish this task, but God's prophet was ready, and they brought Daniel before the king. With the authority of heaven itself, Daniel stood before the most powerful ruler on earth and revealed what no Babylonian wise man could unravel. He described the dream exactly and proclaimed a revelation that would forever change the world's destiny. You, O king, are the head of gold, but after you, another kingdom will rise, one inferior to yours, depicted by the chest and arms of silver. That figure of silver wasn't just one nation, but two arms, two mighty forces bound together in one body, the Medes and the Persians, united yet unequal, because the Persian arm would rise stronger and take control. The prophecy was clear. Babylon would fall, and the throne would pass on to a new empire chosen by God himself. Young Daniel, living far from his homeland, watched God's visions come true. Soon his vision would become reality, because the king God had foretold long ago through Isaiah was about to arise from the highlands of Persia. His name was Cyrus. Cyrus, the young Persian king, conquered Media, united the kingdoms into the Medo-Persian Empire, and steadily grew to become the greatest power of his time, finally turning his gaze upon Babylon. The prophesied day came, yet it wasn't a battle like any other. One night, King Belshazzar, grandson of Nebuchadnezzar, hosted a banquet with 1,000 nobles, and amidst the frenzy committed an unforgivable act. He ordered the sacred vessels his grandfather had looted from the temple in Jerusalem brought out, and they toasted with them in honor of false gods. Suddenly, an invisible hand appeared, writing 4 words onto the palace wall. Mene, mene, tekel, uparsin. The king turned pale. No one understood the meaning of these words until they summoned Daniel, who revealed their terrifying message. God has numbered the days of your reign and brought it to an end. Your kingdom is divided and given to the Medes and Persians. Even as these words were uttered, the prophecy began to unfold. The armies of Cyrus the Great, king of Persia, had diverted the Euphrates River and were quietly entering the city along the dry riverbed. The gates of Babylon stood unlocked. God himself had thrown them open. That very night, King Belshazzar was slain and the prophecy was fulfilled. Babylon fell into Persian hands. The Jews, who for 70 years had wept by the rivers of Babylon, now witnessed an impossible dream come true. A foreign pagan king decreed that they could return home to Jerusalem. But Cyrus did more than permit their return. He financed the rebuilding of the temple and sent the Jewish leaders back with royal support. Zerubbabel, descendant of David's royal line, and Joshua, the high priest. These men would lay down the first foundations, finally restoring the place where God's name dwelled. Thus, Persia became the one nation not to destroy Israel, but to rebuild it. But to Daniel, God unveiled another, even more frightening vision about Persia. In this vision, from the chaotic waters arose 4 monstrous beasts. The second beast looked like a massive bear raised up on one side with 3 ribs clutched between its teeth, and a voice thundered from heaven, "Get up and eat your fill of flesh." The bear symbolized the empire destined to follow Babylon, Media, and Persia. Yet the beast leaned to one side because Persia would ultimately dominate Media, and the 3 ribs represented its greatest conquests, Lydia, Babylon, and Egypt. Each devoured one after another in Persia's relentless march of expansion. This vision was fulfilled with chilling accuracy, for after conquering the kingdom of Lydia in Asia Minor and Babylon itself, Persia did not slow down. It set its sights on Egypt. Under Cambyses II, son of Cyrus, Persian armies marched across the Sinai desert and smashed Pharaoh Psamtik III in the Battle of Pelusium. Egypt, Israel's ancient oppressor, fell before the Persian Empire, and thus the third rib was torn from its place. But these visions weren't finished yet. Years later, standing on the banks of the Ulai River, Daniel was seized once again by a vision, one far more precise, clearer, and even more terrifying. Before his eyes appeared a ram with 2 horns, but one horn stood taller than the other, and the taller horn had grown up later. The ram charged fiercely toward the west, toward the north, and toward the south, and none could oppose him. Then a voice explained the meaning. The 2-horned ram that you saw represents the kings of Media and Persia. Again, Persia takes center stage in the divine plan, though this time not as an ally, but as a mighty empire, conquering without resistance and charging forth like an unleashed beast. And one chilling detail stands out clearly. One horn stood taller, an unmistakable hint at Persia's dominance over Media. 2 peoples, 1 empire, but only one dominant throne. As the vision continued, suddenly from the west, a goat appeared swift as the wind with a single prominent horn right between his eyes. In a flash, he charged the ram, knocking him down and trampling him underfoot. It was the prophecy of the next empire. Greece, under Alexander the Great, would overthrow Persia with supernatural speed. At that moment, Daniel didn't yet know who the goat represented, but he understood clearly that Persia, the greatest, most glorious empire the world had yet seen, would one day fall. But that ending had not yet come, for in its days of splendor, Persia was not only invincible, it was the center of the world. Its reign stretched from India to Ethiopia, and in the days of King Ahasuerus, the throne of the greatest empire on earth was established in the majestic city of Susa, in the heart of Elam, what we now call southwestern Iran. And it was precisely in Susa that one of the Bible's most unexpected miracles happened. The great empire would be conquered by a single woman. King Ahasuerus, held a magnificent banquet that lasted for 6 months, then invited all the people of Susa to a final grand celebration lasting 7 days. In a moment of pride and excess, he ordered Queen Vashti, his wife, to be brought before them to display her beauty. But Vashti refused. Humiliated before his entire empire, the king banished her. Then his advisors suggested a radical solution, searching throughout the kingdom for a new queen from among the young virgins. The most beautiful would be taken to the palace, where they would undergo a full year of preparation before being presented to the king. One of those young women was Hadassah, though no one knew her by that name. An orphan born among the exiled Jews, she had been secretly raised by her cousin Mordecai, and in the palace she was given a new name, Esther. Esther captured the king's favor, and without knowing she was a Jew, Ahasuerus crowned her queen of Persia. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows of the palace, a deadly enemy emerged, Haman, a descendant of the Amalekites, ancient enemies of Israel. Haman had risen to the highest position next to the king, and when everyone was ordered to kneel before him, Mordecai, Esther's cousin, refused. Proud and vindictive, Haman was not satisfied with punishing just Mordecai. Instead, he plotted to annihilate an entire people. What began as personal revenge quickly turned into genocide. Haman approached the king and warned him of a strange nation scattered throughout his kingdom, a people with peculiar laws who did not obey the empire's decrees, and persuaded the king that they should be destroyed. With lies, he convinced the king and sealed the deadly decree with the royal ring. In less than a year, every Jew in Persia was destined for death, men, women, and children. Chaos spread throughout the Jewish community, and Mordecai quickly sent word urging Esther to act. When Esther heard about the decree, she felt trapped. To save her people, she would have to approach the king uninvited, a practice that carried an instant death penalty, unless the king chose to show mercy by extending his scepter. Finally, Esther decided to put her life on the line and went before the king without being summoned. Yet God granted her favor in his sight. The king raised his scepter toward her, but Esther wasn't hasty. She knew timing was everything. She invited the king and Haman to a banquet and then to a second feast. It was there, at that second banquet, where she unleashed the truth like a sharpened blade. "If we had only been sold into slavery," she said, "I would have remained silent. But a decree has gone out ordering the extermination of my people and myself." The king leapt to his feet. "Who would dare do this?" Esther replied, "Our enemy is this wicked man, Haman." The king's face burned with fury. Haman fell to his knees, begging desperately for his life, but it was already too late. On the very gallows he had built for Mordecai, Haman himself was hanged. Yet the danger had not passed. The edict remained intact because Persian law could never be overturned. So Esther and Mordecai brought forward an even bolder plan, a new decree. The king signed it. And throughout the provinces, the Jews were granted the right to defend themselves. The day once marked for their annihilation instead became a day of triumph. Without realizing it, the Persian Empire had become a fortress, a throne and a shield for God's people. After Esther's miracle in Susa, Persia seemed to fade into the background of biblical narrative. Centuries rolled by, empires rose and fell, and Rome took center stage. Yet Persia's silence did not mean its absence. Centuries later, as the world quietly awaited the coming of the Messiah, Persia would once again emerge. In the Gospel of Matthew, we read a passage that has been repeated millions of times, yet rarely understood in its full depth. Magi came from the east into Jerusalem asking, "Where is the newborn King of the Jews? We have seen his star rise in the east and have come to worship him." Who were these Magi? And why would they travel so far, guided only by a sign? The original word Magi from the Greek magoi was used to describe learned astronomers and priests from the east. Although their nationality isn't explicitly mentioned in Scripture, evidence strongly suggests they came from the ancient lands of the Medo-Persian Empire, the area known today as Iran. These Magi belonged to a highly influential religious caste in Persia. Renowned for their knowledge of the stars, ancient writings and prophetic traditions passed down for generations. While they were not kings, they were men of science, authority, and spiritual insight. It's quite probable that among the scrolls they studied were the writings of the prophet Daniel, who had served centuries earlier at the courts of Babylon and Persia. Daniel not only interpreted dreams in King Nebuchadnezzar's court, but he also prophesied the coming of the Messiah with mathematical precision in Daniel 9. From the issuing of the decree to rebuild and restore Jerusalem until the coming of Messiah the Prince, there shall be 7 weeks and 62 weeks. If these wise men knew Daniel's visions, it's very likely they understood the Messiah's arrival was imminent. When they saw the star, they realized immediately the promised son had been born. But the most powerful part was their response. They left everything behind to follow that star, journeyed across deserts and arrived in Bethlehem carrying 3 special gifts, each rich with prophetic meaning. Gold, declaring his kingship; frankincense, recognizing his divinity; and myrrh, foreshadowing his sacrifice and death. Without realizing it, these wise men revealed the greatest mystery in the universe. This child would be king, he would be God, and he would be a lamb. While Jerusalem scholars remained silent and Herod plotted to kill him, the wise men from the east became the first to recognize prophecy fulfilled, bowing before the Messiah. This moment was no mere coincidence. It was prophetic fulfillment. Persia, the nation which centuries before had freed Israel and rebuilt its temple, now became the first to honor its savior. Once again, Persia served as an instrument of divine revelation. From the very beginning until the manger of Christ, Iran, ancient Persia, was always intricately woven into the unfolding plan of God. But the story of Iran in the Bible doesn't end in Bethlehem. Though Persia had once been an instrument of redemption in the past, it would also play a role in one of the darkest episodes of prophetic future. God not only revealed the beginning of Persia, he also declared its destiny through the words of the prophet Ezekiel in one of the most chilling visions of the Old Testament, the war of Gog and Magog. Chapter 38, Ezekiel describes a coalition of nations up in the final days against Israel, God's restored people. Son of man, set your face against Gog of Magog, prince of Meshech and Tubal, and prophesy against him. Say, this is what the sovereign Lord says. Behold, I am against you, O Gog. Persia, Cush, and Put will be with them. Persia, modern-day Iran, is among the very first named. The same nation that once helped rebuild the temple will now find itself part of an alliance standing against the people of God. But who else makes up this alliance? Gog, prince of Magog, widely understood by biblical scholars as a powerful leader emerging from northern regions, often linked to Russia or a Eurasian coalition. Cush, ancient Nubia, likely refers to areas within modern-day Sudan. Put, linked to North Africa, possibly Libya. Gomer and Togarmah, regions near Turkey and the Caucasus. Together they form an international army that Ezekiel describes as surging like a storm against Israel. Scripture says, "You will advance like a storm. You will be like a cloud covering the land. You and all your troops and many peoples with you. But they will not succeed, for this attack will provoke God's direct intervention, triggering severe judgment, earthquakes, fire, confusion among the armies, and God's glory will shine forth amid the chaos. As it is written, and so I will show my greatness and my holiness, and I will make myself known in the sight of many nations. Then they will know that I am the Lord." So Persia, once a deliverer, will now face judgment, not because God has abandoned her, but because once again she rises against his will and his people. Persia, like few other nations in the Bible, has traveled the entire arc of sacred history, from its creation in Genesis to its redemptive role during exile, and even its prophetic alliance in the final war. But what does the Bible reveal about Persia's ultimate fate? Will it be completely destroyed, or perhaps receive a chance at redemption? The answer lies hidden between the lines, and it's far more intricate and powerful than many realize. After describing the judgment of Gog and Magog in Ezekiel 38 and 39, Scripture paints a devastating scene. An army rising against Israel is consumed by fire from heaven, bodies scattered across open fields, weapons burning for 7 years, and Gog's name forever synonymous with divine judgment. Persia, as part of this coalition, will not escape punishment. Yet here lies a surprising twist, one Jeremiah had announced centuries earlier in a passage almost forgotten. The word of the Lord came to the prophet Jeremiah concerning Elam. I will shatter the bow of Elam, the backbone of its strength. Yet nevertheless, in the last days, I will restore the captives of Elam, declares the Lord. It's a prophecy with two sides. First comes judgment, but then we read an unexpected promise. In the last days, I will restore Elam. This changes everything, because even though Iran will rise against Israel in the last days, even though it will take part in the final assault that provokes God's wrath, its story doesn't end among the ruins. Even in judgment, God still leaves the door open for redemption. The Iran we see making headlines today, aggressive, defiant, embroiled in dark alliances, will someday also play a role in a restored world. Persia's biblical history mirrors humanity itself, redeemed, fallen, judged, and restored by grace. That's why Iran's ultimate destiny in the Bible serves as both a warning to empires that defy God and a promise to those who choose repentance. Because it is written that in the final days, the nations will journey to Jerusalem to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, and it shall come to pass that everyone who remains of the nations that came against Jerusalem shall go up year after year to worship the King and to celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles. Perhaps among those nations stands Elam. Perhaps Iran, once a redeemer, foe, and judged nation, will itself witness the restored glory. For even now in God's heart there remains room for those who return. From the earliest pages of Genesis to the sweeping visions of Revelation, Persia has always been there. As humanity rose again from the floodwaters, God named Elam and Madai, quietly planting seeds for an empire not yet born. By the time Abraham rose up to rescue Lot, Elam had already become a threat, and when Babylon eventually fell, Persia became an instrument of redemption. When the temple was rebuilt, it was a Persian king who provided the resources, and when the Messiah was born, wise men from the east, men from Persia, were among the first to acknowledge him. Yet as the end of days approaches and the nations rise up like shadows against Israel, Persia will again take center stage, but this time on prophecy's darker side. For it is written, Persia, Cush, and Put will be with them, forming a coalition against God's restored people. Yet even then, the book remains open. Scripture does not close the door, and one day the nations will ascend to Jerusalem to celebrate the King. If Persia turns its face toward God, its story will not end in ashes, but in glory. And now, after everything you've heard, I ask you, do you believe Iran is fulfilling its prophetic role today? We are living in times when prophecies unfold quietly, and what once seemed ancient is now more alive than ever. So, where do you think we stand in this story? Do you see signs of these prophecies in today's headlines? Leave your thoughts in the comment box below. And if you'd like us to keep exploring how current events connect with biblical prophecy, give this video a thumbs up and share it. This lets us know we should continue uncovering more prophecies unfolding right before our eyes. In these times, understanding is more essential than ever. Blessings, sweet dreams, my little sleep explorers. And remember, the grand tapestry of time is always weaving its next thread. Meow, meow. Meowdy, history buffs and fellow connoisseurs of the bizarre. Golden Chonk here, your resident feline historian, ready to whisk you away on another perfectly peculiar journey through time. Tonight, we're sharpening our claws on a topic that's been historically, well, a little hairy. Medieval intimacy. Fasten your seatbelts, or should I say, adjust your tunics, because we're diving deep into the often shocking and utterly foreign world of love, lust, and survival in the Middle Ages. Picture this. The year is 1347 AD. Our scene opens not in a grand castle, but a humble stone cottage. The air is thick with the scent of wet wool and unwashed bodies. Not exactly potpourri, is it? We see a young bride, Margot, barely 15 winters old. Her bare feet crackle on the rushes as her new husband, Henrik, approaches their marriage bed. Candlelight flickers across his weathered face. Henrik, nearly twice her age, chosen by her father for a few pigs and half an acre of barley. Her hands are shaking as she clutches the rough woolen shift her mother stitched for this very night, the same one her mother wore and her mother before her. Now, before you start envisioning a fairy tale, let me stop you right there. This is not a love story. This is the unvarnished, often unsettling reality of medieval intimacy. A world where sexual practices were shaped by superstition, religious terror, and raw survival instincts that would seem utterly foreign to our modern understanding of romance and desire. Outside, Henrik's friends, drunk on ale, are shouting crude encouragements and beating pots with wooden spoons. They won't leave until they hear proof of consummation. Margot's breath comes in short gasps as Henrik's calloused fingers reach for the leather cord at her throat. She wonders if her mother's whispered warnings about wifely duties could possibly prepare her for what's about to happen in this cramped, smoky room that smells of wet wool and unwashed bodies. A truly intimate setting, wouldn't you say? The medieval bedroom, my dear chonkers, was less a private sanctuary and more a public battlefield. It was a place where bodies became political territories, where the church's doctrine clashed with pagan traditions, and where the most intimate moments of human life were governed by rules so bizarre and restrictive that they would make a modern person's skin crawl. These weren't just personal choices, they were matters of eternal salvation, family honour, and literally life and death. The community, the church, and ancient superstitions all had a stake in what happened between husband and wife. Margot's marriage to Henrik in that autumn of 1347 AD wasn't celebrated with champagne and dancing. It was a business transaction sealed with bodily fluids, witnessed by neighbours who had every right to demand proof of consummation. The wedding night ritual, if you can call it that, began long before the couple even touched. First came the bedding ceremony, where the wedding guests would literally drag the bride and groom to their chamber. Then, in what sounds like a scene from a very awkward comedy, they would undress them while singing bawdy songs. And the grand finale? They'd stand outside the door, listening intently for the sounds that would confirm the marriage was legally binding. Henrik's friends wouldn't budge until they heard Margot's cries of pain, confirmation that her hymen had been broken and the marriage was, well, official. Can you imagine the pressure? It's enough to make a cat want to hide under the bed for a century. But here's where things get truly, delightfully bizarre. The church, in its infinite wisdom, taught that even married couples could commit mortal sins in their own beds. Saint Jerome, way back in the 4th century AD, boldly declared that a man who loves his wife too ardently was an adulterer. Yes, you heard that right. The church fathers believed that excessive pleasure, even within the sacred bonds of matrimony, was a corruption of the soul. This wasn't merely theological theory, mind you. It shaped every aspect of medieval sexual practice. Thomas Aquinas, the big theological cat on campus, laid out explicit rules for married couples in his Summa Theologica around 1265 AD. Sexual intercourse was only acceptable on certain days of the week, during certain seasons, and in one specific position, man on top, woman beneath, face to face. Any deviation was considered against nature and thus sinful. Oral sex, absolutely forbidden entirely. Sex during menstruation, pregnancy, or while breastfeeding. Don't even think about it. The church, bless its cotton socks, calculated that if all these rules were followed, married couples would only be able to have sex about 50 days per year. Imagine the planning. It's enough to make a modern couple throw up their paws in despair. Margot would have learned these rules from her mother, who got them from the village priest during confession. The weight of eternal damnation hung over every intimate moment. So, when Henrik reached for her on a forbidden Wednesday during Lent, Margot faced an impossible choice. Submit to her husband's will and risk her soul, or refuse and face his wrath in a world where domestic violence was not only legal, but expected. a true no-win situation. Now, let's talk about the medieval understanding of female sexuality, a truly fascinating furball of misunderstandings that would persist for centuries. Medical texts from the period, heavily influenced by ancient Greek and Roman sources, taught that women were essentially defective men. Their sexual organs were simply inverted versions of male genitalia. The vagina, considered an inside-out penis, and the ovaries, internal testicles. This wasn't just mere ignorance, mind you. It was codified medical knowledge taught in universities across Europe. These beliefs had profound consequences for how medieval people understood female desire and pleasure. The physician Constantine the African, writing in the 11th century AD, claimed that women experienced sexual pleasure differently than men. They required prolonged stimulation and multiple climaxes to conceive. This led to the utterly bizarre medical belief that rape couldn't result in pregnancy because the woman couldn't achieve the necessary pleasure. So, if a woman did become pregnant after sexual assault, medieval courts often took it as evidence that she had enjoyed the experience and was therefore partially responsible. My fur stands on end just thinking about it. Margot's mother might have even warned her about the wandering womb, a condition medieval physicians believed could cause hysteria, madness, and even death. They thought the uterus could literally move around inside a woman's body, traveling upward to strangle her heart, or downward to escape through her vagina. Treatments? Fumigating the vagina with pleasant smells to lure the womb back into place, or applying foul-smelling substances to the nose to drive it downward. Just, wow. Makes you appreciate modern medicine, doesn't it? Beyond the church's iron grip, a complex web of pagan fertility beliefs persisted, which the church never quite managed to eradicate. Village-wise women, often later branded as witches by later generations, maintained an underground knowledge of herbs, rituals, and practices designed to encourage conception, prevent pregnancy, or even ensure the birth of male children. In the forests surrounding Margot's village, women would gather specific plants under the full moon. Pennyroyal and tansy were brewed into teas that could prevent pregnancy, though the dosage between contraception and death was perilously thin. Mandrake root, shaped like a human figure, was believed to increase fertility when worn as an amulet against the skin. These roots were so valuable that forged versions made from carved briny were common in medieval markets. The church officially condemned these practices as witchcraft, but even devout Christians couldn't entirely abandon them. The line between folk medicine and magic was impossibly blurred. A woman might pray to St. Margaret for safe childbirth while simultaneously burying a piece of afterbirth under her threshold to ensure future fertility. She might wear a crucifix to church, but hide a piece of amber between her breasts to prevent miscarriage. Medieval contraception was a dangerous mix of superstition, poison, and pure desperation. Women were taught to jump backwards 7 times after intercourse to prevent conception, or to drink wine mixed with ground-up bees. More dangerous were the potions made from mercury, lead, and other toxic substances that often killed the woman along with any potential pregnancy. The consequences of unwanted pregnancy were severe. In a world without reliable contraception, women faced the constant threat of death in childbirth. Maternal mortality rates were staggering. 1 in 3 women died during or shortly after delivery. For unmarried women, pregnancy often meant social destruction, exile, or even death. The practice of infanticide, while officially condemned, was widely understood as a desperate woman's last resort. It truly was a grim existence for many. Medieval marriage negotiations were practically military campaigns, with bodies as the primary battlefield. When Margot's father arranged her marriage to Henrik, her virginity was literally her dowry, more valuable than any gold or livestock he could offer. The hymen became a currency of honor, traded between families as proof of their daughter's purity and their own reputation. The wedding night wasn't just about consummation. It was about the public verification of the bride's virginity. The bloodied sheets would be displayed to the assembled crowd as proof that the marriage was legitimate. No blood appeared? The bride could be returned to her family in disgrace, branded as a whore, or even killed for fraud. The pressure on young brides was enormous. Some would secretly prick their fingers or hide chicken blood to fake the evidence their new families demanded. Medieval medicine's understanding of virginity was, of course, hopelessly flawed. They believed that the hymen was a solid membrane that completely blocked the vaginal opening, rather than the partial, flexible tissue it is. They thought that its absence was absolute proof of sexual activity, when in fact it can be torn by horseback riding, heavy lifting, or simply natural variation in anatomy. The Church's doctrine of consummation created its own bizarre legal practices. A marriage wasn't considered legally binding until sexual intercourse had occurred, which meant that proving or disproving consummation became a matter of legal inquiry. Church courts would examine both husband and wife, interviewing them separately about intimate details of their wedding night. They would inspect the woman's body for signs of penetration and question neighbours about what they had heard through the walls. Imagine that being your first marriage counselling session. Sexual positions were strictly regulated by church doctrine, but the reality was far more complex. The missionary position wasn't just preferred, it was the only position that wouldn't damn your soul to hell. The church taught that any position that put the woman on top was against nature because it violated the natural order of male dominance. Rear entry was considered bestial, linking human sexuality to animal mating practices. Yet, medieval literature hints at a more complex reality. The fabliaux, bawdy comic tales popular in medieval France, describe sexual encounters that would have scandalized the church authorities. These stories, often told by traveling minstrels in taverns and market squares, revealed a shadow world where couples experimented with forbidden practices despite the threat of eternal damnation. The French poet Andreas Capellanus, writing around 1184 AD, even described elaborate courtship rituals that included detailed instructions for sexual positions and techniques. His work suggests that at least among the nobility, there was a sophisticated understanding of sexual pleasure that went far beyond the church's restrictive teachings. But these were dangerous secrets. Discovery could mean excommunication, exile, or death. Medieval people lived in terror of sexual demons that were believed to prey on humans during their most vulnerable moments. The succubus and incubus weren't just folklore. They were accepted medical and theological facts. Church authorities taught that these demons could take human form to seduce men and women, stealing their life force through sexual intercourse. The succubus, a female demon who seduced men, was blamed for nocturnal emissions, sexual dreams, and any sexual thoughts that occurred outside of marriage. Medieval theologians developed elaborate theories about how these demons operated. They believed that a demon could first take female form to collect semen from a man, then transform into male form to impregnate a woman with the stolen seed. Any child born from such a union was believed to be cursed or demonic. The incubus posed an even greater threat to medieval women. These male demons were said to be physically stronger than humans and capable of overpowering their victims. Women who reported sexual dreams or experiences they couldn't explain were often accused of consorting with demons. The line between victim and witch was terrifyingly thin. Sleep paralysis, now understood as a neurological phenomenon, was interpreted as demonic sexual assault. Men and women who woke unable to move, often with the sensation of pressure on their chest, were believed to be under demonic attack. The church prescribed elaborate rituals of exorcism and purification, but many suspected victims were burned as witches instead. The medieval understanding of menstruation was rooted in terror and superstition that would persist for centuries. Menstrual blood was believed to be poison, so toxic that it could kill crops, sour wine, and cause men to lose their virility. The Roman naturalist Pliny the Elder, whose works were still studied in medieval universities, claimed that menstrual blood could drive dogs mad and cause knives to lose their sharpness. Women during their monthly cycles were considered dangerous pollutants who must be isolated from normal society. They couldn't enter churches, prepare food, or touch sacred objects. In many villages, menstruating women were required to live in special huts outside the community until their bleeding stopped. The church taught that menstruation was God's punishment for Eve's original sin, making every monthly cycle a reminder of feminine shame. The lack of understanding about menstruation created bizarre medical practices. Physicians believed that menstrual blood that wasn't properly expelled from the body would accumulate and poison the woman from within. They prescribed bloodletting, purging, and other dangerous treatments to balance the female humours. Some doctors even recommended sexual intercourse as a cure for menstrual disorders, believing that male seed could neutralise the toxic effects of menstrual blood. Truly, a cure for almost anything, it seems. Medieval women, bless their resilient souls, developed their own secret knowledge about managing their cycles. They used moss, cloth rags, and sheepskin as primitive menstrual protection. They tracked their cycles by lunar phases and developed herbal remedies to ease cramps and regulate their flow. This knowledge was passed down through generations of women, carefully hidden from male physicians and church authorities who might condemn it as witchcraft. The medieval period saw the rise of elaborate theories about sexual compatibility based on astrological signs, bodily humours, and physical characteristics. Medieval physicians believed that sexual pleasure and fertility depended on the proper balance of hot and cold, wet and dry humours in both partners. A hot husband might be incompatible with a cold wife, leading to sexual dysfunction and infertility. Physical examination of potential spouses was common among wealthy families. Physicians would examine the bride's body for signs of her sexual temperament. Wide hips indicated fertility, while narrow hips suggested barrenness. The groom's penis size and shape were analysed for compatibility with his intended bride. These examinations were conducted with the same clinical detachment used for examining livestock. The church authorities developed their own theories about sexual compatibility based on spiritual rather than physical characteristics. They taught that couples who were too closely related, either by blood or spiritual kinship, would be cursed with sexual dysfunction and monstrous children. The complex rules of consanguinity meant that many medieval marriages were later annulled when previously unknown family connections were discovered. Medieval sexuality was deeply intertwined with concepts of honour, shame, and social standing. A man's sexual prowess was directly linked to his reputation as a warrior and leader. Impotence was not just a personal failing, it was a public humiliation that could destroy a man's standing in his community. The medieval French even developed elaborate euphemisms for sexual dysfunction, creating a vocabulary of shame that permeated every aspect of social interaction. For women, sexual reputation was even more fragile. The slightest hint of impropriety could destroy a woman's marriage prospects and her family's honour. Medieval towns were small communities where everyone knew everyone else's business. A woman seen talking to a man who wasn't her husband or relative could be branded as a whore. The standards of female behaviour were so restrictive that even married women lived in constant fear of gossip and accusation. The medieval legal system reflected these sexual anxieties in its treatment of rape, adultery, and sexual assault. Rape was defined not as a crime against the woman, but as a crime against the male who owned her father, husband, or lord. The punishment for rape varied dramatically depending on the social status of both the victim and the perpetrator. A nobleman who raped a peasant woman might pay a small fine, while a peasant who raped a noble woman would face torture and death. Adultery was punished even more severely, but only for women. A married woman who had sex with any man other than her husband could be killed by her husband with no legal consequences. Medieval law codes specifically granted husbands the right to murder adulterous wives and their lovers if they were caught in the act. Men, however, were generally free to have sex with unmarried women, prostitutes, or their own servants without legal consequences. A stark double standard, wouldn't you agree? Despite the pervasive control, the medieval period also saw the development of elaborate courtship rituals that would influence European culture for centuries. The tradition of courtly love, popularised in the poetry of the troubadours, created a parallel world where sexual desire was elevated to a spiritual quest. These romantic ideals were primarily a literary fantasy enjoyed by the nobility, but they had profound effects on how medieval people understood the relationship between love and sexuality. The courtly love tradition taught that true love could only exist outside of marriage. A knight's devotion to his lady was supposed to remain eternally unfulfilled, existing in a state of constant yearning that purified the soul through suffering. This created a bizarre split between marital sexuality, which was purely functional, and romantic love, which was purely spiritual. The reality of medieval courtship for the peasantry was far more pragmatic. Among the peasantry, young people might have some choice in marriage partners, but economic considerations always took precedence over personal preference. A village girl might favour the blacksmith's son, but if the miller offered better terms to her father, she would find herself married to a man she barely knew. Engagement practices even included rituals designed to test the compatibility of potential spouses. In some regions, engaged couples were allowed to sleep together clothed, separated by a wooden board called a bundling board. This practice allowed families to evaluate whether the couple was physically compatible without risking pregnancy or violating church doctrine about premarital sex. Clever, in a strangely medieval way, the medieval period inherited a complex tradition of sexual magic and fertility rituals from earlier pagan cultures. These practices were driven underground by Christian persecution, but never entirely disappeared. Medieval peasants continued to practice ancient fertility rituals, often disguised as Christian celebrations or incorporated into folk medicine. The celebration of May Day retained strong sexual overtones despite church attempts to suppress it. Young people would spend the night in the forest, ostensibly gathering flowers and branches to decorate the village. In reality, May Day was an opportunity for sexual experimentation and courtship outside the normal restrictions of village life. Many pregnancies were calculated to result from May Day encounters, leading to a surge in February births. Wedding celebrations included numerous fertility rituals designed to ensure the couple's reproductive success. The bride might be showered with grain or nuts to encourage pregnancy. The marriage bed would be blessed with holy water, but also secretly prepared with herbs and charms believed to enhance fertility. These practices represented a desperate attempt to control reproduction in a world where infant mortality was devastating and family survival depended on producing healthy children. The medieval understanding of conception was a bizarre blend of Aristotelian philosophy, Christian doctrine, and folk wisdom. Medieval physicians believed that both men and women produced seed that combined during intercourse to create new life. They taught that female orgasm was necessary for conception, leading to the tragic belief that women who became pregnant after rape must have enjoyed the experience. Medieval people also developed elaborate theories about how to influence the sex of unborn children. They believed that conception during certain phases of the moon would produce male children, while others would result in females. The position of the stars at the moment of conception was thought to influence not only the child's sex, but also its personality and future prospects. Talk about cosmic pressure. The medieval period saw the development of increasingly sophisticated methods of sexual control and surveillance. The church established networks of informants who reported on the private lives of their neighbours. Confession became a tool for gathering intimate details about sexual practices, with priests questioning penitents about their most private moments. The rise of the Inquisition in the 13th century AD brought new levels of sexual persecution. Suspected heretics were tortured into confessing not only their religious beliefs, but also their sexual practices. The interrogation manuals used by inquisitors included detailed questions about sexual positions, frequency of intercourse, and even the physical sensations experienced during sex. Medieval prisons included special punishments for sexual crimes. Women convicted of adultery might be imprisoned in cages so small they couldn't stand upright, fed only bread and water until they died of starvation. Men convicted of rape might be castrated publicly before being hanged. These extreme punishments were designed not just to punish the guilty, but to terrorize the entire community into sexual compliance. The medieval period produced a vast literature of sexual advice and instruction, though most of it was hidden from ordinary people. Medical texts included detailed descriptions of sexual positions and techniques, but these were available only to educated physicians and wealthy patrons. The average medieval person learned about sex through whispered conversations, folk songs, and the bitter experience of trial and error. The church produced its own sexual literature, but it was primarily concerned with cataloguing sins rather than providing positive guidance. penitential manuals listed hundreds of sexual practices with their corresponding punishments. These texts reveal a fascination with sexual detail that contradicts the Church's official position on celibacy and purity. Medieval marriage manuals written for wealthy patrons provide glimpses into the sexual lives of the nobility. These texts offered advice on everything from wedding night techniques to managing sexual relationships during pregnancy. They reveal a sophisticated understanding of sexual pleasure that was hidden from the general population, but clearly practiced by those who could afford privacy and discretion. The medieval period saw the development of increasingly elaborate methods of sexual punishment and control. The chastity belt, though probably less common than popular culture suggests, to control female sexuality. These devices were not just physical restraints, but symbols of the terror that surrounded female sexual autonomy. Medieval brothels were both legal and illegal simultaneously. The Church officially condemned prostitution, but secular authorities often licensed and regulated it. Medieval cities maintained official red light districts where prostitutes worked under government supervision. These women were required to wear distinctive clothing, live in designated areas, and submit to regular medical examinations. The medieval period produced some of the most bizarre sexual customs in European history. The rite of first night, or droit du seigneur, allegedly gave feudal lords the right to have sex with their peasants' brides on their wedding night. While historians debate whether this practice actually existed, the mere possibility reveals the complete sexual vulnerability of medieval peasant women. Medieval people believed that sexual practices could influence everything from the weather to the success of military campaigns. Kings and nobles consulted astrologers about the best times for sexual intercourse, believing that the cosmic forces present at conception would influence their children's destiny. Army commanders might order their soldiers to abstain from sex before battle, believing that sexual activity would drain their martial vigor. The medieval period saw the development of increasingly sophisticated methods of sexual surveillance and control. Village communities developed elaborate systems of social pressure designed to regulate sexual behavior. Young people were rarely allowed to be alone together, and married couples were expected to conduct their intimate lives according to community standards. The medieval understanding of sexual pleasure was deeply influenced by religious teachings about the nature of the soul and the body. The Church taught that sexual pleasure was a trap set by the devil to lead humans away from spiritual contemplation. Even within marriage, excessive enjoyment of sexual intercourse was considered a sin that could damn the soul to hell. Medieval people developed elaborate techniques for managing sexual desire and controlling their bodies. Fasting, cold baths, and physical mortification were used to suppress sexual urges. Young people were taught to avoid situations that might lead to sexual arousal, including certain foods, music, and forms of entertainment. Despite the Church's attempts to control human sexuality, medieval people found ways to express their desires and pursue pleasure. The medieval period produced a vast underground culture of sexual transgression and rebellion. This shadow world of sexual rebellion existed alongside the official culture of repression and control. Medieval sexuality was shaped by practical considerations that modern people rarely consider. The lack of privacy in medieval homes meant that sexual intercourse often occurred in spaces shared with children, servants, and extended family members. The sounds and smells of sexual activity were part of daily life in ways that would shock modern sensibilities. The medieval period saw the development of increasingly complex relationships between sexuality and social class. The sexual privileges of the nobility were part of their broader pattern of social domination. Lords and ladies had access to private chambers, exotic foods, and leisure time that allowed them to explore sexual pleasure in ways that were impossible for peasants. Medieval marriage was ultimately about survival rather than love or sexual satisfaction. In a world where life expectancy was short and infant mortality was high, the primary purpose of marriage was to produce children who could carry on the family name and work the land. Sexual pleasure was a secondary consideration at best, and often seen as a dangerous distraction from more important concerns. As we return to Margot in her stone cottage, Henrik's hand still reaching for her in the flickering candlelight, we can understand her terror not just as personal fear, but as the embodiment of an entire culture's sexual anxieties pressed down upon her young shoulders. She carries the burden of religious doctrine, family honor, community surveillance, and her own desperate desire for survival in a world that offers her no protection. The medieval period reminds us that human sexuality has always been shaped by power, fear, and social control. The bizarre practices and beliefs of medieval people seem alien to us now, but they emerged from the same fundamental human needs and desires that drive sexual behavior in every era. Understanding medieval sexuality helps us recognize how our own sexual culture reflects the power structures and social anxieties of our time. Medieval intimacy was never truly intimate. It was always public, always political, always dangerous. The bedroom was a battlefield where souls were won and lost, where family honor was defended or destroyed, where the most private moments of human life were governed by rules that seemed designed to eliminate pleasure and maximize suffering. The medieval period produced some of the most restrictive sexual customs in European history, but it also reveals the incredible resilience of human sexual desire. Despite centuries of religious persecution, social control, and legal punishment, medieval people found ways to pursue love, pleasure, and intimate connection. Their stories remind us that sexuality is one of the fundamental aspects of human experience, too powerful to be completely controlled by any system of authority. The strange and often disturbing sexual practices of medieval Europe were not simply the result of ignorance or superstition. They emerged from a complex interaction of religious doctrine, social structure, economic necessity, and genuine human need. Understanding these practices helps us appreciate both how far we have come and how many of the same underlying tensions continue to shape human sexuality today. In the end, the medieval period teaches us that sexuality is always political, always dangerous, and always essential to human experience. The bizarre, intimate practices of medieval people were their attempts to navigate these eternal tensions between desire and control, pleasure and danger, love and survival. Their struggles remind us that the quest for sexual freedom and authentic intimacy is not a modern invention, but an ancient human aspiration that transcends any particular historical moment. The candlelight still flickers across Henrik's weathered face as he reaches for young Margot. But now, we understand that this moment contains the entire weight of medieval sexual culture. The fear, the superstition, the desperate hope for survival, and the eternal human longing for connection, despite impossible odds. In her trembling hands and his calloused fingers, we see not just two people, but the collision of an entire civilization's sexual anxieties and desires, played out in the most intimate space imaginable, yet never truly private, never truly safe, never truly free. This has been Golden Chonk, reminding you that history, like a good catnap, is always full of unexpected twists. Stay curious, and I'll catch you on the next bizarre historical adventure. Good night. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Oh, my delightful darlings, you crave more whispers of forgotten history, more tales of royal eccentricities, more chonky insights from your favorite Golden Chonk? You want to sink deeper into the astonishingly bizarre life of a king who, shall we say, wasn't quite what the history books purr about? Excellent. Snuggle in, stretch out, and prepare yourselves, because tonight we shall truly unravel the colossal, captivating, and quite frankly, quite gross truth about King Henry VIII. This isn't just a story. It's an epic journey into the grotesque, the paranoid, and the truly unbelievable. Now imagine with me, if you will, a king so profoundly rotund that he needed special mechanical contraptions just to shuffle from one opulent chamber to another. Picture a monarch whose very presence was heralded not by trumpets, but by a scent so unfortunate that his most loyal servants would quite literally bolt away, clapping hands over their mouths, utterly gagging. And oh, the grand finale. His final departure from this mortal coil was so utterly, spectacularly dramatic that his very coffin, reinforced and sealed, exploded from the sheer volume of, well, gases from his decomposing regal self. You see, even in death, Henry VIII was an absolute monarch of mayhem, a true master of posthumous chaos. Let us begin with the most astounding, the most jaw-dropping, the most utterly flabbergasting truth about this infamous king. A truth that will, quite frankly, make Game of Thrones look like a fluffy children's fairy tale. By the twilight of his tumultuous life, Henry VIII was, to put it mildly, not just a man, but a walking, breathing, and quite possibly wheezing, rattling catastrophe. We're talking about a human being whose physique had become so extraordinary, so incredibly ample, that his own loyal staff, hardened to the many unsavory realities of court life, were left utterly traumatized by the mere sight and smell of him. Can you even begin to fathom, my dear listeners, a waistline of a staggering 54 inches? To put that into perspective, my furry friends, that's wider than many people are tall. And his weight? A truly astonishing 400 pounds. In an era where the average English gentleman, a robust fellow perhaps, might have tipped the scales at a mere 140 pounds, Henry was truly in a league of his own, a veritable colossus among men. But here's where the narrative truly spirals into the realm of the utterly grotesque, the genuinely unsettling. It wasn't just his prodigious, almost unbelievable size. Oh no. His legs, oh, his poor, tormented legs, were perpetually marred by festering open wounds that simply, stubbornly refused to mend. These weren't dainty little nicks or minor abrasions, mind you. No, these were colossal ulcers, deep and wide, that oozed pus and decaying rotted flesh without cease. The very air around him, within his royal chambers, was so profoundly saturated with this overwhelming, sickening odor that courtiers, noblemen, and ladies alike would instinctively press heavily perfumed handkerchiefs to their faces, trying desperately to create a meager barrier against the assault as they dared approach their king. Whispers and detailed descriptions from historical accounts suggest that this truly dreadful stench was detectable not just in the immediate vicinity, but from several rooms away. Imagine, even the most dedicated servants, those whose very livelihoods depended on their unwavering loyalty, would actually draw straws, a grim and silent lottery, to determine who would face the unenviable, the truly dreadful task of helping him dress. For proximity to those weeping, putrefying wounds was deemed a truly dreadful, almost unendurable form of punishment. But wait, my little night owls, there's a deeper medical mystery, a hidden illness that unravels even more of Henry's bizarre and terrifying decline. Experts in modern medicine, with the benefit of hindsight and advanced understanding, propose that Henry likely suffered a severe traumatic brain injury following a catastrophic jousting accident back in the fateful year of 1536. This wasn't just a minor bump on the head, a slight concussion. He was rendered utterly unconscious for a full 2 hours. And in medieval terms, my dear listeners, being unconscious for that long was practically a brush with the Grim Reaper himself, a miracle to have even survived. This devastating injury, my fluffy friends, is widely believed to have triggered profound and horrifying personality shifts, fundamentally transforming him from a relatively well-adjusted, charming young monarch into the wrathful, paranoid, and utterly tyrannical monster of his later, infamous years. And here's a juicy tidbit your typical history teacher probably conveniently skipped, or perhaps never even knew. Henry also likely grappled with a condition called Cushing's syndrome, a glandular disorder that perfectly explains his explosive and uncontrollable weight gain, his extreme and volatile mood swings, and those stubbornly unhealing, horrific leg ulcers that plagued him until his very last breath. His own physicians, bless their terrified, trembling hearts, wouldn't dare suggest such a dire or critical diagnosis to their temperamental monarch, for criticizing the king's health, even subtly hinting at an illness, was, quite simply, an act of treason, punishable by agonizing death. The very man who so vehemently asserted his divine right to rule over an entire, sprawling nation, who could command armies and execute nobles with a mere nod, couldn't even control his own bowel movements in his final miserable years. Royal attendants, with grim determination, had to dutifully cut special, perhaps even cushioned, chairs wherever he lumbered, wherever he was moved, for Henry could barely traverse a single room without an unfortunate, embarrassing, and truly dreadful accident. And this, my dears, was the same king who would casually, mercilessly, execute innocent people for merely glancing at him the wrong way, for a perceived slight, for a whispered comment. Oh, the profound, almost unbearable irony. Now, let's turn our attention with a sympathetic purr to the ladies of the court, for Henry's wives, bless their unfortunate souls, endured torments far, far exceeding mere execution. Everyone, even the most casual student of history, knows he had 6 wives and famously dispatched 2 of them to the executioner's block. But the chilling reality of what these women truly suffered, the sheer psychological agony they endured, makes even the most chilling modern thrillers or the most gruesome serial killer sagas seem like a gentle children's lullaby. Take, for instance, poor, doomed Anne Boleyn. Before her fateful execution, Henry didn't just casually decide to end her life. Oh no, that would have been far too simple, far too merciful for his twisted mind. Instead, he meticulously orchestrated an elaborate, cunning frame-up, a cruel charade that included coercing her own musician, under unimaginable torture, to confess to having an illicit affair with her. But here's the truly twisted, most sickening part, the detail that will make your fur stand on end. Henry, in his boundless cruelty, forced Anne to bear witness as 5 innocent men, including her very own beloved brother, were executed on the fabricated charges of sleeping with her. Imagine the unutterable horror, the profound despair, the sheer terror of standing there, her heart surely pounding like a drum, knowing her own brutal fate was sealed, watching innocent lives extinguished one by her husband's deranged fantasies and paranoid delusions. Catherine Howard, a mere teenager, a vibrant young woman barely past childhood when she was thrust into the terrifying lion's den of Henry's marriage, faced an even more horrific fate. When Henry, in a fit of rage, uncovered her innocent past relationships, he didn't simply execute her. Oh no. He, in a fit of monumental, unimaginable pettiness, actually passed a law making it treason for anyone, any woman, to marry the king without first divulging their entire sexual history. Can you believe it? He altered the entire legal system, a pillar of justice, because his teenage wife, a child herself, wasn't a virgin. But the psychological warfare, my furry friends, the cruel mental games, were arguably the most devastating aspect of his treatment of his wives. Henry would shower his wives with extravagant gifts and fervent affection one day, treating them as queens, only to utterly ignore them, banish them, or unleash terrifying, life-threatening threats the very next. Catherine of Aragon, his first queen, his devoted wife for so many years, spent her final, miserable years essentially under house arrest, cruelly, unbelievably forbidden from even seeing her own beloved daughter, Mary, marry. Meanwhile, Henry, with malicious glee, spread vile rumors that she was mentally ill, deranged. She died alone, whispers of poison trailing her, penning heartfelt, pleading letters to Henry that he, in his callous indifference, never even bothered to read. Prepare yourselves, my devoted listeners, for this next mind-boggling detail, a testament to his utter tyranny. Henry actually forced his wives to sign official documents agreeing to their own divorces or annulments. Anne of Cleves, so utterly terrified of his unpredictable wrath, so desperate to survive, readily agreed to a fabricated sham marriage annulment just to evade the grim certainty of execution. She literally had to pretend their marriage never existed, had to publicly denounce it, and then, in a final act of humiliating submission, thank him for the privilege of not being brutally murdered. And Jane Seymour? The lucky one, as history often paints her, who succumbed to natural causes, dying after giving birth to Henry's longed-for son, Edward? But before her body was even cold, before the earth had truly settled on her grave, Henry was already casting his covetous gaze upon his next potential wife, his next victim. He waited precisely 9 days after her solemn funeral to commence planning his next matrimonial venture, a chilling testament to his profound lack of empathy. This man, my dear ones, treated human beings, living, breathing women as utterly disposable objects, mere pawns in his grand, terrifying game of power and procreation. And the most heartbreaking, most infuriating part? These women had absolutely no escape. Divorce was unthinkable, an impossibility in their rigid society. Fleeing meant certain death, a traitor's fate. And fighting back, even a whisper of defiance, spelled not only your own swift, agonizing execution, but the potential annihilation, the complete destruction of your entire family, your entire lineage. A truly terrifying, inescapable predicament for these queens. Now, my little connoisseurs of history, let's delve into Henry's utterly insane eating habits. If you think modern competitive eating, with its outlandish challenges and stomach-churning feats, is a spectacle, brace yourselves, truly brace yourselves, for King Henry VIII's daily caloric intake. This man didn't just dine like a king, enjoying the bounty of his realm. He ate as if he were single-handedly attempting to bring about a kingdom-wide famine, a widespread agricultural collapse. Henry consumed approximately 5,000 calories every single day. For context, my sweet listeners, that's more than double, sometimes triple, what a highly active adult male should healthily consume. And remember, by the very end of his life, this very monarch, this gluttonous king, could barely, agonizingly walk. But the sheer quantity, the mind-boggling volume of food wasn't even the most peculiar or disturbing aspect of his diet. It was what he ate, and perhaps even more bizarrely, how he consumed it. A typical meal, just a single sitting, for Henry included an entire roasted pig, its crackling skin glistening, multiple whole chickens, plump and succulent, several types of exotic fish, fresh from the sea, mountainous piles of freshly baked bread, enough to feed a small army, and enough wine, rich and potent, to float a small boat. His vast, sprawling kitchen staff, a veritable army of culinary artists, prepared over 800 different dishes every single day, solely for his royal household, with Henry personally sampling dozens of them, indulging in every whim. The royal kitchens themselves employed over 200 people, toiling relentlessly, around the clock, day and night, just to keep up with his insatiable, bottomless appetite. But here's where it truly veers into the realm of the utterly bizarre, the fantastically strange. Henry was utterly, unshakably convinced that certain foods possessed mystical, magical, almost supernatural properties. He genuinely believed, with a king's unwavering conviction, that devouring swan, the graceful bird, would somehow imbue him with greater elegance and grace. Consuming vast quantities of deer, the swift and agile creature of the forest he imagined, would miraculously transform him into a superior, more skilled hunter. And as for oysters, oysters, he firmly believed, with a twinkle in his eye perhaps, that they would, shall we say, significantly enhance his performance with his wives, his royal bedroom prowess. So he would gorge himself on these specific chosen foods in colossal, truly massive quantities, almost like a medieval superfood fanatic, obsessed with these culinary elixirs. And then there were his utterly strange, almost ritualistic eating habits. Every single morsel of food destined for Henry's royal mouth was first meticulously tasted by multiple servants, a perilous task designed to detect any hint of poison. But here's the kicker, the truly astonishing twist. His paranoia, his fear of assassination, was so extreme that he demanded his food tasters wait a full 30 minutes after sampling his food, just to ensure they wouldn't suddenly drop dead from some slow-acting poison. Henry's meals were not merely meals, they were veritable theatrical productions, elaborate performances for his court. He would dine in front of hundreds of courtiers, a captive audience, and the entire elaborate process, from appetizer to final sweetmeat, could stretch on for up to 4 grueling hours. Imagine, my dear listeners, sitting there, your stomach rumbling, observing this massive, slowly decaying king, slowly, meticulously consuming enough food to sustain a small village, all while everyone in the room, with poker faces, pretended this was perfectly normal, perfectly acceptable royal decorum. Here's another fascinating, somewhat infuriating historical gem they conveniently neglect to teach you in typical history classes. Henry actually banned certain foods from his court, not because they were unhealthy, not because they might upset his delicate digestive system, but because he deemed them beneath his royal status, too common for his refined palate. Commoners' fare like turnips and humble barley were literally outlawed at his royal table, forbidden to appear, even though they undoubtedly would have been far more beneficial for his rapidly deteriorating health than the mountains of rich meat, sugary confections, and potent wine he devoured daily. The truly bewildering, almost tragic part, even as his body was literally disintegrating, falling apart from the ravages of his diet, Henry continued to eat more and more, convinced in his profound delusion that his divine royal status somehow rendered him magically immune to the natural consequences of his gluttony. A king utterly imprisoned by his own appetites. Now, my little night owls, let's talk about the pervasive, all-consuming paranoia that utterly consumed not just Henry, but an entire empire. Henry VIII's paranoia wasn't just your run-of-the-mill distrust, your typical trust-no-one attitude. This man transformed his entire kingdom, his very palace, into a surveillance state that would make even the most ruthless modern dictators green with envy. By his final, tormented years, Henry was so utterly convinced that everyone, from the lowliest scullery maid to the highest-ranking duke, was secretly plotting against him, conspiring for his downfall, that he twisted royal life into a living nightmare for every single person in his vicinity. Consider for a moment his sleeping arrangements. Henry, the most powerful man in England, actually slept with loaded crossbows positioned menacingly next to his bed, and he kept multiple sharp daggers tucked securely beneath his pillow. But even that terrifying arsenal, wasn't enough to quell his gnawing anxieties. He had armed guards, vigilant and silent, stationed inside his very own bedroom, watching him sleep throughout the entire night. Imagine the profound terror, the suffocating claustrophobia of being so utterly convinced of imminent assassination that you couldn't even close your eyes, couldn't find a moment's peace without silent, armed witnesses observing your every breath. The very palace itself, this grand and opulent symbol of power, became a veritable fortress of paranoia, a labyrinth of suspicion. Henry ordered the clandestine construction of secret passages throughout every single building he inhabited, every royal residence, not for romantic rendezvous or convenient shortcuts, but solely so he could make a swift, unseen escape if assassins dared to come for him. He even had tiny peepholes, cleverly disguised, installed in walls, allowing him to spy on his own unsuspecting courtiers, observing their every move, their every whispered conversation. And, chillingly, he had hidden listening devices, cunningly concealed, in meeting rooms to eavesdrop on private, supposedly confidential discussions. But here's where it truly descends into absolute madness, my furry friends. Henry, in his boundless delusion, created an entire, sprawling, insidious network of spies whose sole purpose, whose terrifying job, was to spy on his other spies. He had informants watching his informants, creating this twisted, nightmarish web of surveillance and distrust where no one, absolutely no one, knew whom they could truly trust, who was loyal, and who was merely playing a dangerous game. Court life, once a vibrant hub of intrigue and power, devolved into a psychological horror show, a constant tightrope walk where uttering the slightest wrong word, a misspoken phrase to the wrong person could, quite literally, lead to your swift, agonizing execution. Henry's food paranoia reached truly ludicrous, almost farcical extremes. Not only did he employ multiple food tasters, as we discussed, each taking a perilous bite, but he demanded that his meals be meticulously prepared in completely sealed kitchens, with armed guards meticulously watching every single step of the cooking process, from the chopping of vegetables to the basting of roasts. The salt, the precious spices, even the water itself had to be tested by different people, different hands, before it was deemed fit for the king's consumption. He was so absolutely convinced that someone, somewhere, would try to poison him, that the simple, fundamental act of eating a meal transformed into a full-blown military operation, a strategic exercise in survival. And the chilling reality is, The man even suspected his own flesh and blood, his beloved children, of secretly plotting against him. He had spies, shadowy figures, observing Princess Mary and Princess Elizabeth, his very own daughters, two young women, because he was convinced, in his twisted mind, that they harbored intentions of overthrowing him, of seizing his throne. These were mere children, innocent and powerless in the grand scheme of things, yet he treated them like cunning enemy agents within their own home, their own family. Henry's paranoia became so utterly extreme, so unhinged, that he started executing people for crimes they hadn't even committed yet. He would have someone brutally killed because he simply dreamed they betrayed him, a mere phantom of his subconscious, or because someone else, a manipulative courtier perhaps, merely suggested they might be disloyal in the distant future. The infamous Tower of London, that grim fortress, was perpetually overflowing with innocent people whose only transgression, their only crime, was simply existing, simply breathing, in close proximity to Henry during one of his terrifying, paranoid moods. And the truly terrifying, truly insidious part is that Henry's profound paranoia was so profoundly contagious, so infectious, that it permeated his entire court, infecting everyone around him. Nobles began spying on each other, turning on their closest friends. Servants betrayed their masters for imaginary rewards, for a fleeting moment of favor. And everyone, absolutely everyone, lived in a perpetual, suffocating state of dread, fearing that they would be the next unsuspecting victim of the king's delusional suspicions, his murderous whims. The very air of the court was thick with fear and suspicion, a truly toxic environment created by one man's unraveling mind. And now, for the grand finale, my little night owls, prepare yourselves for the truly astonishing conclusion to this bizarre tale. You might imagine, quite reasonably, that Henry VIII's terrifying reign of terror, his colossal capacity for chaos, would mercifully conclude with his death, right? Wrong, my dear listeners. Utterly, spectacularly wrong. This man, this monstrous monarch, was so spectacularly committed to being a disaster, so dedicated to causing mayhem, that even his lifeless corpse managed to unleash absolute, unprecedented mayhem. Let's rewind with a shudder to his final, agonizing weeks. Henry had become so monstrously massive, so unbelievably heavy, that he could no longer walk. His once powerful legs, ravaged by disease and obesity, simply could not bear his immense weight. So, his devoted, yet undoubtedly disgusted servants had to laboriously carry him everywhere he wished to go, using a specially designed, perhaps reinforced chair, complete with intricate pulleys and wheels. But here's the truly stomach-churning, utterly disgusting detail. A detail that will make your fur stand on end. His leg wounds, those perpetual festering ulcers, had become so profoundly infected, so utterly putrid, that actual pieces of rotting, decaying flesh would literally detach from his body, falling to the floor as they painstakingly moved him. Servants, poor, long-suffering souls, were tasked with the unimaginable indignity of following behind him, clutching cloths and rags to clean up the chunks of decomposing king that regularly dropped onto the palace floors, leaving a grim trail behind him. His death scene itself was like something ripped straight from a macabre horror movie, a nightmare made flesh. Henry's body had swollen to such grotesque, horrifying proportions that his skin was stretched taut, shiny, and almost translucent. The stench, the stench was so overwhelmingly putrid, so utterly unbearable, that even his most experienced doctors, hardened as they were to the gruesome realities of medieval medicine, were forced to flee the room, clutching their stomachs to vomit. When he finally, mercifully, passed from this world, no one, absolutely no one, wanted to get close enough to brave the putrid air to officially confirm he was truly dead. But wait, my little connoisseurs of the grotesque, it gets so much, much worse. Henry's body, even in death, was so incredibly bloated with gases from internal decomposition from the relentless process of decay that his coffin, a massive, custom-built affair, had to be specially reinforced with metal bands and extra wood. They meticulously wrapped his enormous corpse in heavy lead sheets, like a grim, metallic shroud, and sealed it within multiple sturdy wooden boxes, firmly believing this elaborate containment would finally, thankfully, contain the mess. They were, to put it mildly, spectacularly incorrect. During the solemn, yet ultimately disastrous funeral procession from London to Windsor Castle, something utterly, unbelievably incredible transpired. A scene worthy of a dark comedy. The coffin, my dear listeners, the massive lead-lined coffin, literally exploded. The gases generated by Henry's decomposing body, building up immense, unstoppable pressure, caused the lead lining to burst open with a sickening sound, and rotting royal remains, liquefied and putrid, splattered all over the interior of the hearse. The resulting stench, a truly indescribable odor, was so utterly horrific, so overwhelming, that the funeral procession was forced to grind to an immediate, chaotic halt, while servants, no doubt gagging and retching, cleaned up the horrifying mess with buckets and rags, desperately trying to contain the overwhelming putrefaction. And here's a final, truly haunting detail that will linger in your mind. A whisper that will send shivers down your spine. Dogs, stray dogs perhaps, or even those following the procession, were reportedly seen licking up the remains of Henry VIII that had leaked from his shattered coffin onto the very road. The man who arrogantly claimed to rule by divine right, who believed himself untouchable, ended up as, well, dog food on a country highway. A truly ignominious end for a king. Even his burial became a monumental, almost comical disaster. They had to dig his grave extra wide, a colossal trench, to accommodate the massive, unwieldy coffin, but the ground repeatedly collapsed because the soil simply couldn't support the immense weight of all that lead and putrefying flesh. It took multiple, frustrating attempts, hours of toil, just to finally get the king's remains into the ground, and, more importantly, to keep them there, secure and undisturbed. And the chaos did not end there. For years afterward, people whispered tales of strange noises, chilling moans, and terrible, unidentifiable smells emanating from Henry's tomb. Some, of course, claimed it was his restless ghost, forever tormented, but historians, being the practical, logical cats they are, believe it was likely just more gases, continuously escaping from his continuously, relentlessly decomposing remains, trapped within the stone. And here's a final, chilling, almost unbelievable tidbit your history books conveniently, perhaps mercifully, omit. Henry's death and the subsequent handling of his body was so traumatic, so utterly repulsive for everyone involved, that several of the servants who had the misfortune of handling his corpse reportedly died within weeks, quite possibly from virulent infections they contracted from direct contact with his rotting, disease-ridden body. A truly grim legacy indeed. So there you have it, my beloved Golden Chonk listeners. The true, unvarnished, utterly astonishing tale of Henry VIII. Not the charismatic, dashing, vibrant king of popular imagination. Not the figure depicted in romanticized portraits, but a walking, talking, utterly decaying disaster whose own body, his very flesh and blood, betrayed him as dramatically, as profoundly, as he betrayed everyone and everything around him. A man so utterly consumed by paranoia, by fear, by an insatiable gluttony, that he twisted one of Europe's most powerful, most prestigious kingdoms into his own personal, terrifying horror show. The most powerful man in all of England, a monarch of immense power, ultimately became a helpless prisoner of his own decaying, failing body. And even the sweet, final embrace of death couldn't put an end to his astonishing capacity for unleashing absolute, unadulterated chaos, even from beyond the grave. His legacy, my dears, isn't merely the establishment of the Church of England, or the tragic saga of his 6 unfortunate wives. No, his true, chilling legacy is a masterclass, a profound and horrifying lesson in how absolute power, unchecked and unhinged, can corrupt, can twist, can transform a human being into something genuinely monstrous, something utterly unrecognizable. If these disturbing royal facts, these whispers of a forgotten, grotesque past, have made you question everything you thought you knew about history, if they've sent a delightful shiver down your spine, then perhaps you'll consider purring that subscribe button. joining our cozy little circle of historical truth seekers. Because, my dear ones, there are plenty more horrifying truths, more shocking curiosities, more untold stories that those dusty textbooks conveniently, politely leave out. And trust me, my little night owls, you haven't heard anything yet. Until next time, sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with far less volatile, far less odorous, and far less paranoid historical figures. Meow, meow. Bye for now. Meow, meow. Hello, my dear sleepy friends. It's me, Golden Chonk, your perfect guide to the most mysterious corners of our world. Tonight, we journey to a place so remote, so untouched, it almost feels like a dream. A land whispered about in ancient maps, yet hidden for centuries beneath a shroud of white. Tonight, we explore the forbidden continent, Antarctica. Imagine, if you will, a land twice the size of Australia, larger than all of Europe, holding 90% of the world's ice. For so long, it was just a blank space, a frozen enigma at the edge of civilization. But as humans dared to venture closer, strange whispers began to echo across the ice and through the halls of history. Structures too symmetrical to be natural, maps showing a continent without ice, and mysteries buried deep beneath the endless white. What if Antarctica is more than just snow and silence? What if it holds clues that could rewrite our understanding of Earth's ancient past? Close your eyes, settle into your coziest spot, and let my purrs guide you into the heart of this frozen wonderland. We'll examine the myths, the discoveries, and what truly makes Antarctica Earth's most mysterious continent. You'll hear the legends, see the evidence, and decide for yourself what Antarctica is truly hiding. Our first stop on this frosty adventure takes us to the Ellsworth Mountains in 2016. Satellite images revealed a peak that seemed to defy nature. Imagine a mountain with 4 sharp faces and a pointed top, looking strikingly like the pyramids of Giza. This pyramid-shaped formation, standing around 4,150 feet tall, is clearly visible from above, a stark and intriguing anomaly against the vast, desolate white landscape. Now, most geologists will tell you that this is likely a nunatak, a peak carved by millions of years of wind, ice, and freeze-thaw weathering. Similar shapes exist in places like the Swiss Alps, like the famous Matterhorn, which also boasts a striking pyramidal form due to glacial erosion. But here's where the mystery deepens, my friends. Most natural peaks with triangular sides have only 1 or 2 flat faces. This one appears to have 4, giving it a near-perfect geometric form, almost as if it were designed. Could it be more than just a mountain? Could it be a silent testament to something long forgotten? Some researchers and theorists believe it could be a human-made structure, a pyramid now hidden beneath layers of ice. Think of the pyramids in Egypt, Mexico, and Peru. They share similar designs, wide bases, sloping sides, and a strong alignment with cardinal directions. These ancient wonders stand as enduring symbols of sophisticated engineering and astronomical knowledge. Could this Antarctic peak be a sign of a shared ancient architectural understanding, a global network of builders, or even a single older source of knowledge that predates known civilizations? Or perhaps, like the debated Bosnian pyramids, these are large hills concealing the remains of prehistoric structures, reshaped by nature over millennia, yet still bearing the subtle marks of ancient hands. The continent's massive ice sheet, over a mile thick in some areas, makes large-scale exploration nearly impossible, shrouding any potential truth in an impenetrable veil of white. The full story behind these formations remains hidden, waiting for a time when the ice might yield its secrets. As technology has advanced, allowing us to peer deeper into Antarctica's icy embrace, even stranger features have emerged. Features that seem to challenge our understanding of natural geological processes. Imagine seeing large, dark shapes resembling doorways carved into mountain slopes, or even patterns that look distinctly like man-made stairs leading into the heart of the frozen peaks. One of the most talked about formations appears near a remote area of East Antarctica. A large rectangular opening, unusually clean and geometric, with sharp, almost unnaturally straight lines that make it stand out dramatically from the rugged, natural landscape. Some even estimate it to be several meters tall and wide, large enough for a full-sized aircraft to enter, or for ancient giants to pass through. The perfect angles and smooth edges are unlike anything typically formed by ice or rock. Glaciologists, ever the pragmatists, suggest these openings could be formed by complex interactions of ice movement, katabatic winds, and extreme temperature changes, where melting and refreezing cycles create gaps that, purely by chance, take on geometric appearances. Or perhaps it's simply the top of a ridge, exposed as ice levels have lowered, creating an optical illusion against the vast, flat expanse of the ice. But then there's another puzzling discovery near the Antarctic coast, a wide cave entrance with several dark horizontal lines running parallel, rising gradually like a staircase leading into the mountain. Natural layering of snow or rock doesn't usually create such clean, step-like platforms with such consistent spacing and uniform rise. While some speculate about ancient collapses or uneven melting patterns, their even spacing and straight design hint at a more complex, perhaps even artificial origin. What adds to the mystery is how these features seem to change over time, appearing clearly in some satellite images one year, only to vanish beneath new layers of snow in others, only to reappear with different shapes or details after strong winds or seasonal shifts. It's as if the continent itself is breathing, revealing and concealing its secrets at will. But let's drift back in time, my dear listeners, to a vastly different Antarctica, a land that would be almost unrecognizable to us today. Long before it was a land of endless ice, this continent may have been a place of forests, rivers, and vibrant life, teeming with a diversity of flora and fauna that seems utterly fantastical given its current state. For over a century, geologists and paleobotanists have uncovered fossilized remains of ancient forests buried deep beneath the ice, silent witnesses to a forgotten past. In the Beardmore Glacier region, only 500 kilometers from the South Pole, leaves resembling beech trees were discovered by Robert Falcon Scott's ill-fated expedition in 1912, a poignant reminder of a warmer age. Later, on Alexander Island and the Antarctic Peninsula, researchers found upright fossilized trees, some as tall as 7 meters, still rooted where they once thrived, their petrified wood a testament to their longevity. Around them, layers of ancient pollen and organic remains paint a vivid picture of a lush, temperate rainforest that existed 100 million years ago, a veritable Eden at the bottom of the world. Despite its polar location, the global climate was dramatically warmer during that period, with temperatures ranging from 13 to 21 degrees Celsius, allowing evergreen species, conifers and ferns to dominate the landscape, even during long months of polar darkness. Recent drilling beneath the ice has confirmed this verdant past, with ancient pollen showing that the area was covered in tundra as recently as 12 million years ago. This evidence suggests Antarctica's transformation into a frozen wasteland was gradual, with some areas remaining ice-free far longer than previously thought, perhaps even offering temporary refuges for life. This leads to a compelling question, doesn't it, my sleepy friends? Could there have been enough time and favourable conditions for early human or pre-human civilizations to exist on this continent? Mainstream archaeology largely rejects this idea, as Homo sapiens have only existed for about 300,000 years, while the Antarctic ice sheets have been in place for more than 14 million years, a vast chasm of time. Yet, isolated reports and controversial discoveries continue to stir debate, fueling the imaginations of those who believe in a deeper, hidden history. One of the most enduring symbols tied to the idea of ancient knowledge about Antarctica is the Piri-Reis map, a cartographic anomaly that continues to baffle historians. Created in 1513 by Ottoman cartographer Piri-Reis, this partial world map includes a detailed depiction of South America and a mysterious southern landmass. What makes it truly extraordinary is that it appears to show the outline of Antarctica, not with its present icy shape, but with a coastline resembling its actual landmass, as if seen without the ice. Supporters claim such uncanny accuracy would have been impossible in the 16th century without access to much older source maps, perhaps from a lost civilization with advanced geographical knowledge, or even from an unknown people who charted the world before the ice descended. Historian Charles Hapgood popularized this idea, suggesting the map might reflect Antarctica as it looked during the last ice age, possibly around 10,000 to 4000 BC, when parts of the continent could have been ice-free. The presence of a large southern landmass, whether real or theoretical, reflects an early belief in Terra Australis Incognita, the unknown southern continent, a landmass that was largely speculative in European cartography until its discovery much later. The question of how ancient cartographers envisioned it, or if they had direct knowledge, remains a profound mystery, a whisper from a forgotten age. Adding to the intrigue, modern imaging technology has recently revealed vast ancient landscapes beneath Antarctica's thick ice cover, proving that the continent truly holds secrets frozen in time. In East Antarctica, satellite data and ice-penetrating radar have mapped a region of buried valleys and ridges the size of Belgium, a pristine, untouched landscape preserved for at least 14 million years. This landscape, with its rolling hills, expansive plateaus, and interconnected waterways, strikingly resembles Northern Europe, suggesting it may have once supported extensive vegetation and even wildlife during warmer periods. A vibrant ecosystem waiting to be rediscovered. But what caused this drastic transformation? It was part of a grander global climate shift, a powerful, cyclical pattern that has repeated itself many times throughout geological history, shaping and reshaping our planet. Our planet's climate cycles through warm periods, or interglacials, and cold periods, known as ice ages. The last major ice age began around 2.6 million years ago and ended roughly 12,000 years ago, marking the beginning of our current warm period. During these monumental cycles, entire regions can become unrecognizable, with land once green and fertile becoming covered in snow and ice, or conversely, arid deserts blooming into lush forests. Antarctica's transformation from a verdant land to a frozen desert is a clear and dramatic example of this natural cycle, a testament to the Earth's ever-changing face. However, another factor might have played an even more dramatic role: the movement of Earth's axis. Known as true polar wander or crustal displacement, this theory suggests the Earth's outer shell, or lithosphere, can shift over its fluid inner layers, rapidly moving continents into new climate zones over relatively short geological timescales. If such a catastrophic event occurred, it could explain how Antarctica moved from a temperate zone to its current position at the South Pole, a journey of hundreds, even thousands of miles in a blink of geological time. While debated within the scientific community, some studies of rock formations and ancient shorelines suggest parts of Earth's surface have indeed relocated over time, lending a degree of credibility to this audacious theory. Among the more speculative ideas surrounding such profound shifts is the prophecy of Edgar Cayce, the sleeping prophet, a mystic who uttered predictions while in a trance state. In the early 20th century, Cayce claimed a major transformation of Earth was coming, with dramatic climate changes, rising seas, and the sinking of entire regions. One of his most striking predictions was that Antarctica, long thought lifeless, would become fertile and inhabited again. He believed changes in Earth's axis would trigger massive flooding, revealing ancient lands and wiping away modern civilizations, with Antarctica once more supporting life, its frozen lands thawing and becoming green. If Cayce's prediction was rooted in ancient memory, a collective unconscious recall of past cataclysms, it raises a haunting possibility. Could an earlier civilization have thrived on Antarctica, only to be destroyed when the climate shifted and the poles moved, their existence erased by the inexorable march of ice? Could the ice be hiding not just ancient forests, but also traces of a forgotten people, their cities and monuments buried deep beneath the vast white expanse? Beyond these historical and geological riddles, the Forbidden Continent holds many more secrets, secrets that continue to challenge our understanding of life itself. One of the most astonishing are Antarctica's subglacial lakes, hidden bodies of liquid water trapped far below the surface, isolated by kilometers of solid ice. The most famous is Lake Vostok, buried nearly 4,000 meters beneath the East Antarctic ice sheet, sealed off from the outside world for possibly 15 to 25 million years. A true lost world. Scientists believe life may still exist in this extreme lightless world, an ecosystem powered by chemosynthesis rather than photosynthesis. When Russian scientists finally reached its surface in 2012, they broke through to a world untouched by air or light for millions of years, a pristine biome waiting to be explored. Lake Vostok is not alone. More than 400 subglacial lakes have been identified across the continent, some as large as cities, veritable inland seas beneath the ice. These lakes are kept liquid by heat from Earth's interior and the insulating pressure of the immense ice above, connected by an underground network of subglacial rivers, forming what some call a frozen wetland, a hidden hydrological system of immense scale. Recent expeditions to lakes like Mercer have revealed extraordinary bacterial life thriving in complete darkness, without sunlight, oxygen, or surface nutrients, suggesting alternative pathways for life to flourish. Some researchers even believe these lakes could support higher life forms like tiny animals, perhaps even unique species evolved to thrive in these extreme conditions. Even more astonishing was the discovery of Lake Enigma, with strange structures and rich microbial mats that look like carpets and tree-like formations on the lakebed, including bacteria never seen before in such environments. This level of biological complexity in such a seemingly hostile environment surprised even experienced researchers, leading them to ponder the limits of life. In other places, as ice shelves crack and collapse, revealing previously inaccessible ocean floors, scientists have observed parts of the seafloor hidden for centuries. Beneath the George VI ice shelf, an entire ecosystem filled with large corals, giant sea spiders, fish, octopuses, and other bizarre animals was found thriving in complete darkness, relying on nutrient flows carried by deep ocean currents from distant waters. And during drilling into the Filchner-Ronne ice shelf, a research team accidentally discovered a bowl on the seafloor covered in stationary animals like sponges and unknown filter feeders, 260 kilometers from the nearest sunlight or open water. Somehow, they were feeding, growing, and surviving in conditions thought to be completely hostile to life, a testament to the resilience and adaptability of nature. Harsh conditions, complex political agreements, and stringent environmental protections make large-scale exploration nearly impossible, leaving most of the continent untouched and unexplored, a vast white blank on our modern maps. Yet, from the few windows scientists have opened, it's clear that Antarctica is not dead. It is a living, breathing continent, full of mysteries waiting to be unveiled. One of the most unexpected sights in the seemingly uniform white expanse of Antarctica is a bright red waterfall, a surreal and almost unsettling phenomenon. Deep in the McMurdo dry valleys flows from the Taylor Glacier a vivid and surreal feature known as blood falls. Its colour is so intense and unusual that for decades it was one of the most haunting and unexplained sights in Antarctica. Standing 5 stories high, its deep red hue appears to stain the surrounding ice like an open wound, a dramatic splash of colour against the pristine white. The scientific explanation behind blood falls is as fascinating as its appearance. More than 5 million years ago, this area was submerged by the ocean. When the sea retreated, pockets of ancient salty water were left behind and eventually sealed under layers of ice, trapped beneath 400 metres of glacier, cut off from the atmosphere, light and oxygen, an isolated aquatic pocket. Over time, the water grew saltier and more concentrated with iron and other minerals, transforming into a hypersaline brine. Today, pressure beneath the glacier pushes this iron-rich, highly saline water through a fissure in the ice, forcing it to the surface. When exposed to oxygen, the dissolved iron oxidizes, similar to rusting, and turns a deep red, creating the striking and eerie appearance of what looks like blood flowing from within the glacier. But the story doesn't end with chemistry. Hidden within its iron-rich waters is an isolated ecosystem of microscopic life, a unique community of extremophiles. Scientists have discovered microorganisms that survive in complete darkness and without oxygen, feeding on iron and sulfur compounds, a form of chemosynthesis that defies our typical understanding of life. These microbes have evolved in extreme isolation, offering rare insight into how life can exist in the harshest environments on Earth, and possibly on icy worlds like Europa or Enceladus, where similar conditions might exist. Yet, despite the scientific understanding, bloodfalls has remained a magnet for alternative theories. Some suggest it may be a natural vent connected to a hidden underground structure, perhaps a long-forgotten base buried deep beneath the ice, with the red water being a byproduct of something deeper, artificial in nature. Others claim the water is leaking from a biological experiment, an ancient or modern lab hidden under the glacier, using iron and microbial life for unknown purposes, perhaps even bioengineering. While scientists work tirelessly to explain these mysteries, some stories defy logic and challenge what we know, lingering in the realm of speculation and wonder. Beyond the glaciers and lakes, beyond the fossils and ancient landscapes, lie stories that suggest this frozen land may still hold secrets far stranger than science has yet acknowledged. Secrets that whisper of the truly unknown. Among the most persistent legends is that of the Ningen, a creature reportedly appearing in the icy waters around Antarctica. Described as a massive pale white being with a humanoid shape, the Ningen is said to be up to 30 meters long, almost the length of a blue whale. Witnesses from Japanese research vessels claim to have seen this strange figure rise silently from the water before disappearing again, its pale form blending almost perfectly with the icebergs. Its face is often described as eerily human, with two small eyes and a wide, expressionless mouth, a blank canvas of a face. Some versions depict it with arms and hands, like a giant albino ape, while others describe it as a smooth, finned sea creature, barely distinguishable from the shifting ice floes. The legend first appeared in Japanese online forums in the early 2000s and quickly took hold, spreading through viral posts and cryptid forums. Some believe it's an unknown form of marine life, a relic from a warmer Antarctica, a deep sea creature rarely seen by humans. Others go further, suggesting it may be intelligent or even capable of walking on land. An amphibious being adapted to both the ocean depths and the icy surface. There are even those who speculate that governments know more about the Ningen than they admit, keeping its existence secret due to its potential scientific or strategic significance. Perhaps even a new species that could alter our understanding of evolution. Another creature of legend, far older, is the Kraken, the mythical sea monster of Norse folklore. Though commonly associated with the waters of Scandinavia, the Southern Ocean has its own versions of immense, elusive cephalopods. In 2016, satellite imagery near Deception Island showed a long, dark shadow in the water that many believed resembled the legendary beast, its massive form stretching across the digital image. While scientists identified it as a sea stack, a natural rock formation, the resemblance was enough to ignite the imagination. Given that colossal squid, the largest of their kind, inhabit these depths, growing up to 14 meters long with eyes the size of dinner plates, it's easy to understand why the idea of giant sea creatures flourishes in Antarctica's dark, unexplored waters. The ocean holds more mysteries than we can imagine, and the depths of Antarctica are among the deepest. But not all tales from Antarctica are about monsters. Some are far more unsettling, whispers of the uncanny that chill the soul more than the biting wind. Throughout the 20th century, explorers and scientists, enduring months of isolation, have reported strange sensations, feelings of being watched, and unseen presences walking nearby in the snow, just out of sight. The continent's long winters of complete darkness and the extreme isolation of remote research stations create an atmosphere ripe for psychological effects and, some would argue, for the paranormal. One of the most famous stories comes from Sir Ernest Shackleton, the legendary polar explorer. In 1916, during a desperate trek across South Georgia Island after the loss of his ship Endurance, he reported the sensation that a fourth member was walking with his small group, though only 3 men were physically present. Both his companions later confirmed they felt the same invisible presence, a guardian spirit, or perhaps a hallucination brought on by extreme fatigue and starvation. Other stories are darker, tales of abandoned ships and frozen crews. One enduring tale dates back to the early 1840s. A British whaling ship, the Hope, navigating near the South Shetland Islands, spotted a vessel trapped in the ice, a ghostly silhouette against the endless white. Upon approach, they discovered a schooner, the Jenny, frozen solid, its sails tattered, its mast broken. What they found inside would mark the story as one of the most unsettling in polar lore. The Jenny's crew was reportedly still on board, dead but frozen in place, upright at their stations, perfectly preserved by the extreme cold. The ship's logbook, found on the captain's desk, contained a final, chilling message from the captain. May 4th, 1823. No food for 71 days. I am the only one left alive. The Hope documented the discovery, but left the vessel undisturbed, locked in the ice, a tomb at sea. The Jenny was never seen again, swallowed by the shifting ice, or perhaps it sails the polar current still, a silent ghost ship. Another frequently recounted account comes from the McMurdo Dry Valleys, one of the driest and most desolate places on Earth, a barren wasteland of rock and ice. Scattered across this cold desert are abandoned huts and outposts from early expeditions, relics of human endeavour against overwhelming odds. Over decades, personnel stationed nearby have reported unexplained noises, footsteps in the snow when no one is around, doors creaking open and slamming shut, and disembodied voices carried by the wind. Some researchers who entered one particular hut claimed to feel a strange presence, a pervasive sense of being watched, as if unseen eyes followed their every move. Others reported tools going missing, only to reappear later in odd places, defying any logical explanation. Scientists often explain these experiences as the result of extreme isolation, harsh environmental conditions, and the psychological effects of working in such a desolate place, leading to auditory illusions, disorienting sensations, and a pervasive unease. Still, not everyone accepts this explanation. For them, the fact that the eerie blood falls is in this same region feels like too much of a coincidence, suggesting a deeper, more profound mystery at play. Interest in Antarctica and its secrets is not recent, my dear kittens. Long before modern satellites, it captured the attention of explorers, scientists, and even controversial regimes of the 20th century seeking to unlock its mysteries for their own ends. Among them was Nazi Germany, a nation obsessed with expansion and esoteric knowledge. In the years leading up to World War II, the Antarctic frontier became the focus of an ambitious and largely forgotten expedition that would later become the centre of countless theories and conspiracy narratives. In 1938, Adolf Hitler authorised a secret Antarctic mission. Officially, it was resource-based. Germany, preparing for war, sought to reduce its dependence on foreign imports of whale oil, a crucial resource for fats and lubricants. The expedition was organised quickly and shrouded in secrecy. On December 17th and 38, the vessel MS Schwabenland, a converted seaplane tender, left Hamburg with 82 men. Scientists, naval officers, technicians, and a Nazi Party representative to ensure ideological compliance. Their destination was an unclaimed territory in Queen Maud Land, between British and Norwegian sectors, a vast, unexplored region of the continent. Over the following weeks, the ship reached Antarctica's icy coastline and launched its 2 Dornier whale seaplanes, surveying enormous stretches of land and dropping aluminum darts marked with swastikas to assert territorial claim. The Germans called this new territory Neuschwabenland, or New Swabia, a name that would echo through history. In total, the expedition mapped over 600,000 square kilometres, significantly expanding the known geography of the continent. Some photographs were even taken in colour, a rarity at the time, offering a vivid glimpse of the pristine landscape. Officially, the mission ended in February 1939, just months before the outbreak of the war. The Schwabenland returned to Hamburg with thousands of aerial photographs and geological observations. However, much of the collected data was either lost in the chaos of war or remained unpublished for decades, with some surfacing only in the late 1950s. The rest, some researchers believe, may have been deliberately hidden, concealed from public view for reasons unknown. It is here that the mystery begins, weaving a tapestry of fact and speculation. For years, the 1938-39 expedition was remembered as a short scientific mission, a footnote in the history of Antarctic exploration. But after the war, whispers began to grow, gaining momentum with each passing decade. Questions were raised about what the Nazis truly hoped to find or build in Antarctica. A new narrative emerged. Some believed Germany's interest went beyond whale oil and maps. According to post-war rumours, the real purpose was to establish a permanent foothold on the continent, a hidden base far from enemy reach, a sanctuary in the event of global conflict. This alleged installation, buried deep beneath the ice, would serve as a safe haven, a clandestine research facility, or even a last redoubt for the Nazi elite in the event of defeat, a secret bastion from which they could one day rise again. The idea of secret Nazi bases beneath Antarctica may sound improbable, yet a few events fueled these suspicions and gave them a veneer of credibility. In July 1945, just 2 months after Germany's surrender, the German submarine U-530 appeared unexpectedly at the Argentine naval base of Mar del Plata, its crew offering little explanation for their prolonged voyage. The next month, another submarine, U-977, arrived under similar mysterious circumstances, having allegedly spent months submerged to avoid detection. Their commanders gave no satisfactory explanation for their long journeys or what they had been doing in the South Atlantic, sparking intense speculation. Some believed they had delivered high-ranking Nazis or valuable cargo to a hidden outpost before surrendering, or perhaps even dropped off advanced technology. To this day, no physical evidence of a Nazi base in Antarctica has ever been found, despite numerous expeditions and satellite surveys. However, parts of Neuschwabenland, especially the Schirmacher Oasis, first spotted by the Germans, remain active scientific zones, hosting international research stations, a quiet legacy of a controversial past. The story deepened with Operation High Jump, a mission that ignited imaginations and fueled countless conspiracy theories. In 1946 and 1947, the United States launched the largest Antarctic military expedition in history. Led by Admiral Richard E. Byrd, a celebrated polar explorer, it involved an immense force. Over 4,700 men, 13 ships, including an aircraft carrier and several destroyers, and dozens of aircraft. Officially, it was a scientific mission for training and mapping, an exercise in cold weather warfare and geographical survey. But the sheer scale and urgency of the operation, launched so soon after the war, sparked intense speculation that the US Navy was responding to more than just geography. Some theorists suggest Byrd's fleet was sent to investigate, or even eliminate, a Nazi presence still active on the continent, a lingering threat from a defeated enemy. Operation High Jump was unlike any Antarctic expedition before it. Organised just months after World War II, it was ambitious, unprecedented, and shrouded in a certain degree of secrecy. The force was divided into 3 naval groups, each with aircraft and icebreaker support, aiming to map as much of the continent as possible using extensive aerial photography and test military equipment under extreme polar conditions. Rear Admiral Richard H. Cruzen commanded the task force, but Byrd became the public face of America's bold presence in Antarctica. The operation established a base known as Little America 4 and conducted extensive aerial surveys, photographing over 1.5 million square miles of previously uncharted territory. However, it wasn't the photography that drew global attention, but what happened behind the scenes, and what Byrd may have encountered, or so the legends claim. According to official records, Operation High Jump lasted from December 1946 to March 1947. But the mission was cut short, ending weeks earlier than scheduled, its swift conclusion prompting a flurry of questions. Reports of damaged aircraft, unexplained losses, and unusual encounters fueled rumours that something had gone wrong, or perhaps something extraordinary had been found. Among the more persistent theories is that the mission had a hidden agenda, to locate a rumoured underground Nazi base near the Queen Maud Land region, the same territory explored by the German New Swabia expedition. Proponents point to the high number of military personnel and advanced technology involved, including long-range reconnaissance aircraft designed for deep penetration. They also reference unexplained air crashes, like the fatal loss of the Martin PBM-5 flying boat George I, which claimed 3 crewmen under mysterious circumstances. In the years following Operation High Jump, rumours circulated that Byrd had encountered something extraordinary during one of his reconnaissance flights, something that defied conventional explanation. According to certain accounts, his aircraft entered an area that should not have existed. A temperate zone amid the perpetual ice, a landscape of green valleys and warm air, a true oasis in the frozen desert. Some sources claim he saw not just a change in climate, but in reality itself. Unknown flying objects in the sky, silent and swift, and even direct contact with beings from an advanced subterranean civilization, beings who revealed profound truths. These accounts were not part of any official report, nor were they publicly acknowledged by the US government. But in the 1960s, a document began to circulate, allegedly a secret diary kept by Admiral Byrd during the expedition. In it, Byrd describes an astonishing encounter with an aircraft unlike any he had seen before, a sleek, disc-shaped craft. His instruments fail, his radio is taken over, and he is guided to a landing strip in a hidden valley. There, he claims, he is welcomed by tall beings with luminous eyes and advanced knowledge, beings who speak of a world beneath the surface. They take him to a city beneath the Earth's surface, a place they call Agartha. Agartha is a mythical kingdom said to exist within the Earth itself, a concept tied closely to the Hollow Earth theory. According to these beliefs, our planet is not a solid sphere, but a layered shell containing vast inner spaces, hidden cities, and even oceans. Agartha, the largest of these subterranean realms, is described as a civilization more ancient and advanced than our own, a utopian society that has transcended the conflicts of the surface world. The people of Agartha, sometimes called the Old Ones, are said to possess technology far beyond what is known on the surface, including vehicles that can fly without fuel and the ability to manipulate natural forces, even time and space. This idea has appeared in stories and myths across many cultures, from Shambhala in Tibetan tradition to the underworld cities of the Mayans and Celts, suggesting a universal human fascination with hidden realms. In the case of Agartha, the story gained traction in the 19th century with French and German occult writers who wove elaborate tales of its existence. But it was the supposed connection with Admiral Byrd that brought it into the modern age and the realm of Antarctica, giving it a tangible, albeit unproven, link to reality. According to the diary, the Agarthians warned Byrd about the growing danger of nuclear weapons and the destructive direction of human society, a message of peace and caution. They claimed to have observed surface civilization for centuries and feared its destructive potential, its capacity for self-annihilation. Byrd was told to return to his superiors with their message, a solemn call for peace and balance, and then sent back through the ice. And yet, this document has never been confirmed as authentic, its provenance debated by scholars and enthusiasts alike, though many steadfastly believe in its truth. Some people think the diary is fake, saying Byrd never said anything like that himself, and there's no official proof that such an event happened, dismissing it as a fanciful fabrication. Still, the story lived on, helped by the secrecy around parts of Operation High Jump and some enigmatic things Byrd said in interviews. In a rare interview published in Chile in March 1947, Byrd talked about how important Antarctica could be in the future, warning that one day the US might be attacked from over the polar regions, hinting at unknown threats emanating from the frozen south. Some people think this was his way of hinting at what he saw down there, a veiled warning to the world. As the Cold War grew stronger, the US sent more missions to Antarctica, including Operation Windmill in 1947 and 1948, focusing on mapping and resupply, and Operation Deep Freeze during the International Geophysical Year in 1957 and 1958, a massive international scientific endeavour. Bird was still involved, but his health was worsening, and he died in 1957, just months after his last trip to Antarctica, taking his secrets with him. To this day, the full story of Operation High Jump remains a subject of intense speculation, a lingering question mark in the annals of polar exploration. While it accomplished significant scientific objectives and expanded mapped regions, its military scale and rapid conclusion have kept theorists questioning. Was it truly just a training exercise? Or did the US Navy uncover something it could not explain or control? In the final years of World War II, and especially after it ended, strange stories began to spread, captivating the public imagination. These stories spoke of unusual flying machines, objects that didn't look like any aircraft people had seen before. Witnesses described them as silent, incredibly fast, and shaped like discs, defying all known principles of aerodynamics. At first, many thought these were just rumors, products of wartime hysteria. But in the years following the war, reports of unidentified flying objects began to appear across the world with increasing frequency, seemingly from nowhere. This growing mystery led some researchers to connect two powerful ideas: the sudden rise of UFO sightings and the secret advanced technology of Nazi Germany. During the war, German scientists were working on highly advanced weapons, including early jet aircraft, long-range rockets like the V-2, and experimental propulsion systems that were far ahead of their time. At the same time, parts of the Nazi leadership were deeply interested in the occult, ancient myths, and hidden powers, believing they could harness esoteric forces for military advantage. Within that world of secrecy, certain underground groups are often mentioned. One of the most famous is the Thule Society, which focused on Aryan mythology and the idea of a hidden inner earth, seeking to unlock ancient secrets. Alongside it, another group began to appear in these stories, the Vril Society. This group was said to believe in a mysterious force called Vril, an energy source that could power machines and enhance the mind, a vital cosmic energy. According to these stories, members of the Vril Society practiced meditation and rituals to contact non-human intelligences, possibly beings from other planets or even from within the Earth itself, seeking forbidden knowledge. Some theories suggest these ideas were not only spiritual, but also applied to real technology, influencing the design of advanced weaponry. Certain Nazi scientists are said to have tried turning these mystical beliefs into working machines, leading to the development of revolutionary aircraft. Three names appear frequently in these stories: Haunebu, Vril, and Die Glock, meaning the bell. These were supposedly experimental aircraft, disc-shaped, silent, and powered by unknown forms of energy, possibly even anti-gravity, allowing for impossible maneuvers. Of all these, Die Glocke is the most well-known, described as a bell-shaped machine that gave off a strange, almost ethereal glow and made eerie noises when in operation. Some claimed it could fly without wings, defying gravity, while others believed it had the power to manipulate time or space. A true time machine. Much of this comes from later writers and researchers, and there is little physical evidence to support these claims. Most documents describing these supposed technologies are missing, unverified, or never existed, adding to their elusive nature. But the idea remains one of the most famous and persistent parts of the Nazi UFO theory. After the war, these stories only grew stronger, fueled by the vacuum of information and the general sense of global unease. In 1947, just 2 years after Germany's defeat, the world saw the first major wave of UFO sightings, beginning with Kenneth Arnold's famous flying saucers over Mount Rainier. Some researchers began to wonder if these objects were from space or advanced machines secretly developed by German scientists. That same year, the United States launched Operation Paperclip, a secret program that brought hundreds of German scientists to America, many of whom had worked on Nazi weapons programs. These scientists went on to help develop US rocket systems and advanced aircraft, revolutionizing American technology. Some believe they also brought hidden knowledge about flying disc technology, carefully integrated into existing projects. A few even think that some of the early UFO sightings were test flights of secret machines built from Nazi designs, or perhaps even captured alien technology. The Soviet Union also captured scientists, documents, and equipment as spoils of war. Both superpowers were racing to master any technology that could give them an edge during the burgeoning Cold War. But one part of the theory goes even deeper, my sleepy friends. Some believe that the Nazis didn't build these machines alone, that they had help, an unseen hand guiding their technological pursuits. According to these stories, Nazi leaders made direct contact with non-human beings, whether from another planet or another dimension, who shared their knowledge in secret through clandestine meetings, vivid dreams, or direct mental communication. These beings, it is said, provided the blueprints for the advanced flying discs and other miraculous technologies. According to some, after the war, top Nazi scientists and leaders, along with their supposed alien allies, escaped to their hidden bases in Antarctica, continuing their work in secret, far from the prying eyes of the victorious Allies. In the decades that followed, books, magazines, and television shows helped spread these ideas, weaving them into the fabric of popular culture. Theories linking Nazi science, UFOs, and aliens grew more detailed and dramatic, culminating in elaborate narratives of underground civilizations and cosmic pacts. Some claim the Nazis worked directly with extraterrestrials. Others say they discovered lost technology from ancient civilizations, remnants of a forgotten world that existed long before recorded history. Historians agree that Nazi Germany was far ahead of its time in many areas of weapons development, with jet fighters, advanced rockets, and unusual aircraft being very real. But when it comes to flying discs, anti-gravity machines, or alien contact, there is no solid evidence. Most documents describing these things are missing, unverified, or never existed, remaining firmly in the realm of speculation. However, stories like this have never disappeared. If anything, the age of satellites and high-resolution imaging has brought even more attention to the mysterious corners of Antarctica, allowing armchair explorers to scan the icy expanse from their homes. Today, sightings of strange objects, unusual formations, and unexplained shapes on the icy continent are more frequent than ever, fueled by public curiosity and readily available satellite data. With platforms like Google Earth, everyday users can now scan the frozen wilderness from their screens, often discovering anomalies that spark widespread debate. In recent years, one particular image from the southern Atlantic sector of Antarctica drew international attention. It appeared to show a long, straight trail marked in the ice, ending in a massive dark object resting at an angle, half buried in the snow. The image quickly spread online, with many calling it the crash site of a large, unidentified flying object, perhaps a secret military craft or something not of this world. The visible trail suggested movement across the ice, a dramatic skid mark on the pristine surface, and the shape of the object, partially buried, half exposed, was enough to ignite a wave of theories and passionate discussions. Some believed it was a secret aircraft, a cutting-edge prototype gone awry, while others suggested something not of this world, an extraterrestrial visitor. Another satellite photo showed a strange oval structure half covered in snow, standing out conspicuously against the smooth white surface. Its rounded shape and symmetrical design made it seem strikingly artificial, unlike any natural formation. Some online sleuths claimed it looked like a large disc, possibly even a buried craft, slowly being uncovered by melting ice, hinting at its true nature. Others noted its smooth, curved edges and proposed that it might not be a machine at all, but part of a larger, hidden structure, suggesting it could be an entrance to an underground facility, a secret base hidden in plain sight. But not all sightings appeared technological in nature. One of the most widely discussed satellite discoveries resembled a massive face staring up from the snow. Deep in the southeastern region of Antarctica, people spotted what looked like the frozen features of a large head, with eyes, a nose and a mouth, all carved into the white surface, perfectly rendered by shadows and ice. The image was quickly labelled an alien face, a relic of an ancient civilization, while others compared it to mythical beings or colossal ancient statues akin to the Sphinx of Giza. The idea that something or someone had left their indelible mark in the ice began circulating rapidly, suggesting an intentional carving. For some, it was another sign that Antarctica held the remnants of a lost past, a forgotten civilization leaving its signature. For others, it was a modern sign of watchers still present beneath the ice, observing humanity from their hidden strongholds. Elsewhere on the continent, a satellite view of a lonely iceberg caught attention when it appeared to resemble a large ship, tilted and half submerged in the sea ice. From a certain angle, it looked eerily like a cruise liner made of ice, complete with what looked like windows, a deck, and even funnels, as if a ghostly ship were trapped in time. While no one claimed it was an actual vessel, the sharp geometric lines of the formation led to suggestions that it had been shaped or perhaps constructed by intelligent design, defying natural processes. Theories ranged from secret engineering experiments to abandoned relics from an unknown past, locked in ice and slowly being revealed to the modern world. Other photos and on-the-ground reports described perfectly preserved seal bodies found miles away from the ocean, high in the mountains, far from any natural habitat. These mummified remains, sometimes hundreds or even thousands of years old, were found far from any known migration paths or food sources. No one fully understands how or why the animals ended up there, or what drew them so far inland, deep into the continent's interior. Some believe they were chasing glimmers of light on distant glaciers, mistaking them for water, a fatal mirage. Others suggest that the remains mark something more unusual, perhaps a dramatic change in climate long ago, or paths that existed when the land was different, hinting at a shifting landscape. To some, they are natural puzzles, intriguing biological anomalies. To others, they are silent clues left by the past, waiting for someone to decipher their true meaning. Scientists around the world continue to offer logical explanations for many of the strange stories tied to Antarctica. They emphasize the powerful forces of science, the harsh realities of weather conditions, and the intricate processes of geology. But for many others, the explanations are not convincing, failing to fully account for the observed phenomena. The fact that Antarctica remains one of the most restricted and heavily controlled places on Earth is, for them, proof enough that someone is hiding the truth, that there is more to this continent than meets the eye. The roots of this deep-seated suspicion lead back to one key event: the signing of the Antarctic Treaty. On December 1st, 1959, just as the Cold War was beginning to heat up, a time of immense global tension and ideological conflict, 12 nations came together in Washington, D.C. to sign a treaty that would change the future of Antarctica forever. These countries, including the United States, the Soviet Union, and the United Kingdom, otherwise fierce adversaries, had all been involved in scientific research during the International Geophysical Year of 1957 to 58, a period of unprecedented international scientific cooperation. What they signed was short in length, just 14 articles, but the agreement would soon become one of the most unusual and effective diplomatic arrangements in modern history, a rare beacon of harmony. The Antarctic Treaty officially came into force on June 23, 1961. It declared that the entire continent south of the 60th parallel would be used only for peaceful purposes, a stark contrast to the global arms race. Military activity was banned, as were nuclear tests and the dumping of radioactive waste, ensuring its pristine nature. Scientific research was to be free and open to all signatories, fostering collaboration and shared knowledge. Countries could not make new territorial claims or expand existing ones, effectively freezing territorial disputes, and anyone conducting research had to share their findings with the world, promoting transparency. At first glance, it seemed like a noble effort, a way to preserve a unique environment for science and peace, a testament to international goodwill. Over the years, more countries signed on. Today, over 50 nations are part of the agreement, making it a truly global accord. But it is exactly this sudden cooperation at a time when many of these countries were otherwise in deep conflict that has led some to question the true purpose of the treaty. The treaty was signed just 14 years after the devastation of World War II, with the Cold War in full swing, and the United States and the Soviet Union competing fiercely in arms, space, and global influence. Yet, Amidst this intense rivalry, these same countries somehow agreed to completely demilitarize the largest unexplored landmass on Earth, suspending their geopolitical differences for this one continent. For some, that timing feels too convenient, raising one central, provocative question. What exactly was happening in Antarctica that was so important, so compelling, that it forced such disparate powers to unite? Today, Antarctica is not technically off limits, but access is strictly controlled, far more so than any other continent. Only a small number of scientists are allowed to live and work there, and even they need special approval, extensive training, and specialized equipment. Tourists can visit, but only in specific coastal areas and under close supervision, with strict rules about where they can go and what they can do. The vast interior, covering millions of square kilometers, remains almost completely inaccessible, a true wilderness. There are areas where aircraft are not allowed to fly, and certain regions are marked as off-limits due to environmental protection, or, some speculate, for other unspoken reasons. Research stations can only be visited with permission, and all activities are closely monitored. All of these rules are part of what makes Antarctica feel like a forbidden world, a place where secrets might be kept. Some believe that alien technology lies buried under the ice, recovered from ancient crashes, or hidden by advanced beings. Others think Antarctica was once home to a lost civilization, perhaps a true physical manifestation of Atlantis, whose remnants lie frozen beneath the surface. There are even those who argue that governments are conducting secret experiments there, far from public oversight and scrutiny, experimenting with advanced weaponry or unknown biological agents. The secrecy, the surveillance, the restrictions, all of it, in their view, points to the truth being kept from us, a grand conspiracy playing out on the world stage. Over time, the Antarctic Treaty expanded into what is now called the Antarctic Treaty System, including additional agreements and environmental rules, with its own secretariat based in Buenos Aires. Every year, member countries meet to discuss science, safety, and preservation. But these meetings are not open to the public, adding another layer of opacity. While many argue that the system effectively protects Antarctica's pristine environment and scientific value, others say it protects something else entirely, something far more profound and perhaps dangerous. While for most people, Antarctica is nothing more than a forbidden continent, a realm of myths and conspiracies, for scientists, it is much more than that. For them, Antarctica is a huge natural laboratory, a place where the past is preserved in ice, and where the future of our planet may already be written, a vast, living record of Earth's history. Despite the many myths, conspiracies, and legends, Antarctica's true importance may be even more extraordinary, not because of what it hides, but because of what it reveals about our planet and our place in the universe. For decades, scientific missions to Antarctica have given us a clearer understanding of the world we live in, providing crucial data on global climate systems. Deep within its thick ice sheet, more than 4 kilometers deep in some places, are trapped layers of ancient air. Each layer is a time capsule, holding invaluable data on temperature, atmospheric gases, and environmental changes that go back over 1 million years. A geological thermometer and atmospheric archive. By drilling into the ice and analysing these ancient air bubbles, researchers can study Earth's climate history with unparalleled detail and compare it to today's rapidly warming world, allowing for more accurate climate models. The discovery of the ozone hole above Antarctica in 1985 was just one dramatic example of how Antarctic science can uncover invisible but global threats, proving its critical role in environmental monitoring. And while the ice offers a profound window into the past, Antarctica's future may be shaped by something far less expected: invaders. These invaders are real, and they are alive, often tiny, but with potentially catastrophic consequences. Scientists now warn of an increasing number of non-native species reaching Antarctica, carried inadvertently by ships, aircraft, food supplies, and even people's shoes, hitchhiking their way to the pristine continent. A single housefly sneaking aboard a research vessel or a seed stuck to a jacket can become a serious biosecurity threat, capable of disrupting delicate ecosystems. In 2014, a hydroponic facility at Australia's Davis Station, designed to grow fresh vegetables in the harsh environment, was overrun by a tiny alien species, a springtail, never before seen in that part of the continent. They multiplied quickly in the warm, moist environment and were discovered floating across the water surface, a biological invasion in miniature. Scientists responded immediately. The entire facility was shut down, sterilised, and eventually removed from the site, treated like a viral outbreak, highlighting the extreme measures taken to protect the continent. In this fragile ecosystem, even the smallest intruder can cause unpredictable and irreversible damage. Other invasions have been harder to detect, insidious and slow-moving. A mushroom fly found in the sewage system of a research station refused to disappear for over 20 years, a persistent alien presence. Marine species, such as mussels from distant parts of the world, have also been found along the Antarctic Peninsula, likely transported by the hulls of tourist ships or research vessels, clinging to the submerged surfaces. Though small, these creatures can change entire ecosystems if allowed to spread, outcompeting native species and altering food webs. With warmer temperatures melting the outer edges of Antarctica, many areas once protected by impenetrable ice may soon become accessible to humans and to pests, creating new pathways for invasion. For scientists, these biological incursions are not just practical problems, they are urgent warnings. The balance of life in Antarctica is delicate, evolved over millions of years in isolation, a unique evolutionary laboratory. And now, that isolation is breaking down. Researchers are racing against time to document native species before they are pushed out by newcomers, trying to preserve what remains. Antarctica may be the last place on Earth untouched by industrial development, but that protection is no longer guaranteed. Some researchers have even suggested that the invasion of non-native life might offer clues to a much broader question. What happens when two ecosystems or two worlds collide? In this sense, the arrival of foreign organisms in Antarctica mirrors the curiosity behind theories of alien life. When scientists speak of alien species, they do not mean beings from other planets, but the concept is not far off. These organisms are unknown, arriving from outside, changing the environment in unpredictable ways, much like an extraterrestrial invasion might. As Antarctica warms and becomes more accessible, the continent is entering a new phase, a period of dramatic and irreversible change. Tourism is growing, with more cruise ships navigating its icy waters, and supply routes are expanding, bringing more human activity. The natural barriers that once protected it, the bitter cold, the violent seas, the sheer remoteness, are starting to weaken, making it vulnerable. For science, this means opportunity and danger in equal measure. Another big question scientists are trying to answer on this hidden continent might be the most important one for the whole planet, for all of humanity. Over the past century, average global temperatures have risen at an alarming rate, a trend that is accelerating. But few places have felt this change as deeply as Antarctica. The Antarctic Peninsula, in particular, is warming faster than nearly anywhere else on Earth. In some regions, temperatures have increased by nearly 3 degrees Celsius in just the last 50 years, a dramatic and concerning shift. As a result, glaciers are retreating at an unprecedented rate. Sea ice is melting earlier each year, and entire ice shelves have begun to collapse, breaking off into the ocean. These changes are not just local, they are global. Antarctica holds about 90% of the world's fresh water in its thick ice sheets, an immense reservoir. If this ice melts, sea levels around the world will rise, threatening coastal cities and low-lying islands. The complete melting of the West Antarctic ice sheet alone could raise global sea levels by more than 3 meters, enough to inundate vast swathes of human habitation. While a full collapse might take centuries, the process may have already started, with irreversible consequences. And as the ice recedes, exposing land that has not seen sunlight for millions of years, scientists are starting to ask a question that once seemed unthinkable. Will Antarctica become green again? It may sound impossible, a vision from a distant past, but this continent has not always been covered in ice. Around 100 million years ago, during the age of the dinosaurs, Antarctica was a warm and forested land, a vibrant, temperate continent. Fossil records show that the continent once supported rich ecosystems with trees, ferns, and even wildfires, suggesting a climate capable of sustaining lush vegetation. Beneath today's thick layers of ice lie the remnants of ancient rivers, valleys, and entire landscapes frozen in time, waiting to be revealed. If the world continues to warm at its current rate, parts of Antarctica, especially the coastlines, may slowly return to those earlier conditions, transforming once again into a more hospitable environment. Some scientists believe that by the end of this century, warmer temperatures and increased rainfall could allow for grasslands and hardy plants to grow along the fringes of the continent, painting patches of green across the white. Invasive species like bluegrass have already been spotted on the peninsula, taking root in newly exposed areas, and colonies of Gentoo penguins, which prefer milder conditions, have begun moving farther south, following the retreating ice. In the next 200 years, experts suggest that certain areas, especially near the coast, may become mild enough to support limited agriculture, a stark contrast to its current barrenness. Barley, potatoes, and grazing animals could survive short growing seasons in carefully chosen locations, creating self-sustaining outposts. According to scientists, it is even possible that small human colonies could one day exist there without relying entirely on imported food, becoming truly self-sufficient. However, this potential greening comes with a steep price, a global catastrophe. The melting of ice sheets will drastically alter Earth's climate systems, leading to more extreme weather events. Rising seas will threaten coastal cities across the globe, displacing millions and redrawing coastlines. Ecosystems that have survived in isolation for millions of years could be overwhelmed by new species, leading to extinctions and a loss of biodiversity. And the very landscapes that draw scientists to Antarctica, the untouched wilderness, the frozen silence, the pristine beauty, may be lost forever, replaced by something entirely different. Antarctica's extreme conditions, including its months of darkness and low solar angles, will continue to limit what is possible, even under extreme warming. For most of the continent, especially deep inland, it will remain too cold, too dry, and too dark to support anything like traditional farming or long-term settlements. But along its edges, where the sun shines longer and the temperatures rise higher, life may begin to return, a poignant harbinger of a changed world. The future of Antarctica is still uncertain, a grand experiment playing out on a planetary scale. Some believe it may become Earth's last refuge, a cold sanctuary for life as equatorial regions grow hotter and less habitable. Others warn that once we lose control of ice melt, the consequences will move far beyond what we can predict or manage, unleashing forces we cannot comprehend. What is certain is that the world is watching. Antarctica, long seen as a frozen relic, is becoming a mirror of human impact and a symbol of what is to come, a warning and a promise. Scientists will continue to monitor its changes from remote bases and satellite eyes, searching the ice for clues not only to our past, but to our future, hoping to understand its profound message. The forbidden continent is no longer as silent as it once was. Its glaciers are cracking, its weather is shifting, and its secrets are beginning to thaw. Until the ice fully reveals what it has hidden, Antarctica remains the last great unknown. A land of silence, science, and suspicion. Now, my dear friends, as the mysteries of Antarctica swirl in your minds, allow your own thoughts to drift. Perhaps you'll dream of ancient pyramids beneath the ice, or perhaps of tiny microbes thriving in hidden lakes. Whatever your dreams may hold, know that the world is full of wonder, both seen and unseen. Rest well, and I'll be here, purring softly, ready to guide you on another adventure into the unknown. Good night, my sleepy friends. Meow. 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 Hello, my dear sleepy friends. It's me, Golden Chonk, your perfect guide to the mysteries hidden in time and sand. Tonight, we journey to a place of legend and wonder, a land whispered about since antiquity. What if everything we've been told about Atlantis is wrong? Imagine a lost civilization, not submerged beneath the waves, but hidden within the sands of Africa's greatest desert. We're journeying to the Richat structure, also known as the Eye of the Sahara. Could this mysterious geological formation be the true location of Atlantis? Stay with me, Golden Chonk, as we unravel astonishing evidence and explore the secrets of Atlantis, the sunken continent beneath the Eye of the Sahara. A story that might just rewrite history as we know it. Imagine, if you will, a great civilization spoken of only in hushed tones and ancient scrolls. A city of concentric circles gleaming under the sun, overflowing with riches and knowledge, pride and power. And then, in one fateful day and night, vanished without a trace. Atlantis. The very name conjures images of a golden age lost to time, a paradise swallowed by the sea. But what if, just what if, that fabled city did not sink under the ocean at all? What if it lies hidden in an unlikely place, beneath endless drifting sands? What if the Sahara Desert, silent and empty under the moonlight, holds the key to this enduring mystery? Could it be that the Eye of the Sahara, a massive circular formation etched in African soil, is gazing up at the stars with ancient secrets locked within its rings? What if Atlantis is not as lost as we think, but simply sleeping beneath our very feet? Close your eyes and settle into your coziest spot. Let the gentle rumble of my purrs relax you as we set sail on a sea of imagination. In this calm and dreamy journey, we'll wander through 10 chapters of our tale. We'll recall the myth of Atlantis, decipher the philosopher's clues left in old texts, and see the eye revealed in the remote Sahara. We'll listen for ancient echoes in the desert, peruse the forbidden maps that hint at hidden lands, and ponder suppressed evidence of civilizations unknown. We'll entertain the alien architect theory for the more fantastical possibilities. Envision a continent in the sand stretching beneath dunes and trace echoes of a lost race in our world today. Finally, as the night deepens, we'll witness Atlantis awakens, not with noise or fury, but softly in the stirrings of curiosity and hope. So breathe deeply, dear one, and let's begin our adventure into the unknown. Chapter 1. The Myth of Atlantis. Let me tell you a secret from the pages of time. A story passed down for over 2 millennia. In the warm glow of lamplight, the ancient Greek philosopher Plato once wove a tale for his students, a tale of a mighty island empire called Atlantis. In his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, written around 360 BC, Plato describes a land beyond the known world. An island larger than Libya and Asia Minor put together, a place of astounding wealth and beauty. According to the story, Atlantis existed some 9,000 years before Plato's era. That would be over 11,000 years ago from today, long before any civilization we currently know. It was a time when, as the Egyptian priests in the story said, other nations were still young, and great kingdoms rose and fell long before the first pyramids or temples we recognize. In Plato's myth, Atlantis was a utopia of sorts, blessed by the sea god Poseidon and made splendid by the labor of its people. The island boasted fertile plains yielding rich harvests and mountains to the north that caught gentle rains. Exotic animals roamed its fields, including elephants, the largest beasts, which gives you a sense of how lush and abundant this land must have been. At the center of Atlantis stood its marvelous capital city, arranged in concentric circles of land and water. Imagine rings like a target. 2 rings of land separated by rings of seawater, all surrounding a central island. Bridges and canals connected the rings, and at the very heart, on the central island, rose golden temples and the palace of the kings of Atlantis. The buildings glittered with precious metals. One metal in particular, orichalcum, glowed with a ruddy fire and was said to be second only to gold in value. The Atlanteans mined orichalcum from their land and paneled the walls of their temples with it, so that at sunrise and sunset, the whole city would shimmer red and gold, a sight to behold. Atlantean society, as the legend goes, was powerful and technologically advanced. They dug a great canal from the city to the sea, carving harbours and docks to berth hundreds of ships. They built irrigation networks to water their vast plain and engineered magnificent architecture. Their influence spread far beyond their island. The mythic tale says the Atlanteans ruled over many islands and lands, even extending their dominion into parts of Libya as far as Egypt and Europe as far as Italy. They grew proud and ambitious, and in time, they sought to subjugate all the Mediterranean peoples. Only the Proto-Athenians, the ancestors of the Greeks, stood against them and managed to halt their advance. According to the story Plato recounts, it's a grand tale of hubris and downfall, one meant as much to teach a lesson as to recount history. And then, in a single night of divine wrath, it all ended. The tale tells us that the gods grew displeased with Atlantis' pride and greed. In one grievous day and night, violent earthquakes shook the land and the island of Atlantis sank beneath the sea, vanishing into mud and water. An entire civilization gone in a blink of an eye. The ocean swallowed Atlantis so completely that navigation became impossible in that area. The sea turned shallow, clogged with silt and debris from the sunken island, a shoal of mud, as Plato describes, that made the waters impassable. Imagine the trauma of that memory echoing down the ages. An ocean turning thick and brown, boats unable to pass, and beneath the waves, where a flourishing city once stood, only silence and ruins remained. It's a haunting image, isn't it? For centuries, readers of Plato debated whether the tale of Atlantis was history or mere allegory. You see, Plato was a philosopher with a penchant for embedding lessons in his stories. Many scholars have thought Atlantis was just a parable, a cautionary fable about the dangers of arrogance, meant to highlight the virtues of an ideal society, represented by ancient Athens, versus a decadent one, Atlantis. In fact, most classicists view Atlantis as a fictional device Plato used to make a point. And yet, the level of detail in the story is tantalizing. Plato provides specific descriptions, the exact layout of the city, the surrounding geography, even measurements. He writes that the diameter of the Atlantean capital's outermost ring was 127 stadia, which modern estimates put around 23 kilometers or 14 miles. He names the god Poseidon's mortal wife Cleito and their 10 sons who became the first kings of Atlantis. He describes bridges and horse racing tracks on the outer ring, and even the colors of the stone quarried from the ground, black, white, red, which the Atlanteans used to build their walls. These vivid particulars feel like memories of a real place. Over the years, countless people, explorers, archaeologists, mystics, and dreamers of all stripes, have become enchanted by the Atlantis story. It's not hard to see why. A lost utopian civilization destroyed by a cataclysm is the stuff of enduring legend, tapping into our collective imagination. There's a deep human yearning in it, the possibility that we were once more advanced or enlightened, and that knowledge was lost, but perhaps could be found again. And of course, the dramatic mystery. If Atlantis really existed, where is it now? Could any trace be left for us to find after so many millennia? In the golden evening of the ancient world, other writers after Plato mentioned Atlantis too, though often they were just remarking on Plato's tale rather than providing new info. Some ancient historians like Strabo or Plutarch alluded to Atlantis in passing, and later, philosophers like Proclus kept the discussion alive. But none gave us more detail than Plato's original account from the Egyptian priests. That only deepened the enigma. The Egyptians, according to Plato, had preserved records of Atlantis on the walls of a temple in the city of Sais. If true, those records are long lost, perhaps burned with the library of Alexandria or crumbled to dust in the desert. And so, for ages, Atlantis lay in the realm of myth and conjecture. Was it simply a moral story? A distorted memory of some other historical event, like the volcanic destruction of the island of Therasos Santorini, which did wipe out a Bronze Age civilization? Or was it an actual place waiting to be rediscovered? As you listen and drowse, let the uncertainty itself become part of the allure. In every age, there have been whispers that maybe, just maybe, Atlantis was real. And if it was, we must consider where such a place could have been. For how does an entire continent or island hide from history? Perhaps only by changing its form, from lush land to deep ocean, or maybe from ocean to sand. Keep that thought close as we continue. The myth of Atlantis has set the stage, painting in broad strokes a portrait of a lost paradise. Now it's time to seek the clues that might anchor this tale in reality. Let's step gently from legend into the realm of clues and possibilities, guided by the words of philosophers and the watchful gaze of the night. Chapter 2. The Philosopher's Clues. To find a lost land, one must start with the clues left behind, even if those clues come from a philosopher's pen in a time when myth and history intertwined. Plato, being our primary source, gave a surprising amount of information about Atlantis' location and nature within his dialogues. Let us sift through those ancient words, like archaeologists brushing sand off a fossil, to see what hints glimmer beneath. According to Plato's narrative, the story of Atlantis was relayed to the Greek lawgiver Solon by Egyptian priests around 600 BC. Solon, visiting the city of Sais in Egypt, was told that the Egyptians kept records far older than any in Greece. A learned priest pointed to temple inscriptions that recounted a great empire beyond the Mediterranean world, the mighty Atlantis, and the war it waged against the early Mediterranean peoples. The priest teased Solon by saying the Greeks had forgotten their own past, like children with no memory, whereas the Egyptians had written accounts of an epoch 9,000 years before, when Athens and Atlantis both were great. So the first clue is temporal. Atlantis' fall occurred 9,000 years before Solon's time. That places it roughly around 9600 BC. To put that in perspective, that's the end of the last ice age, an epoch when humans were just beginning to transition from nomadic life to farming in some parts of the world. A stunningly early date for an advanced civilization, a clue that, if taken seriously, implies the standard timeline of history might have missing chapters. What about geography? Plato situates Atlantis beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which was the ancient term for the narrow strait we know as the Strait of Gibraltar, where the Mediterranean Sea opens into the Atlantic Ocean. Beyond the Pillars, in the true ocean, the Atlantic, lay an island empire. He describes Atlantis as an island, yes, but also uses the word in Greek nesos, which can mean not only island, but also peninsula or land bounded by water in some way. Interestingly, he says Atlantis ruled other islands and even parts of the adjacent continent. He also mentions that Atlantis was in front of the Pillars of Hercules, implying perhaps that as one exited the Mediterranean, Atlantis was right there across the sea, not extremely far off in the Atlantic depths. From Atlantis, one could travel to other islands and eventually to a real continent on the opposite side of the Atlantic, perhaps hinting at the Americas, or perhaps just poetically speaking of a great expanse beyond. So the classical placement has always been assumed to be somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean, west of Gibraltar. Many past seekers looked to the Azores, or Canary Islands, or imagined a mid-Atlantic continent now sunk. But hold that thought, because not all clues point seaward, some point inward. Plato describes the plain of Atlantis as a broad, rectangular plain surrounded by mountains that descended toward the sea. The plain was said to open to the ocean on its south and was sheltered by mountains to its north. Rivers flowed from those mountains across the plain. Now imagine northern Africa's geography. The Sahara Desert today has the Atlas Mountains in the northwest and various highlands in its interior. In a different climate, could there have been a fertile plain in what is now the Sahara, bordered by mountains and open to the sea in the south or west? It's a curious parallel to consider, but we will get to the Sahara soon. For now, keep in mind that the directions north and south in Plato's clues might align with real features somewhere, if not out in the Atlantic, then perhaps along a coast or even inland. Another clue lies in the name Atlantis itself and its linguistic relatives. The island's first king in the story was Atlas, son of Poseidon, and thus the land took his name, as did the ocean around it, the Atlantic. Coincidence or not, we have the Atlas Mountains in Morocco and Algeria, and legend calls the ocean beyond them the Atlantic because of either Atlas the Titan or King Atlas in myth. And then there's an intriguing point. A region in northwest Africa, modern Morocco's Mauritania, was known in antiquity as the Kingdom of Mauritania, whose king at one time, in later classical history, was also named Atlas in some accounts. Could the Greek Atlantis tale have tangled roots with African names and legends? The word Atlantes was even used by Herodotus, an ancient Greek historian before Plato, to describe a people living in Libya, northwest Africa, near Mount Atlas, who do not dream in their sleep. A strange, almost mystical reference. It's a slim thread, but perhaps an echo of Atlanteans making its way into Greek knowledge, or simply a name reused. Still, the recurrence of Atlas in that region is worth a sleepy thought. Let's examine a key passage from Plato, as it holds a vital clue that will steer our journey. He wrote that when Atlantis sank, it created impassable mud shoals, making the sea above it unnavigable. Now, picture the aftermath of a sunken land. If an entire large island collapsed beneath the waves, the seafloor and sediments might indeed rise closer to the surface in spots, creating shoals or shallows. But Plato insists ships could not get through the area. This has perplexed many because in the open Atlantic Ocean, how would mud shoals block ships for long? Currents would disperse silt and the ocean is deep. One interpretation is that Plato or his sources were describing something more like an inland sea or a shallow oceanic basin that became choked with sediment. Perhaps Atlantis was not in the deep Atlantic at all, but in a seaway that could be filled with debris when disaster struck. If we entertain that notion, is there a place that fits? There have been wild theories. Some thought of the North Sea, which was once land called Doggerland that flooded after the Ice Age. But that's far from the Pillars of Hercules. Others consider the Caribbean or the Mediterranean like the eruption of Santorini, which devastated Minoan Crete and matches some of Plato's story, but not all. And then, some eyes have turned to the west coast of Africa, where vast stretches of the Sahara might once have held lakes or even shallow seas that have since dried or silted up. The idea of an impassable mud brings to mind a marsh or dried seabed, doesn't it? Could Atlantis have been a flourishing oasis that turned into a muddy swamp and then to desert? These interpretations stretch the text, but they are food for thought as we gather clues. Plato's clues also include curious details of Atlantean engineering. They dug a huge canal 300 feet wide through their outer rings to connect the city to the ocean. And they had hot and cold springs, magnificent baths, and racetracks. They even built temples with enormous statues, one of Poseidon driving 6 winged horses. It's a picture of a highly developed culture. If any of that were true, in a literal sense, remnants would likely have sunk in the sea or been buried by now. Yet, some tantalizing pieces of the puzzle continue to emerge. For instance, there are ancient ruins on seabeds in various parts of the world. We will muse on those later. And unexplained megaliths in places they shouldn't be, given our mainstream timeline of civilization. It's important to note, my dear friend drifting in and out of wakefulness, that mainstream historians and archaeologists remain skeptical that Atlantis was ever a real place. And indeed, Plato's own student, Aristotle, reportedly quipped that his teacher, who invented Atlantis, also destroyed it, suggesting it was all made up. And yet, the clues remain. The specific time frame, the location beyond known waters, the concentric rings, the grand size, the sudden inundation. These clues beckon the curious. They have led many a seeker to propose one location after another, from the island of Santorini in the Aegean to the submerged island of Bimini in the Bahamas, to the far-off notions of Antarctica or Indonesia. Atlantis has been found, in theory, dozens of times in dozens of places, each theory grabbing onto certain clues and overlooking others. But one of the newest and most captivating theories has brought us here, to the edge of the Sahara Desert. It takes Plato's clues and matches them in an unexpected way to a natural marvel in Mauritania, the so-called Eye of the Sahara. How does a desert fit the story of a drowned island? That is the mystery we are here to unravel gently. Perhaps the word island was mistranslated. Perhaps the sea that swallowed Atlantis was not the Atlantic Ocean, but a flood of a different kind. Perhaps, indeed, Atlantis did not sink under waves, but sank beneath sand and time. Let's leave the musty halls of Plato's Academy now, carrying the clues we've gathered like a lantern to light our path. We have in hand an ancient map of words that point beyond the Mediterranean to an empire with circular city rings, near mountains, by a plain, destroyed by a flood of mud. And far away, on the other side of the world, known to the Greeks, lies a vast desert where an eye-shaped structure peers into the sky. In the next chapter, under the soft glow of stars, we'll glide over endless dunes to behold that Eye of the Sahara and let it tell its story. Chapter 3. The Eye Revealed. Our journey now carries us high above the African continent, as though on the wings of a night bird, or perhaps in the mind's eye of an astronaut gazing down from orbit. Below stretches the mighty Sahara Desert, an ocean of sand larger than the United States, silent waves of dunes and rocks stretching to every horizon. In the daytime, this land is sun-scorched and shimmering with heat, but under the moon's gentle gaze it cools and quiets, a silver-grey expanse of mystery. As we drift over Mauritania in the Western Sahara, something startling suddenly appears in the monotony of sand and stone. A vast set of concentric circles, almost like a ripple frozen in the earth, or the iris of a giant eye staring back at us. This is the Rishat structure, affectionately nicknamed the Eye of the Sahara. In this soft desert night, the eye lies unveiled in pale relief. A circular geologic wonder up to 25 miles across, etched into the desolation. For ages, only local nomadic peoples knew of this curious formation, perhaps seeing parts of its rings while traveling by camel across the Adrar Plateau. To them, it was just another part of the landscape, perhaps even a sacred or peculiar one. In local Arabic, it's sometimes called Kelb Rishat, meaning the Eye of Rishat, as if acknowledging it as a giant eye of the earth. But to the outside world, the eye remained hidden until the era of modern exploration. French geologists in the 20th century stumbled upon it while mapping, thinking at first it might be an ancient meteor impact crater because of its circular shape. Yet no evidence of an impact was found, no shatter cones, no meteoritic minerals. Later, as scientists studied it more, they realized it was a natural formation, essentially a geologic dome uplifted by volcanic forces long ago and then eroded for millions of years into concentric ridges. The different rings are layers of rock, some harder, some softer, weathering unevenly to create a bullseye pattern in the earth. The Rishat structure's rings span a diameter of about 40 kilometers, 25 miles, as NASA satellites have measured. That's about the size of a major metropolitan city and its suburbs, or as some like to say, the size of Paris. From above, especially from the perspective of space, this formation is strikingly orderly for a product of nature. No wonder astronauts often noted the eye as a landmark. In the blank emptiness of the Sahara, it jumps out, a great swirl of blues, whites and browns, the colors of various rock types and salts. It almost looks like an enormous fossil snail shell embedded in the desert, or the impression of a giant saucer. Seeing it, one cannot help but think of a planned structure, a design. Now, in our dreamy exploration, we overlay Plato's description onto this peculiar site. 5 rings, alternating water and land, surrounding a central island. The Eye of the Sahara, as it appears today, consists of ring-shaped ridges and valleys. One can imagine, if water were to fill those lower valleys and the higher rings remained as land, it would form a pattern not unlike Atlantis City, ring-shaped waterways encircling land. In fact, when explorers and enthusiasts first got detailed images of Rishat, many were astonished at the similarity in form. Could it be a coincidence, or was this a case of nature mirroring myth? The Rishat's outer diameter, as mentioned, is roughly 40 kilometers. But interestingly, some measure the inner rings to about 23 kilometers across, in the ballpark of Plato's 127 stadia measurement for the city. Is that precise or just creative counting? Hard to say, but it certainly ignites the imagination. Think of how Plato said Atlantis had mountains to the north. Indeed, just north of the Rishat structure lie ancient hills and plateaus rising above the rings. To the south of the eye, the land opens ultimately towards lower plains and the Atlantic coast. though the coast is a few hundred miles away southwest today. Mauritania's coastlines show evidence of having been inundated by the ocean long ago, and inland from the eye there are dry valleys that once were rivers. If we were to turn back time to the end of the Ice Age, sea levels globally were lower, since a lot of water was locked in glaciers. But as the ice melted, the seas rose rapidly. It's tantalizing to wonder, around 11,600 years ago, the date given by Plato for the flood of Atlantis, the world was undergoing massive climate upheaval. The Sahara was transitioning from a dry Ice Age period to what would become a lush, green Sahara climate. Could cataclysmic floods or rains have swept through this region? Some scientists think that at the end of the Ice Age, sudden sea level jumps and extreme storms did occur as ice caps collapsed. If an Atlantic tsunami or an inland megaflood happened to wash over a low-lying circular plain, well, one could imagine a scenario where a whole city, if one existed there, might be drowned in sediment. Another key correspondence. Atlantis was said to have a river or waterway flowing from it towards the south, through or beside the city, reaching the sea. The Risha structure, in its present form, doesn't have a flowing river. This is hyper-arid desert now. But around its southern perimeter, there are dry channels. More compelling is the evidence from satellite and gravity studies that an enormous ancient river once passed near here. Researchers have identified the outlines of a bygone river system called the Tamanrasset River, which, thousands of years ago during wetter climates, might have been as large as the Nile. This paleo river appears to have collected water from the highlands, even from as far north as the Atlas Mountains in Morocco, and channeled it southward, likely emptying into the Atlantic somewhere on the Mauritanian coast. Some reconstructions of this river's path put tributaries near the area of the Risha structure. If true, then indeed, during Atlantis's purported time, there could have been a lush river valley skirting the eye's vicinity, and possibly even flooding around it. Plato described a flowing water going out through the rings to the sea. Could the Risha have been situated near a river delta or a large inland lake that connected to the ocean? The Sahara's hidden past is full of long-lost waterways, so the idea isn't far-fetched. Consider also Plato's mention of elephants and rich fauna in Atlantis. The Sahara, shockingly to us now, was once teeming with life. In the green times, elephants, giraffes, hippos, and cattle roamed where today only sand and wind persist. In fact, not far from the eye, prehistoric rock art has been found, showing just that. Engravings of elephants and other animals on rocks in the desert, made by humans who lived there when the climate was kinder. Thousands of burial mounds have been discovered lining the ridges around the Risha, and within its outer ring valleys, archaeologists found stone tools from the Neolithic period, the tail end of the Stone Age, when farming began, and even earlier, stretching back tens of thousands of years. This tells us that humans did live around the eye in the distant past, hunting and perhaps herding animals when water was available. Could some memory of an exceptional place in this region have survived through oral traditions, carried to Egypt or elsewhere? One cannot rule out the pathways of story. They are as winding as rivers and sometimes as enduring as mountains. Geologically, mainstream science says the Risha is about 100 million years old as a structure, far too old to have collapsed suddenly in 10,000 BC. But an Atlantean hypothesis might not require the ground itself to collapse. Rather, an extreme flood or series of events that devastated the civilization and left mud behind. When we examine the soils and sediments within the eye's rings, we find layers of clay, silt, and salt deposits that suggest that parts of it were indeed once playa lakes or marshy. In fact, scientists have found evidence that between roughly 15,000 and 5,000 years ago, a window that brackets the supposed Atlantis destruction date, this area saw significant wet episodes. There were accumulations of sediment from flowing water and even fossil freshwater shells. So imagine, after a long, dry glacial period, rains and rivers returned to the Sahara, filling depressions with water. If at the end of that humid period a catastrophic drought or some other change occurred, those lakes could dry and leave salty, muddy flats. Is it too poetic to think that might correspond to Plato's shoal mud, that made a once thriving place unlivable? Perhaps, yet the image resonates. One has to ask, if an advanced city once existed at the Richard structure, why haven't we found pottery, ruins, or obvious traces? Skeptics point out that no clearly identifiable building foundation or pottery shard has been documented in the innermost circles of the eye. And indeed, archaeologists who've surveyed the site found plentiful stone tools and some signs of ancient habitation around the outer rings and nearby wadis, dry riverbeds. But not a city's ruins. However, the Sahara is a harsh preserver of history. Shifting sands can scour and bury, and thousands of years of wind can erode structures to nothing. If buildings were made of less durable materials, mud, brick or wood, they'd be gone by now. Even stone could be worn down over 10 millennia of sand-blasting winds. And remember that if Atlantis sank in this hypothesis, it might mean it was submerged in water temporarily or hit by waves, which could pulverize structures and scatter them. The remaining question is, where are the pieces? Maybe buried under meters of sediment that have since cemented into crusts. Some suggest the fact that artifacts are scarce in the center is because winds have blown them out, or because any ancient settlement's remains are under layers of hardened mud and salt. Now, as we circle slowly above the sleeping eye of the Sahara, imagine it not as dry land, but as it might have been in its prime. Green concentric islands shining under the sun, ringed by canals or lagoons of water. You might hear the distant echo of water flowing and the laughter of people in a thriving market. Perhaps palm and acacia trees grew along the banks, and farm fields sprawled on the plains beyond. Perhaps the rings were partially man-made too, enhanced by Atlantean engineers who saw this natural circular formation as an ideal template for their city and sculpted it further. It's a romantic vision, certainly. One could paint a beautiful mental picture of Atlantis at Richard, mountains with waterfalls to the north, the highlands wringing rain from humid air, sending cascades down. A rich plain extending hundreds of miles, the area that is now flat Hamada Desert, once grassland, and the great river or even a shallow sea bay to the south where ships could sail to and from the city. It gives me a little shiver, a mix of awe and melancholy to stand, in our imagination, on the central island of the eye as dawn breaks, picturing it as it may have been if Atlantis lived here. The rings of water glint golden with sunrise, and beyond them the desert stretches, verdant and alive in that bygone age. Now fast forward in your mind, dark clouds gathering, the ground trembling. Perhaps a series of massive quakes strikes. Mauritania does have faults, though it's not very seismic today. But who knows in the past? The land could crack, releasing underground water, or even causing land to subside. If the coastline was nearby, maybe a monstrous wave came roaring inland. Plato's account speaks of earthquakes and floods together, a 1-2 punch of nature. We can almost hear the panicked cries, the sudden roar of water, the great eye filling with churning brown floodwaters, swirling and smashing everything in their path. In a single night of terror, the grand city could be broken and drowned. And as the waters receded, they left behind a muddy swamp where once stood shining walls, a place now cursed and uninhabitable, slowly drying into salt flats. The survivors, if any, would flee, never to return, passing down the memory of the cataclysm, which, after many retellings and centuries, ends up in an Egyptian temple story, then to Solon, and ultimately to Plato. Could it be true? Or is this all a desert mirage of the mind? The eye of the Sahara has no voice to confirm or deny. It just gazes silently upward, holding its enigma. Some modern investigators have visited the Richard and found oddities like smooth, circular stone fragments that might be interpreted as ancient artifacts, or just as natural concretions. Others claim to have found evidence of a spillway to the southwest of the eye, as if water once breached out that direction towards the ocean, matching the tail of an opening to the sea. But again, mainstream geologists see nothing unusual in those features beyond normal erosion. As often happens with great mysteries, what you find depends largely on what you're looking for. Nonetheless, the eye has captured the imagination of many, and not without reason. It is as if the Earth herself has left a fingerprint here, one that coincidentally, or not, aligns with a mythical lost city's blueprint. Perhaps it's only that, a grand coincidence that inspired a theory. Or perhaps those ancient storytellers of Sais in Egypt knew something more tangible, something passed down from travelers or ancestors about a wondrous circular city far to the west that met a tragic fate. Let's take a gentle breath and step back now. We have seen the eye revealed. We have matched it to Plato's blueprint in tantalizing ways. It stands before us as a possible Atlantis candidate, bearing physical similarities and sitting in a part of the world that, though now barren, was once full of life, and sits just outside the Pillars of Hercules by a certain interpretation. As you relax deeper, your mind might be weaving together the threads, myth, clue, place, into a tapestry of possibility. It's a lovely tapestry, shimmering in the dim light of speculation. Yet, to truly approach truth, or as close as we can in a bedtime story, we must gather more context. If Atlantis was here, or anywhere, why has evidence been so elusive? Are there more hints in ancient maps or writings we haven't considered? And what of those who say such evidence has been deliberately hidden or overlooked? In our next chapter, we shall listen to whispers of old charts and forbidden maps that may hold pieces of the puzzle, guiding us further on our tranquil quest for the sunken continent. Chapter 4. Ancient Echoes in the Desert. The desert is a keeper of memories. Though it seems empty and still, the Sahara holds echoes of a time when it was young and green. As you drift in the comfort of your pillow, imagine the sands around the eye of the Sahara stirring with faint apparitions. Footprints of those who walked here before the dunes, voices carried on a moist breeze that hasn't blown here in ages. These are the ancient echoes in the desert, remnants of a world that might give credence to Atlantis' story. Today, the Sahara is the world's largest hot desert, arid, formidable, an apparent wasteland. But it wasn't always so. Close your eyes and picture the Sahara of 12,000 years ago. The great ice sheets of the north were melting, the world was warming, and seasonal rains were shifting. In North Africa, the desolation began blossoming into grassland and savanna. Year by year, century by century, plants took root and lakes filled, and the desert transformed into what is known as the Green Sahara, or African Humid Period. Between roughly 10,000 BC and 5,000 BC, much of the Sahara was habitable and even hospitable. We know this because science has uncovered tangible evidence. Fossil pollen and seeds beneath the sand that tell of cattails, water lilies, and grasses. Ancient lake beds and river channels visible in radar and satellite imagery, painting a ghostly hydrography across the barren plains. And wonderfully, rock art and carvings left on stone outcrops, depicting giraffes wading in wetlands, hunters pursuing hippos, cattle grazing. Scenes of life that could not exist in a desert. One of the most famous areas of this prehistoric art is far to the east of the eye, in the Tassili Niger Mountains of Algeria. There, high on plateau walls, are paintings thousands of years old showing people swimming, dancing, and herding cattle. Another site, the Akakas Range in Libya, similarly has images of elephants, rhinos, and even mysterious human figures with round heads, almost alien-looking in their stylization, performing what might be ritual dances. These images are echoes of the time when the Sahara was alive. And crucially, they show that people thrived in what is now desert. These were likely pastoral and nomadic peoples. Did they build cities or large towns? The evidence so far suggests a mostly nomadic lifestyle, but who's to say there weren't a few special places, perhaps settlements near reliable water sources, that grew larger? As the climate allowed, humans could have congregated in fertile regions of the Sahara just as they did along the Nile or in Mesopotamia. Picture the area around the Rishat structure during that humid epoch. It sits on a plateau, but to its west and southwest studies have revealed the presence of ancient megalakes and river systems. In nearby northern Mali, for example, there was once a Lake Megachad and other enormous lakes whose shorelines are now traced by lines of ancient beach sediment. Imagine an inland delta or broad lake lapping not far from the eye, an oasis on a grand scale. We know that in the Adrar region of Mauritania, where the eye is located, archaeologists have found remnants of Stone Age cultures. Tools chipped from quartzite, arrowheads and scraping implements, beads, and hearths. They've also found those thousands of burial mounds we mentioned earlier. These mounds, scattered along the ridges of the eye and nearby, are basically tombs built of piled stones. Their age is uncertain without extensive excavation, but some might date to several thousand years ago when the climate was just beginning to dry out. Even as the land became more arid after 5000 BC, people did not give it up immediately. They adapted for a while, lingering near remaining waterholes. The burials suggest a society that had ritual practices and possibly stratification, for labor was in Tansum Kamaita Beni. Bailed tomb. Masons. All these echoes in the desert tell us one clear thing. The Sahara was not always an empty quarter. It was once full of life and, by extension, could have nurtured forgotten cultures. Sometimes I think of the Sahara as a great stage where civilizations could have risen and fallen with the rhythms of the climate, leaving behind only the faintest trace for us to find. There's a particularly evocative local legend from the far side of the Sahara about a lost city called Zerzura, the oasis of little birds, spoken of in medieval Arabic chronicles. Explorers in the 20th century were bewitched by it and went searching deep into the desert of Egypt and Libya. The legend described Zerzura as a white city of riches, hidden in the sands, guarded by black giants, where a sleeping king and queen awaited a rescuer. While Zerzura was never found, and likely it was a fable or a garbled memory of smaller oases, the very existence of such legends highlights a theme. The desert inspires tales of lost cities. One can't help but wonder if similar stories existed among desert nomads in Mauritania or Morocco. Perhaps tales of a once great settlement swallowed by shifting dunes or dried up lakes. We may not have those on record as clearly as Zerzura, but the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, as they say. The silence of the Sahara might itself be an echo, an intentional hush over something that's meant to stay lost. Suppressed evidence, which we will discuss in the next chapter, might include hints that have popped up and then been stifled. But in terms of natural echoes, consider this. In recent years, scientists using satellite imaging detected unnatural-looking patterns beneath the sand in certain areas of the Sahara. For example, square and circular outlines suggestive of man-made structures have been spotted in Sudan and southern Egypt, later confirmed as ancient forts, villages, or necropolises once covered by sand. Could similar hidden patterns lie near the eye of the Sahara? The region is so remote and seldom visited by archaeologists that it's possible there are buried ruins not yet noticed. If one were to fly low with ground-penetrating radar or LiDAR imaging over the eye's innermost depressions, who knows what small anomalies might appear? Perhaps foundations or walls now buried? Until such an exploration is done, the question lingers, softly, like the faintest whisper in a night breeze. What remains undiscovered beneath the Sahara's sands? We also have the echo of names and languages. Earlier we touched on Atlas and Atlantes. It might intrigue you to know that some Berber tribes of North Africa have myths of ancestral islands or lands now gone. And moving to another continent, this is a bit lateral but fascinating, across the Atlantic, the ancient Maya and Aztec spoke of an ancestral place called Aztlan for the Aztec, or Atlan in some legends, a land to the east, across the water, from which their people came. The name Atlan is eerily reminiscent of Atlantis. Some scholars think it's just coincidence, or that Spanish chroniclers rephrased native words to sound classical, but others have raised an eyebrow. Could there have been a cultural ripple so long ago that even across the ocean, a memory of Atlan survived in a new form? It might be purely coincidental, but it shows how widespread the sound and idea of Atlantis Atlan is. Even in the name of the Atlantic Ocean itself, we carry an echo of Atlantis every day. Echoes of a lost race, Atlanteans or whoever they might have been, can also be interpreted through mysterious out-of-place artifacts around the world. For instance, consider the impressive stone structures that don't quite fit their time. There's Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, a ceremonial stone complex dated to about 9600 BC, again, right around the end of the Ice Age. That's millennia before Stonehenge or the pyramids, yet it was made by people who had to have organisation and knowledge to carve and erect huge stone pillars decorated with animals. Mainstream archaeology attributes it to early farming communities, but the timing and complexity astonished scholars. Who taught them to build like that? Some fringe theorists like to imagine it was built by survivors or contemporaries of an Atlantean civilization dispersed after a cataclysm. It's speculation, of course, but a warm, drowsy kind of speculation that invites, what if? Then there is Nabta Playa, deep in Egypt's desert, a stone circle and evidence of perhaps one of the world's earliest known astronomically aligned structures, roughly 7,000 plus years old. Not as old as Atlantis, but older than the Egyptian pyramids by far, and located in what's now a very inhospitable place. It shows that early Africans had sophisticated knowledge of the stars and seasons to arrange stones marking solstices and such, a precursor to later monuments, and possibly an inheritance of knowledge from even earlier times. All these are echoes, faint signs that humanity's story has hidden chapters. They may not directly scream, Atlantis was here, but they collectively say something more was going on in prehistory than we once assumed. The Sahara's own hidden chapter might include an advanced culture, or at least a uniquely developed society that simply could not survive the changing environment. Think for a moment about what it means that the Sahara went from lush to desert. It didn't happen all at once. It was gradual, though punctuated by some abrupt shifts. As rains moved southward and became seasonal, lakes began to dry, and vegetation receded. By around 3000 BC, the Sahara was largely hyper-arid as we know it today. The people who had lived there either migrated to better watered areas, many likely moved toward the Nile Valley, contributing to the rise of Egyptian civilization, or they adapted by becoming full desert nomads. If a mythical Atlantis-like city had prospered there, its people might have gone on an exodus. Is it a coincidence that ancient Egypt's civilization blossoms right after the Sahara's great drying? Possibly not. Some have theorized that the Nile Valley's sudden growth was fed by an influx of populations from the Sahara, bringing cattle herding, artistic styles, maybe spiritual ideas. Could the survivors of Atlantis, if we imagine Atlantis in Sahara, have bolstered the ranks of Nile societies? Pure conjecture, but a dreamy one. That the wisdom of a lost city found refuge by the Nile, morphing into the legends of gods and Zep Tepi the first time that Egyptians later recorded. The Egyptian priests did say the story of Atlantis came from their forefathers. So many echoes, my friend, swirling around in the desert night. They are like fragments of a song, half remembered. You catch a note here, a note there. In this gentle exploration, we don't need to force them into a clear picture. It is enough to recognize that the Sahara holds secrets, and the world beyond the Pillars of Hercules was not a total void of culture in those grey mists of prehistory. If Atlantis truly did exist, the Sahara during the Green Period is one of the few places on Earth that could accommodate a civilization advanced for its time outside the well-known cradles of Mesopotamia or the Indus Valley or China, which all developed much later. Isn't that an intriguing thought to lull yourself with? That under the quiet sands, an epic story may be sleeping? As we listen to the last echoes fade, a new theme emerges, one of secrecy and forbidden knowledge. Why haven't we learned more about these possibilities? Perhaps because evidence is scant, or perhaps because some evidence was found and then covered up, dismissed, or kept out of sight. The notion that knowledge of Atlantis or similar lost worlds might have been suppressed by authorities or circumstances is itself an alluring mystery. Let us drift onward then into the territory of forbidden maps and suppressed evidence, where we'll consider whether clues to Atlantis have been deliberately hidden or overlooked, and why that might be. Keep your mind open and your heart calm. We tread now into realms where history and conspiracy mingle, softly and speculatively, perfect for a midnight musing. Chapter 5. The Forbidden Maps. Maps are more than ink on parchment. They are repositories of knowledge, dreams, and sometimes secrets. In the age before satellite GPS and Google Earth, maps were precious, often guarded, and occasionally fantastical. To imagine Atlantis, we might ask, did any maps hint at lands now lost? If pieces of Atlantis' story survived, perhaps a cartographer, somewhere, sometime, drew something they shouldn't logically have known. Welcome to the world of forbidden maps, where ancient and medieval charts tease us with possibilities that mainstream history struggles to explain. One of the most renowned examples, which we touched upon in our Antarctic tale and shall briefly revisit from a different angle, is the Piri Reis map of 1513. Compiled by an Ottoman admiral, this map astonished 20th century scholars by showing the west coast of Africa, the east coast of South America, and a large landmass in the far south that some interpret as Antarctica's coast without its ice. But how could a 16th century map include details of Antarctica, which wasn't officially discovered until 1820 AD, and especially its subglacial topography? Piri Reis himself annotated that he used about 20 source maps, some from ancient times, perhaps even from the Library of Alexandria or other lost collections, to draw his world chart. Could one of those sources have been a map from a civilization that sailed the seas eons ago? Some enthusiasts believed so, proposing that Atlanteans or other ancient seafarers charted the globe long before the known civilizations, and that fragments of those charts passed down through the ages. While Antarctica is far afield from Atlantis' supposed realm, the principle is tantalizing. Ancient source maps might preserve glimpses of a very different world picture. Let's bring the focus back to Atlantis proper. Is there a map that explicitly shows something like Atlantis? Indeed, there is a curious one from a Renaissance scholar who took Plato very seriously. Athanasius Kircher, a Jesuit polymath of the 17th century, published a famous map of Atlantis in 1665. In his book Mundus Subterraneus, The Subterranean World, Kircher presented a bold map titled Situs Insulae Atlantidis, the site of the island of Atlantis. This map, interestingly, is drawn with south at the top, so it looks upside down to our eyes. It situates a large island in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, spanning roughly from Spain's latitude down to the equator, and about a third of the width of the ocean. On it, Kircher labelled mountains and rivers, and placed the letters Atlantis prominently. He noted on the side, in Latin, that this map was drawn from ancient Egyptian charts of the legendary island, implying Kircher believed he had access to old knowledge, or at least old narratives about Atlantis' geography. Now, Kircher's Atlantis map might not be forbidden in the sense of being hidden. He published it, after all. But it was certainly unorthodox for his time. He was effectively saying, yes, Atlantis was real. Here it is, look. Many contemporaries were skeptical or ignored it, and later, as science advanced, Kircher's map was relegated to a historical curiosity. But what if Kircher was onto something? He proposed, for example, that the Canary Islands and the Azores were high mountain peaks of Atlantis that remained above water after the rest sank. This idea wasn't unique to him. Since the late 1500s, scholars like Sir Francis Bacon and others had speculated similarly, noting that those Atlantic islands might be remnants of a larger sunken land. Kircher's map effectively bridged myth with geography, trying to give Atlantis a legitimate place on Earth's stage. Of course, geologists today will tell you no large continent sank in the Atlantic in the last 12,000 years. There's no evidence in the seafloor. But Kircher's map keeps inspiring, because it suggests he believed there were credible ancient sources. Was there perhaps a now lost ancient world map in the archives of the Vatican, or some private collection that Kircher consulted? One enticing but unverified story claims that Kircher found a map of Atlantis in a Roman or Egyptian artifact and simply copied it. If such an artifact existed, it's since vanished from public knowledge. That is where the forbidden aspect might enter. If the church or other authorities had evidence of a pre-biblical advanced civilization, Atlantis, would they suppress it? In past centuries, information that didn't fit the established worldview, especially the biblical timeline of history, could be considered dangerous. Atlantis, with its time frame of 9600 BC, predates the creation date as calculated by medieval theologians, 4000 BC, quite heretical to entertain back then. So any real maps or documents hinting at such antiquity might have been tucked away to avoid controversy. The Herodotus map rumour is another intriguing snippet. The Greek historian Herodotus in the 5th century BC described much of the known world, including parts of Africa. He did mention the Atlantes tribe in Libya, but not a sunken island. However, in the 19th and early 20th centuries, some attempts were made to reconstruct Herodotus's world map based on his writings. One such reconstruction, drawn much later, long after Herodotus, shows a big lake or sea in the middle of the Sahara with a label that some misread as Atlantis. In truth, it might have been labelling Atlantes people near Mount Atlas, but through the haze of copying and conjecture, a myth arose that an ancient map placed Atlantis in the Sahara. This was amplified by some alternative researchers who claimed a 500 BC map clearly showed Atlantis exactly where the Riche is. As seductive as that sounds, it appears to be more modern myth-making than fact, a case of the wish being father to the thought. Nonetheless, it highlights how certain maps, if taken out of context or misinterpreted, can seed entire theories. The idea of a forbidden map showing Atlantis in Africa spread on the internet, often with an image of a crude, old-looking map with Atlantis written in the Sahara. It turns out to be a mix-up, but it captured imaginations. One can't help but muse, if one false map can do that, what if a real such map were found? Speaking of truly forbidden or lost maps, in the early 1500s, there was said to be a globe made by cartographer Martin Waldseemüller that had an inscription about Atlantis. Waldseemüller, famous for naming America on his 1507 world map, supposedly created a globe in 1516, now lost, where he noted a region in the Atlantic with the site of the lost island of Atlantis, according to the ancients. This little anecdote, if true, shows that educated people of the Renaissance didn't entirely dismiss Atlantis. It was part of the geographical discussions. If that globe still existed, it might be considered a forbidden piece now, since it acknowledges Atlantis as if factual. We only know of it through a later reference, so it remains an intriguing ghost of cartography. Then, going further back, we have an ancient map that's not of Earth at all, but rather a star map, yet it relates to Atlantis in a roundabout way. Some esoteric traditions claim that Atlanteans had knowledge of the stars and Earth's dimensions far beyond what primitive humans should. A peculiar artifact known as the Piri race map, again, or others like the Dendera zodiac in Egypt, or the Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek orrery calendar, hint at advanced astronomy in antiquity. If Atlanteans preserved such knowledge and it filtered down, some maps of the heavens or world grid might have Atlantean roots. There are fringe theories about a global grid of energy or ley lines, with ancient sites aligned, like the Great Pyramid, Machu Picchu, etc., all aligning on certain great circles. A few even call that the Atlantean grid map, an idea that a map of Earth's energy or geometry was known to a lost civilization. While conventional science doesn't endorse this, it's a hypnotic idea. That the perfection of certain ancient constructions implies they were following a blueprint handed from an earlier time. Let's also consider Portoland charts, medieval sailing maps of the Atlantic and Mediterranean. Some show islands that no longer exist. For example, old maps sometimes have an island called Antilia, origin of the word Antilles, in the Atlantic. A rectangular island supposedly discovered by Portuguese sailors or imagined by them, often dated on maps around the 15th century. Antilia was placed about where the Azores are, and legend had it that it was the island of the 7 cities, where bishops fled during the Muslim conquest of Iberia. Pure legend turning into cartography, but some speculate it might echo a distant memory of a real sunken land. Also, maps often showed Brazil, nothing to do with the country Brazil, a phantom island in the Atlantic west of Ireland, and High Brazil, a mythical Celtic island said to appear once every 7 years. These phantom isles can be seen as folklore or missed sightings of fog banks, or perhaps real small islands that later sank due to volcanism. The Atlantic has the Azores Plateau, volcanic, and possibly had more islands that eroded or sank. To a romantic mind, each of these phantom islands could be a puzzle piece of a broken-up Atlantis, still barely remembered by sailors. The maps of Mercator, the famous 16th century cartographer, also included something curious at the North Pole: a large island or landmass and a sea draining inward. Some tied that to legends of a northern Atlantis or Thule. It's likely Mercator was compiling sailor tales, but it shows how in that era, mapmakers were including things from ancient lore freely. Now, in a hushed tone, let's ponder. If we or someone were to find a genuinely old map, say carved on stone or encoded in myth, that clearly depicts Atlantis' location and shape, what would happen? It might upend the academic consensus. Possibly, just possibly, there have been finds along these lines that were not recognized or were dismissed to avoid rewriting textbooks. We know that throughout history, occasionally discoveries were kept quiet for political or religious reasons. Think of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which some claim had controversial texts held back for decades, or the Gospel of Thomas kept apocryphal. In a similar vein, if, for instance, a cache of scrolls from ancient Alexandria survived with a map of Atlantis or records of it, one can imagine they might languish in the vaults of a museum, too sensational to release without causing a stir. The term forbidden maps thus casts a spell of conspiracy. Perhaps secret societies or select scholars possessed knowledge of global geography from an Atlantean legacy that they guarded. The Knights Templar or Masons are often woven into these theories. For example, did the Templars have ancient charts that helped them sail to the New World before Columbus? Some think so. If they did, maybe those charts came from a repository of ancient knowledge. Maybe from Atlantis or its heirs. It's a speculative leap, but our journey is speculative by design, and oh so gently thrilling to consider while snug under the blankets. Let me share a final little anecdote. In 1665, a French scholar named Jean Bailly, much later, 18th century, postulated that Atlantis had been a real northern land. He thought near Iceland, Greenland, and that its people fled south to start Egyptian and Inca civilizations. He claimed they had left behind advanced knowledge encoded in myths, and yes, maps of the stars. Napoleon Bonaparte was fascinated by this and took scholars to Egypt, in part influenced by ideas of ancient global knowledge. It's said that when Napoleon's men were in the Great Pyramid, they found something, we don't know what, but some wild accounts claim they found inscriptions or items in a hidden chamber, which were swiftly collected and sent off, never to be shown. Could that have been a map of sorts, maybe a star map or a diagram of lost lands? The truth is lost to history, but it tickles the imagination. Even the conquering Napoleon might have encountered forbidden knowledge and kept it secret. In the comforting darkness now, we can imagine an old leather map, its edges charred by time, rolled up in a cedar chest hidden in some monastery or archive. On it, drawn in fading inks, is a depiction of a mighty circular city by a sea, annotated in an indecipherable script. No one alive knows of it, except perhaps a lone librarian who wonders if it's just myth. Perhaps in some quiet future dawn, a young researcher will stumble on it and the world will awaken to Atlantis confirmed. Until then, these maps remain forbidden not by locks and keys, but by obscurity and skepticism. Our minds have roamed far and wide with these maps. They lead us through what could have been and perhaps what was. But now, returning focus. Think of the Eye of the Sahara again, and imagine overlaying Kirch's Atlantis outline onto it instead of in the mid-Atlantic. Does it fit? Maybe not perfectly, but with a little creativity, one can see how an early mapmaker might have mispositioned something real in the wrong ocean. The ancients did speak of Libya and Asia, Africa and Asia Minor, being adjacent to Atlantis. Maybe that was a clue its remains were part of Africa all along. No map yet has definitively led us to Atlantis, but pieces of maps, anomalies, and ancient charts inspire the quest. As we fold away our imaginary forbidden maps, we prepare to delve into the notion of suppressed evidence more broadly. For maps are just one form of evidence. There are also artifacts, bones, structures, things that might have been found and then hidden or dismissed because they don't fit our current paradigm. Let's step softly into that realm, continuing our gentle search for truth beneath the sands of time. Chapter 6. Suppressed evidence. Sometimes what we seek is not entirely lost. It's just kept out of sight. In hushed corridors of museums, in unpublished papers, or in whispered anecdotes among locals, there may lie suppressed evidence of something extraordinary. If Atlantis once existed, even if 11,000 years have passed, we might expect some trace to have surfaced by now. And indeed, over the years, tantalizing finds have sparked waves of speculation, only to be dismissed or quietly forgotten. Let's examine a few of these, letting curiosity guide us, but always in our calm, dreamy manner, without judgment or haste. Consider the Richat structure itself, our Eye of the Sahara. One might think that if anyone truly suspected it as Atlantis' remains, there would have been extensive archaeological digs there. But oddly, very little in-depth excavation has been done at Richat. The reasons could be logistical, it's very remote and harsh, with little funding for such a fringe idea, or scientific. Mainstream archaeologists see no clear sign of a man-made city there. However, a more conspiratorial angle wonders, what if a preliminary investigation found something intriguing, but it was stifled? For instance, there are unconfirmed stories that decades ago, when French explorers and geologists like Théodore Monod in the 1970s were surveying the area, they found anomalous artifacts, like carved stones that didn't match known local prehistoric cultures, or even a hint of a structure's foundation. These claims never made it into formal publications, possibly because nothing conclusive could be drawn, or perhaps because it would attract pseudo-archaeology that academia tries to avoid. It's also said that some artifacts from Richat, like those Acheulean hand axes and later arrowheads, were carted off to universities and then sat unstudied in basements, as often happens with too many artifacts, not enough analysts. In that mundane bureaucracy, evidence can languish, effectively suppressed by neglect. Then there's the modern anecdote from 1965 mentioned earlier, the CIA's interest in Richat. Yes, during the Cold War, the US intelligence had a program looking for potential geomagnetic anomalies around the world, perhaps hoping to locate mineral deposits or even underground facilities. The Richat structure was one of the sites they flew over with special instruments. The Freedom of Information Act revealed a memo about it, but when released, it had redacted sections, portions blacked out. Now why, one might wonder, would the results from a geological survey be classified? The benign answer, it might mention something sensitive about technology or national security. The exciting answer, maybe they detected something unexpected beneath Richat, say a hollow or metallic readings, that they deemed too perplexing or secret to reveal. Could there be a buried ruin or something giving off unusual magnetic readings under those concentric circles? The imagination runs wild with that thought. Of course, we have no proof of what was in those blacked out lines, but it's enough to make a dreamer raise an eyebrow. Suppressed evidence of Atlantis might not only come from the Sahara. For example, consider the story of Bimini Road. In 1968, off the coast of Bimini in the Bahamas, divers found an underwater formation of large rectangular limestone blocks, looking much like a paved road. The find electrified believers in Atlantis because Edgar Cayce, a famous American mystic, had predicted in the 1930s that remnants of Atlantis would be found near Bimini in 1968 or 1969. A startlingly precise and timely prophecy. For a while, some thought this road was indeed part of Atlantis' harbour works or a temple foundation, now submerged after sea levels rose. Mainstream geologists, however, have identified Bimini Road as likely a natural beach rock formation, broken into blocky shapes and aligned by currents. But whispers persist that some features, like alleged stone pillars or circular structures also found nearby, were quietly removed or not publicised. Perhaps to prevent a frenzy of wild speculation or protect the site from treasure hunters, details were downplayed. Could it be that some archaeologist dredged up a worked tool or artefact from under the sands near Bimini Road and it never made the news? We don't know. Yet, That location and timing are eerily on target with Case's Atlantis prophecy, leaving one to wonder if more was found that summer and quietly archived. Edgar Case himself is a trove of suppressed Atlantis lore. The Sleeping Prophet, as he was called, gave readings in trance that spoke of Atlantean high technology, crystal energy, flying airships, and said records of Atlantis exist in a hidden chamber under the paw of the Great Sphinx at Giza, and another in the sunken temple of Poseidon somewhere in the Bahamas. The Egyptian government has done seismic scans around the Sphinx, and some have claimed they detected cavities under the monument. Notably, in the 1990s, researchers Dr. Robert Schoch and John Anthony West brought attention to the possibility of a chamber under the Sphinx, distinct from known tunnels. The Egyptian authorities, however, have been very conservative about excavating around the Sphinx, partly to preserve it and partly, perhaps, to avoid stirring controversy. Some fringe theorists suspect that the Egyptian Antiquities Department actually did explore a bit and found something interesting, maybe scrolls or artifacts, and decided not to announce it, fearing it would upend history as we know it or invite problematic groups. It's speculation, but intriguing. If an Atlantean Hall of Records is truly there, it would be the most suppressed evidence of all time. Back to the Sahara. There are legends among some Sahara tribes of ancient cities now swallowed by sands. Occasionally, these are not just oral tales. Explorers have found ruins in the desert that locals were long aware of, but the outside world wasn't. For instance, the ruins of Jardo in Niger or the Garamantes cities in Libya, with their ingenious Foggara irrigation tunnels, were essentially lost until the 20th century. When found, they revealed that a complex civilization thrived in the Sahara 1500 to 2000 years ago, then vanished as climate worsened. Those weren't Atlantis, but they serve as proof that vanished cities in deserts are a real phenomenon, not just a fantasy. It lends credence to the idea that something older could lie buried, not yet stumbled upon. Satellite archaeology, using high-res images to spot buried structures, has been booming. It identified rivers and even human-made structures under the sand in various parts of Sahara. If a geometric anomaly was spotted near Risha or elsewhere hinting at a buried ruin, would that be publicized or kept quiet until verified? Possibly the latter, to avoid wild speculation. By the time it's verified, if it turned out earth-shaking, this ruin is 9,000 years old and advanced. Those in charge might decide not to make a splash immediately. I can imagine the internal monologue. Better to study this thoroughly first, piece by piece, and not incite the world with talk of Atlantis. Another category of suppressed evidence might be out-of-place artifacts, OOP arts. Scattered reports exist of objects that don't fit their geological or historical context. E.g., a metal sphere found in a 2.8 billion-year-old rock seam in South Africa, or spark plug-like devices in lumps of coal, or that famous Antikythera mechanism, which wasn't suppressed, but was so surprising it took decades to accept it was an ancient Greek analog computer from 200 BC. Many of these parts are debunked or contested, but some remain unexplained. If one credible artifact turned up that was clearly from, say, 10,000 BC, but showing advanced craftsmanship, it might be quietly shelved as, we must have mistaken the layer it came from, or maybe a recent intrusion. The narrative of history is strong, and evidence that threatens to rewrite it often faces extra scrutiny, as it should, and sometimes undue dismissal. Take the case of Göbekli Tepe I mentioned earlier. When it was first discovered in the mid-1990s in Turkey, showing advanced stone carving and architecture from 10,000 plus years ago, long before cities or metal tools according to orthodoxy. Archaeologists themselves were shocked. That discovery wasn't suppressed. It got published and studied. Yet even now, its implications are so profound that scholars tread carefully in interpreting it. Some initially downplayed it. Oh, maybe it's not that old, or maybe it was a one-off site. Now with more evidence, they accept it truly is that old and complex, which nudges the window of complex societies back by several thousand years. The point is, even without malice, evidence that challenges our timeline can be mentally suppressed simply by the reluctance of experts to believe what they're seeing at first. Human nature leans conservative in paradigm shifts. Now let's turn to an even more imaginative angle: aliens and Atlantis. We'll explore the alien theory soon, but here consider, if evidence emerged that Atlantis had, say, electricity or machinery or something wild that hints at otherworldly help, that could be doubly suppressed. Many believe governments have hidden evidence of UFOs for years. Similarly, would they hide evidence of an ancient high-tech civilization? Possibly, fearing it'd destabilize our understanding of human origins or conflict with religious doctrines. Some conspiracy circles suggest exactly that Smithsonian and other museums hide giant skeletons to keep history neat. There are indeed 19th century accounts of giant bones unearthed in the Americas that supposedly vanished after being sent to the Smithsonian, fueling legends of a cover-up of giants, which some tie to Atlanteans or Nephilim. It's hard to verify these claims, but they form part of the law of suppression. At this gentle hour, let's entertain one story. In the early 20th century, an American newspaperman named James Churchward claimed he was shown ancient tablets in India that told of a lost continent called Mu, sometimes conflated with Atlantis, which sank in the Pacific. He wrote books about this lost land and its advanced people. The actual tablets, however, were never produced for other scholars. Supposedly they were secret and kept by a priestly order. Many dismissed Churchward's story as fantasy, but what if there was a kernel of truth? That some ancient records of lost continents do exist in monastery archives, too sacred or bizarre to reveal. It sends a little chill of excitement down one's spine to think that dusty scrolls in Tibet or sealed papyri in the Vatican secret archives may mention Atlantis by name. If so, they've been effectively suppressed by being inaccessible to the public, albeit for perhaps understandable reasons. Bringing our thoughts back to the Eye of the Sahara, I sometimes wonder if perhaps a few artifacts found there, say a carved symbol or unusual pottery fragment, might lie in a drawer in Nouakchot's museum or in Paris from colonial expeditions, unrecognized for what they are. If someone identified an Egyptian or Mediterranean object in the Sahara context far earlier than known trade, it might hint at contacts with a lost civilization bridging those worlds. The lack of academic interest might suppress it inadvertently. That's often how suppression works in science, not via nefarious intent, but via disinterest. It can't be, so it isn't. Let's move on. Yet, some suppression could be intentional. Imagine if a corporate or political interest feared that discovering Atlantis would lead to upheaval or damage to national pride. For example, if Plato's tale of a war in which Athens beat Atlantis turned out to have some truth, maybe some nation's ancient glory is at stake. Or perhaps there's fear it'd attract a circus of treasure hunters to a vulnerable region, the way Egypt's pyramids suffered looting. In those cases, authorities might quietly discourage Atlantis research, deny permits, not fund it, etc. That's subtle suppression. In our soft exploration tonight, we won't point fingers at shadowy cabals, but we acknowledge that evidence of the extraordinary often faces an uphill battle to be acknowledged. This is neither good nor bad. It's human caution. But it does mean that if pieces of Atlantis have appeared, they may not have been recognized or celebrated yet. Now, after considering that what we seek might be deliberately or accidentally hidden, we stand at a threshold of speculation where one must ask, if not humans, did someone else have a hand in these ancient wonders? The next chapter beckons, hinting that perhaps Atlantis' achievements and demise might involve not just human hands, but something cosmic or alien. It's a controversial and fantastical idea, but in the quiet safety of a bedtime story, we can entertain even that with a whimsical, open mind. So let's proceed, floating onward into the realm of the alien architect theory, keeping our tone gentle and wonder alive. Chapter 7. The Alien Architect Theory. Could it be that Atlantis was more than just human ingenuity? As we drift into this more fanciful chapter, imagine looking up at a star-studded sky above the lost city and wondering if someone out there lent a guiding hand to its rise. The alien architect theory posits that either Atlantis was influenced by extraterrestrial visitors or perhaps was an extraterrestrial outpost itself. It's a notion that tiptoes into science fiction, yet many ancient astronaut theorists and even some legends across cultures flirt with the idea that beings from the heavens played roles in early civilizations. In our soft exploration, we won't assert it as truth, but we'll imagine what if, with that same curious, dreamy tone. Plato described Atlantis as extraordinarily advanced for its time, boasting things like complex engineering, canals, triremes, ships, and a giant temple with a pillar of orichalcum engraved with laws. If we assume for a moment the story was based on some reality, how did a civilization that early, supposedly 11,000 plus years ago, get so advanced? One answer: they figured it out themselves over millennia lost to history. Another, more unorthodox answer: they had help from others who had already mastered such arts. Many mythologies talk of culture bringers or civilizing gods that come from afar. In ancient Mesopotamia, the tales speak of Oannes, a fish-bodied being who emerged from the sea to teach humanity writing, science, and law. Some think Oannes could be a memory of an Atlantean survivor, or even an alien. In Mesoamerican lore, there is Quetzalcoatl, Kukulkan, to the Maya, the feathered serpent god who came from across the sea or from the sky and taught the people calendar making, agriculture, etc., before departing with a promise to return. Viracocha in the Andes, similarly, was a tall, bearded god who appeared after a great flood to help humanity, then left across the waters. These stories echo strangely with Atlantis, a great flood or cataclysm, followed by knowledge-bearing figures travelling around. Could the survivors of Atlantis, with their advanced knowledge, have been seen as gods by less developed peoples? Certainly possible. But some of the legends frame these beings as non-human, sometimes explicitly from the stars. The Dogon tribe in Mali, not too far from our Sahara focal point, famously have detailed knowledge of the Sirius star system they shouldn't have without telescopes, including that Sirius has a companion star, which is invisible to naked eye, only confirmed by astronomers in 19th-20th century. The Dogons say that knowledge came from amphibious visitors they call Nomo, who came from the sky, specifically from Sirius. While some researchers debate the accuracy of this story, it's often cited in ancient alien discussions. If true, it implies contact with extraterrestrials in antiquity. Now, if amphibious star beings landed anywhere in Africa to share knowledge, a coastal or island civilization like Atlantis, if it existed on an Atlantic shore or island, could have been a logical place given its prominence. Pure speculation, but fun to consider. Maybe Atlanteans got a technological leg up from friendly cosmic visitors. Another angle is that Atlanteans themselves might have been partly alien, either descendants of spacefaring refugees who colonized Earth in prehistory, or humans with alien genetic influence. These ideas are found in Theosophy and some New Age thought, where Atlanteans are sometimes described as possessing psychic powers, flying machines called Vimanas in some texts, especially from Indian epics, even crystals that could channel energy in ways we cannot now. If one reads the ancient Indian Mahabharata or Ramayana, there are startling descriptions of flying chariots and devastating iron thunderbolts and columns of smoke and flame that sound eerily like modern aerial warfare or even nuclear blasts. Some have speculated those are memories of Atlantean conflicts or the doings of gods/aliens that humans recorded. The destruction of Atlantis, by some occult accounts, was not just a natural disaster, but perhaps an accident or war involving powerful energy. Something akin to nuclear technology, which, if true, might hint at otherworldly involvement because that's far beyond known human capability of the time. Atlantis's fabled orichalcum metal, second only to gold, is often depicted in pseudo-scientific lore as having special properties, maybe an extraterrestrial alloy. Curiously, modern analysis suggests orichalcum in Plato's context might have been a brass-like alloy of copper and zinc, which was indeed rare in antiquity. But imagination wants it to be something more exotic, like an alien metal that stores energy. If aliens had a hand in human civilization, one wonders why Atlantis? Perhaps, if we imagine a star-faring species monitoring Earth, they might choose a vibrant island empire as a cultural experiment site or a beacon of knowledge to uplift humanity. Some ancient astronaut theorists, like Erich von Däniken, theorized that many mythic civilizations, Atlantis, Lemuria, etc., were essentially colonies of aliens who eventually left or perished. Under this narrative, the Eye of the Sahara might have been not just a city, but the central hub of an alien-human collaboration. And perhaps the Eye formation itself, so perfectly circular, might have attracted aliens for its geological uniqueness, or even been engineered by them as a perfect base visible from space. It is visible even by astronauts now, as if a marker. It's whimsical, but imagine the Richard Dome wasn't naturally eroded. Imagine those concentric rings were intentionally carved or terraformed by advanced technology to make a grand circular metropolis. With anti-gravity craft, cutting perfect rings in the Earth could be trivial. The local quartz-rich sand and rock could be fused into structures with high heat or lasers. Perhaps the reason no obvious ruins remain is because the city's materials were far beyond simple stone, maybe synthetic or metallic and removed by the Atlanteans, or aliens, when they evacuated, or corroded away over millennia. Some folks even proposed that Atlantis itself might have been an alien ship, like a giant mothership that resided on Earth for a time and then left or was destroyed, inspiring the myth of a disappearing island. This is far-fetched, but if you look at how Plato describes the island's concentric layout with canals, it's almost like a circuit board or some engineered product. If an ancient person saw a huge technological construct and tried to describe it, they might use analogies like rings and mountains and such. It's a very sci-fi rereading of Atlantis, I know, but kind of captivating as a late-night mental exercise. Even leaving aside direct alien involvement, some believe Atlantis' people themselves had unlocked technologies that we'd consider sci-fi. Harnessing cosmic energy, crystal power, perhaps even mastering genetics or dimensional travel. These claims, largely from trance readings, like Case, or theosophical texts, say Atlanteans could propel vehicles with energy beams, had airships, and even misused these powers to cause their downfall, such as a crystal that ran amok. If that were true, one could think of Atlanteans themselves as becoming alien to the rest of prehistoric humanity, a breed apart with godlike capabilities. When their continent sank, for whatever cause, survivors might be revered as gods by simpler humans due to their retained knowledge and artifacts, tying back into those culture-bringer myths we discussed. A gentle cat's paw of skepticism might stroke this theory. If aliens helped Atlantis, why did they let it fall? Perhaps a prime directive of non-interference kicked in, or a cosmic catastrophe out of anyone's control happened, like a comet strike, that even aliens couldn't save them from. Or maybe there was a kind of hubris. Atlanteans, or their alien friends, overextended or angered other cosmic forces, leading to a punitive destruction, echoing the myth of gods punishing Atlantis. Interestingly, within UFO lore, there's talk of underwater alien bases. Some say there are USOs, unidentified submersible objects, seen around the Bahamas, Bermuda Triangle, etc. Areas that some tie to remnants of Atlantis. The Bermuda Triangle itself is steeped in legend of strange electromagnetic anomalies and disappearances of ships, planes. Some playful minds attribute that to leftover Atlantean tech or active alien devices under the sea. Could an alien installation still be operating in a sunken part of Atlantis, occasionally snatching up ships? It's a spooky campfire story, but one that highlights how Atlantis often features in paranormal theories. From a psychological perspective, the alien architect theory externalizes Atlantis' greatness. It suggests humans alone couldn't have done it, which is debatable. But since we're freewheeling here in dreamland, it's fine to toss aliens into the mix as possibilities. What it gives us is a grander scope. The idea that Atlantis' rise and fall might have been not just an earthly drama, but part of a cosmic one. Let's paint a serene mental vignette. An Atlantean astronomer priest atop a temple, observing a spacecraft descending like a second moon, touching down by the central temple. Gentle, enlightened beings emerge, sharing wisdom and maybe warning of future danger. The Atlanteans incorporate this star wisdom and flourish further, until one day, perhaps those beings try to evacuate key individuals as disaster looms, like the biblical Nephilim tales or flood heroes. Some legends, like among Maya, say their ancestors were carried away in flying serpent ropes when their land was destroyed. Who knows? Perhaps an alien evacuation saved some Atlanteans, and those became the seeds of later great cultures. If any of this were true, would we find evidence? Probably very little. Maybe anomalous materials in geological layers, or ancient artwork showing something odd, like the carvings at Abydos, Egypt, that some say depict helicopter-like shapes, though likely palimpsest effects. To the open-minded, those are hints of ancient high-tech or alien presence. To the mainstream, they're coincidences. As before, much would be hidden or lost. In our lullaby of ideas, though, each possibility is a star in the sky to marvel at, not needing immediate conclusion. The alien theory is like a shooting star, bright, a bit out there but captivating. Even if you don't literally believe it, pondering it can stretch our sense of wonder. That maybe humanity had celestial mentors or encounters in deep antiquity. Atlantis, when mentioned today, often invites an eye roll from academics, but what a dull world if we lost the daring to even imagine these connections. As long as we keep it as imaginative exploration, which we are, it does no harm, and actually kindles a childlike curiosity. And who among us, gazing at the Milky Way, hasn't felt that tickle of, are we alone? Have they been here? The gentle night encourages such musings. If you're nearly asleep, your dreams might even weave a story of ancient island temples under twin moons, with visitors from afar sharing secrets amidst crystal halls. A dreamy tableau that may not be real, but makes for a beautiful inner cinema. Let's slowly step off the spacecraft now and place our feet back on terra firma, or rather, on shifting sands. Aliens or not, Atlantis, as a continent in the sand or sea, would have left physical traces of its land, if not its people. Our next chapter will ground us again by looking at the continent in the sand, the idea of entire sunken or buried landmasses. We'll consider the Earth changes and how vast lands can truly vanish or reappear over epochs. That will gently guide us to bridging myth with geology as we continue unraveling the Atlantis mystery in a calm, reflective way. Chapter 8, A Continent in the Sand. The notion of a sunken continent usually brings to mind images of ocean depths. But here, in our story's context, we consider a continent sunken beneath sand. It sounds paradoxical at first. How can something sink into sand? Yet the Sahara itself is often poetically called a sea of sand. And over time it has swallowed mountains, rivers, and perhaps even cities. Let's explore the concept that Atlantis might have been not an island under the Atlantic Ocean, but rather part of a land now buried by the Great Desert. This perspective elegantly ties the sunken continent idea to the eye of the Sahara theory we've been circling around. First, let's appreciate the sheer size of the Sahara, about 9 million square kilometers, comparable to the area of the United States or China. It spans a width from the Atlantic to the Red Sea. Hidden within this immensity are entire mountain ranges, like the Ahaggar, Tibesti, Air, vast plateaus and basins that once were lakes and wetlands. Satellite imagery has revealed the ghost lines of ancient rivers etched beneath the dunes. One of them, the Tamanrasset River we discussed, likely rivaled the Nile in its heyday sites. Suffolk.edu. To call the Sahara a barren nothingness is to underestimate it. It's more like a colossal library of Earth's past climates, with pages, sand layers that can be read by those who know how. Geologically, there have indeed been sunken lands on Earth. There's Zealandia, an almost continent-sized piece under the Pacific near New Zealand, which sank millions of years ago. There's the story of Doggerland, a fertile plain that connected Britain to Europe, which slowly drowned under rising North Sea levels around 6000 BC as the Ice Age ended. Closer to Plato's timeframe, we have island groups like the Azores and Canaries that are the peaks of an underwater plateau. If sea levels were lower, as they were during glaciation, those islands would have been larger and more connected. Not a full continent, but significantly more land exposed. Some have speculated about an Azores-centered large island pre-9600 BC that got mostly submerged when ice melted, leaving only small island tips, the Azores we have today. This fits a more classic Atlantis location, mid-Atlantic. But since we're leaning towards Sahara, consider similarly that sea levels rising could flood coastal plains in northwest Africa. Now, think of a scenario. Towards the end of the Ice Age, 12,000 years ago, the world's climate shifts violently. Not only do ice caps melt, raising oceans by over 120 metres, but rainfall patterns also change. North Africa, which was cold and dry during the glacial maximum, begins to get monsoon rains as the climate warms. It transforms, temporarily, into a green paradise. Atlantis could have thrived in that short window, or just before the final meltdown. But then, around 6,000 to 5,000 years ago, the rains retreat and the desert returns with a vengeance. Any coastal cities on the Atlantic might have been ruined by earlier flooding. Any inland cities now succumb to drought and sandstorms. Over millennia, sand accumulates, burying structures gradually. A continent in the sand suggests that under the Sahara's dunes might lie not just scattered relics, but perhaps large continuous expanses of once habitable land, effectively a lost world. Indeed, the concept of the land of Atlantis might not have been a discrete island, as we imagine an island surrounded entirely by water, but rather a distinct land bordered by sea in parts and by desert or marsh in others. Consider how someone in 9600 BC from Egypt, as the story purports, might describe an unfamiliar far-off land. If it was across the desert to the west, beyond reach of Egyptians, they might call it an island, metaphorically, or because it was isolated by both sea and impassable sands, an island of civilization in an ocean of wilderness. There's an interesting connection here. Some ancient Egyptian records, like the writings of a priest Manetho, or even hints in the Edfu building texts, speak of a primeval sacred island home of the gods that was destroyed in a flood. It's vague and mythic, but Egypt itself had legends of a distant homeland lost to catastrophe. Was that Atlantis? Or perhaps something like the mythical Island of the West, Amenti in Egyptian lore, often associated with the afterlife. It's poetic, but maybe the Egyptians symbolically recalled a western land, Atlantis, that sank and became a realm of the dead, hence afterlife locale. Now, physically, what evidence would a continent in the sand leave behind? Possibly fossil water. Aquifers under the Sahara are relics of its green times. We found evidence of huge paleolakes from space. Possibly unusual deposits like diatomaceous earth or salt pans in odd places, like remote salt flats indicating former large lakes. Indeed, the Sahara has vast salt flats in places like the Taudeni Basin, even far inland, showing the presence of ancient seas or megalakes. If Atlantis had canals and irrigation, you'd expect some sign like straight-line residues in soil composition or geometrical patterns visible via LiDAR under the dunes. So far, none clearly identified as such have been published, but the Sahara is underscanned compared to, say, Maya jungles, partly due to shifting sands complicating ground-penetrating radar. Another clue? The Sahara periodically has yielded marine fossils and even a whale skeleton in Wadi al-Hitan, Egypt. But those are from millions of years ago when the ocean covered North Africa. So not directly Atlantis, but it shows that the sand sea analogy holds deep time truth. This desert was ocean before, and might have smaller seas in between. There was a known shallow trans-Saharan seaway about 50 million years ago, cites Suffolk.edu. And even in more recent times, late Pleistocene, large parts of North Africa were covered by enormous lakes or wetlands. Legendary maps sometimes depicted a Sea of Zaire or Inner Sea in the Sahara, based on classical speculation. None existed in human times that we know. But it's captivating to think a sudden incursion of the Atlantic could have carved a temporary inland sea. For example, if rising sea levels found a low basin to pour into. Is there a geologically plausible breach? If the Gibraltar Strait had somehow closed and then reopened catastrophically, the Atlantic could flood a lot of land. However, data suggests the big basins of the Sahara are above current sea level or blocked by highlands. One scenario sometimes floated by rogue theorists: if a crustal tilt or shift happened, like Charles Hapgood's Earth crust displacement theory, which Einstein even once mused about, the latitudes of lands could change rapidly, submerging some, exposing others. Under that idea, maybe Atlantis sank not by water rising alone, but by the ground moving. This brings us to something. Plato said earthquakes helped sink Atlantis. The region around Morocco, Algeria, does have quakes. It's near plate boundaries, the African and Eurasian plates. A big enough quake can cause ground liquefaction or subsidence. We know of real cases where quakes submerged land, like Port Royal in Jamaica, 1692, where a quake sank part of a city into the sea. If an advanced city in coastal Mauritania existed, a series of quakes and tsunamis, perhaps triggered by a comet impact in the ocean, as some suggest happened 12,800 years ago during the Younger Dryas climate event, could have shattered it. The ocean might have rushed in temporarily. Some evidence of mega tsunami deposits have been noted along Atlantic coasts, like large boulders carried inland. After it receded, it leaves behind salt, mud, and ruins now mixed with natural sediment. Then desertification covers it all. Meanwhile, the survivors who fled might later recount the sea swallowed it. I recall an interesting detail. The Richard's outer ring sits at about 400 metres above current sea level. It seems too high to have been under the ocean, even with sea level rise, 120 metres at most. But if Atlantis' destruction involved not literal ocean submergence, but a combination of floods and the land becoming unreachable, Plato's phrasing of a muddy shoal blocking navigation could be metaphorical for the region becoming a silted swamp, then drying into desert. A land can sink in utility even if not fully underwater. In essence, the continent in the sand may not be a single discrete landmass like Australia hiding fully intact under dunes. It's more like large portions of what were once fertile, populated African landscapes have been entombed by sand and turned to desert, effectively erasing a civilization that once thrived there. If one day climate shifts again and rains return, which they might in thousands of years due to Earth's orbital cycles, the Sahara could bloom and perhaps even reveal old structures as winds move dunes away. That leads to a poetic thought. Perhaps Atlantis awakens when the land itself awakens. We'll touch on that soon. Indeed, some climate models say the Sahara will be green again tens of thousands of years from now. If people are still around, maybe they'll stumble on the ruins of our current civilization or older ones beneath the sand. On a more immediate timescale, archaeologists have started employing LiDAR and other tech in desert edges, finding things like the lost city of the Garamantes via satellite in Libya in 2011. They found entire fortified towns under sand. If such a relatively recent civilization, 500 BC, 500 AD, got buried and only now seen by satellites, one wonders what older remains might lurk deeper, overlooked. I find comfort in the thought that Earth can hide its stories so well, but also reveal them in time. In a dreamy way, one could imagine the soul of a continent sleeping under the dunes, breathing in slow centuries. The concept of a sleeping continent aligns with mystic ideas. Theosophy spoke of root races and continents, Atlantis, Lemuria, that come and go, each harboring an epoch of spiritual evolution. They said when one epoch ends, its land often perishes to make way for the next. A very allegorical way to see geology. If Atlantis was an actual land now hidden, maybe it's waiting for when humanity is ready to learn from its tale, to physically uncover it without greed or prejudice. We live at a time where technology could in the next decades strip away many of Earth's secrets. Imagine fleets of autonomous drones mapping every square metre of the Sahara with penetrating radar. AI recognizing any unnatural patterns. Perhaps this will happen and yield nothing extraordinary. Or maybe it will pinpoint a grid of buried walls somewhere. What a stir that would cause. A new Mohenjo-Daro or a city older than Jericho under the sands of Mauritania would upend our timeline subtly, confirming that complex societies existed earlier outside known cradles. It wouldn't prove aliens or Atlantean superpowers, but it would vindicate the kernel of Plato's story, a forgotten chapter of human history. If I close my eyes, I can almost see it. Dunes parting after a storm, revealing a weathered stone, perhaps with inscriptions in an unknown script. A team of desert nomads finds it and calls experts. Excavation commences and reveals concentric foundations or a canal bed. The news spreads. Lost city, found in Sahara. Could this be Atlantis? For a while, the world buzzes. We'd have debates, more expeditions, and maybe finally a consensus. Yes, this culture fits the Atlantis narrative in time and place. Yet, as enthralling as that would be, I wonder if it would solve the deeper enigma or just deepen it. We'd then ask, how did they achieve what they did and why did they fall? And that loops us to the next chapter. Echoes of a lost race and knowledge passing on. Before moving there, let's gently summarize our journey in this chapter. Earth's landscapes are ever changing. Lands can vanish by water or by sand or by shifting below ground. Atlantis could very well be an example of such transience. The phrase continent in the sand reminds us that not all vanishings are into waves, some are into the dust of ages. But hidden does not mean gone forever. As we become more capable as explorers physically and intellectually, we might piece together this buried puzzle. Our narrative flows next into those echoes of a lost race, the legacies and hints that Atlanteans, if we call them that, might have imparted to later humans. We've touched on some, myths, advanced knowledge, but now we'll delve specifically into how a civilization's memory can endure even when its bricks and mortar are gone. Drift along, still comfortably ensconced, as we listen for those faint echoes across time, bridging Atlantis to our present. Chapter 9. Echoes of a Lost Race. Even when a great civilization disappears, its influence can ripple through the ages in subtle and not so subtle ways. These are the echoes of a lost race, fragments of language, technology, mythology, and culture that survived the catastrophe, carried by survivors or admired and adopted by others. If Atlantis existed and fell, surely something of its people must have remained in the world, in the memories of descendants, in the skills they taught their neighbors, or in the legends that proliferated. In this chapter, let's gently track those possible echoes, like following a faint melody through a forest. One of the clearest potential echoes is in the flood myths that pervade nearly every culture on Earth. The tale of a great flood that destroyed a former world is ubiquitous. From the biblical Noah, to the Mesopotamian Utnapishtim in the Epic of Gilgamesh, to India's Manu, to the tales of Deucalion in Greek myth, and the legend of Gunyu in China. Could all these disparate cultures be remembering, through a glass darkly, the same event? The end of the last ice age, and the flooding of lowlands worldwide, which would include any Atlantean realm. It's plausible that early civilizations, astonished by sea level rise or regional flood disasters, encoded it in story form. But often those myths also mention a civilization or a virtuous few saved with knowledge intact to restart humanity. For instance, after the Greek flood of Deucalion, a new human race is born from stones. After Noah's flood, Noah's offspring repopulate and carry on civilization. So the echo suggests something was before, it was lost, but something was saved to seed what came after. If Atlantis was real, the survivors might be precisely those Noahs and culture bearers behind the myths. We have actual historical accounts, outside Plato, that hint at lost lands or advanced ancients. The Greek philosopher Solon, who is key to the Atlantis story as he's said to have heard it in Egypt, also visited Lydia in modern Turkey, where he was told of a massive flood long ago that nearly ended their society. The Egyptians themselves took pride in being the oldest civilization and hinted they'd seen others rise and fall. Maybe they kept records of a mighty western neighbour that fell, which they recounted to Solon. Now, consider linguistic echoes. Some alternative historians search for Atlantean remnants in language families. One theory suggests the mysterious Basque language of the Pyrenees, which is unrelated to any other language in Europe, might be a survivor of an Atlantean tongue. if one imagines refugees from a sunken land settled in Iberia. That's highly speculative, but Basque does have words with no clear origin. Similarly, certain North African Berber legends speak of a former island home or lost fertile lands to the west. Could their language hold clues? Hard to say without a known Atlantean language to compare. Architectural and scientific knowledge can be powerful echoes. For example, the pyramids of Egypt stand as an enigma of sophisticated engineering around 2500 BC. Did the Egyptians devise that wholly on their own? Or were they inspired by something earlier? The oldest Egyptian pyramids, Step Pyramid of Djoser, are abrupt leaps forward in design, albeit plausible through genius of Imhotep, but some wonder if there were precursors unpreserved, like maybe mud brick pyramids that eroded, or external influence. If Atlanteans had monumental architecture, maybe an echo of that concept reached the Nile, or even the Americas. The coincidence of pyramid-like structures worldwide, Egypt, Mesopotamia, ziggurats, India, step temples, Mesoamerica, Maya, Aztec pyramids, might just be parallel evolution. People realize building large places, but some fringe thinkers see it as a legacy of a mother culture's architectural style diffusing globally. It's a romantic thought. Survivors of Atlantis and teaching how to build great stone structures to remember the cosmos or serve as refuges. Another echo could be in technology and measurements. Some point to how ancient cultures separated by oceans all worked with surprisingly sophisticated astronomy, like aligning monuments to solstices and equinoxes, or encoding mathematical constants. The Great Pyramids famously encode the approximate value of pi and the length of a solar year through its perimeter to height ratio. Was that just the Egyptians? Or did they inherit some of that knowledge? The concept of a 360-degree circle, 60-minute hour, the sexagesimal system of Sumer, and certain geometric ratios appear across old world civilizations as if a shared legacy. If Atlanteans were as advanced as claimed, perhaps they formulated standards and math that later seeped into these younger cultures. There are also genetic echoes to consider. Modern genetics has traced human migrations. One curious mystery is the existence of a very distinct lineage, the haplogroup X, found in both some European, Middle Eastern populations and among some Native American groups, like certain tribes around the Great Lakes. It's minor but puzzling because it suggests a connection that mainstream theory can't fully explain. Some propose an Ice Age Atlantic crossing or a Beringian isolate group. A wild hypothesis by some fringe authors is that Atlanteans, or Solutreans, as a known Ice Age European culture, in another theory about early Americans, crossed to the Americas and left that genetic marker. This remains speculative and not widely accepted, but it's a tantalizing notion that bloodlines themselves carry an echo of a lost people. Now, mythology beyond flood stories sometimes hints at a golden age, a distant splendid city or land of the gods that is now inaccessible. The Greeks had the Garden of the Hesperides in the far west, a paradise with a tree of golden apples. The Celts spoke of Avalon or High Brazil, western isles of plenty and eternal youth, sometimes visible just beyond the horizon. These could be allegory for the afterlife or faint cultural memories of actual lands now vanished over the horizon. In West Africa, interestingly, there are legends of a far-off western land too. Some coastal tribes talked about a place of riches that sunk, though these might be influenced by later contact stories. We should mention the Mesoamerican lore. Aztecs said their ancestors came from an island called Aztlan to the north, which some have playfully linked to Atlantis, though linguistically it's Nahuatl for place of herons, and likely refers to somewhere in northwest Mexico or a metaphorical origin. The Maya have the tale of Tolan, or the age of the first sun, that ended with floods and black rain, and survivors starting over. And the Andean people, like Aymara, have legends of Tiwanaku, an ancient city at Lake Titicaca, being built by surviving giants from a sunk land. Interestingly, one Inca legend mentions a continent called Antis that sank, which is often dismissed as apocryphal or confusion with the Antisuyu Eastern Forests region. But if that legend were genuine, Antis sounds too close to Atlantis to ignore, though likely coincidental. Still, even the name Andes and Antilles have that ant-atl root, which some creative minds like to see as linguistic drift from Atlantis. Again, not academically supported, but an intriguing echo in sound. On the spiritual side, theosophists like Madame Blavatsky and Edgar Case's readings speak of Atlantean souls reincarnating in modern times, or Atlantean crystal technology lying dormant, waiting to be rediscovered. Those are very esoteric echoes, not verifiable, but they contributed to a modern mythos where people feel connected to Atlantis in dreams or regressions. Is it possible that our collective unconscious, as Carl Jung might suggest, carries archaic memories? Some have speculated that flood and lost civilization myths are archetypes in the collective unconscious, psychological echoes of real distant traumas and falls from grace. In that sense, every time we tell a story of a utopia that falls due to hubris, which we do often in fiction, we're echoing Atlantis. Even linguistically in Plato's account, some scholars have tried to dissect the name Atlantis. It's said to mean Island of Atlas, linking it to Greek Titan Atlas, who incidentally was said to be the first king of Atlantis in Plato's story, an interesting blending of myth. But Atlas in myth held up the sky at the western edge of the world, i.e., far west beyond the known, a neat symbolic link. The Atlantic Ocean is named after Atlas, presumably because it lay beyond his pillar. Could it be the ocean got its name not just from the Titan, but indirectly from the story of Atlantis? Hard to prove, since Atlantic was a term used by Herodotus before Plato wrote Atlantis. But if Egyptians or earlier sailors had name for that ocean referencing a lost land, it might have trickled to Greeks as Sea of Atlas, just a thought. Another echo could be geographic knowledge that seems ahead of its time. For instance, some point to ancient world maps, again the Piri race or others, which might hint at knowledge of coastlines beyond where those cultures officially travelled. If that were true, perhaps Atlanteans, being seafarers, mapped far and wide, and that knowledge, fragmentary, ended up in later maps. It's contentious, but even the idea the Phoenicians circumnavigated Africa, which Herodotus claims they did in 600 BC, might have been guided by older knowledge or trading posts possibly established by an earlier maritime culture, Atlantis or otherwise. One concrete echo. In Egyptian, the sunken temple city of Heraklion, Thonis, in the Nile Delta was found underwater recently, and it had stela that mentioned decrees about foreigners from the sea and such. It wasn't Atlantis, but shows that Egyptians did experience cities sinking due to local subsidence and had to resettle. They might easily transfer that concept to a bigger narrative if they had heard of or remembered a big one like Atlantis. As we gather these echoes, individually they are tenuous, but collectively they weave a tapestry of tantalizing hints. A near universal flood memory. Traces of advanced knowledge appearing in early societies. Linguistic oddities hinting at ancient contacts. Cultural heroes and gods that came from disaster and gave knowledge. Strange artifacts, like those out-of-place items, or even the famous Baghdad battery, an object that shows an understanding of electrochemistry in 200 BC. If Atlanteans had electricity, maybe they passed some idea along. And of course, the story Plato wrote itself, an explicit echo handed down via Egyptian priests, if we take him at face value. It's almost comforting to think that knowledge rarely ever disappears completely. Some seed always survives. In our context, the lost race of Atlanteans might have seen their world end, but in the new world that followed, their children or students built anew, perhaps giving rise to places like Egypt, the high cultures of the Americas, or the mysterious megalithic sites scattered worldwide, like Göbekli Tepe or Stonehenge, or the meticulously aligned Nabta Playa Circle in the Nubian desert, 5000 BC, which predates Stonehenge. How did nomads do that? Possibly by themselves, but one could imagine knowledge passed down. As an analogy, think of the fall of Rome. The Roman Empire fell, but its knowledge was partly preserved by monks, by the Byzantine Empire, by the Islamic scholars, so later generations in medieval Europe slowly regained classical knowledge, sparking the Renaissance. If Atlantis fell, perhaps nearby civilizations, like Egypt or those in Iberia, served as the monks, preserving bits of Atlantean lore which later fueled the known ancient world's leaps, maybe that's why around 3000 BC multiple civilizations blossomed almost concurrently. Egypt, Mesopotamia, Indus, as if catalyzed by something. Conventionally, that's just agriculture reaching critical mass, but fringe might say it's remnants of an older golden age spark. Now, as we near the end of our journey, these echoes do more than tantalize. They urge us to reconsider how interconnected human history might be, and how legends often carry a grain of truth. Perhaps by listening to these echoes without dismissing them outright, we might glean instructions or warnings. One common theme: Atlantis is often used as a cautionary tale of hubris and environmental disregard. Many modern storytellers draw parallels to our society, advanced, perhaps overreaching, and at risk from nature or our own doings. If that's an echo, it's a potent one. Take care, or you might repeat Atlantis's fate. In a poetic sense, maybe the greatest echo of Atlantis is our enduring fascination with it. Across millennia, the idea of an ideal society that met a tragic end touches something deep: our yearning for lost perfection and our fear of self-destruction. In that way, every time someone writes a utopian story or post-apocalyptic caution, Atlantis's echo lives in that narrative. We have one more chapter ahead. Atlantis awakens. A positive turn, perhaps. After all these mysteries, what if Atlantis isn't just a closed chapter, but something that could awaken in our consciousness, or maybe even physically, via discoveries? It will be a fitting closing to consider that maybe the story isn't over. Atlantis, in one form or another, could rise again. Let's gently move to that hopeful conclusion, allowing all we've learned to settle like gentle sediment in our mind, ready to form new land. Chapter 10. Atlantis Awakens. Our journey is drawing to a close, dear friend, and now we contemplate the dawn after the long night of mystery. Atlantis awakens. What could that mean? In the context of a sleep story, it's the moment where our tale finds resolution and hope, easing you into peaceful dreams. Symbolically, it suggests that what was once lost could be found. What was forgotten could be remembered. What was myth could become reality again, or at least a lesson illuminated. Imagine, if you will, a tranquil morning over the Sahara. The first light of sun spreads a golden sheet over the dunes. For ages, those sands have guarded their secret. But maybe today is special. Perhaps a strong wind blew in the night, uncovering something remarkable. As the light grows, the outline of a stone structure is seen where yesterday there was only sand. Could it be? Researchers, alerted by satellites, rush to the site. Brushing aside fine grains, they uncover carved symbols, walls, maybe even a ringed foundation. Little by little, an ancient city reveals itself. It's not complete. Time has worn it down. But it matches descriptions known from Plato and others. The world is stunned and excited. Atlantis has awakened from its slumber. Now that is one way, the literal rediscovery of physical Atlantis. It may or may not happen in our lifetimes, but it's a lovely thought that somewhere under either ocean or desert, evidence waits for that perfect moment to emerge. However, awakening need not be literal. There's also the awakening of understanding. Perhaps we, as a collective, are gradually piecing together the truth of our own past. In recent decades, how many new finds have extended our timelines and shattered assumptions? Göbekli Tepe made us realize organized religion and monumental building existed much earlier than we thought. Underwater archaeology around coastlines is finding settlements that were submerged after the Ice Age, pushing dates of certain human activities further back. It's as if glimpses of a previous cycle of civilization are coming to light. We often think of civilization starting around 4000, 3000 BC, but maybe we're on the cusp of learning about earlier chapters. In that sense, the spirit of Atlantis, representing Ice Age civilization, is awakening in scientific consciousness. One could say Atlantis has already awakened in the cultural sense. Compare the 19th century to now. Back then, only a few scholars and mystics talked of Atlantis. Today, Atlantis is everywhere in pop culture: movies, literature, songs, video games. Not as an obscure footnote, but often as a central theme. It's as if modern humanity subconsciously wants Atlantis to be real, to teach us something. Why? Possibly as a mirror to ourselves, to remind us not to be arrogant with our technology or environment, or as inspiration, a vision of a peaceful, abundant world we might strive to create. Many see Atlantis not just in terms of its fall, but in the ideal of an advanced, harmonious society it might have been at its peak. There's also the angle of personal awakening. Many individuals claim a spiritual connection to Atlantis, feeling they have past life memories or innate affinities, like a fascination with the ocean, crystals, etc. For them, Atlantis awakens could mean accessing those deep memories for personal growth or healing karmic patterns. In a sleep story context, that's a gentle prompt. Perhaps in your dreams tonight, you might wander the beautiful halls of Atlantis, learning something about yourself and humanity, and wake up with a new perspective or creativity sparked. That's a peaceful kind of awakening, through dream. No secret can sleep forever, my dear one. In time, truth rises like the sun. Indeed, knowledge likes to be known. If Atlantis was real, it wants to be found. Not physically maybe, but intellectually. And if it was a myth, well, it still serves as a perennial fable that awakens caution and wonder in us. We should also consider the Earth's cyclic nature. Some believe civilizations rise and fall in great yugas, ages. If we're at the end of one cycle and about to begin another, some associate the age of Aquarius with new enlightenment, perhaps Atlantean wisdom, presumably lost in the dark ages after its fall, will re-emerge as part of human evolution. That's a theme in esoteric traditions, that Atlanteans had psychic abilities and living in balance with nature via crystal energy, etc., which we lost but might regain as we spiritually progress. So, awakening Atlantis can mean awakening those latent human potentials again. From a more concrete angle, who knows, maybe one day soon a breakthrough in translation of some ancient script like Linear A from Crete or the undeciphered symbols of the earliest Vinca culture in Europe might reveal a direct reference to a mother civilization. That would academically wake Atlantis from mere legend to historical discussion. It has happened before. Troy was a legend until Schliemann found it and evidence matched myth. Now, Troy didn't have supernatural aspects like Atlantis, but it's a precedent for myth becoming history. I like to imagine a positive scenario for Earth's future, often depicted in metaphysical circles. That one day, we'll responsibly use technology in harmony with the planet, possibly tapping into non-polluting energy sources, like those crystals or some quantum field. Essentially becoming what many might call a neo-Atlantis, a globally unified yet diverse civilization, advanced and peaceful. In this vision, Atlantis isn't something in the past at all, but a blueprint for a possible enlightened future that we are slowly awakening to. Perhaps that's why the story endures, not as a warning alone, but as an inspiration to do better with knowledge. After journeying through these ideas, an awakened Atlantis means we don't let its memory stay buried as a mere cautionary tale. We actively dialogue with it, learning the lessons of hubris, so we avoid destruction, striving for its heights of wisdom and advancement, so we improve life, and appreciating the fragility and preciousness of civilization, so we safeguard ours better. So, my dear sleepy friend, as Golden Chonk would say in closing, we've roamed far and wide in myth and reality, and now it's time to drift into slumber, carrying the secrets of Atlantis kindly within. Tomorrow is new, and who knows? Perhaps you'll see the world with fresh eyes, maybe an Eye of Sahara perspective. For now, rest, safe with the knowledge that mysteries endure, but so does hope and wisdom. Atlantis sleeps, but also stirs in you and me. With that thought, we bid it and you a gentle good night. Meow. Meow. Chapter 1. The Golden Chonk's Grand Entrance, a shocking revelation. All right, listen up, my fellow perfectionists and curious kittens. What if I told you there's a place on Earth so enormous, so utterly mind-bogglingly vast, that it has its own clouds? Not outside, mind you, but deep, deep underground? a place where entire forests thrive in perpetual twilight, and ancient creatures swim in rivers that have never seen the sun? Sounds like a cat's wildest dream, or perhaps a very long, very dark tunnel to the treat cupboard, right? Well, you absolutely must stay, because I, Golden Chonk, your most esteemed and fluffy guide, am about to whisk you away on an adventure into this impossible world. We're talking about a place that makes your biggest living room feel like a shoebox, a place where even a mighty lion would feel like a tiny mouse. And trust me, if I'm willing to leave my sunbeam for this, it's going to be epic. So settle in, fluff up your favorite cushion, and prepare your ears for the Golden Chonk's Grand Cave Caper. Sun Dung's Secrets Unfurled. Yes, that's the one. Remember it. It's catchy, just like a laser pointer dot. I'm Golden Chonk, by the way. You might know me from my extensive napping career, or perhaps my groundbreaking research into the optimal belly rubbing techniques. But today, my friends, we're diving into something even more profound than the perfect nap. The largest cave on our magnificent planet, Sun Dung. And yes, it's so big, even I, Golden Chonk, feel a little small. The sheer scale of Sun Dung is something that truly needs to be grasped, and it is best understood through comparisons that resonate with everyday experience. For instance, while the cave's dimensions are staggering in abstract numbers, imagining it as large enough to fit 1,000 catnaps or 1,000,000 litter boxes immediately grounds the concept of massive in a way that is both humorous and memorable for the audience. This unique perspective, delivered through the voice of a fat cat, transforms what could be dry facts into an engaging and entertaining revelation, capturing attention from the very beginning. The initial shock value of a place with its own clouds underground is amplified by the narrator's personal, feline-centric framing of its immensity, ensuring that the audience is hooked and curious to learn more about this extraordinary natural wonder. Chapter 2. A Fat Cat's First Glimpse, the Unfathomable Scale of Sun Dung. Now, when I first heard about this Sandang Cave, which, by the way, is also known as Sun Dung, and trust me, it's easier to say than that really big hole in the ground, my whiskers twitched with skepticism. Largest cave on our planet. Pfft. I've seen some pretty big boxes, but oh my dear listeners, this is no mere box. This is a cathedral of stone, a subterranean kingdom so vast it defies belief. It's bigger than 1,000 catnaps combined, enough space for 1,000,000 litter boxes if one were so inclined, or perhaps more practically, enough room for a lifetime supply of tuna. Let's talk numbers, because even a cat like me can appreciate a good, big number. This cave stretches a mind-boggling 9 kilometers in length. That's like what, 100,000 zoomies? And its total volume? A staggering 38.5 million cubic meters of space. To put that into perspective for you humans, it's equivalent to about 15,000 Olympic swimming pools. Imagine trying to swim that. I'd need a very long floaty. And the passages themselves? So enormous that a 40-story skyscraper could fit inside. Not just a bit of it, but the whole thing. Some sections reach up to 200 meters high and 165 meters wide. They even say a double-decker aircraft, like those big Boeings, could fly right through the Hope and Vision passage without scraping a wing. That's a lot of airspace, even for a cat who dreams of flight. Walking inside, it's impossible not to feel as small as a tiny bug. And coming from me, Golden Chonk, a creature of considerable fluff and presence, that's saying something. It's a humbling experience, realizing the sheer scale of natural forces at play over millions of years. The repeated emphasis on the cave's immense size, through comparisons to skyscrapers, Boeing 747s, and Olympic pools, is not merely a listing of facts. It is designed to evoke a profound psychological response. For a narrator who typically views himself as the center of his universe, the admission of feeling small as a tiny bug underscores the overwhelming presence of the cave. This personal reaction helps to convey the sheer magnitude of Sun Dung in a way that abstract numbers alone cannot, making the dimensions relatable and deeply impactful for the audience. This overwhelming scale naturally inspires a sense of awe and wonder. The fact that Sun Dung is recognized as the largest cave on our planet and a world-class experience highlights its global significance. By emphasizing this awe-inspiring grandeur, the narrative subtly prepares the audience to understand the importance of the conservation efforts that protect this unique environment. The sheer magnificence of the cave, as described through Golden Chonk's astonished observations, provides a compelling reason for its preservation and careful management. Sun Dung, a giant's playground dimension value comparison length, 9 km volume, 38.5 million m3, and 15,000 Olympic pools, max height 200 meters at a 40-story skyscraper, max width 165 meters, tallest stalagmite, 80 mil, Great Wall, height 80 to 90 meters, passage size. Double-decker aircraft could fly through. The table above provides a quick, digestible summary of the cave's unfathomable scale. Presenting these numbers alongside relatable comparisons ensures that the audience can truly grasp the immensity of Son Dung, reinforcing the narrator's initial awe and the shocking revelation that began this grand caper. Chapter 3. Whispers of Ancient Earth. Sun Dung's geological masterpiece. But how, you ask, did such a colossal cavern come to be? Well, it all started long before my ancestors perfected the art of the indoor zoomy. Beneath the very soil, humans walk on lies a 450 million-year-old limestone formation. That's older than dinosaurs, older than most of the dust bunnies under your couch. This calcium-rich limestone, the oldest in Southeast Asia, is made of the compressed shells and skeletons of ancient sea animals that sank to the ocean floor over millions of years. Imagine a giant, ancient seafood buffet, slowly squished into rock. Fascinating, really. Now, limestone, as it turns out, is a bit like a giant, delicious block of cheese to acid. And acid rain, over eons, slowly erodes it. But it's not just rain. Son Dung was carved over millions of years by allogenic rivers, like the Rao Thuong and Khe Rai, which sank along straight sub-vertical fault lines of the Trong Son mountain range. These fault lines created pathways for water to flow deeper, making the cave truly enormous. So, it's a grand ballet of water erosion and tectonic movements. Much more exciting than watching a single water droplet drip from a leaky faucet, I assure you. The immense scale of Son Dung is a direct consequence of this synergistic relationship between water and tectonic forces. Pre-existing fractures in the Earth's crust allowed water to penetrate deeper and more effectively, carving out the vast chambers over eons. This highlights the complex geological history, showing that the cave's uniqueness stems from a rare combination of conditions rather than a single factor. Here's a fun little paradox for you. While the limestone itself is ancient, up to 450 million years old, the cave of Son Dung itself is considered young, having formed only about 2 to 5 million years ago. It's like having a brand new, super modern cat tree built from ancient, prehistoric wood. The river just kept carving and carving, making this giant tunnel. This contrast between the ancient limestone and the relatively young cave emphasizes the concept of deep time, a geological timescale that is almost incomprehensible to human or feline lifespans. Golden Chonk's humorous comparisons, like older than most dust bunnies, help bridge this gap, making the vastness of time more relatable and inviting the audience to ponder the immense forces that shaped our planet. But the geology here isn't just about big holes and old rocks. It's about living rocks. Yes, you heard me right. Son Dung contains phytokarst rocks, which are described as moving towards the sun like semi-living organisms. These rare limestone formations are shaped by the growth of algae, mosses, and microorganisms together with calcium carbonate. They secrete a weak acid that dissolves the rock, creating these unique, often pencil-like shapes that point towards the light. It's like the rocks themselves are trying to get a good sunbath, just like me. Except they're doing it by slowly dissolving themselves. Humans are weird, but rocks are weirder. The concept of phytokarst is a fascinating illustration of how geological and biological processes can intertwine. These formations are not merely inert rocks. They are actively shaped by microorganisms, adding a dynamic and almost fantastical element to the cave. This detail enriches the narrative by introducing a truly unique phenomenon, further emphasizing the otherworldly nature of Sondong, where the boundaries between living and non-living seem to blur. Other unique geological formations. And speaking of unique, have you ever heard of cave pearls? They're like nature's giant marbles, formed around a tiny grain of sand with layers of minerals building up over centuries. Usually, they're about a centimetre, but here in Sondong, some are as big as a tennis ball. Imagine trying to bat one of those around. A cat can dream. Then there are the stalagmites, rising like towers of ancient cities. The most famous? The Hand of Dog stalagmite, an 80-metre high behemoth. It took an average of 800,000 years for the minerals to accumulate to form this one. It's so huge because it grew in a part of the cave where the ceiling is over 170 metres high and 130 metres wide. There's even a story that it was originally named Hand of God, but a mishearing led to Hand of Dog. I prefer Hand of Dog, sounds more relatable, like a giant stony paw print from a truly colossal creature. And everywhere, water rich in minerals flows down, creating beautiful rimstone pools, like tiny pristine swimming holes for very small, very brave fish. You also see these curious formations called sand towers, which look like a small metropolis. When water drips, it protects the parts under pebbles, while the surroundings erode, leaving these little stone cities. It's like nature's very slow, very intricate sandcastle competition. Chapter 4. The Hidden Jungles and Creatures of the Deep, Sondong's Living Heart. Now, here's where things get truly wild, even for a seasoned indoor explorer like myself. This cave isn't just a hole in the ground. It's a completely self-sustained ecosystem with its own climate conditions. Think about that for a moment. Hundreds of meters underground, the clouds you're used to seeing in the sky actually form inside this cave. It's all because of the temperature difference between the outside and the inside. It's like the cave is breathing, creating its own little weather system. Imagine trying to predict that forecast. This intricate system, where elements like bat guano provide soil fertility, dolines allow light penetration, and temperature differences create unique weather, highlights the complex web of life and geological features that allow this unique environment to flourish. This interconnectedness underscores the fragility and irreplaceable nature of the ecosystem, reinforcing the need for its careful protection and management. How does life thrive in such darkness? That's where the magic happens. Sondong has two colossal openings in its ceiling, called dolines or skylights. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the cave roof simply couldn't hold up and collapsed. And that, my friends, was a good thing. These giant holes allowed sunlight to penetrate the darkness, giving life to entirely new, unique ecosystems. It's like finding a secret garden, but instead of a wall, it's a giant hole in the ceiling of the world's biggest cave. Doline 1. Watch out for dinosaurs. The first doline, about 3 kilometers from the entrance, is dramatically named Watch Out for Dinosaurs. The story goes that an explorer joked about his child shouting, "Daddy, watch out for a dinosaur," upon seeing the untouched, prehistoric landscape. It's a steep, rocky area, but sunlight still streams in, creating magnificent scenes. You can even see the wedding cake stalagmite here, a popular spot for photos. Doline 2, Garden of Eden. But the real showstopper is the second doline, much bigger than the first. This is the Garden of Eden. And yes, it was originally Garden of Eden, but humorously changed to avoid religious connotations. All of a sudden, you're in a dense, lush forest, right inside a cave. It's like stepping into another dimension. The roof here collapsed due to the intersection of two major fault lines, allowing even more sunlight to flood in. The underground rainforest. This isn't just a few plants, it's a full-blown, untouched prehistoric rainforest. Biologists have found more than 200 species of plants and almost 60 species of animals living in this area. The soil is deep and incredibly fertile, thanks to millions of years of bat guano accumulation. Yes, that's right, bat poop. Who knew it was such a powerful fertilizer? The trees here are fascinating. They grow very thin but incredibly tall, up to 40 to 50 meters high, all stretching desperately towards the sunlight filtering from above. It's a testament to life's incredible will to find a way, even in the most unlikely places. Endemic and adapted species. And what about the creatures? Oh my whiskers, the creatures! This underground world is home to over 250 endemic plant and animal species, with 7 new animal species recently discovered here. Many of them are uniquely adapted to the darkness, like the transparent fish with no eyes. They don't react to shadows or movement because, well, they don't see anything. Their other senses, like touch and smell, have become super strong. Just like my nose when it sniffs out a fresh can of salmon. The descriptions of blind fish, translucent insects, and bioluminescent cave worms provide compelling examples of extreme evolutionary adaptation. The loss of eyes and pigment, coupled with the development of alternative senses or light production, vividly demonstrates life's remarkable ability to thrive in perpetual darkness. This showcases the incredible biodiversity and the power of natural selection, transforming the cave into a living laboratory of ongoing evolution. Then there are the cave worms. These little tricksters produce a blue-green light from their tail to attract flying insects to their sticky threads. Once an insect gets stuck, the larva pulls up the thread and eats its prey. Glowing snacks. Who knew nature had such a clever, albeit slightly terrifying vending machine? But perhaps the most astonishing residents are the colourful monkeys. Yes, monkeys. In a cave. This might be the only cave where monkeys live. Most primates prefer trees, but this extraordinary cave has become a new living space for certain species. I imagine they're quite good at climbing the tall trees in the Dolines. Perhaps they're even better at finding dropped snacks than I am. A true marvel, these tree-dwelling cousins of mine, but underground. We also encounter crickets, some of them blind. There are countless bats hanging in deep sleep above, though some are awake and constantly defecating. And in the rainforest, you might spot centipedes and snakes. There's even evidence of monkeys eating snails, leaving behind broken shells. It's a bustling, hidden world full of surprises. Sun Dung's secret inhabitants. Species unique. Adaptation feature significance. Blind fish. Eyeless, transparent, enhanced senses. Endemic, new species. Cave worms. Bioluminescent traps. Unique predatory behavior. Monkeys. Live in cave rainforest. Possibly unique to this cave. Bats. Hibernate fertilized soil. Crucial to ecosystem crickets. Numerous, some blind, adapted to dark cave-dwelling centipedes. Predators. Part of the cave's food chain. Snakes. Predators. Part of the cave's food chain. Snails, prey, eaten by monkeys. Evidence of unique food sources. This table systematically presents the diverse and often highly adapted life forms found within Sun Dung. It highlights the cave's rich biodiversity and reinforces the narrative of a self-sustained ecosystem and the otherworldly nature of Sun Dung, providing concrete examples of its biological marvels. Chapter 5. The Golden Chonk's Epic Trek, Navigating the Subterranean World. Now, you might be thinking, Golden Chonk, how does one even get to such a place? Well, my friends, this isn't your average stroll in the park. Individual access is strictly forbidden to protect both visitors and the incredibly fragile environment. Only one authorized agency, Oxalis Adventure, operates these expeditions. It's like a secret society of adventurers, and only the most prepared get to join. The strict limitation on individual access and the exclusive role of Oxalis Adventure are not just logistical details. They represent a fundamental conservation strategy. By capping visitor numbers at 1,000 per year and limiting group sizes to a maximum of 10, and by implementing strict rules such as no permanent infrastructure and carrying all waste out, the human impact on this delicate ecosystem is significantly mitigated. This proactive approach to preserving a natural wonder demonstrates how exploration can coexist with environmental protection, setting a commendable example for other sensitive natural sites globally. Preparation and the Gateway Cave, N Cave. To even reach Sun Dung, humans embark on a challenging journey. First, a 9-hour trek through the jungle. 9 hours. That's like 9 naps without interruption. Then you must pass through N Cave, which is itself the world's 3rd largest cave and serves as a gateway to Son Doong. It's crucial to be fully prepared, doing deep online research before setting out. Me? My preparation involves a good stretch and a full belly. Inside N Cave, formed over centuries by water, has a ceiling 145 metres high and is 200 metres wide. During flooding season, much of it is submerged. We even saw a basket high up showing how much the water levels can rise. There's a breathtaking lake where humans can take a dip. And at dusk, the sound of swift birds echoes. These birds can't take off from the ground. They have to jump from high places to fly. If they're trapped on the ground, it means certain death. A stark reminder of nature's harsh realities, even for a pampered house cat. The trek to Son Doong's embrace. At sunrise, the real journey to Son Doong begins. If N Cave is a neighbourhood, Son Doong is a massive city in comparison. As humans walk, dozens of crickets jump, and the ground is covered with centuries of bat guano. Above, countless bats hang in deep sleep, though some are awake and constantly defecating. So, not a good idea to look up, apparently. My fur is usually pristine, so I can relate to the concern for cleanliness. A challenging final climb brings humans down to the grand entrance of Son Doong. People look tiny at the entrance. Even a few steps in, you're surrounded by incredible formations. The first animal greeting? A cricket. Sparkling white stalagmites like diamonds and huge bronze-coloured stalactites resembling frozen waterfalls. The orange-brown hues suggest iron or other minerals. Some stalactites have even broken off. There's a huge, fast-flowing river here. If you fall, you can't swim. It's too swift. Heavy rains feed these rivers, bringing in soil and sprouted seeds, though without sunlight, they don't last. But mushrooms thrive in the moisture and darkness. Signs of recent floods are everywhere, with mud reaching high up, camping in the heart of the earth. Imagine sleeping here, looking at this view. This is our camping site, deep inside the cave. From here, you can partially see the first dolin. It might look like the cave's exit, but it's just the beginning of more incredible sights. The temperature difference between outside and inside the cave forms mist and clouds. It's truly an otherworldly experience, sleeping under the colossal ceiling of the Earth's largest cave. The expedition is described as highly challenging, requiring exceptional fitness and mental preparation. This journey is not merely about sightseeing, it is an incomparable world-class adventure that allows participants to overcome their own fear and feel happy and proud. This frames the expedition as a profound experience of self-discovery and pushing personal limits, appealing to the human desire for challenge and unique, transformative encounters with nature. Golden Chonk's humorous observations about the difficulty of the trek for humans further highlight the significant effort involved, adding depth to the reluctant adventurer persona. The final challenge, the Great Wall of Vietnam. After days of trekking, river crossings, and navigating incredible formations, there's one last epic challenge. An 80-metre high cast wall called the Great Wall of Vietnam. To reach it, you first pass through the 600-metre long Passchendaele Passage, which turns into a breathtaking jade green lake during certain times. This wall was so challenging that the first caving team had to return. It took specialised equipment and immense courage to finally overcome it. For humans, it's a test of will and skill, climbing with safety harnesses and ropes. For me, I'd probably just find a cosy spot to nap at the bottom and wait for a human to carry me over. But I admire their tenacity. The Great Wall of Vietnam serves as a powerful symbol within the narrative. It represents the ultimate physical and mental barrier, embodying the inherent challenges of exploring the unknown. The fact that early explorers were initially turned back by its formidable height underscores its difficulty, while its eventual conquest highlights human perseverance and ingenuity. This section elevates the human element of the story, showcasing the courage and determination required to engage with such a grand natural wonder, making the expedition itself a heroic feat of exploration. Expedition challenges and requirements. Activity, difficulty, distance. Physical requirements gear provided by Oxalis Jungle Trekking 17 to 25 kilometer trek. Run 5 kilometers in 50 tions min. And helmets, headlamps, caving, gloves, harnesses. River crossings, multiple crossings, knee deep to higher. Swimming comfort, dry bags, tents, sleeping gear. Caving, climbing, 8 km caving. Climb 5 floors water, first aid. Kit satellite phone. Great Wall. Ascent 80 to 90 meter climb camping 3 nights in cave. This table provides practical details about the expedition, reinforcing Golden Chonk's humorous observations about the demanding nature of the trek for humans. By listing the physical requirements and the extensive gear provided by Oxalis, the narrative gains realism and credibility, demonstrating the thorough planning involved in such a challenging adventure. Chapter 6: Unraveling Ancient Puzzles, the Fossil and Beyond. Even after exploring the world's largest cave from one end to the other, a mystery remained on the 4th day of the expedition. A fossil, seen earlier in Son Dung. Which ancient creature did it belong to? My whiskers twitched with anticipation. This is where my inner detective, Golden Chonk, comes out. Though, usually, my detective work involves figuring out who left the cupboard door ajar. The human narrator, Ruhi Tenet, decided to use some fancy human tools to solve this ancient puzzle. He opened something called Opera Browser, which apparently has built-in AI tools. He used Aria, an AI tool, to highlight key points in an article about the cave. It mentioned 2 coral fossils, but didn't specify which image belonged to which creature. So he used Aria's image recognition feature. Clever for a human. And just like that, the mystery was solved. The fossil was identified as Tetracorallea. Further research, using more of Opera's smart tools like Tab Islands and Split Screen View, revealed that Tetracorallea, also known as rugosa, went extinct 300 million years ago. This carnivorous species is believed to have had tentacles to catch its prey and grew up to 10 centimeters. Imagine a tiny, ancient, tentacled snack. And because it's extinct, they even used Aria's image generation feature to create a possible visual for it. It's like having a time machine, but for pictures. Very impressive, even if it can't generate a plate of fresh tuna. The discovery and identification of the Tetracorallea fossil, dating back 300 million years, highlights Sundung's profound significance not just as a geological marvel, but as a paleontological treasure. It functions as a perfectly preserved time capsule, offering a direct glimpse into ancient life and providing invaluable evidence of Earth's deep history. This adds another layer of scientific importance to the cave, emphasizing its immense value for understanding past ecosystems and the grand narrative of evolutionary history. The narrative explicitly details the use of Opera Browser's AI tools, including Aria, image recognition, Tab Islands, and Split Screen View, to identify the fossil. This demonstrates how cutting-edge technology can be effectively applied to unravel ancient mysteries and enhance scientific exploration, even in remote and relatively untouched environments. This integration of modern tools with primeval discoveries bridges the gap between the ancient and the contemporary, providing a compelling and relevant angle for a digital content platform. It illustrates how curiosity and discovery can be greatly aided by technological advancements. This whole experience, from the 450 million-year-old limestone to the 300 million-year-old fossil, really makes you think about the vastness of time. The cave isn't just a place, it's a living museum, a time capsule preserving secrets from an Earth long before even the first cat decided to demand breakfast at 4 a.m. It reminds us that our planet has an incredible, ongoing story, and we're just tiny, fluffy observers. In its grand narrative, Chapter 7, The Golden Chonk's Perfect Conclusion, A Call to Wonder. So, my dear listeners, we've journeyed through the colossal chambers of Son Dung, witnessed its self-contained weather, marveled at its sun-seeking rocks, and met its blind fish and cave-dwelling monkeys. We've even solved an ancient mystery with the help of some clever human tech. It's a place of unparalleled beauty, a true testament to the raw, untamed power of nature. It makes my usual adventures, like chasing a dust bunny under the sofa, seem, well, a little less grand. This cave, this magnificent hidden world, is a wonder that deserves our deepest respect and protection. It's a reminder that there are still incredible, untouched places on Earth, full of secrets waiting to be discovered, and perhaps a few more ancient snacks to be identified. And it's why efforts to limit access and conserve its delicate balance are so important. The entire narrative, from the initial description of the cave's fragility to the controlled access, limited visitor numbers, and Oxalis's comprehensive conservation practices, implicitly builds a strong case for responsible interaction with natural wonders. This conclusion explicitly connects the awe of discovery with the imperative of preservation, emphasizing that exploration and environmental stewardship are deeply interconnected. The report moves beyond mere description to advocate for a broader message of protecting our planet's most extraordinary natural treasures. We want future generations of humans, and perhaps even future generations of highly intelligent, fluffy felines, to be able to marvel at its majesty. So, next time you're feeling small, or perhaps just craving a bit of adventure, remember Sun Dung, and remember me, Golden Chonk, your guide to the extraordinary. Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe there's a sunbeam with my name on it, and perhaps, just perhaps, a fresh bowl of tuna waiting. Until our next Grand Caper, stay curious, stay cozy, and keep those whiskers twitching for wonder. Purr.
Did you know, dear my fellow perfectionists and curious kittens, that some humans are so consumed by desire, so utterly entangled in their own obsessions, that they will spend years meticulously crafting an entire false reality, a reality designed not just to deceive, but to destroy? Perhaps you thought such cunning was reserved for the most elusive of alley cats, but tonight, I, Golden Chonk, will tell you a tale that proves the human heart can be a far more complex and dangerous labyrinth. Stay with me, and together we shall unravel the chilling, unbelievable truth behind lover-stalker-killer, the shocking true crime. The perfectly puzzling. Beginning, a shocking revelation. In the quiet hum of the night, as shadows dance softly on your walls, allow your mind to drift into a story that defies belief, a narrative woven from threads of obsession, deception, and a chilling disappearance. This is not merely a tale of love gone wrong, it is a profound exploration into the depths of human pathology, where a single, fleeting encounter could ignite a years-long campaign of psychological torment and, ultimately, murder. The events we are about to explore challenge the very notion of what is conceivable in human behavior, revealing how far one individual can descend into a meticulously crafted delusion. It is a story that will leave you pondering the hidden complexities of the human psyche long after my voice fades into the dawn. Whispers in the alley, Dave, Liz, and a fateful encounter. Our story begins, as many do, with the seemingly ordinary life of a man named Dave Krupa. In the summer of 2012, Dave, a mechanic, had recently relocated to Omaha, Nebraska. Born in Sioux Falls in 1976, he had spent over a decade in a relationship with a woman named Amy, with whom he shared 2 children. Despite Amy's desire for marriage, their relationship had ultimately dissolved, leaving Dave a single man, navigating the new landscape of Omaha and the digital realm of online dating. He was, as the humans say, out on the prowl, though perhaps not seeking anything profoundly serious at this juncture in his life. It was on one of these virtual prowls that Dave first connected with a woman named Liz, or Shanna Liz Goya, as she was formerly known. Liz, a woman in her late 30s with 2 children of her own and a cleaning business, seemed like a pleasant enough companion for a few dates. However, it soon became apparent that Liz possessed a certain intensity, a clinginess that Dave found unsettling. Her desire for something more serious, coupled with a resentment when Dave spent time with his own children, led him to gently, but firmly, end their brief liaison around Halloween of that same year. Liz, in the human vernacular, got the boot. Little did anyone know this rejection would fester, becoming a dark seed in the fertile ground of an already possessive mind. A few weeks after parting ways with Liz, destiny, or perhaps just the algorithms of online dating, brought Dave face-to-face with Carrie Farver once more. Carrie, a woman from a place called Macedonia, not the country, mind you, but a town with the same name, had previously crossed paths with Dave at his auto repair shop. There had been a fleeting spark then, but nothing had come of it. Now, through online messages, their connection rekindled, leading to a series of pleasant dates. Carrie was a computer programmer, a popular individual with a son named Max, who had bravely put herself through college. She had also faced her own struggles, having battled depression, later diagnosed as bipolar disorder, for which she was receiving the necessary medication. She was, by all accounts, a grounded and capable woman. The relationship between Dave and Carrie progressed, albeit with Carrie making it clear she wasn't looking for anything serious. Dave, surprisingly, found himself quite taken with her, a feeling that only deepened as November 2012 unfolded. Carrie, whose workplace was conveniently close to Dave's apartment, began spending more and more time there, especially as she worked on a large project. Then came the night that, in retrospect, would cast a long, chilling shadow over everything. Dave and Carrie were returning to his apartment, having just stepped through the door when the doorbell chimed. Standing on the doorstep, unexpectedly, was Shanna Elizabeth Goyer, Liz. She had come to retrieve a few belongings she had left behind. It was, by all accounts, an awkward moment, the old girlfriend encountering the new, but at the time, it seemed like not a big deal. Yet, for someone with Liz's described clinginess and possessiveness, someone who had resented Dave's time with his own children, this direct visual confirmation of a competitor likely solidified a dark resolve. This seemingly minor social interaction, a brief exchange in a doorway, was not just an awkward encounter. It was the precise ignition point for an entire, elaborate, years-long scheme. It underscored how a seemingly insignificant moment can trigger a catastrophic chain of events in a deeply disturbed individual, setting the stage for a tragedy that would unravel over years. The Vanishing Act. A shadow falls over Omaha. The morning of Tuesday, November 13th, 2012, began like any other, with Carrie Farver at Dave's apartment, dressed in her pajamas, as Dave left for work early. She was expected to follow suit shortly thereafter. However, the day took an abrupt and bewildering turn. A few hours later, while Dave was immersed in his work, he received a text message, ostensibly from Carrie. It was a surprising proposition, asking if he wanted to move in with her. Dave, feeling it was too soon, politely declined. The response he received was immediate and jarring. A barrage of unpleasant messages, culminating in Carrie declaring she never wanted to see him again. Dave, though puzzled by the sudden shift, simply assumed she was perhaps more volatile than he had realized, or that her earlier disinterest in a serious relationship had resurfaced. But the anomalies did not end there. Carrie never arrived at work that day. Her boss's calls went unanswered, a concerning sign for someone usually so reliable. An examination of her digital footprint revealed a peculiar sequence of events. She had logged onto Facebook early that morning, then logged off at 6:42 a.m. Crucially, she logged back on at 9:45 a.m., only to immediately unfriend Dave. This rapid contradictory shift in her digital and communication patterns, from wanting to move in to unfriending Dave and sending erratic, hostile texts, was far too drastic for a genuine emotional breakdown. It suggested a pre-planned, calculated impersonation rather than a spontaneous outburst. The precise, immediate digital actions pointed not to Carrie's own turmoil, but to a deliberate, malicious act by a hidden actor. This rapid change served as a key indicator that someone else had taken control of her digital identity, laying the groundwork for a prolonged and terrifying deception. The confusion deepened for Carrie's mother, Nancy, who was caring for Carrie's son, Max, in Macedonia. Nancy began receiving a flood of erratic text messages from Carrie. The messages were a jumbled mix of explanations. Carrie was moving away, running off for a job in Kansas, but would be back daytime, nighttime, sometime. She claimed to have broken up with Dave and even stated she was going to check herself into a mental hospital. While Carrie had indeed struggled with mental health issues in the past, her mother found these messages deeply unsettling, knowing Carrie had been stable and receiving treatment. The inconsistencies mounted. Carrie was in a mental hospital, then in Kansas with Dave. Then they had broken up. Then she had lost her job, but found a new one and sold all her belongings, only to be back with Dave again and hating everybody. It was, as the human observer noted, just like all over the place, just all sort of shite. Unable to get a coherent explanation or reach Carrie by phone, Carrie would respond to texts but never answer calls. Nancy's concern escalated to alarm. Convinced her daughter was suffering some kind of breakdown, Nancy eventually filed a missing persons report. The chaotic, contradictory nature of these messages was a hallmark of the impersonation, designed to sow confusion and create a narrative of an unstable, unpredictable individual. This early phase of the deception highlighted the vulnerability of digital identities and how easily they could be hijacked to construct a false reality, especially in the early 2010s, when digital forensics was still evolving. The question of who was truly behind these bewildering messages became the central, unsettling mystery that it would haunt Carrie's loved ones for years. A tangled yarn. The digital deception unfurls. As the days turned into weeks, the digital deception intensified, weaving a complex and terrifying web around Dave, Liz, and even Carrie's own family. The perpetrator, posing as Carrie, orchestrated a relentless campaign of harassment, designed not only to maintain the illusion of Carrie's erratic presence, but also to manipulate perceptions and deflect suspicion. An early, yet critical clue emerged when Carrie sent her mother, Nancy, a picture of a check. Carrie claimed to have sold all her belongings, and the check, meant to show proof of this transaction, was signed Shanna Golia. This led police directly to Liz's doorstep, where she claimed Carrie must have stolen her checkbook. This incident, though initially dismissed, was a direct pointer to Liz, a subtle thread in the tangled yarn that would later be unraveled. Meanwhile, Dave found himself inundated with a torrent of messages from Carrie. Every attempt he made to call her was met with silence, reinforcing the strange, one-sided nature of their communication. The messages from Carrie were often vitriolic, primarily aimed at Liz Goya, labeling her a whore and warning Dave against being with someone like that. Yet, interspersed with these hateful remarks were unsettlingly intimate messages like, "I hope we can see each other soon." This dual nature of the messages, shifting from intense hatred to a longing for connection, was a deliberate tactic. The psychological torment extended to Liz herself. Carrie began to harass Liz, even painting a threatening message in Liz's garage. "I'm out in your garage, so what should I do to your car? I see my handiwork is still on the wall." Pictures, purportedly from Carrie, showing the inside of Liz's garage, were also sent. This seemingly counterintuitive act, the perpetrator harassing herself, served multiple, calculated purposes. It made Liz appear as a victim alongside Dave, deflecting suspicion and lending credibility to her own narrative. It also fostered a shared trauma bond with Dave, subtly pushing them back together. Most chillingly, it allowed the perpetrator to completely control the narrative, portraying Carrie as an unhinged stalker who targeted everyone associated with Dave. This self-inflicted torment, a critical component of the long-term deception, hinted at a deeper psychological issue, possibly a profound need for attention or a severe personality disorder where the lines between reality and fantasy were blurred. It was a sophisticated and manipulative strategy, a grand act of gaslighting on an unimaginable scale. The deception escalated to theatrical extremes. Carrie emailed Dave, claiming to have kidnapped Liz. The message was chillingly direct. "You will do exactly as I say, and then I will let her go. You will dump Liz, and you will start seeing me again. Do it or say goodbye to her. I am sick of her getting what belongs to me. You can't play with my feelings. Understand? Do it or say goodbye to her." Accompanying this email was a staged picture, purportedly showing Liz tied up. This desperate, theatrical attempt to manipulate Dave showcased the extreme measures the perpetrator was willing to take to achieve their twisted goals. Despite the mounting evidence of harassment, the police faced immense challenges. Carrie was described as a computer expert, and her communications appeared to be encrypted, making them difficult to trace. An arrest warrant was issued for Carrie, but she remained elusive, seemingly a ghost in the digital ether. Dave and Liz cooperated fully, providing their phones to the police for data download, yet still, no trace of the real Carrie could be found. The perpetrator even posted on Facebook, under Carrie's guise, a defiant message. "I have answered enough questions to prove myself to everyone. I am done. You can't either believe I'm your daughter, mother, sister, and friend, that you have known your whole life, or you can just leave me alone. I have proven myself over and over, and I'm done. I left on my own free will, and I'm sick of everyone giving me a hard time for doing what I needed to do. I am not missing. I just don't want to come home right now. I'm a grown woman, and if I feel like leaving home, I have the right." These messages, clearly not written by Carrie, further solidified the impression of a deeply disturbed individual, cementing the false narrative and prolonging the agonizing uncertainty for Carrie's family. Claws of suspicion. The investigation deepens. As the months bled into years, the torrent of messages from Carrie began to slow, becoming less frequent. Dave, in an attempt to escape the persistent digital haunting, moved. His interactions with Liz also became less frequent, though a new, unsettling detail emerged. A gun he had purchased for protection went missing from his home. The case, buried under countless pages of digital communications and unanswered questions, had grown cold, a vast, confusing labyrinth of digital footprints that led nowhere. Then, in April 2015, a glimmer of hope appeared. 2 new detectives took on the colossal case, which by then comprised countless paperwork of messages and emails and what have you. Faced with the overwhelming complexity, they decided on a strategic approach. They would pursue 2 opposing theories simultaneously. One detective would work under the assumption that Carrie was still alive, somewhere, orchestrating all the harassment. The other would explore the chilling possibility that Carrie was dead, and someone else was impersonating her. This strategic divergence proved pivotal, allowing them to systematically eliminate possibilities and narrow their focus. The detective pursuing the Carrie is alive theory soon reached a dead end, finding no evidence to support her continued existence. This left the door open for the alternative, and a crucial piece of evidence, often overlooked in the digital cacophony, began to shine. Carrie's son, Max, desperate to confirm his mother's identity amidst the barrage of confusing messages, had sent Carrie a series of deeply personal questions on Facebook. These were simple, intimate details only the real Carrie would know. 1. What is my middle name? 2. What was our first boxer's name? 3. Who was my best friend as a little kid? The person communicating as Carrie responded to every other message she received, but consistently ignored these specific questions. This simple yet profound failure to answer Max's questions represented a critical turning point in the investigation. While digital forensics struggled to trace encrypted messages, This human element provided irrefutable proof of impersonation. It demonstrated that even the most elaborate digital deception could be undone by basic, non-digital verification methods, highlighting the imposter's oversight in failing to anticipate such a fundamental test of identity. This poignant detail underscored the importance of combining technological investigation with human intuition and personal knowledge in complex cases of identity theft and deception, adding a layer of heartbreaking reality to the unfolding mystery. The fiery paw prints, escalation, and a desperate frame-up. The bizarre saga took an even darker turn, escalating from psychological torment to outright violence. In August of 2013, Liz Goyer's house was set on fire. Fortunately, Liz and her children were in the process of moving and were not present. However, her two dogs, Cat and Snake, tragically perished in the blaze. This act of arson marked a severe escalation, indicating a growing desperation or instability in the perpetrator's mind. It was a destructive act that would later be revealed as a calculated move by Liz herself, a desperate attempt to control the narrative and perhaps destroy any lingering evidence within her home. The chilling disregard for the lives of her pets, prioritizing her elaborate scheme over living beings, underscored a profound lack of empathy. As the investigation into Carrie's disappearance continued, Liz Goyer, now a victim of arson, filed another harassment complaint in April 2015. This time, however, her target was not Carrie, whose emails were by then slowing down. Instead, Liz accused Amy Flora, Dave's ex-girlfriend and the mother of his children, of being the true villain. Liz claimed that Amy had been posing as Carrie the entire time, orchestrating the years of harassment. This was a desperate, high-stakes gamble to shift blame entirely, a calculated act of projection and manipulation. The very next day after Liz filed her complaint against Amy, the situation exploded into physical violence. Liz was ambushed and shot in the thigh while alone in a park, attempting to clear her head. She managed to escape and immediately told the responding police that Amy Flora was her assailant, claiming Amy had shot her with Dave's stolen gun. This self-inflicted shooting, a dramatic act of self-harm and attempted framing, was designed to create a tangible, violent incident that would definitively point to Amy as the real villain, thus diverting the entire investigation away from herself and towards Dave's ex. Police, guns drawn, descended upon Amy Flora's residence. However, their initial investigation quickly unraveled Liz's false accusation. An officer, placing a hand on Amy's car, found it cold, indicating it hadn't been driven recently. Amy's neighbors corroborated this, confirming she had been home all night. Suspicion, therefore, began to mount not against Amy, but against Liz herself. These acts, the arson of her own home and the self-inflicted shooting, demonstrated the pathological lengths Liz was willing to go to maintain her fabricated reality and avoid accountability. It highlighted the dangerous escalation of obsession when unchecked and the chilling capacity for self-harm and harm to others in pursuit of a twisted goal. Unraveling the thread, digital clues and bloody secrets. With Amy Flora cleared, the detectives turned their focus back to the digital breadcrumbs left by the elusive Carrie. They revisited the vast trove of data collected from Liz's phone, which she and Dave had willingly provided earlier in the investigation. This meticulous re-examination proved to be the turning point. Deep within Liz's phone, they discovered a photograph of Carrie's truck. What made this discovery extraordinary was its timestamp. The picture was dated December, a full month before Dave Krupa had found the truck abandoned in January. This critical piece of evidence conclusively proved that Liz had access to Carrie's truck before it was found, shattering her claims of ignorance and placing her directly at the scene. This seemingly minor digital anomaly was, in fact, a glaring inconsistency that pointed directly to Liz's involvement. The detectives then brought in computer whizzes to delve even deeper into Liz's phone, meticulously sifting through every single line of data, including files that Liz believed she had permanently deleted. Their efforts yielded another bombshell, a deleted video titled "Husband's Cheating Place." The video, uploaded to YouTube from Liz's own IP address, clearly showed Dave Krupa's apartment building. This provided irrefutable proof of Liz's surveillance of Dave and her direct digital activity related to the case. The enduring nature of digital footprints became clear. Even when deleted, data often leaves recoverable traces, a fact Liz, despite being a computer expert, had tragically underestimated. Her very tools of deception became her ultimate downfall. Further forensic analysis delivered another devastating blow to Liz's narrative. The single fingerprint found inside Carrie's abandoned truck, which had initially yielded no match, was now identified. It belonged not to Carrie, but to Liz Goyer. This physical evidence, combined with the mounting digital trail, solidified the horrifying truth. It appeared that Liz had impersonated Carrie for years, doing all of this to Dave and to herself. Armed with this overwhelming evidence, the police decided on a masterful interrogation technique. They bluffed Liz, telling her that some remains that have been located were believed to be Carrie's, and that lab results were pending for a positive identification. They even subtly suggested that Amy Flora might have been responsible for Carrie's demise, playing into Liz's own fabricated narrative. Convinced the police were finally coming around to her way of thinking, Liz eagerly began forwarding what she claimed were incriminating emails from Amy. These Amy emails, however, were far too accurate and detailed to be fabricated by Liz on the spot, providing even more self-incriminating evidence. This masterful interrogation technique tricked Liz into inadvertently providing more details that could only have come from the true perpetrator. The information seemed a little too accurate to be made up, prompting investigators to return to Carrie's car for a more thorough examination. There, beneath the covering of the passenger seat, they discovered a large, old, bloody stain. DNA analysis confirmed it was Carrie Farver's blood. This was concrete physical evidence that Carrie had been harmed in her vehicle, providing a crucial link to the crime. The final, definitive piece of the puzzle emerged from an unexpected source: Dave Krupa's old tablet, which he had put away in storage. Though the memory card within had been reformatted, the police clackety whizzes, their digital forensic experts, were able to recover what Liz thought she had deleted. They found a chilling photograph, a dead person's foot, bearing Carrie's distinctive tattoo. This gruesome image was the irrefutable proof of Carrie's death and Liz's direct involvement, linking her directly to the body, even without the body itself. The case's resolution, therefore, hinged on the meticulous recovery of deleted digital data and the interpretation of seemingly minor digital anomalies. This highlighted the enduring nature of digital footprints and the increasing reliance of modern law enforcement on advanced digital forensics, demonstrating that even the most cunning digital deceptions can be undone by persistent and skilled investigation. The verdicts echo: justice for a lost soul. With the overwhelming weight of digital and forensic evidence, Shanna Liz Goyer was finally arrested for murder in 2016. The trial commenced in 2017, a dramatic culmination of years of investigation into a case that had captivated and bewildered authorities. The prosecution, led by attorney Brenda Beadle, presented a compelling case built almost entirely on the intricate web of digital evidence. They argued that Liz Goyer's motive was pure jealousy. She had wanted Dave Krupa all for herself and had systematically eliminated Carrie, then embarked on a years-long charade of impersonation to maintain the illusion that Carrie was still alive. A staggering 43 pieces of evidence were submitted, the vast majority being data from over a dozen email accounts that prosecutors asserted Liz had meticulously created and managed. The defense attorney, James Martin Davis, did not deny the authenticity of much of the digital evidence. However, he argued that while the evidence might prove impersonation and harassment, it did not definitively prove that his client had killed Carrie Farver. He emphasized the absence of a body and any eyewitnesses to the murder. And you're going to not hear a single eyewitness say, "Yeah, we saw her kill her. We saw her stab her." Not a single eyewitness even saw my client with the victim in this case. Even the bloody stain found in Carrie's car, which the defense conceded was Carrie's blood, was challenged on the grounds that its timing could not be definitively established. We will concede that blood is Carrie Farber's, but we don't know when it was shed and they can't tell you when it was shed. This highlighted the inherent challenge of a no-body murder case, where traditional direct evidence is often scarce. Despite the defense's arguments, the prosecution's meticulously constructed circumstantial case proved overwhelming. The sheer volume and consistency of digital evidence, the emails, the texts, the IP addresses tracing back to Liz, the recovered deleted files, the predated photo of Carrie's truck, and most damningly, the photo of Carrie's tattooed foot, created a narrative so compelling and undeniable that it transcended the absence of a physical body. This case set a profound precedent, demonstrating that the digital footprint of a crime could be as damning, if not more so, than traditional physical remains. In 2017, Liz Goyer was found guilty of first-degree murder for killing Carrie Farver. She was also convicted of second-degree arson for setting her own house on fire, an act that tragically claimed the lives of her 2 dogs. The judge, in delivering the sentence, reflected on the incomprehensible nature of Liz's actions. Miss Goyer, what some people are capable of has always confounded and mystified the court. The judge acknowledged that true justice, bringing Carrie back to her loved ones, was impossible. However, the court could provide, knowing that Carrie Farber's killer has been caught, convicted, and will spend the rest of her life in prison. Liz Goyer was sentenced to life imprisonment for the murder of Carrie Farver, along with an additional 18 to 20 years for the arson. Her conviction without a body marked a significant evolution in the legal system's ability to prosecute complex cases, demonstrating that overwhelming digital and circumstantial evidence can be as powerful, if not more so, than traditional physical evidence. This case is a testament to the adaptability of the justice system in the face of modern crime, offering a glimmer of hope for families of missing persons where traditional evidence may be scarce, showing that justice can still be served through innovative investigative techniques. A cat's reflection, the unbelievable truth. And so, dear listener, as the night deepens and the world outside settles into its slumber, we conclude this perplexing tale. The story of Carrie Farver, Dave Krupa, and Shanna Liz Goyer is, as many have observed, a very bizarre one. It is a narrative so twisted, so meticulously crafted in its deception, that, if it was a movie, you wouldn't believe it. Consider the sheer scale of the perpetrator's commitment, a woman murdering someone, then posing as her for years online. This wasn't a fleeting act of malice, it was a sustained, almost 9-to-5 effort, involving constantly sending emails and harassing herself, her ex, who she wanted, and even attempting to frame another ex. This level of dedication to a delusion, the years of impersonation, the self-harassment, the arson, the attempted framing, demonstrates a profound psychological pathology. It suggests a complete absence of empathy and a chilling disconnect from reality, characteristic of severe personality disorders or psychopathy. The perpetrator's relentless desire to eliminate competitors reveals a deep insecurity and a pathological need for absolute control, a trait that ultimately led to her downfall. The case of Liz Goyer serves as a chilling illustration of the destructive power of unchecked obsession and the profound psychological pathology that can drive an individual to commit years of calculated deception and murder. It highlights the fine line between intense emotion and criminal psychosis. Liz Goyer truly weaved quite a web, a complex tapestry of lies that ensnared everyone around her. It is a stark and scary story of getting on the wrong side of, well, a psychopath. As you drift into your dreams, let this story linger not as a nightmare, but as a quiet contemplation on the complexities of the human mind. The world, much like a ball of yarn, holds many tangled threads, some beautiful, some dark. And sometimes, the most unsettling truths are found not in grand, dramatic gestures, but in the meticulous, years-long unraveling of a hidden obsession. May your sleep be peaceful and your waking thoughts be clear. Until our next grand caper, stay curious, stay cozy, and keep those whiskers twitching for wonder. Purr. Good night.
Welcome, my little sleepy listeners. My name is Golden Chunk, your fluffy, feline friend and master storyteller. Tonight, I have a question for you. Have you ever wondered what happens when a community's darkest fears aren't imaginary, but an actual flesh and blood monster? Or what happens when a group of explorers, well-equipped and prepared, descends into madness and cannibalism in the frozen wilderness? What happens when a terrifying discovery reveals pure nightmare fuel in the wild places of the world? That's what we're going to explore tonight in two stories that will make your whiskers twitch and your fur stand on end. So, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious, then you've come to the right place. Just don't get too scared, my kittens. You have Golden Chunk here to keep you safe. Now, my little ones, let's start with our first story. Our journey begins not in a land of snow and ice, but in a small, peaceful village in Uganda. This was a place nestled on the banks of a great lake, a place of red earth and vibrant green foliage, where the sun warmed the backs of hardworking people and children's laughter echoed through the air. This was the home of a man named John Mangine, a man of 64 years with a deep love for his family and his community. He had 9 children and 31 grandchildren, and he remembered a time, not so long ago, when this village was a true haven, a place of harmony and simple joys, a place where everyone felt safe. But that peaceful time, that idyllic memory, had been shattered 14 years earlier, in 1991. It was then that a shadow fell over the village, a shadow of fear and incomprehensible loss. People began to die, or to be more precise, people began to vanish, only to be found later, horribly mutilated and deceased, or to disappear completely, never to be seen again. At first, it was a rare and tragic occurrence, a whispered rumor. But as the years wore on, the disappearances became more frequent, more horrifying. Over the course of 14 years, a staggering 83 people had been killed, a number that represented a full 10% of the village's entire population. The tragedy had become so pervasive that every single person in the village knew someone, a family member, a neighbor, a friend, who had been taken by this mysterious unseen killer. The constant terror had worn down the villagers' spirits. They could not comprehend what was happening. They had no explanation for the horror that stalked their homes. So, in their desperation and fear, they turned to the supernatural. They believed a demon, or a malevolent spirit, had descended upon them. They thought it was something beyond their control, a curse or an act of fate, and they began to simply accept it as a grim part of their daily life. The disappearances became a dark, mournful part of their rhythm. They just had to live with it. But John, a man of fierce resolve and a deeply practical mind, refused to accept this explanation. He couldn't stand the idea of living in fear, of waiting for the day when the shadow would claim one of his own little ones. He insisted, "No, we need to look into this." He believed there had to be an actual, tangible explanation for the deaths. For years, his pleas were met with a resigned and hopeless silence. But then, in 2005, the shadow finally struck too close to home. A young boy from the village, a little one no older than John's own grandsons, went missing one morning and was never found. John, seeing the terror in the boy's parents' eyes, felt a fire ignite in his belly. He looked at his own grandchildren playing in the dust and knew he could not let this continue. He decided in that moment that this had to stop, and they had to take action. John, now fueled by a potent mix of grief and righteous anger, started moving through the village. He rallied his friends and neighbors, speaking with a force and conviction that had been absent for years. He told them, "Tonight, we are going to set up a stakeout. We will stay out all night if we have to, and we will wait for this demon, this creature, this person, whatever it is, and we will catch them in the act and put an end to this thing." His enthusiasm was infectious, and his determination was a beacon in the darkness. Slowly, the tide of opinion in the village began to turn. They went from a place of helpless acceptance to a place of determined action. John's call to arms gave them back a sense of agency, a glimmer of hope that they could fight back. That night, John and the group of brave volunteers he had gathered headed to an area in their village that had become a place of dread and sorrow. They called it the Butchery. The name was a somber tribute to the place where the majority of the 83 victims were either found or last seen before they vanished forever. The butchery was located right next to a large placid lake, a body of water that, for years, had seemed so peaceful, but was now a source of deep, abiding fear. Everyone was terrified of the lake and the area around it. But tonight was the night they were going to get answers. John and his fellow volunteers made their way to the butchery, moving as quietly as possible, each of them with a knot of fear in their stomach. They found tall bushes and thick reeds right next to the lake, and each volunteer crouched down, their eyes constantly scanning the land and the dark, still water. Hours went by in tense, terrified silence. They looked at each other, maintaining eye contact to stay brave. They looked out at the black water, which was totally still, and there was nothing happening on land. For hours, they just sat there nervously watching, waiting for something to happen. They didn't know what it would be, or if one of the volunteers would be ripped away by this demon, or whatever it was. But all night, on this first night of the stakeout, they waited and watched on edge, and nothing happened. The next morning, John, ever the leader, insisted they go back out. He told the now weary villagers, "We have to do it again. We have to go back out there and do another stakeout, because we know there is something out there." His resolve was unshakable, and sure enough, night 2 rolled around, and now they had even more volunteers. John's courage had inspired others. They were motivated and out there in the bushes, waiting and watching the lake and the land. But nothing happened again. This cycle continued for 4 more grueling days, with nothing happening. John was rallying people every night to keep going back out there, but the group was getting more and more tired. They were staying out all night, and it was also deflating to realize that it looked like they didn't have control over whatever was happening. They couldn't catch this thing, and they didn't even know what it was. The village was eerily quiet, and a sense of hopelessness began to creep back in. After 6 long, exhausting, and fruitless days of this, John rallied the people for one last effort. He looked at their tired, discouraged faces and said, with a voice full of steely resolve, "One more night. Give me one more. I know we're going to catch something." He got the village to agree to go out for one more night, but this time, he decided to change their strategy. The previous nights, they had simply been waiting. Tonight, they would be hunters. John and the villagers, believing that the killer was after meat, strung up organ meat in the trees right near the butchery. It was a macabre lure, a trap designed to entice whatever creature was lurking in the shadows. On this seventh and final night, the tension was palpable. The volunteers crouched in the bushes, the silence broken only by the sound of their own nervous breathing. At first, it was just like every other night. The minutes stretched into hours, and the air was still and cold. But then, between 4 and 5 in the morning, while it was still dark and the water was black, they began to hear something. It was a low, rumbling sound that appeared to be coming from the lake, but it was hard to tell. They were looking out at the water, and it was just dark. This was the first time anything had happened during one of their stakeouts. John told them to stay down and stay quiet as they looked out at the water. The rumbling, growling sound started getting louder and louder. At a certain point, it was so loud that John could feel his body literally trembling from the sound. As that began to happen, even with the minimal light, they looked out at the black water and noticed ripples on the surface. Something was moving in the lake. Everyone was scared, but they were looking and waiting. John looked over at the other people in the bushes, and he could see their eyes were wide with terror. Then, eventually, a massive dark silhouette broke the surface and emerged from the lake. A deafening growl filled the air, and everyone froze. Whatever it was charged towards John, but it ran past him and went straight for the organ meat dangling from the trees. The meat, however, had hooks placed in it like a trap. As soon as the thing bit onto the meat, it got snared in one of the traps and couldn't move. It thrashed wildly, its massive tail whipping the air and its jaws snapping. But the hooks held firm. John, who had been waiting for this exact moment, got up and sprinted into the village, screaming for everyone to come and help them. 50 villagers, fueled by a mixture of terror and vengeance, came pouring out of their homes. They rushed to the tree where the creature was dangling, and in the dim light of the early morning, they finally saw what had been terrorizing their village for 14 years. It was not a demon. It was a monster of flesh and blood, the largest saltwater crocodile ever found in Uganda. This crocodile was 16 feet long and over 2,000 pounds, a silent hunter that had been sneaking into the village, grabbing its victims and dragging them back to the lake for over a decade. The few who had seen the beast had not lived to tell the tale. The authorities were quickly called to the village, and while the villagers wanted to kill the creature, it was instead captured and relocated, never to plague their village again. The terror was over. The demon had a name, and its reign of fear was finally brought to an end. And now for our second tale, we travel from the warm lands of Uganda to the frozen wasteland of the Arctic. One morning in April of 1848, a group of men were walking towards the coast of King William Island. This island is located in the freezing Arctic region of northern Canada. These men were members of the Inuit people, who are indigenous to King William Island. Today, they were going hunting, specifically to see if they could find any seals to hunt and kill for food and for clothing. However, even though the coastline was right in front of them, they couldn't actually see the water because there was this huge icy hill that obstructed their view. To look down to the water, they would have to crest that hill and look down. As these hunters got closer to the hill, the youngest of the hunters, an eager and quick young man, broke from the group and ran up the hill to get an early look and see if he could spot any animals down below. But when he crested the hill and looked down, he saw something that made no sense. He saw something that was not an animal, something that was pure nightmare fuel. He quickly ducked back down on his side of the hill, out of view of the ocean, and signaled to the other hunters to get up here and take a look. The other hunters, not understanding what was happening, but seeing the urgency and terror in the young hunter's eyes, ran up the hill as well. All together, they peered up and over the hill and looked down. For a second, they all just stared in horrified silence. Down below, wandering along the coastline, were not seals or walruses or any other animals these hunters might have expected to see. Instead, they saw people. Specifically, they saw Kalunat, which is their word for white men. But these men were not acting like people. They were lumbering, almost like they weren't in control of their bodies, with strange, jerky movements. They were all staring straight ahead with vacant, hollow expressions. Their skin was a sickly black and blue color. Their clothes were tattered and torn, and they were just kind of lumbering along the ice. There were about 40 of these Kalunat. For these hunters, they didn't have much exposure or experience around white men. All they really knew was that white men were pretty dangerous to the indigenous people. But they did know there was a group of Kalunat who were staying on a ship off the coast of King William Island. It seemed their ship might have frozen off the coast, and they were trapped until warmer months came around. To this point, the Inuit people had not seen or interacted with any of these white people. So to see the Kalunat on land was shocking, but the way they were moving and how they looked seemed wrong. There was something profoundly wrong with these people, and it was terrifying. On top of the way they were moving, there was something else these Kalunat were doing. In addition to the men just lumbering along the coastline, a few of them were dragging a big sled. There was a tarp over the sled, and something big or several things were clearly under the tarp, but the hunters couldn't tell what it was. They were just watching this weird, disturbing parade along the coastline with the sled. They decided they had to get out of there and ducked their heads below the icy hill to stay out of view. As the hunters tried to figure out what to do, they heard an awful, guttural scream from down below. Instinctively, they grabbed their spears and poked their heads up over the hill, thinking maybe they had been spotted. But no. When they looked down, many of the Kalunat were still just kind of lumbering along. But one of them had stopped and was retching around like there was something terribly wrong with him. He continued to scream out and then just crumpled to the ground, his body seizing in a final horrifying spasm. The other white men didn't even react to it, except for the men pulling the sled. They pulled the sled right up alongside the man who had just fallen and nonchalantly pulled back the tarp, revealing a gruesome pile of bodies, some frozen solid, others still fresh, on the sled. They picked the guy who had just fallen and threw him onto the pile. They covered him back up with the tarp, and like nothing had happened, the men kept on pulling the sled. This creepy procession continued down the coast, and the Inuit hunters were genuinely terrified. They scrambled back down the hill and ran back to their village without saying anything. The following day, the Inuit hunters came back to that exact spot, but this time, they had brought along several pounds of seal meat. The previous day, when the hunters had gone back to their village, they had described the horrifying scene. After a long discussion, the villagers reached a consensus. They decided that while the Kalunat were dangerous, it sounded a lot like these men must just be starving. The way they were moving, the fact that men were falling down and dying, and that they had a sled full of dead bodies, all pointed to the brutal reality of the Arctic wild. The consensus was they're starving to death, and that's what they were seeing. The villagers, ever generous, decided the hunters should go back, find these Kalunat, and give them some food to help them, and as a peace offering to ease the tension between the two peoples. So that day, the Inuit hunters made it back to their spot, climbed up the icy hill, and looked down towards the ocean. But there was nobody there. It was just a complete, desolate isolation. The hunters went down to the coastline and saw footprints from the day before, including the tracks from the sled. They started tracking the footprints for hours, looking up ahead, but not seeing anyone. They were amazed at how much ground these guys had covered in their bizarre lumbering walk. Eventually, after hours of this, the hunters came upon a campsite, but it was totally abandoned. It was right on the edge of the water, and it looked obvious that the Kalunat had been camped out here, but they were not here now. Interestingly, the people who had been there had left behind quite a few of their supplies. There were the remains of a fire and a big metal pot sitting over it. You would think if you were struggling to survive out here, you would keep your cooking supplies, but no, that was left behind along with several other tools. The hunters looked around, thinking maybe they just stepped away and would come back. But they searched the vicinity, and nobody was there. The footprints just picked up and continued off into the distance, leading to an even greater mystery. Puzzled, the hunters decided to search the campsite for some clue as to what was going on with these white men. They came back to that fire and the pot with a lid over it. One of the hunters, a brave and curious man, walked up to the pot, grabbed the lid, and lifted it off. When he saw what was inside, he reeled back in horror. He quickly dropped the lid back down, but the image was seared into his mind. Several months later, that same group of Inuit hunters had hiked miles and miles down that same coastline until they saw, off in the distance, a big wooden ship right off the coast. They knew this ship belonged to the Kalunat. Today, their plan was to break into the ship and raid it. Just recently, these hunters had finally solved the mystery of what happened to those 40-some-odd white men. They had come across a mass gravesite of over 30 white men, all dead in the snow. Clearly, they had starved to death and died from exposure. It seemed like an unfortunate thing that these guys had just hiked and then fell down and died. But now that the Inuit hunters knew all these white men were dead, they thought, well, there's a ship sitting right out there that no one's going to claim. So why don't we take whatever's inside of it? The Inuit hunters walked out onto the ocean, which was completely frozen, creating a pathway of ice right up to the ship. When they got there, it was vacant, silent, and still. Clearly, there was nobody in the ship. As the hunters climbed the side of the ship, they had set their expectations that something must have happened here. They ran out of food, there was a leak, some sort of chaos ensued that caused them to abandon their shelter and head toward the Arctic wilds. But once they got on board and looked around, they quickly realized the ship was in pristine condition. There was no damage to the ship. It was practically brand new, preserved perfectly by the ice. When they went down below, they discovered luxurious bedrooms with comfortable-looking beds, bunk beds, and hammocks with linens and pillows. There was a library with hundreds of books, games, fine china, and a massive food storage room filled with canned goods that had been left behind. They were shocked to see that the ship was a sanctuary of comfort and supplies. The men hadn't starved on the ship. They had abandoned a perfect, well-stocked vessel to die horrible, senseless deaths on land. The hunters were baffled. What could have possibly driven these men to leave a sanctuary of comfort and food for the unforgiving wilderness? The answer to this riddle would not fully make sense for another 130 years. It wasn't until the 1980s that researchers began to analyze these white men, those 30 or 40 men found dead on King William Island. It would turn out those men were explorers on what would be known as the Franklin Expedition, a famous British naval expedition to the Arctic. They had been well outfitted for their journey, given that incredible ship and all these supplies, including a whole bunch of canned food items. However, what these explorers didn't know is that their canned food had become tainted with lead. As they slowly ate all these canned food items, they were slowly poisoning themselves. One of the side effects of lead poisoning, in addition to feeling nauseous and sick, is that it drives you crazy. It gives you wild mood swings and leads to mental hysteria. In their madness, the men, no longer able to think rationally, decided to abandon their perfectly good ship and head into the wild to forage for food that wasn't there. As they slowly starved and the lead poisoning took its full effect, they devolved into a state of utter desperation and began to eat their fallen brothers. The sled they were dragging along was not to preserve the bodies for a proper burial down the road. It was their mobile refrigeration unit, a place to keep the bodies of their dead friends to eat later. And that pot the Inuit hunters found at the campsite? Inside was a human skull that had been cracked open, as if someone had been scooping out and eating the brain. The white men had become monsters, driven to madness and cannibalism by their tainted food. To this day, the bones of the crew members from that failed expedition are still being found on King William Island. Their horrific fate remains a chilling testament to the dangers of the Arctic and the terrifying effects of slow poisoning. The story is a stark reminder that sometimes the greatest terror comes not from the wilderness itself, but from the slow, insidious madness that can take hold of a man's mind. And so, my little sleepy kittens, that concludes our tales for tonight. 2 stories of humanity facing the unimaginable, and in one case, becoming the unimaginable. Thank you for listening, and remember to always be careful what you eat and who you trust. Good night. Meow. Meow.
What would you do if your spouse kicked you out in the middle of winter with nothing but a pair of shorts? Most people wouldn't survive 3 days, but this man, he built an entire kingdom in the wild with just his bare hands. I'm Golden Chunk, and today I'll take you deep into the snowy forest where a man spent 500 days building a life from scratch. Shelter, food, a fireplace, even pizza. Stay with me, because this is not just survival, it's the wildest comeback story you'll ever hear. When others are starving for 3 days, the man has built a shelter for himself. I was going to live here for a few days, but I didn't expect a sudden snowfall. I said I would live here for a few days, but it turned out to be a whole winter. Garifuna Forest, which has just snowed, is the coldest time of the year. Amau, who is only 30 years old, was driven out of the house by his beautiful wife. He had no choice but to live in the wild. On the way, after a long journey, he finally stopped at an open space. The 3 pine trees in front of him are his home in his eyes, but the weight of the 3 pine trees is not very stable, so he sneaked into a corner of the ground and dug a half-meter deep hole. Then he collected a dry wood with his hands and inserted it into the previously dug hole. In order to make Garifuna more stable, Amau also picked up a lot of big and small stones from the west. He put them all in the hole, and he had to dig the ground into the soil from 3 layers to 3 layers. In addition, he has made a tripod around Garifuna to support him. After all, if anything happens in the wild, no one can help him. The Forest of Winter has a rich source of dry wood. Amau easily found the right source. After turning the dry wood over and stirring it, they can be tied to the pine tree and used as the foundation frame of the treehouse. A person's winter makes Amau cold all over, but he can't tell whether he is cold physically or cold internally. He ignited a pile of fire, and the burning flame brought him a little warmth. Then he made a cup of coffee for himself. At this moment, there is nothing that can satisfy him more than a cup of hot coffee. But Amau didn't rest for too long. A big snow again rolled in. It seems that God wants to see Amau's new home as soon as possible. He made a ladder to facilitate the next construction work. There's a lot of dry wood around the house. He can cook it directly when he needs it. With a breath of air, he collected a lot of coarse and uniform pine wood. Now he can put them on the foundation frame.
Amau didn't carry too many equipment before he left home. Fortunately, he brought an iron nail that he could never use in his life. He can firmly fix his treehouse frame. It's just that the weather is getting colder and colder, so Amau has no choice but to stop and warm his cold hands. But he had no choice but to go back to the construction site. Time flows slowly. The snowflakes in the sky are also floating. With his strong willpower, he finished the last floor. This solidity is enough to satisfy Amau's daily routine. The structure of the treehouse frame is also made in the same way. With previous experience, it didn't take Amau too much time. Considering the accumulation of snow in winter, it is very unfavorable to the treehouse. So he chose to build a roof with a human-made structure. He processed the support wood at the door with this kind of A shape. In this way, the wooden sticks can fit perfectly and make a perfect connection between them. As a measuring wooden stick, the grooves must also be processed. It is also a frame that is solid enough to be connected. It can be seen that the frame can fully support the weight of Amau alone. I believe that no matter how much snow there will be in the future, it will not pose a threat to his treehouse. Then he finished the installation of the dragon bone on the roof in turn. There are many mosses on the ground of the forest. These are the best natural materials used to prevent the wind and keep warm. Amau also collected a lot in one breath. The method of use is also very simple. It only needs to cooperate with the wood of the wall. One layer after another. Although the appearance of the building is not so exquisite, the wall is not sealed. It is this forest that gives Amau a sense of security. The construction of other walls is also as good as the law. In order to make the construction of the treehouse go smoothly, he decided to lay the waterproof cloth on the roof first while the wall was not fully built. After all, he did not have the help of a lifter. Finally, under the position of constantly adjusting the ladder, the waterproof cloth on the roof was laid. When Amau finished the laying of the waterproof cloth on the roof, the sky was snowing again. Now he can safely complete the construction of the next wall. Before going out, Amau also brought a heat-resistant cloth and opened the chimney of the fireplace above. Then the chimney was also opened on the waterproof cloth on the roof. Finally, he used solid glue to stick it on top. In this way, the smoke of the fireplace and the heat-resistant cloth can be separated. Amau's construction efficiency is very high.
He soon came to the front wall of the building. At this time, the weather is getting colder and colder. The ice on his beard is frozen. Therefore, in order to keep it warm, Amau did not leave a window for the treehouse. After all, no one wants to experience the feeling of being frozen in the middle of the night. Finally, before dark, Amau completed the construction of the wall of the shelter. Although the door has not been installed yet, the wall around it is not sealed. It will not let Amau catch a cold. The world outside the day after tomorrow has been covered by heavy snow. Amau spent the coldest night of his life. The first thing he did when he got up was to start collecting dry wood. He made a large door for the shelter. Now he doesn't have to be woken up by the cold wind and snow. In order to have a good night's sleep, he made a bed for himself with the rest of the pine wood and completed it with the layout of the bedboard. This also means that there is basically a home here. Then he installed the ancestral fireplace. It can ignite the warm fire. Even if it is still snowing outside, Amao didn't feel a bit cold in the house. Then he took advantage of the snow to cut some firewood and then went back to the warm house. After adding some firewood to the fireplace, he can cook a dinner for himself and take a good look at himself. Looking at Amao eating makes people feel that he is very satisfied and happy, but it seems to be a little sad. After eating and drinking enough, he can finally have a good night's sleep tonight. Don't worry about being disturbed by the snow tonight. In the thick snow cover of California in the winter of the year, it is as dreamy as the world in the fairy tale. This time, Amao bought some equipment for the winter from the town. After a hard walk through the snow, he finally arrived at the long-awaited shelter. Open the door of the shelter, although the interior looks relatively simple, but everything is familiar. He came back this time to improve his treehouse so that he can safely and comfortably spend this winter. Because Amao had never seen such heavy snow before, it is inevitable that he will be worried about the treehouse he built for himself. So he cut both ends of the log out of the snow and then nailed it to the dragon bone as much as possible to support the roof. Because the door built before was too hasty, so this time he specially bought a lotus leaf. In this way, the door of the switch will be much smoother. Considering the lighting problem in the house, Amao still decided to build 2 windows for the shelter. Although the size of the window is not large, the light that comes in is enough to illuminate the whole house. After this matter is completed, Amao saw the dirty room and fell into the dust. Fortunately, this time, he also brought this kind of cotton cloth and set them evenly on the ground. The whole ground looks much neater. Before setting up the fireplace, it is necessary to put a layer of insulation cloth at the bottom to prevent the high temperature generated by the fire from damaging the wood. After all, no one wants to pay for their hard work.
After the fireplace is assembled, the night has engulfed the whole forest. Amal hurriedly put some firewood and lit the warm fireplace. Today's dinner is very rich. Although Amal's cooking has never been very good, he is very satisfied with such a self-sufficient life. Even if a person lives in the wild, he can also live a romantic life. He can finally have a good night's sleep tonight. The weather the next day is still so cold. The warm temperature in the room makes a layer of fog on the window. It can be seen that Amal had a good rest last night. The first thing is to keep warm. Today's breakfast is ham sausage with eggs. Although it looks ugly, it can provide him with enough high-quality protein. With whole wheat bread and tomatoes rich in vitamins, Amal's day will be full of vitality. As for the daily water supply, he only needs to put a pot of chicken blood at the door, then put it on the fireplace and wait for it to boil. Then put a pot of instant coffee on top of it. This night's life is simply understood by Amal. The days of heavy snow are most suitable for lying on the bed and sleeping. But Amal did not choose to set up a tent. Instead, he set up the rest of the walls with cotton wool. Not only can it prevent the strong eaves from falling down, but it can also improve the warmth of the shelter to a certain extent. After completion, the whole room has become much more regular. It's just that there is still a lack of a dining table. It's very inconvenient to eat and drink at ordinary times. So Amal collected some bitter things. First, he dug a hole on a piece of wood, then insert the cut wooden stick into it. In this way, he got a handy hammer. Now he can easily turn the wood into wood planks, assemble them together to get a platform, then connect the table legs through the river. You can fold up the table when you don't need it. In this way, you won't occupy too much space in the house. Busy times always go by very quickly, and the happiest time of Amal's day is the dinner time. Dinner is a high-end steak. Put the herbs on it. It can play a great role in the fragrance of the steak. The steak doesn't need to be fried for too long. This kind of 3-minute degree is just right for Amal. With the freshly baked pancake, it's simply the most delicious in the world. But before the official meal, we have to decorate the house, create a romantic atmosphere. It can be very romantic to eat alone, but if there is a wild mother-in-law, it will be more perfect. Then you can enjoy this dinner that only belongs to Amal. Last winter, Amal built his first home in the wild.
When the snow in winter has completely retreated, everything has followed the arrival of spring to generate a new vitality. When we met Amal again, he looked free after cutting his hair. Unlike the two of us before, he went through a cold and long winter. His treehouse still retains its original appearance. It's just that as time goes by, the treehouse also has a certain degree of wear and tear. So Amal decided to renovate his treehouse. In order to facilitate the work below, Amal needs to make a large wooden ladder first. Fortunately, he brought a drilling tool this time to save a lot of effort in the process of making it. And the quality of the wooden ladder is also quite solid. Now you can rest assured to fix the waterproof cloth on the roof. Life in the wild is so free. Amal took advantage of the bright weather to collect a bag of free moss. After all, the moss that was once strong has withered. It has long since lost its original function, so it needs to be replaced again. The oxygen released by the function of moss can also allow Amal to live in such a natural oxygen bar. It's just that the area of the treehouse is too small. It's very difficult to even get up. In order to solve this problem, Amal decided to build a terrace for the treehouse, so when the weather is good outside, you can often sit on the terrace and drink coffee. You can see that Amal has collected a lot of equal length wood. According to his unrecognizable steps, he roughly planned the width of the terrace. Then you can enter the immersion digging area. The ground is wet in early spring. This makes Amal not difficult to dig up. Soon, he dug out 2 half tubs of chicken soup. Then he inserted the wood into it as a stand. He also filled it with stone blocks to ensure that the stand can be stable enough. And he also tied it tightly to the ground with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. After this thing is done, he has to tie 2 logs on the tree. It's used as a frame for the terrace. It's similar to the structure of the foundation frame of the treehouse. With the previous building experience and the help of the hole puncher this time, this job is a piece of cake for Amal. The breeze of the sun is blowing on Amal's face. It makes him feel very comfortable to finish the job. He also enjoys such an immersive life. The next day, it didn't take long for Amal to finish the construction of the terrace. But Amal, who didn't have breakfast, was already hungry. So Amal hurriedly set up a pile of hooks. He couldn't help but admire the wood he built from a beautiful angle. The burning flames seemed to indicate that Amal's outdoor life is getting better and better. Then he put together several beautiful little ponds. As the saying goes, high-end ingredients often only need the simplest way of cooking. After sprinkling all kinds of seasonings on top and marinating, it can be baked on charcoal. It only takes 2.5 hours. You have to keep turning it over to prevent it from burning. Then you can enjoy this delicious food. The pleasant atmosphere after lunch always makes people unable to help but feel sleepy. Amal laid out the inflatable mattress, wiped off all the tiredness on his body, and went to sleep. By the time Amal got up, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. He was very tired when he just woke up. The whole person can't get up. So he made a cup of coffee for himself at the same time. I have to say that after drinking coffee, Amal directly full of vitality. Lay out the rest of the inflatable floor. Just because the previous planning was not good, the last piece of the floor seriously affected the normal opening of the door. So Amal needs to remove it again. Then remove the extra place. Finally reinstall the door. Of course, the terrace is still not completed yet. It also needs to be protected, prevent you from going to the bathroom at night and accidentally falling. Although the height is not high, but Amal doesn't want to experience the feeling of being in the world. After the terrace is fully installed, this little house is done. Finally, a simple door and window was installed for the door. Now Amal can safely spend his days in the wild quarter land, in this quiet place that belongs to him, can avoid the influence of others, just live a quiet and beautiful life. 2 years and 6 months ago, Amal built his first home in his life. He has come to this familiar place again, revisit the memories of the past. The forest of California still has a slight coolness. The branches are hung with ice-cold moss. Amal assembles a big hole tool, make a hole in the center of the wooden house. He plans to make a simple stove, convenient for his usual cooking. Make a hole on the side of the wooden house. Make sure there is enough oxygen for the stove to burn normally. This stove made this way is not only very convenient, and the effect of burning is also very good. In order to warm up quickly, Amal made a cup of coffee for himself. He also put a bunch of pine needles in the mouth of the lake. The coffee brewed this way will have a hint of fragrance. I suggest that you guys have a chance, you can try it like this. The weather is very good today.
Amao did not choose to set up a tent, but to be fully prepared for the next cold winter. He collected some pine wood from the forest again. He plans to reinforce the roof of the house again. After removing the branches of the pine wood, it can be set on the beam as the roof of the house. After all, the roof of the house was just a layer of waterproofing. And consider the cold snow in the future, so Amao can only increase the way of the dragon bones to make the roof as solid as possible. Looking at such a row of solid dragon bones, I believe that the ability to resist pressure from the treehouse will also be very excellent. The weather in the forest is always confusing. Maybe the weather will change in the next second. Amao also has to speed up the pace of his hands. He set up a circle of pine wood around the roof. This can also play a role in strengthening the waterproofing of the roof. In order to improve the warmth of the wooden house, Amao collected a sack of moss on the ground near his house. Now you can spread them evenly on the roof. Although its heat retention is far less than that of heat-resistant cotton, but these free moss cannot be used up. Plus the warm shelter in the house in the future, I believe it won't be too cold in the cold winter. After this matter is over, Amao set up a few more wooden houses for the fence. This not only stabilizes the structure of the fence, and it's not easy to fall down when you go out at night. To a certain extent, it ensures the safety of Amao's life. Busy hours always go by quickly. It's time for lunch. Amao lights a pile of bonfires. The smoke generated by the fire seems to add a little smoke to the forest. Today's lunch is a piece of top beef. Amao takes out the seasoning he carries with him. Smear the beef with a 360-degree non-slip brush. Take advantage of the smoke. Amao plans to make a rotating barbecue rack. The way the barbecue is cooked can greatly stimulate the aroma of beef. I can only see that it is the end of the wood, then make a hole on the side. Amao made a total of 4 holes like this. This will achieve the temperature adjustment. Then the wood stick is cut off. It is convenient to insert directly into the hole. Finally, turn around on the installation. In this way, you get a movable barbecue rack. Now you can skewer the marinated beef, but you still have to tie a rope on top and skewer it in front of the wood. This will make it more convenient to rotate the barbecue rack. Amao also fried some chips for himself, and broccoli and tomatoes. It's just a sudden strong wind, snowflakes floating in the air. Amao also burned some water with a frown, then go around and pick some wild fruits and blueberries. Put it in the boiling water, can provide it with a lot of vitamins. Now you can go back to the warm house, enjoy this rich lunch. After eating enough, it's still snowing outside. This time, Amao can rest assured. The snow finally stopped the next day, but it's still so cold outside. This makes Amao have to change the wall that is exposed to the wind everywhere. The cotton wool that was hard to set up before, he can only tear it off with cold tears. Fortunately, this time he brought heat-resistant cotton, put them all in the gaps between the walls. The dry moss that was already dry should also be replaced. Use heat-resistant cotton to fill all the gaps. Make sure you don't walk a little bit. Wait for all the gaps to be filled with heat-resistant cotton, so Amao can spend this winter warm and comfortable. After Amao finished this, he came to the neighborhood and picked a tree. Because it's a dry tree, so Amao easily gathered it. Gather it into a small section, then pile it up in the space below the tree. The next day, Amao's treehouse is completely integrated with the snow forest. It looks so harmonious. After getting up, Amao set up a thermometer in front of the door. The snow is not that big, but there is a -10 degrees. In order to better resist the cold, Amao decided to lay a stone floor in the house.
For the convenience of the next job, he first made a stick for himself. This makes it easier for him to collect the wood before, slice it into a floor for the ground. At this time, the temperature outside the city has reached -20 degrees. Although this process takes a lot of energy, but I thought it was for my warm home. So, even if this process is hard, Amao also persisted.
Then you can put these slices of wood on the ground one by one. Although the wooden board looks very rough, but this is all Amal's own. Just based on this, it's already better than those fake wilderness bloggers. This process doesn't look difficult, but in fact, it takes a lot of time and energy. But fortunately, this job is done indoors. It's much comfortable than outdoor work. Amal spent 2.5 days just finished the whole floor. Days go by day by day. The whole forest is also full of snow. It looks so beautiful. Amal made a shelf. It can be used to store some small items. Because the weather is so cold, Amal was willing to move out the fireplace he bought last year. The fireplace is on the side of the wall. It will be much more convenient to install. Before putting the fireplace, also put a heat-resistant foil on the sidewall. Otherwise, the high temperature of the fireplace, it's easy to light up the wooden walls around. Amal didn't want to work so hard for so many days. But with the fireplace completely installed, Amal took advantage of the night to put some firewood, piled up in the corner, then light a warm fireplace. Looking at the warm fire, Amal was also in a daze for a long time. In order to celebrate the complete improvement of the new home, Amal also prepared a lot of food for himself. Take a good look at yourself. Today is Amal teaching everyone how to make a delicious dinner. Stir-fry beef and onions in a pan. Aroma of food. Then dig a spoonful of soybean paste. Stir it well. Season with salt and chicken essence. Then add pure water to submerge the ingredients. Amal prepared potatoes, carrots, and fresh peas. Stir well and cover the pot and simmer for 2.5 hours. While waiting, Amal hung a 4-point lamp at the door of the house. Make the whole house look so warm. The temperature inside the house is now 30 degrees. The temperature difference between indoor and outdoor is 50 degrees. Amal's dinner is also cooked. I want to say that everything is fine. If you have a bowl of millet rice, it will be more perfect. 3 years and 6 months ago, Amal built his first home in his life. He spent his loneliest time here. At the same time, it was also the most enjoyable winter. In order to pursue the beautiful memories of the past, Amal resigned from the job of raising a family. I plan to take advantage of the good weather of this gentle and sunny day to come back and see. Walking past the wooden bridge built in the past, I met an old friend I haven't seen for a long time. There are many memories in his mind. Amal is happy to open the door of the wooden house. Everything is still familiar. Every item in the house can capture the past. This time back, Amal plans to build a circle of fences for the wooden house. The wood resources of the forest are still abundant. Let Amal collect some wood very easily. Put it on the workbench. Then he assembled the drilling tool. Only 2 holes are needed on each log. After the one end is sanded, it can be hit into the ground and become part of the fence. The method of connecting the 2 pillars Amal is to deal with the damage on both ends of the log. In this way, we get a connector. Then the damage is interconnected. It's just that there is a mistake and the frame is not stable enough. So Amal also used a rope to tie the well. After getting a set of wood, you can put the original wood on it and form a fence. As the saying goes, everything starts with difficulty. After having experience, the rest of the fence only needs to be operated according to the gourd. Amal works very efficiently. The fence part will be completed soon. As for the production of the door, Amal first used a chisel to make grooves on the short wood. After getting a grip, then punch a hole with a punch. The other end is to remove the damage. Amal made a pair of such grips. After installing the stand, Amal used a similar method to make a scroll. At this time, it is only necessary to build a door on the basis of the scroll. In the process of making, Amal did not use a nail. All are made of pure wood. This speed may be much slower, but for Amal, pure wood is made by pure craftsmanship. There will be a lot more sense of accomplishment. Finally, it only needs to be inserted into the log. This gate is completely completed. At this time, the sky did not cooperate with the cold moving, but under the storm of this rain, Amal's log house looks more warm.
After the rain is slightly smaller, Amao ignited a pile of hooks, dried wet shirt. Looking at such a high flame, Amao decided to set the rice cooker an hour in advance. After the oil is heated in the pot, then fry the small dumplings in it. Then add various side dishes to reflect. It can be seen that the nutritional value of this pot is very high. After adding various seasonings, then pour in pure water. Cover the pot and simmer for 2.5 hours. Such a delicious, nutritious, and fragrant chicken bag is ready. This is Amao's favorite. He also enjoys it very much. In the case of extreme hunger, can eat a delicious food that satisfies himself so much. After eating and drinking enough, Amao will inflate the sleeping bag on the neck of Gu Jing, entered the break time beautifully. The sky is clear again in the afternoon. After lunch break, Amao is full of energy. Live in the wild, clean water sources are a problem that must be solved. Amao gathered an empty tree on the dry tree. Use a chisel to expand the internal space. He plans to make a bucket, convenient for subsequent water storage and water extraction. After cleaning the interior, Amao even drew a mark on the inside of the tree. Draw a mark on the original wood, then cut off the excess part. After being stuffed in, he got the bottom of the wooden bucket. But there is still a gap between the original wood and the tree. Can't store water, but the method is always more difficult. Like the pine on the pine tree, it's a natural seam. Just put it on the fire to heat it to melt. Can be used to fill the gap. This way you get a water-resistant wooden bucket. Then Amao tied the 3 original woods tightly. After opening it, it's a triangle. He plans to make a filter. Tied a piece at different heights of the triangle. The first layer is used to filter larger impurities. The second layer is soft sand. Then put some weeds.
The last layer is charcoal, because charcoal has a good absorption, can absorb fine bacteria and impurities. Amao also preheated a few pieces of stone in the fire, can be used to boil water later. Then Amao took some water from the stream, pour into the filter device to filter. Worried that the impurities were not filtered cleanly, Amao filtered a few more times. Now the water quality is much cleaner. Finally, throw in the red stone. The temperature of the stone is hundreds of thousands of degrees. The water boils as soon as a few pieces are thrown in. Shake it with a water cup. Just need to rest for a while. You can drink and gamble at ease. The joy of the wilderness is so simple, and there are many ways to make Amao happy. When bored, he will flush the filter, then slide the filter. Find a suitable place, then throw it on the door. The joy of fishing, it doesn't matter how many fish you catch. The important thing is the process of fishing. Amao's luck this time is very good because this time he has no air force. This salmon looks very cute. Amao also admires it for a long time, but this is not the most important. The most important thing is the fat and beautiful flesh. It seems that today's dinner is ready. Just need to sprinkle some salt on it, put it in the pan and fry it, then add some onion and potato as a side dish. Such a romantic dish that belongs only to the wilderness can be served. Take advantage of the double repair time on Saturday and Sunday. Amao brought a lot of living equipment from home. Of course, the most important is this fireplace. After all, it is very inconvenient to use ancient methods to boil water. Amao climbed up the stairs, also installed the chimney of the fireplace. In order to facilitate the next living alone, Amao plans to equip the wooden house with new furniture. He used a chisel to cut the wood, but this still can't handle the flat wood. Fortunately, he also brought a stick. This can easily fix the uneven grass. After completion, make a hole on the side. Finally, use a stick to cut the wood. Insert it into the hole can be connected to the wooden board to achieve expansion. Amao also made a piece of such a wooden board, stacked next to the window as a table. After the plateness is corrected, it is very good to use for eating and drinking tea. Amao also set up a material shelf on the wall. Not only can it be used to store axes, it can also give the interior a certain decorative effect. It's been a cold winter these days. Let the temperature of the forest be only 3 degrees. So Amao put some firewood, neat storage under the table. There are many boxes next to the water supply near the house. Amao collected a lot of them. After spreading, it's a soft plant fiber. Some of it is used to stuff the gaps between the walls, prevent the cold wind from wash. The other part is to sew a cloth, fill it with fillings. This is a soft pillow, can improve Amau's sleep at night. The cold temperature of the forest dissipated by the burning flame in the fireplace. The smoke rising also made this house restore the old fire. In order to make food more convenient, Amau bought a grill. Can't wait for him to test the effect, so he rolled a piece of bread and adjusted the sauce he likes. Spread it evenly on the bread. He also sprinkled a layer of cheese on top and sausage and vegetables. Put it in the oven. And the next thing Amau is going to do is to send oxygen to the fireplace and increase the fire. Half an hour later, a delicious pizza is done. Amau is very satisfied with his cooking. After eating, the body has reached the point of satisfaction. Amau closed the door. Hiding in his safe little house, it means the continuous warmth of the fireplace, get rid of all tiredness, and have a good night's sleep.
Let me tell you a story. It's not about a superhero or a billionaire. It's about an ordinary man named Ravi, who faced the same challenges that many of us do: overwhelm, anxiety, and the relentless chatter of a busy mind. Ravi was a talented architect living in a bustling city, always racing against deadlines, always tethered to his phone, his mind perpetually leaping from one worry to the next. He was successful on the outside, but inside, he felt like a storm was always raging. Ravi's mornings began with a jolt, the shrill beep of his alarm, the instant flood of emails and messages, the rush to get ready, to beat traffic, to arrive at work already exhausted. His thoughts chased each other in circles. What if the client hates this design? Did I forget something important yesterday? Am I really good enough? Even in rare moments of rest, his mind refused to quiet down. At night, sleep eluded him as his brain replayed the day's worries and rehearsed the challenges of tomorrow. One day, after weeks of mounting stress, Ravi's body rebelled. He collapsed at his desk, heart pounding, the world spinning. In the emergency room, the doctor told him it was a panic attack, a warning sign, not just from his body, but from his mind. Ravi realized he couldn't go on like this. He needed a change, something deeper than a vacation or a temporary escape. A friend suggested he visit a local meditation center, a place tucked away from the city's chaos. Skeptical but desperate, Ravi agreed. The center was simple. A quiet room, a few cushions, a teacher with kind eyes and a gentle voice. The teacher invited Ravi to sit, close his eyes, and focus on his breath. At first, Ravi's thoughts screamed louder than ever. This is pointless. I'm wasting time. But the teacher reassured him. It's normal. The mind is like a wild horse. You can't force it to be still. You can only invite it patiently to settle. With practice, Ravi learned to observe his thoughts without judgment. He noticed how his mind clung to anxieties, regrets, and imagined futures. But as he sat, breathing in and out, he discovered something remarkable. Between each thought, there was a gap, a moment of quiet, a sliver of peace. The more he noticed these gaps, the wider they became. The chatter softened. The storm began to subside. Over weeks and months, Ravi's life transformed. He still had deadlines. Challenges didn't disappear. But he was no longer ruled by the chaos of his mind. When problems arose, he faced them with clarity, not panic. In the stillness he cultivated, he found creativity, resilience, and a deep well of calm that carried him through even the most stressful days. What Ravi discovered is something philosophers, sages, and scientists have echoed for centuries. The mind, when emptied of constant clutter, becomes powerful. In stillness, we access the deepest parts of ourselves, the source of wisdom, insight, and true motivation. You see, a quiet mind is not an empty mind in the sense of nothingness or absence. It is a mind free from unnecessary noise, a mind tuned to the present moment. It's like cleaning a dirty window. Only when the glass is clear can we see the world as it truly is. But how do we empty our minds in a world that never stops talking? First, understand that emptiness is not about suppression or avoidance. It is about gentle observation and letting go. When a thought arises, whether it's worry, anger, or excitement, acknowledge it, but don't cling to it. Imagine each thought as a leaf floating down a stream. Watch it pass and let it go. Second, create moments of stillness in your day. You don't need hours of meditation or a mountain retreat. Start with 5 minutes. Sit quietly, breathe deeply, and simply notice what arises in your mind. Each time you return to your breath, you are gently training your mind to be present. Third, limit the sources of noise in your life. This means not only reducing literal noise, phones, screens, endless notifications, but also the mental noise of overthinking and rumination. Set boundaries with technology. Make space in your schedule for solitude and reflection. Fourth, practice acceptance. Life will never be completely free of challenges or uncertainties. A quiet resists reality. It accepts what is and responds wisely. When you stop fighting your thoughts, they lose their power over you. Fifth, remember that a quiet mind is a practice, not a destination. Some days will be easier than others. There will be times when the chatter returns, when worries feel overwhelming. That's okay. Each moment is a chance to begin again, to gently return to stillness. The power of a quiet mind is not just in finding peace, but in unlocking your true potential. When your mind is still, you can listen deeply to your intuition, to others, to the world around you. You can make decisions with clarity. You can respond rather than react. You can create, love, and live fully. Think of the greatest athletes, artists, and leaders. In moments of pressure, when everything is on the line, they don't succeed by thinking faster or doing more. They succeed by entering a state of flow, a quiet mind, utterly absorbed in the present, free from distraction. This is the secret behind peak performance, creativity, and resilience. But the benefits of a quiet mind go beyond success. In the quiet, you can experience joy in the simple things. A sunrise, a child's laughter, the taste of your favorite food. You notice beauty everywhere because your mind is not clouded by worry or distraction. You become more patient, more compassionate, more alive. Everyone has the capacity to empty their mind, to find peace amidst chaos, to discover the strength that comes from stillness. It doesn't require special talent or circumstances. It requires only the willingness to pause, to observe, to let go. As you move through your day, remember the lesson of the tranquil lake. When your mind is still, it reflects the world clearly. You can see your path, make wise choices, and respond to life with grace. When a storm arises in your thoughts, don't fight it or flee from it. Instead, anchor yourself in the present moment. Breathe, watch, wait. The storm will pass, and calm will return. There is a profound thing that you are not your thoughts. You are the awareness behind them, the quiet observer, the still presence that remains when all else fades. In this awareness, there is no fear, no lack, no need to prove anything. There is only peace, power, and possibility. Empty your mind, not to become nothing, but to become everything you truly are. In the quiet, you will find the answers you've been seeking. In the stillness, you will discover your true strength. So the next time you feel overwhelmed or lost, remember Ravi's journey. Remember the power that lies in a quiet mind. Take a deep breath. Let go of what you cannot control. Trust in the wisdom that arises when the mind is still. Every day offers a new opportunity to practice. Every moment is a doorway to peace. With patience and persistence, you can transform your mind from a source of stress to a wellspring of strength. You can become the calm in the storm, the steady hand in the chaos, the clear mind in a noisy world. In the end, the greatest motivation does not come from outside, from praise, money, or recognition. It comes from within, from the deep well of clarity and confidence that a quiet mind provides. When you learn to empty your mind, you free yourself from the limits of fear and doubt. You become unstoppable. So, begin today. Give yourself the gift of stillness. Empty your mind and let the world reveal its beauty, its opportunity, its joy. In this quiet, you will find your purpose, your passion, your true self. And that is the most powerful motivation of all. If you like this story, please give it a like and share with your friends. And don't forget to subscribe to Golden Chonk channel for more inspiring stories like this one. Thank you for staying with Golden Chonk. See you in the next story with new thoughts and new lessons. Until then, stay well and stay peaceful. Most people spend their lives running from what they fear, from their insecurities, from their own reflection in the mirror. A world that constantly reminds us of what we lack, what we should be, and whom we should emulate. It's easy to forget the quiet, powerful truth that lies at the core of every human being, the power of accepting who you are. This is not a story of instant transformation or overnight success. It's the story of a journey, one that could be yours. Imagine a child growing up in a small town, surrounded by expectations. The world whispers its rules. Be faster, be smarter, be better looking, be more like them. The child stares out the window, longing to fit in, to impress, to finally measure up. Every morning brings a new yardstick, a new comparison, a new reason to doubt. The classmates seem taller, the neighbors seem richer, the siblings seem more talented. And so the cycle begins, the relentless chase for validation. This child grows into a teenager, then an adult, carrying the same heavy burden. The mirror becomes an enemy, reflecting not the truth, but the endless parade of things they are not. The social media feed rolls by, each picture a reminder of what's missing. The world shouts, "Not enough," and the heart, bruised and battered, believes it. Then one day, something changes. Maybe it's a quiet moment at dawn, or the words of a stranger, or the gentle encouragement of a friend. Maybe it's just the exhaustion of carrying around so much self-doubt. The child, now grown, pauses. They stand alone, away from the noise and the expectations, and ask a question they've never dared to ask. What if I am enough? If just as I am worthy of love, respect, and happiness? This is the turning point, the beginning of acceptance. Accepting who you are does not mean settling for less. It does not mean giving up on growth or abandoning your dreams. It means embracing your story, your scars, your strength, and your weaknesses. It means looking in the mirror, seeing not just flaws, but possibility. It means understanding that every experience, every failure, every triumph shaped you into the person you are today. When you accept yourself, the comparisons lose their power. You stop measuring your worth against someone else's highlight reel. You begin to realize the qualities that make you different are not liabilities. They are your greatest assets. The world does not need another copy. It needs you. Your perspective, your voice, your unique combination of talents and passions. Let's look at the story of Maya, a woman who struggled for years with her sense of self-worth. Maya was always the quiet one, the one who faded into the background while others shined. She watched her friends excel in sports, academics, and social circles. She tried to mimic their success, molding herself into different versions, hoping to finally feel accepted. But the more she tried to fit in, the more invisible she felt. One afternoon, Maya found herself sitting alone in a park, watching the trees sway in the wind. She noticed that each tree was different, some tall and slender, others short and sturdy. Yet each tree reached for the sky in its own way without apology or hesitation. It occurred to her that none of the trees compared themselves to the others. Each simply existed, fulfilling its purpose. This simple observation sparked something inside Maya. She realized that she had spent her whole life trying to be someone else, instead of embracing the person she already was. She began to explore her own interests, her own voice. She discovered a passion for writing, for telling stories that resonated with people who felt overlooked. She started a blog, sharing her journey toward self-acceptance. To her surprise, people began to connect with her words. They thanked her for her honesty, for showing them that it was okay to be different. Maya's life did not become perfect overnight. She still faced moments of doubt, but she no longer allowed comparison to dictate her happiness. She learned to celebrate her achievements, no matter how small. She built relationships with people who valued her authenticity, rather than her ability to fit a mold. By accepting herself, Maya found the freedom to live her life on her own terms. The power of self-acceptance is transformative. It allows you to step off the treadmill of comparison and step into the fullness of your own life. It gives you the courage to pursue your dreams, even if they don't look like anyone else's. It teaches you to treat yourself with kindness, to forgive your mistakes, to honor your journey. Consider the story of Thomas, a young man born with a stutter. Throughout his childhood, Thomas was teased and mocked for the way he spoke. He grew anxious in situations, convinced that his voice was something to hide. He watched his classmates deliver speeches with ease, and he wished, more than anything, to be like them. But Thomas had a gift, a deep empathy for others, a keen ability to listen, and a resilience forged through adversity. One day, his teacher encouraged him to join the school's storytelling club. At first, Thomas hesitated, afraid of being judged. But the club welcomed him, stutter and all. He began to share his stories slowly at first, then with growing confidence. The audience listened, not to his stutter, but to the emotion and wisdom in his words. Thomas eventually realized that his stutter was not a curse, but a part of his unique voice. He accepted it, and in doing so, he found the strength to inspire others. He became a motivational speaker, using his story to encourage people to embrace their own imperfections. Thomas's journey was not about eliminating his stutter, but about accepting it as part of who he was. In that acceptance, he found his power. When you accept yourself, you become unshakable. The opinions of others no longer define you. The achievements of others no longer diminish your own. You stop living someone else's life and start living your own. Your relationships become deeper because you show up authentically, without pretense or fear. Your work becomes more meaningful because it is fueled by passion, not by the desperate need for approval. Self-acceptance is not always easy. It requires courage to face the parts of yourself you have tried to hide. It requires honesty to acknowledge your limitations, and humility to celebrate your strengths. It requires patience, because old habits of comparison do not vanish overnight. But the reward is worth every effort. How do you begin this journey? Start by noticing the moments when you compare yourself to others. Instead of judging yourself, get curious. Ask yourself, what am I truly seeking? Whose standards am I trying to meet? What would it feel like to let go of comparison, even for a moment? Practice gratitude for who you are right now. Make a list of your strengths, your achievements, your unique qualities. Celebrate. Forgive yourself for your mistakes, and remember that every person you admire has struggled in their own way. They too have doubts and fears. Surround yourself with people who value authenticity. Seek out mentors and friends who encourage you to be yourself rather than someone else. Remember that the world needs your light, not a reflection of someone else's. Most importantly, be kind to yourself. Speak to yourself the way you would speak to a dear friend. Remind yourself that you are worthy. Not because of what you do or how you compare, but simply because you exist. Imagine a life where you wake up each morning without the weight of comparison. A life where you pursue your goals, not to prove your worth, but to express your passion. A life where you celebrate the success of others without feeling threatened, because you know that their journey does not diminish your own. This life is not just possible. It is within your reach. The power to accept who you are lies within you, waiting to be claimed. It is the quiet strength that endures when all else falls away. It is the foundation upon which true happiness is built. So the next time you feel the urge to compare, pause. Take a deep breath. Remember that your journey is your own. You are not here to be anyone else. You are here to be you. In all your complexity, your beauty, your imperfection, your glory. Accept yourself. Embrace your story. Live your truth. Because after this, you will never need to compare yourself again. The world is waiting for you, just as you are. If you like this story, please give it a like and share with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe to Golden Chonk channel for more inspiring stories like this one. Thank you for staying with Golden Chonk. See you in the next story with new thoughts and new lessons. Until then, stay well and stay peaceful. Have you ever looked at the world around you and wondered, what if we don't know everything? What if there are things right under our noses, right beneath our paws, that defy all logic and science? We think we've figured it all out with our fancy maps and telescopes, but I, Golden Chonk, your guide for this evening, am here to tell you that the universe is a lot stranger than you think. And tonight, as you drift off, we're going to explore some of the most puzzling, mind-bending places on this planet and beyond. These are the 15 most mysterious places on Earth scientists can't explain. And I promise you, by the end of this journey, you'll be dreaming of mysteries yet to be solved. So, get comfortable, find a cozy spot, and let's begin. Welcome, my sleepy friends, to another adventure with your favorite cat. Tonight, we're going to curl up and let our minds wander to some of the most perplexing and awe-inspiring locations in existence. These are places where the rules of the world as we know them seem to bend and break, leaving even the smartest humans scratching their heads. Our journey begins, not with a bang, but with a flash. 1,000 flashes, in fact. You know, it's our natural instinct to try to understand how everything around us works. Throughout history, this curiosity has allowed us to make the best use of our environment and become as technologically advanced as we have. But there are still plenty of strange phenomena that defy explanation. And our first mysterious place is just one of them. It's Lake Maracaibo in Venezuela, a place long relied upon by local communities for its water and fishing. But there's a strange phenomenon that takes place there, and it's been happening for hundreds of years. It's called Catatumbo lightning, and it's also known as the everlasting storm. It's a place where it's actually more likely to have a thunderstorm each night than not. These storms can produce as many as 1 million lightning bolts per year and can last for up to 10 hours a night. They happen for 140 to 160 nights a year. The lightning is usually visible for miles around and creates an almost otherworldly feel while it's taking place. To make things even stranger, despite continual study, there still isn't agreement about why exactly this phenomenon takes place in this precise location. It's believed to be the result of a unique combination of factors that are specific to the Lake Maracaibo region. Warm and moist air from the Caribbean Sea collides with the cool air descending from the Andes Mountains, along with the lake's topography. But whether this is enough to create the perfect conditions for the storms isn't fully clear. Some researchers think it's also due to the oil reserves and the presence of other minerals beneath the lake itself. Regardless of the cause, the Catatumbo lightning has become an important part of Venezuelan folklore and traditions. It has even found its way into literature, art, and music. It has also saved countless lives over the years. It has been so reliable throughout history that it was used by sailors and navigators as a natural lighthouse, guiding them safely through the treacherous waters of Lake Maracaibo and the nearby Gulf of Venezuela. Just imagine letting the steady pulse of the storm guide you home, a perfect way to drift off. As we leave the flashing skies of Venezuela, our journey takes us across the sea to a place that looks good enough to eat. Deep in the Philippines, on the island of Bohol, lies a breathtaking landscape of rolling mounds. There are as many as 1,776 of them, and they are one of the most famous landmarks in the country. They are, of course, the Chocolate Hills. They get their delicious name from their appearance during the dry season when the grass covering the hills turns brown and begins to resemble a mound of chocolate. It is an incredible transformation that attracts people from around the world. Scientifically, these hills are a subject of great interest, and there are still some pieces missing from the puzzle of their formation. Geological studies have shown that they're the result of limestone weathering, erosion, and the uplift of coral deposits from an ancient seafloor. Over millions of years, they have created these cone-shaped hills. But their precise shape, their large number, and why they aren't themselves eroding away isn't entirely clear. It is still a subject of investigation. Of course, there is also a more magical explanation from local folklore. Legend has it that a giant named Orogo fell in love with a mortal woman named Aloya. When she died, Orogo was heartbroken and couldn't stop crying. It was his tears that formed the Chocolate Hills as they dried and solidified under the sun. The Chocolate Hills have become a popular tourist attraction in the Philippines, drawing visitors from far and wide. There's a viewing deck called the Chocolate Hills Complex that gives unparalleled panoramic views of the wonders. It's a sight that will surely fill your dreams with sweet chocolate-colored landscapes. Now, let's move on to a place where sound itself seems to vanish. There are a number of places around the world where strange electronic phenomena take place, but there's perhaps none as peculiar and legendary as the Mapimi Silent Zone in the state of Durango in Mexico. It's also simply known as the Zone of Silence, or La Zona del Silencio in Spanish. It's a remote area of the Chihuahuan Desert of Mexico. Covering an area approximately 1,500 square miles or 3,800 square kilometers, it's a sparsely populated arid landscape that's covered with unique rock formations and desert flora and fauna. What makes this one different is the number of accounts of electromagnetic disturbances and inexplicable occurrences over the years. Probably the most famous of the peculiar effects within the Zone of Silence is its ability to disrupt radio signals and communication equipment. Many have reported experiencing a complete loss of radio contact when traveling through the area, but no one's entirely sure why. Some theories have suggested these disruptions are the result of high levels of magnetic and mineral deposits in the region. But there have also been claims of paranormal or extraterrestrial activity too. Only adding to the more out-of-this-world solutions is that there have also been reports of strange luminous objects in the sky over the region. While these events are far less common than the electrical interference, they too are yet to be satisfactorily explained. As such a remote region, there have been extended investigations into what's causing these strange events. But it's hoped that one day it could be a sign that it's geologically and environmentally a special place, and that one could become very important in the future when we fully understand it. For now, let's just imagine the profound stillness of a place where even radio waves fall silent. A perfect quiet to help you find peace tonight. Now, let's travel to a forest where the trees themselves seem to dance. Positioned on the Curonian Spit, which is a sandbank that reaches out into the Baltic Sea in Russia, there's an unusual formation that's baffled scientists and captured the imaginations of visitors. It's known as the Dancing Forest, or Lesnoy Tenets in Russian. It's a large group of trees that have grown in strange and completely unexpected ways. They are all pine trees, which should normally grow tall and straight, but in this place they take on bizarre and often whimsical shapes. Their trunks can spiral like corkscrews, and their branches seem to contort in odd and almost surreal ways. Some appear as though they're bowing or dancing, and the forest floor is covered with their mysterious shadows, which create a hauntingly beautiful ambiance. This isn't the only forest in the world where trees are known to grow in peculiar ways, but most others have been simple to explain. In this dancing forest, though, the exact cause continues to elude researchers. But there are a few theories that have been put forward to explain it. The most popular is that these deformities have been caused by the strong and persistent coastal winds that sweep across the Curonian Spit, shaping the trees over time. The sandy soil and unique microclimate of the region may also play a role in how this interacts with trees. But this would normally be expected to cause each of the trees to grow in a similar way. Those in the dancing forest are different from one another, so there must be another factor that's influencing their behavior at work. A forest of swirling shapes and shadows. It's a serene and calming image, perfect for a peaceful night's sleep. As we leave the dancing pines behind, our next stop is a waterfall with a secret. The Judge C.R. Magny State Park in Minnesota is a beautiful region of protected natural beauty. While it's popular with locals for the hiking, trails, and camping, it's most famous for a large waterfall called the Devil's Kettle. Not just because it itself is a stunning feature, but because there's an enduring mystery surrounding the water that passes over it. It's on the Brewer River that flows through the park, but just before it reaches the waterfall, around half of the water volume cascades into a deep, massive hole referred to as the kettle. The remaining half continues to flow over the waterfall and continue as a river beneath. The mystery then is what actually happens to the water that falls into the kettle. Over the years, there have been countless attempts to figure this out, including conducting dye tests, dropping GPS trackers into it, and even throwing objects like logs and ping pong balls into the kettle. The hope was that they would re-emerge somewhere else. To their dismay, all of these objects vanish without a trace. This has led to rumors and legends of a series of vast underground tunnel networks and hidden caves. What makes things even stranger is that just a bit further down, the river flow significantly increases. This suggests that virtually all of the missing water does eventually return. But none of the objects, dyes, or trackers are known to have re-emerged. So it must be taking a convoluted route to get there, one that, with current technology, we're unable to fully chart or understand. A river that disappears and then reappears. A gentle, flowing mystery to lull you into your dreams. From the rushing waters, we now go to a vast, silent desert. Saudi Arabia is home to some of the most pristine and stunning desert environments in the world. While we now fully understand how most of these structures form, there's one place that continues to mystify. Around 31 miles or 50 kilometers to the south of the Tema Oasis is what's known as the Al Nazla Rock. Made of sandstone and around 20 feet high and 30 feet wide, it stands perfectly upright despite weighing several tons. This would be unusual at the best of times. But to make things even stranger, the massive stone is split in two with such precision that it is nearly symmetrical. The accuracy of this split has led some to suggest that it must be the result of human intervention or advanced ancient technology. But no definitive evidence of human involvement has been found. The exact cause of this impressive formation remains a subject of debate. Geologists generally believe that Al-Nazla's unique split is the result of natural processes, primarily the stress-induced fracture of sandstone. Over millions of years, forces such as tectonic activity, erosion, and weathering have acted upon the sandstone, causing it to crack along its natural fault lines. The precise split is simply a fluke from the combination of unique properties of the rock and the slow, patient action of natural forces. Still, it's hard to believe that this is purely natural, and not everyone is convinced. Al-Nazla has become a destination for explorers, geologists, and curious travelers wanting to see this firsthand. It looks as if it could fall over at any moment despite having remained upright for centuries. Being in a region that's so rich in history too, with archaeological sites that date back thousands of years such as ancient rock carvings and inscriptions, it's also likely that the split stone played a role in ancient rituals or ceremonies. But this is also still to be proven. A stone split by time and chance, standing sentinel in the desert. Our next stop takes us far, far away from Earth, into the cosmos itself. Recent advances in technology have allowed us to look out to the stars in ways that have never been possible before. But the more we do so, the more we discover places in the universe that defy conventional understanding. One way that's used to determine whether there are planets orbiting distant stars is to measure the amount of light that's being emitted. If there are moments when it dims, it could be a sign there's an object temporarily blocking it. Using this technique on our sun would see its light dim by a few percent when the largest planet, Jupiter, moves in front of it. But researchers have discovered a star where the light differential is far greater than this, raising the question of what could possibly be big enough to have such an effect. That star is Tabby's star, which is officially known as KIC 8462852. It's in the constellation Cygnus and around 1,400 light-years away from Earth. It was first observed as part of NASA's Kepler Space Telescope mission, which monitored thousands of stars in search of exoplanets by measuring their light curves or brightness variations. But while some stars exhibit slight dips in brightness caused by transiting planets, Tabby's star showed dips of up to 20% or more, which is a significant change. The unusual and erratic nature of the dimming led to various theories and captured the imagination of scientists and the public. Some of the potential explanations for this dimming include massive comet swarms, asteroid belts, and even alien megastructures known as Dyson spheres. These could be constructed by advanced civilizations to harness a star's energy. The idea of alien megastructures, however exciting, was met with skepticism from the scientific community. Astronomers and astrophysicists worked to try to understand the phenomenon. Further observations with ground-based telescopes have now led to the likely answer being that the dimming of Tabby's star is most likely caused by a cloud of dust and debris. But still, the exact origin and nature of this material remain uncertain. It just goes to show you, even in the vastness of space, there are still secrets to uncover. Now, let's return to Earth for a view from above. The reshot structure, which is often referred to as the Eye of the Sahara, is a huge geological formation that's deep within the remote desert of Mauritania in West Africa. When seen from above, the structure appears as a massive circular depression measuring around 25 miles or 40 kilometers in diameter. The formation consists of concentric rings of alternating sedimentary rock layers, with the innermost ring layer containing older rocks and the outer ring comprised of younger deposits. From the ground level, it's so large that it's almost impossible to even realize that you're within a structure at all. The only clues you'll see are occasional shifts in color or types of rock. At first, this was assumed to be an impact crater from a meteorite that had struck the Earth from space. But scientists have proven that it is instead an example of a geological feature known as a dome or an anticline. The structure was therefore formed by the slow, uplifting movement of the Earth's crust over millions of years, which caused the rocks to bend and fold into this distinctive circular shape that we see. There is a problem with this explanation, though, and that's the bullseye. The central depression has puzzled scientists and geologists for years. It was originally thought to be the result of erosion, with the action of the wind and water gradually wearing away the rock layers. Recent research, though, has shown that this isn't enough to account for its shape and its size. The central eye may instead have formed as the result of volcanic and hydrothermal activity, followed by subsequent collapse and erosion. This is all yet to be proven, though. So far more work is needed to fully understand what is arguably one of the most impressive natural formations on the planet. It's so otherworldly that it's been proposed as a potential site for testing Mars rovers due to its resemblance to the Martian landscape. A circular mystery in the desert, a beautiful puzzle to ponder as you fall asleep. Let's leave the sands and travel to a vast, mysterious ocean. There is much that we still have to learn about the oceans around the world. Research shows that while we once may have believed them to be giant masses of swirling and mixing water, they are actually distinctly separate formations with vastly different temperatures, salinity levels, and oxygen levels. As an example of one of these is the Sargasso Sea, a place that, despite being known about for centuries, is still somewhat of a mystery. Located in the North Atlantic Ocean, it's known for its cobalt blue waters and vast expanses of golden brown floating seaweed known as sargassum. Covering an estimated area of 1.4 million square miles, or over 4 million square kilometers, the Sargasso Sea is unlike typical seas and oceans in that it lacks any defined coastlines. It is instead surrounded by 4 powerful ocean currents: the North Atlantic Current to the north, the Canary Current to the east, the North Equatorial Current to the south, and the Antilles Current to the west. These currents form a nearly stationary vortex known as the North Atlantic Subtropical Gyre, which traps floating debris and seaweed. The most visible feature of the sea is the sargassum seaweed, which forms dense floating mats on the sea's surface. These growths provide a vital habitat for a wide range of marine life, including fish, turtles, and various species of invertebrates. The sargassum seaweed itself is adapted to this unique environment with gas-filled bladders that help it stay buoyant. The sea is also known for its role as a breeding ground for several species of migratory marine animals, such as the Atlantic eel. European and American eels all, as a part of their life cycles, spawn in the Sargasso Sea, with their larvae drifting along ocean currents before eventually making their way back to the continental coastlines. They then return to the sea once they've matured to repeat the process all over. With so much life within it, the Sargasso Sea is hugely important to the world's ecosystem, from oxygen production to the lives of countless species. But it's our lack of scientific understanding of it that's becoming a problem. It's not exactly clear how it formed, how it continues to exist, or which structures are vital to its survival. It's making it more difficult to understand the impact that human activity is having on it and how to further prevent damage. It, for example, contains the North Atlantic garbage patch and has troubling levels of plastic pollution within it. It is also a place where plastic-eating microbes have been discovered. Further knowledge will help limit the buildup of this pollution, but could also, it's hoped, help develop ways to tackle similar issues elsewhere in the world. A sea without a shore, a gentle, floating mystery to carry you into the depths of your dreams. From the swirling currents, let's head to a quiet mountain with a strange secret. Deep within the remote Karelia region of Russia is the mysterious Votovara mountain. It's the highest point in the region, reaching 1,369 feet or 417 meters above sea level. It's far away from everywhere, with the nearest settlement being 12.5 miles away to the northwest. But that hasn't stopped it from being known as one of the most mysterious places in the country. That's because this mountain is covered in a series of strange rock formations known as Votovara stone mushrooms. They are large, mushroom-shaped rocks, some reaching up to 30 feet or 9 meters in height, and are balanced precariously on thin stems. It was originally assumed that these were man-made and had been created by various communities who lived in the region hundreds or thousands of years ago. But recent research has begun to suggest that they're the result of natural processes, although the method by which this happens remains a mystery. The main theory is that they were formed by glacial activity during the last ice age. As glaciers advanced and retreated, they exerted tremendous pressure on the underlying bedrock, causing it to fracture and erode. Over thousands of years, the softer rock around the fractures eroded away, leaving behind the mushroom-shaped structures. Another theory suggests that the rocks may have been shaped by more recent events, such as seismic activity or the influence of underground rivers. Local Karelian and Sami people, though, have long regarded the mountain as a sacred place. They believe there's a spiritual significance to the stone mushrooms and the mountain itself. According to folklore, the stone mushrooms are the work of giants who once roamed the land, and they're said to have magical properties. A mountain of secrets and giants' works. What better place to find a peaceful slumber? Our next stop is a valley in Norway where light itself is a mystery. There are plenty of places around the world where people report seeing strange lights in the sky. But often these sightings can't be proven in the first place, let alone what might be causing them. There is, though, a place where weird orbs definitely do occur. But even though they've been documented for decades, we're still no closer to understanding them. Known as the Hessdalen Lights because they're a phenomenon in the remote Hessdalen Valley in Norway, they manifest as glowing orbs or elongated flashes of light, hovering and darting about the valley. It's the world's most significant and well-documented case of unexplained aerial phenomena and is often linked with UFO sightings. The first confirmed sightings of the Hessdalen Lights dates back to the early 1980s, although some reports suggest they were seen as early as the 1930s. And rather than being an occasional event, they happen on a regular basis, with some witnesses reporting nightly occurrences. In response, scientists and researchers have developed a range of equipment to study them, including cameras, spectrographs, magnetometers, and radar. Even though they've been caught on camera, the exact nature and cause of these lights remains uncertain. Several suggestions have been put forward. For example, they could be the result of ionized gas or plasma created by geological activity in the region. The valley does have large deposits of metallic minerals, which could potentially contribute to the generation of such phenomenon, but this is yet to be proven for sure. Another possibility is that they're related to piezoelectricity, a phenomenon in which a stress generates an electric charge in certain minerals. The valley's geological characteristics and shifting bedrock could create the conditions needed to produce piezoelectric discharges. For now, though, without explanation, the area has become a popular site for UFO enthusiasts. And the tourist industry in the valley is thriving because of those wanting to see the lights for themselves. And even if the mystery is finally solved, it will likely remain as a destination for anyone interested in bizarre phenomena like this. Lights dancing in the darkness. It's a beautiful, calming image to take with you as you fall asleep. From the quiet valley, we return to the vast, mysterious sea. Now, everyone knows the legend of the Bermuda Triangle, where strange lights and events have supposedly affected ships and aircraft for centuries. And while the region has now been thoroughly studied and explanations have been put forward for why this might be the case, it's not the only place in the world's oceans like this that is linked with such mysterious events. There's another called the Devil's Sea, or the Dragon's Triangle. It's in the Pacific Ocean between the Japanese coast, the island of Guam, and the Bonin Islands. Like the Bermuda Triangle, it's been the source of countless legends and stories, often involving the disappearance of ships and aircraft. One of the most famous stories in the area is that of the USS Cyclops, a massive United States Navy cargo ship that disappeared without a trace in 1918. The ship and its 309 crew members vanished without sending a distress signal, leaving behind one of the greatest maritime mysteries in history. To this date, the fate of the USS Cyclops remains unknown. As well as disappearances, there have been numerous reports of other strange things, such as unusual magnetic anomalies, erratic compass readings, electronic equipment malfunctions, and strange lights in the sky. These accounts have further fueled speculation about the existence of supernatural forces, underwater volcanoes, and even alien activity in the region. Scientific explanations of what's happening here are varied and often depend on the specific incidents being investigated. Some experts connect the ship and aircraft disappearances to the region's unpredictable weather, including sudden and violent storms, typhoons, and waterspouts. The magnetic anomalies may be related to geological features such as underwater volcanoes or fault lines. In a further twist, The Devil's Sea sits quite close to the volcanic Mariana Trench, one of the deepest places on the planet, and it's known for its own mysteries, including uncharted underwater caves and geothermal vents. These factors, combined with the region's challenging weather conditions, could contribute to what's happening on the surface. A deep ocean full of secrets. Let your mind drift with the tides. Now, let's leave our planet entirely and look to the stars. As the second largest planet in our solar system, and the one with the most defined rings around it, Saturn is of great interest to researchers, particularly those wanting to understand how it formed and what it's actually like. The more we study it, the more unusual it seems to be. And there's something at its North Pole that so far has completely stumped the world of science. First discovered by the Voyager spacecraft as it passed in the early 1980s, and subsequently seen by other craft in the following decades, there's what seems to be a persistent storm. And unusually, it's almost perfectly hexagonal in shape. At around 20,000 miles or 32 kilometers in diameter, which is roughly 2.5 times the Earth's diameter, the shape is thought to be formed by the planet's powerful jet streams, where winds can reach speeds of up to 200 miles or 320 kph. These jet streams create a six-sided pattern that rotates synchronously with Saturn's interior, taking about 10 hours and 39 minutes to complete a full rotation. This, though, is just the leading theory and hasn't yet been proven, with another being that it's the result of interactions between Saturn's atmospheric layers and its rotation. As the planet rotates at different speeds, it creates a complex and stable wave pattern that results in the hexagonal shape. Another idea is that the storm's formation may be the result of the Coriolis effect, which is caused by the planet's rotation and the movement of the atmosphere. This can produce polygonal shapes in rotating fluids, and it might be responsible for the hexagonal pattern observed in the atmosphere. The Cassini-Huygens spacecraft, which orbited Saturn from 2004 to 2017, provided scientists with a wealth of data and images of this hexagonal storm, amongst many other things, and helped researchers gain a deeper understanding of Saturn's atmosphere and the dynamics of its weather. Many questions remain, though, including why the storm exhibits a range of colors in its cloud bands, from deep blue to gold and beige. There's clearly so much more to learn about our solar system itself while we continue to look further afield. And hopefully, the next mission to the planet will finally help find some answers. A perfect geometric storm in the heavens. A truly calming thought. Now we come back to Earth for a sound that you can't quite hear. The town of Taos in New Mexico is like any other to most people that visit, but for some people, there's a strange sound that echoes, which is known as the Taos hum. It's typically described as being a low-pitched sound resembling a distant diesel engine idling or the hum of a subwoofer. People who hear it often report feeling vibrations and a sense of unease. Strangely, not everyone can hear it, and those who do are often unable to pinpoint its source. Reports of this phenomenon date back to the early 1990s when a group of residents in Taos began complaining about an incessant low-frequency noise. Over the years, the phenomenon gained media attention and sparked curiosity. Various scientific and investigative techniques have been used to try to work out what it is, including noise measurements, acoustic studies, and even investigations by government agencies. But despite these efforts, no definitive source or explanation has been found. Several theories have been put forward to account for it. Some suggest it may be the result of industrial machinery, mining operations, or military activities in the region. However, investigations have failed to link the phenomenon to any specific human-made source. This has led to further investigations that it could be related to natural processes such as seismic activity or the movement of underground fluids. There's also no certainty that the hum even exists. With psychological factors also being looked at in the case, it's a form of mass hysteria. But again, no proof can be found. The biggest problem is that for those that hear it, the hum can be seriously impactful on their lives, preventing them from being able to sleep or experiencing higher levels of stress. Until an answer is found, the best they can do is move elsewhere and completely avoid it. A sound without a source, a fascinating and soothing paradox to ponder as you fall into a deep sleep. And finally, our last stop takes us to an ancient land with a mystery written on the ground. Ancient civilizations around the world were known to create huge geoglyphs in the landscape. But there's perhaps none as strange and mysterious as the Nazca lines in Peru. They are made up of hundreds of intricate and colossal designs that range from simple geometric shapes to complex depictions of animals, plants, and humanoid figures. They cover an area of 174 square miles and were created by the Nazca people, who thrived in the region between 200 BCE and 600 CE. To make them, they removed the reddish-brown iron oxide-coated pebbles that covered the Nazca Desert to reveal the light-colored earth underneath. They have remained remarkably preserved for over 1,000 years due to the area's extremely dry and stable climate. Among the most famous Nazca line figures are the hummingbird, the spider, the monkey, and the condor. The largest of the geoglyphs, known as the astronaut or the spaceman, has sparked intrigue due to its resemblance to a figure in a spacesuit. Quite what the purpose of them, though, remains a debate among scholars. Some believe that the lines and figures had ceremonial, religious, or astronomical significance for the Nazca people. They may have served as a part of a ritual, irrigation system, or markers for underground water sources, while others suggest that they were used as an astronomical calendar or as a way to communicate with deities in the sky. What is particularly strange, though, is that they're undoubtedly best seen from the air. But people at the time they were made had no way to see them from this elevation. Quite how they were able to conceive, plan, and carry out the works to create the geoglyphs purely from the ground level isn't entirely clear. And it makes you wonder whether the Nazca people had access to technology that has been long lost to history. These magnificent drawings, left by an ancient people, wait for us to decipher their meaning. A quiet, patient mystery waiting for you in your dreams. And with that, my sleepy friends, our journey through the world's greatest mysteries comes to a close. From the flashing skies of Venezuela to the swirling lines in the Peruvian desert, we have explored places that remind us how much we still have to learn. The world is full of wonder and puzzles, and perhaps that is its greatest gift. Now let these strange and beautiful images fill your mind as you drift off into a deep, peaceful sleep. Good night. Meow. Meow.
Meow. Hello, my dear friends of Golden Chonk. Tonight, as the moonlight spills its silver over quiet rooftops and ancient stories stir in the gentle wind, let us settle in for a tale, one both sad and strange, echoing the strength and weakness found in every human heart, even the hearts of emperors. Imagine yourself walking Rome's ancient stone streets in 67 AD. The night sky sparkles above, a cool breeze whispers among mossy tiles. Suddenly, you see him, Emperor Nero, the world's most powerful man, strolling arm in arm with a breathtaking new wife. Her beauty turns heads, but an uneasy chill lingers in the air, for all of Rome knows the truth. This woman was once a boy named Sporus, and her story is one of sorrow and cruelty. Sporus, perhaps an unfamiliar name, but his story will linger with you long after tonight. Before he was drawn into tragedy, let us consider the one who drew him in. Nero was not born a monster. When he became emperor at only 16, people hoped for a golden age. He reduced taxes, sponsored grand performances, and won the people's love. But absolute power, it can twist even the brightest soul. By 65 AD, something had cracked deep within him. Was it paranoia, the constant fear of betrayal? Or was it loneliness, the suffocating isolation of being emperor, above contradiction, beyond challenge? Or was it the loss of the only person he claimed to love, his wife, Poppaea Sabina? She was not only beautiful and clever, but matched his ambition and shared his dreams. Where his first wife, Octavia, was reserved, Poppaea was vibrant, a true partner, but also a dangerous obsession. Nero's passion for Poppaea became all-consuming. He divorced and exiled Octavia, married Poppaea in a lavish ceremony, and showered her with treasures from every corner of the empire. He watched her, isolated her, remade the world to keep her close. His love became possession, his devotion a prison. Poppaea understood the power and peril of her position. She promoted her family, built alliances, but crucially, she was not afraid to challenge Nero, even to mock him. This independence in the end proved fatal. One day, an argument escalated. Poppaea, pregnant with their second child, dared to criticize Nero's priorities. In a fit of rage, he struck her. Some say a single blow, others a prolonged attack. She died within hours, along with their unborn child. In that moment, the emperor who commanded armies, who was worshipped as a god, destroyed the only thing he truly loved. Nero's grief became madness. He refused the Roman funeral rites, embalmed her body, built her a mausoleum fit for a goddess, and spoke to her corpse as if she still lived. The court joined his delusion, leaving her seat empty at banquets, speaking of her in the present tense for fear of exile or death. It was then that Sporus entered Nero's gaze. A young freedman, perhaps 14 or 15, Sporus grew up in the palace and owed everything to imperial favor. A privilege, but also a trap. What caught Nero's shattered mind was Sporus's face, a haunting resemblance to the lost Poppaea. For a man who had convinced himself he was a god, this likeness was an omen, a chance to undo the irreversible. The obstacle, Sporus was male, hardly mattered. Nero ordered physicians to surgically alter the boy, not merely to dress him as a woman, but to erase who he was. The procedure was dangerous, agonizing, and irreversible. If Sporus survived, he would never again be regarded as himself, but as an object of the emperor's will. Once recovered, Sporus was renamed Sabina and prepared for marriage to Nero. Seamstresses and jewelers transformed him. Makeup artists and tutors taught him the gestures, the walk, the voice of a Roman empress. Every lesson, every ornament, another chain binding him to a role he never chose. The marriage was held with imperial splendor, flowers, music, sacred rites. To outsiders, a spectacle. To those who knew, a moment of horror. Nero treated Sporus as his wife, his living Poppaea. Every day, Sporus performed under constant threat, forced to embody memories and emotions that were never his own. Ancient sources say he became skilled at this deception, but grew ever quieter, ever more withdrawn. For more than 2 years, Sporus lived this life, his true self buried beneath layers of forced femininity and imperial fantasy. When Nero's reign collapsed amid revolt and betrayal, Sporus fled with him, still bound to the man who had erased him. After Nero's death, Sporus became a pawn, passed between powerful men, forced to relive his trauma for their amusement. Finally, facing the ultimate humiliation, public degradation in the Colosseum, Sporus took the only choice left to him. He ended his life no older than 20, reclaiming in death the agency denied him in life. His story is rarely told for who he was, but rather as a symbol of imperial excess. Yet what haunts us is not just the cruelty he endured, but the way his identity was systematically stripped away, made into a canvas for someone else's madness. In choosing his own end, Sporus reclaimed the smallest spark of self, a final act of defiance. We know almost nothing of his hopes, his dreams, the life he would have chosen. All that remains is the echo of his suffering, a reminder that behind every tale of power and glory, there are individual stories of pain and resilience that deserve to be remembered. So now, as you drift towards sleep, let the memory of Sporus remind you, no matter how dark the night, there is always a spark of choice, a flame of resilience within. Good night, dear friends. Dream gently and know you are seen. Meow.
Hello, my dearest nappers and dreamers. It's your favorite professor of slumber, Golden Chonk, here to whisk you away on another cozy journey through history. Snuggle up, find your most comfortable spot, and let my rumbling purrs guide you into a tale of an extraordinary queen, a tiny paw in a giant world, and the unexpected warmth that can be found in the chilliest of circumstances. Imagine, if you will, the grand drafty halls of Westminster Abbey in the year of our Lord 1396. The autumn air, oh, it nips at your whiskers, but the excitement, it's positively electric. Servants scamper about like startled mice, preparing for a wedding, but not just any wedding, the most unusual royal wedding England has ever seen. Even I, Golden Chonk, would be intrigued, perhaps even shedding a single dignified tear of curiosity. The bride, they say, is a princess from France, daughter of King Charles himself. Now, I've seen many a royal pairing in my long, luxurious naps, but never such a fuss. Then the great oak doors creak open, and the wedding party sweeps in. My eyes, always keen for a good show, would widen just a touch, perhaps even a blink of disbelief. The groom, King Richard II, at 29, he's a rather impressive fellow, tall and regal, with hair like spun gold catching the light from the stained glass. But beside him, barely reaching his elbow, is what appears to be a tiny kitten, all dressed up in an elaborate French gown. Her little hand, no bigger than my paw pad, is completely swallowed by his gloved palm. She can't be more than 6 or 7 years old, this little princess with pearls that seem too heavy for her small head. This, my friends, is Isabella of Valois, the new Queen of England. Now, I've seen some young brides in my time, a 12 or 13-year-old here and there. Noble families, you see, they're like grand chess masters, always moving pieces for alliances. And in those days, life was fleeting, like a fleeting dream. The Great Plague, just 50 years prior, had swiped half the population, rather like a mischievous kitten batting a yarn ball. Kings, they had to secure alliances whenever they could, and marriages, they sealed treaties far better than any wax seal. As the ceremony begins, I'd observe the child queen, her face more curious than fearful. Her large, dark eyes take in the soaring Gothic arches, the flickering candles, the nobles in their silks and velvets, a grand, sparkling world like a pile of shiny toys. When King Richard speaks his vows, his voice is soft, almost gentle, like a comforting purr. This is no monster, my dears, but a king fulfilling his duty, securing peace with France through this sacred bond. Everyone understood, of course, that this marriage wouldn't be consummated. The little queen would be raised and educated at the English court until she came of age. It was simply the way things were done. I, Golden Chonk, would offer my silent blessings to their union, even as my heart beat a strange rhythm, contemplating the fate of this tiny queen in the dangerous game of royal politics. Now, before we delve deeper into these stories of survival and unexpected friendships, if you're enjoying this historical cuddle, do consider giving us a little like and subscribing for more tales like this. And please, do tell me in the comments below, where in the world are you listening from? It's truly incredible, isn't it? Us exploring these ancient stories together, connected across time and space by our shared curiosity about the past, much like a network of napping cats, each dreaming the same dream. The marriage of Isabella of Valois to Richard II, you see, was never meant to be a grand romance. Oh no, it was a masterpiece of medieval diplomacy, a human chess piece moved across the board to end one of the most devastating conflicts in European history, the 100 Years' War. To truly understand Isabella's journey, we must first understand the world she was born into and the forces that would shape her brief yet profound life. Isabella was born on November the 9th, 1389, in the opulent Louvre Palace in Paris. She was the eldest daughter of one of medieval Europe's most troubled monarchs, a king whose mind was, shall we say, a bit untamed. Her father, King Charles VI of France, suffered from bouts of madness, which must have made for some frightful moments for the young princess. He was known as Charles the Mad, and his condition would transform him from a capable ruler into a raving lunatic who sometimes forgot who he was, believed he was made of glass, or even refused to bathe for months. Imagine little Isabella's childhood in that opulent but unstable French court. One day, her father might bounce her on his knee, showering her with gifts and attention, like a cat showering a favorite toy with love. The next, she might find him cowering in a corner, screaming about assassins, or standing motionless for hours, convinced his glass body would shatter. The palace servants, of course, would whisk the children away during these episodes, but the fear and confusion they lingered in young Isabella's eyes. Her mother, Isabella of Bavaria, was a formidable woman, trying to hold the kingdom together during her husband's periods of incapacity. Beautiful and intelligent, she had her own political ambitions and understood that her children were valuable assets in the complex web of European politics. She watched her eldest daughter with calculating eyes, knowing that Isabella's beauty and royal blood would one day secure a crucial alliance for France, much like a queen cat assessing her most prized kitten. The world Isabella was born into was one of almost constant warfare. For nearly 60 years, England and France had been locked in a brutal conflict that had devastated both kingdoms, the 100 Years' War. It began over English claims to the French throne, but it had evolved into something far more complex. A struggle for national identity, economic dominance, and territorial control that had consumed entire generations. French villages lay in ruins from English raids, and English nobles had spent their fortunes financing campaigns across the Channel. Both kingdoms were exhausted, their treasuries depleted, their people weary of war, much like a feline after a particularly vigorous play session. By the 1390s, whispers of peace began to circulate in both courts, but peace required more than just words. It required bonds that could not easily be broken. This, my dear listeners, is where 6-year-old Isabella stepped onto the grand stage of European politics. The idea of marrying her to Richard II first emerged during secret negotiations between French and English ambassadors in 1395. Richard, you see, had been devastated by the death of his beloved first wife, Anne of Bohemia, the previous year. Anne was known as Good Queen Anne, adored by the English people for her gentleness and charity. Her death from plague had left Richard not only grief-stricken, but also without an heir, a dangerous situation for any medieval monarch. Richard's advisors urged him to remarry quickly, but the king was initially resistant. His marriage to Anne had been one of genuine affection, quite rare among royal unions. The thought of replacing her felt like a betrayal of her memory. But duty to the realm, that always outweighed personal sentiment. And when French ambassadors arrived with a proposal that could end the war, Richard, ever the thoughtful one, began to listen. The proposition was audacious in its scope, like a grand pounce from a very clever cat. They offered not just the hand of the king's eldest daughter, but a dowry of 800,000 francs, an astronomical sum that would go far toward refilling England's war-depleted treasury. More importantly, they offered a 28-year truce, long enough for an entire generation to grow up without knowing war. There was one significant obstacle, however. Isabella was only 6 years old. Even by medieval standards, this was unusually young for a royal bride. Most political marriages involved girls who were at least approaching adolescence. But the French negotiators, clever as they were, argued that this very youth was an advantage. The marriage, they said, would symbolize a new beginning, unsullied by the hatred and blood that had characterized relations between the two kingdoms. Isabella would be raised at the English court, learning English customs and loyalties. By the time she was old enough to rule as queen consort, she would be as much English as French. Richard's counselors were divided, much like a group of cats debating the merits of a new sunbeam. Some saw the wisdom in the proposal. The dowry alone would fund the royal household for years, and the extended truce would allow England to focus on other threats, particularly the growing power of Scotland and ongoing rebellions in Ireland. Others worried about the precedent of marrying a child so young, fearing it would scandalize even the medieval nobility. But Richard himself was intrigued by something else entirely. Court observers noted that when he saw the miniature portrait of Isabella sent by the ambassadors, something in his expression softened, like a cat's gaze when presented with a particularly comfortable blanket. Here was a child who would need protection, guidance, and care. Perhaps, some whispered, the childless king saw in this arrangement not just a political alliance, but the opportunity to be a father, as well as a husband. The negotiations stretched on for months, with ambassadors crossing the channel repeatedly to hammer out the intricate details. Every aspect of Isabella's future life was debated and codified. She would retain her French servants and ladies-in-waiting. She would be allowed to practice French customs and maintain correspondence with her family. Most crucially, all parties agreed that the marriage would not be consummated until she reached physical maturity, a protection that was written explicitly into the treaty. Meanwhile, in Paris, 6-year-old Isabella played with her dolls, blissfully unaware that her fate was being decided in council chambers and written into documents sealed with wax and ribbon. Her tutors began teaching her English phrases, and seamstresses started work on a trousseau fit for a queen. She was told she was going to marry a great king across the water, but at 6, the concept was no more real to her than the fairy tales her nurses told at bedtime. The wedding ceremony, my dears, took place not once but twice, reflecting the diplomatic complexity of the union. Isabella was only 7 when she wed Richard II at the English-controlled port of Calais on October 31st, 1396. This first ceremony was intimate, attended primarily by negotiators and high-ranking nobles from both kingdoms. Calais, as English territory on French soil, provided neutral ground for this historic moment, like a carefully selected napping spot that's just right. Standing in the great hall of Calais Castle, Isabella must have been overwhelmed by the gravity of the moment. She wore a gown of cloth of gold, so heavy with embroidery and pearls that she needed help walking, rather like a tiny kitten tangled in a particularly fancy curtain. Her new husband knelt to her level to exchange rings, and witnesses noted how gently he lifted her chin when she seemed frightened by the assembled nobles staring at her. A year later, she was crowned queen in Westminster Abbey. Allegedly, several people died in the crush to get a glimpse of the famous young bride. Oh, the perils of royal celebrity, even then. The English people had heard tales of their new child queen, and curiosity, that irresistible force, drew massive crowds to London for the coronation. The ceremony itself was a spectacular display of royal pageantry, designed to show both the English nobility and foreign observers that this unusual marriage had the full support of the crown. Isabella processed through London streets in a litter decorated with English roses and French fleur-de-lis, symbolizing the union of the two kingdoms, like two happy purrs intertwining. She wore a crown specially made for her small head, and her train was carried by English duchesses who had been chosen to serve as her guardians and teachers. The crowds that lined the streets called out blessings in English, which she was only beginning to understand, but she smiled and waved as she had been taught, a true little queen in the making. The coronation feasts that followed lasted 3 days, with entertainment that included jugglers, musicians, and elaborate theatrical presentations depicting the glorious future that this marriage would bring to both kingdoms. Isabella sat at the high table beside Richard, picking at her food with the careful manners her French tutors had drilled into her, while nobles toasted the health of the child queen. But even as the celebrations continued, experienced courtiers were already beginning to wonder how long this peace would last. Medieval truces, no matter how elaborately negotiated, were fragile things, like a carefully balanced tower of treats. Richard II, despite his current power, was not universally loved by his nobles. There were whispers of discontent, particularly among those who felt the king was too influenced by his favorites and too willing to make peace with France when England's military position remained strong. For the moment, however, Isabella was safe in her new home. Richard installed her in her own apartments at Westminster Palace, staffed with a carefully chosen household that blended French and English attendants. Her days were filled with lessons not just in languages and courtly accomplishments, but in the complex etiquette of English court life. She learned to curtsy in the English fashion, to prefer wine over ale at meals, and to speak English with the accent of the court rather than her French tutors, much like a very clever cat adapting to new human customs. Richard himself took an active interest in her education and welfare. Contemporary chronicles describe him visiting her apartments regularly, bringing her gifts from across his realm. Exotic birds from Ireland, fine books from Oxford, musical instruments crafted by London's best artisans. He seemed to genuinely enjoy her company, and she began to look forward to his visits, greeting him with the mixture of formality and affection that marked their unusual relationship. The other children at court quickly accepted Isabella as one of their own. Medieval royal households typically included numerous young nobles, being raised and educated alongside the monarch's own family. Isabella found particular friendship with the daughters of Richard's supporters, girls close to her own age, who helped her navigate the subtle hierarchies and unspoken rules of English noble society. Her favorite companion was Margaret Holland, daughter of one of Richard's half-brothers. Margaret was only 2 years older than Isabella, but seemed worldly and sophisticated to the young queen, like an older, wiser feline guiding a playful kitten. It was Margaret who taught Isabella English children's games, who helped her understand which ladies-in-waiting could be trusted with secrets, and who warned her about the political undercurrents that even children couldn't entirely escape. The two girls would spend hours in Isabella's private garden, practicing their needlework while Margaret explained the genealogies of English noble houses and the ancient feuds that still simmered beneath the surface of court politeness. Isabella was a quick learner, and her French perspective on English politics often provided insights that surprised her older companions. Why? Isabella once asked Margaret, with the innocent curiosity of a kitten. Do the English nobles seem to watch each other so carefully? In France, there are factions and quarrels, but here everyone seems to be waiting for something to happen. Margaret, wise beyond her years, explained that Richard's reign had been marked by conflicts with his nobles almost from the beginning. There had been a major rebellion when he was young, and he had never entirely forgiven those who had opposed him. Meanwhile, many of the great lords believed Richard was too fond of his court favorites and too willing to ignore their advice on matters of war and governance. The king is powerful now, Margaret said, but power in England must be shared with the nobles. Your marriage helps him because it brings peace with France, but some think it shows he is weak, that he prefers negotiation to conquest. Isabella absorbed these lessons with the seriousness of a child who was beginning to understand that her life was connected to forces much larger than herself. She began to watch the interactions at court with new eyes, noticing how certain nobles would fall silent when Richard entered a room, how conversations would shift when she appeared, how even her French ladies-in-waiting seemed to choose their words carefully when discussing political matters. The years 1397 and 1398 passed peacefully for Isabella. She grew from a tiny child into a more confident girl, her English becoming fluent, her understanding of court life more sophisticated, much like a young cat mastering the art of the perfect nap. Richard continued to treat her with paternal kindness, and she began to feel genuinely at home in England. The massive stone walls of Westminster became familiar rather than intimidating, and she could navigate the complex maze of corridors and chambers without getting lost, just like a cat exploring every nook and cranny of a new home. Her education expanded beyond the typical feminine accomplishments of needlework and music. Richard insisted that she learn to read and write in both French and English, and her tutors included some of the finest scholars in the kingdom. She studied history, particularly the chronicles of English and French kings, learning about the great figures whose actions had shaped the world she now inhabited. One of her favorite lessons involved maps. Her tutor, a learned clerk named Master William, would spread great parchments across the floor of her study chamber, showing her the extent of both kingdoms and explaining how geography had influenced centuries of conflict. Isabella would kneel beside these maps, tracing the coastlines with a finger, imagining the ships that carried armies and ambassadors back and forth across the channel. "See here, Your Grace," Master William would say, pointing to the narrow waters between Dover and Calais. "This small strip of water has been both a bridge and a barrier between our peoples. Your marriage represents the hope that it might finally serve only as a bridge." Isabella nodded solemnly, understanding even at 8 years old that she embodied something larger than herself. She was not just a girl learning to be a queen. She was a living symbol of peace between two nations that had been enemies for longer than anyone could remember. But symbols, as Isabella was about to learn, could be fragile things in the violent world of medieval politics. The first signs of trouble, like a sudden chill in the air, came in early 1399 when Isabella noticed changes in the atmosphere at court. Conversations stopped more abruptly when she appeared. Her ladies-in-waiting exchanged worried glances when they thought she wasn't looking. Even Margaret Holland seemed distracted and anxious, though she tried to maintain their usual routines. Richard himself seemed different. His visits to Isabella's apartments became less frequent, and when he did come, he appeared preoccupied, sometimes staring out the windows toward the Thames, as if expecting to see ships on the horizon. His usual gifts of books and trinkets ceased, and Isabella began to wonder if she had somehow displeased him. The truth was far more serious than a child's transgression. Richard was facing the greatest crisis of his reign, and it had nothing to do with his young queen. His cousin, Henry Bolingbroke, whom Richard had exiled the previous year, had returned to England with an army, claiming that he had come only to claim his inheritance, but clearly intending much more. The English nobles, many of whom had long chafed under Richard's rule, began to flock to Henry's banner. The carefully constructed stability that had allowed Isabella to feel safe at the English court was crumbling with terrifying speed, much like a sandcastle before a rising tide. Isabella first realized the severity of the situation when she woke one morning to find that several of her English ladies-in-waiting had disappeared during the night. When she asked French attendants where they had gone, she received only evasive answers. By afternoon, she could hear shouting from the courtyard below her windows, and when she looked out, she saw armed men wearing unfamiliar livery. Margaret Holland burst into Isabella's chambers that evening, her face pale with fear, like a startled bird. "You must pack immediately," she whispered urgently. "Only the most essential things. We're leaving Westminster tonight." "Where are we going?" Isabella asked, her heart beginning to race with the kind of panic she hadn't felt since her first days in England. "To the Tower," Margaret replied, not finishing the sentence, but Isabella understood. The Tower of London was both palace and prison, and in times of political upheaval, the distinction often became meaningless. The journey through London's dark streets was unlike anything in Isabella's previous experience. Instead of the ceremonial processions she was accustomed to, they traveled in a small, heavily guarded convoy, with armed men riding before and behind her litter. The curtains were drawn, but she could hear the sounds of the city around them. Not the usual noise of commerce and daily life, but something more urgent and threatening, like the distant rumble of thunder. At the tower, Isabella was installed in apartments that were comfortable but clearly designed to contain rather than simply house their occupant. The windows were barred and guards stood at every entrance, much like vigilant house panthers. Her French ladies-in-waiting were allowed to remain with her, but most of her English attendants were dismissed. For the first time since arriving in England, Isabella felt truly isolated, like a lone kitten in a vast empty room. Richard came to see her on her second day at the Tower, and the change in him was shocking. The confident, kindly king she had known was gone, replaced by a man who seemed to have aged years in a matter of weeks. His clothes were rumpled, his hair unkempt, and his eyes held a wildness that reminded Isabella uncomfortably of her father's episodes of madness. "My dear child," he said, kneeling before her chair as he had done during their first meeting, "I'm afraid our circumstances have become difficult. There are those who question my right to rule, who seek to overturn the peace we have built with your father's kingdom." Isabella, now 9 years old and far more sophisticated than she had been 3 years earlier, understood the implications. "Are you still king?" she asked directly. Richard's smile was bitter. "For now," he said, "but Henry Bolingbroke has many supporters, and I may not be able to protect you as I once could." The conversation that followed was unlike any they had ever had. For the first time, Richard spoke to Isabella not as a child to be sheltered, but as a political equal who needed to understand the realities of her situation. He explained that Henry was claiming the throne, that many of the great nobles had abandoned Richard's cause, and that the future of both England and the peace with France now hung in the balance. "What will happen to me?" Isabella asked, displaying a composure that would have been remarkable in an adult, let alone a 9-year-old girl. "I don't know," Richard admitted, and Isabella could see that this uncertainty tormented him. "Henry may seek to use you as a bargaining chip with your father, or he may honor our marriage and continue to protect you. Much depends on whether he values peace with France above his own ambitions." This was Isabella's first real lesson in the brutal arithmetic of medieval politics. Her value as a person was secondary to her value as a symbol and a diplomatic asset. The love and care Richard had shown her, genuine though it may have been, could not shield her from the larger forces that were reshaping the English kingdom. The next few weeks passed in agonizing uncertainty. Isabella could hear the sounds of the city beyond the tower walls, but she was cut off from reliable news about what was happening. Her French ladies whispered among themselves in their native tongue, but even they seemed to know little beyond rumors and speculation. Finally, on a gray October morning, Isabella heard the sound she had been dreading, the heavy footsteps of armed men approaching her chambers. When the doors opened, she saw not the guards she had become accustomed to, but new men wearing the red rose livery of Henry Bolingbroke. The man who entered behind them was tall and imposing, with the bearing of a soldier and the calculating eyes of a politician. This was Henry himself, now Henry IV of England, come to meet the child who represented both an opportunity and a problem for his new reign. Isabella rose from her chair and curtsied deeply, as she had been taught to do when meeting a king. Henry studied her for a long moment, taking in her poise, her obvious intelligence, and perhaps calculating what use he might make of her, much like a cat assessing a new, intriguing object. "Your Grace," he said formally, and Isabella noted that he still used her royal title. "I regret that circumstances have made it necessary to discuss your future under such conditions." "What has become of the king?" Isabella asked, referring to Richard with the directness that had become her hallmark. "Richard of Bordeaux is no longer king," Henry replied, using Richard's birth name rather than his royal title. "He has abdicated in favor of my claim to the throne." Isabella knew enough about politics to understand that abdicated likely meant was forced to give up the crown. But she didn't challenge the euphemism. Instead, she asked the question that mattered most to her immediate future. "What becomes of me?" Henry's answer would determine whether Isabella remained a queen or became merely a very valuable prisoner. Her fate hung on the new king's assessment of how best to use the peace treaty with France, whether to maintain it or to risk war for the sake of other political objectives. That, Henry said, depends on many factors. Your father's response to recent events, the advice of my counselors, and perhaps most importantly, your own conduct in the coming months. With those words, 9-year-old Isabella began the most dangerous period of her young life. The protective bubble of Richard's court was gone, replaced by the harsh realities of a kingdom in transition. She was no longer just a child queen being raised to fulfill her royal duties. She was a political prisoner whose value might be measured against the cost of war or peace. The weeks that followed Richard's deposition were a masterclass in survival for Isabella. Confined to the tower but not yet formally imprisoned, she had to navigate the treacherous waters of a court that was still deciding what to do with her. Some of Henry's supporters argued that she should be sent back to France immediately, both to avoid the expense of maintaining her household and to signal that England was ready to renegotiate the peace treaty from a position of strength. Others counseled caution, pointing out that Isabella's presence gave England leverage in any future negotiations with France. As long as she remained in English custody, her father would be reluctant to take any action that might endanger her welfare. This faction argued that she should be maintained in comfort but kept under careful watch. Isabella herself played her part with remarkable skill for such a young girl. She was unfailingly polite to her new captors, careful never to give offense or appear to be plotting against Henry's government. At the same time, she maintained the dignity befitting her rank, refusing to be treated as anything less than the queen she legally remained. Her French ladies-in-waiting proved invaluable during this period. Unlike her English attendants, who had been dismissed or had fled, these women remained loyal to Isabella's interests rather than to any English faction. They helped her understand the nuances of her situation and coached her in the careful balance she needed to maintain. Remember, her chief lady-in-waiting, Madame de Coucy, advised her, "You are still Queen of England in the eyes of the law and of your father's court. Henry may wear the crown, but he has not yet dared to dissolve your marriage or formally repudiate the treaty. As long as that remains true, you have value, and where there is value, there is hope." This hope, however, came with a terrible cost that Isabella was only beginning to understand. Word began to filter into the tower about Richard's fate. First came rumors that he had died in captivity at Pontefract Castle. Then came whispers that his death had not been natural, that Henry's supporters had arranged for the former king to meet with an accident. When Isabella finally received confirmation that Richard was dead, the news hit her with unexpected force. She had never loved Richard as a wife loves a husband. How could she when she was still a child? But he had been kind to her, had protected her, had been the closest thing to a father figure she had known since leaving France. His death represented not just personal loss, but the severing of her last connection to the life she had built in England. The manner of Richard's death also carried ominous implications for her own future. If Henry was willing to arrange the murder of an anointed king, what scruples would he have about disposing of a French princess who had outlived her usefulness? These fears proved well-founded when, in early 1400, Isabella received an ultimatum from Henry's government. She would be allowed to return to France, but only if she formally acknowledged Henry as the rightful King of England and renounced any claims she might have to the English throne as Richard's widow. The proposed agreement was a diplomatic masterpiece from Henry's perspective. By voluntarily leaving England, Isabella would implicitly accept that her marriage to Richard had been dissolved by his deposition. This would free Henry from the obligations of the original peace treaty, while avoiding the political complications of forcibly expelling a child queen. For Isabella, the choice was stark. accept exile and acknowledge that her 3 years as Queen of England had been meaningless, or refuse and risk remaining a prisoner indefinitely. At 10 years old, she was being asked to make a decision that would affect not only her own future, but the relationship between England and France for years to come. Her French advisors were divided. Some argued that she should accept the terms and return to the safety of her father's court, where she could be cared for properly and perhaps eventually find a new marriage. Others insisted that she should refuse, maintaining that she remained Richard's legitimate widow and England's rightful queen, regardless of Henry's usurpation. Isabella herself struggled with the decision for weeks. Part of her longed to return to France, to see her family again, and escape the uncertain atmosphere of Henry's court. But another part of her recognized that accepting Henry's terms would be a betrayal of Richard's memory and an abandonment of the peace he had died trying to preserve. In the end, the decision was made for her by events beyond her control. Charles VI, during one of his lucid periods, sent word that he expected his daughter to return to France immediately. The message, delivered through diplomatic channels, made it clear that continued negotiations over Isabella's status would be interpreted as an act of hostility by the French crown. Faced with the prospect of renewed war with France, Henry's government quickly agreed to Isabella's departure. The terms of her release were kept deliberately vague, allowing both sides to interpret her return as either voluntary or forced, depending on their political needs. The journey back to France in the summer of 1401 was a bittersweet experience for Isabella. She was leaving behind the only home she had known for 5 years, abandoning the apartments where she had learned to read English poetry, the gardens where she had played with Margaret Holland, the great hall where she had been crowned Queen of England. At the same time, she was returning to a family and a country that had become foreign to her during her years in England, much like a cat returning to a home that smells subtly different. She now spoke French with a slight English accent, preferred English fashions to French ones, and had to relearn the etiquette of her father's court. The little girl who had left Paris at 6 was returning as a young woman of 11, shaped by experiences that none of her French relatives could fully understand. The reunion with her parents was complicated by her father's deteriorating mental condition. Charles VI was in the midst of one of his worst episodes when Isabella arrived, convinced that he was being pursued by invisible enemies and refusing to recognize his own family. When he finally emerged from his madness several weeks later, he seemed confused by Isabella's presence, as if he had forgotten that she had been married to the English king. Her mother, Isabella, was more welcoming but also more calculating, like a queen cat sizing up a new contender for the best napping spot. The Queen of France immediately began considering how Isabella's unique position might be used to advance French interests. As the widow of an English king, Isabella had a certain diplomatic status that could prove valuable in future negotiations. More immediately, her experience at the English court made her a valuable source of intelligence about English politics and military capabilities. Isabella found herself caught between these competing demands on her loyalty and knowledge. She was French by birth and had returned to French soil, but she had also been Queen of England and felt some lingering obligation to the country that had been her home. When her mother's advisors questioned her about English defenses or Henry's support among the nobility, she answered carefully, providing general information while avoiding details that might be used to plan military campaigns. The months following her return to France were a period of adjustment and reflection for Isabella. She was no longer a child, but she was not yet fully adult. At 11, she had already experienced more political upheaval and personal loss than most people encountered in a lifetime. The question now was what role she would play in the complex world of medieval European politics. Her status as a former Queen of England made her an attractive marriage prospect for various European nobles, but it also complicated any potential matches. Some potential suitors were intimidated by her royal rank and political significance. Others were more interested in the political advantages of marrying her than in Isabella herself. Isabella, for her part, had developed strong opinions about marriage based on her experiences with Richard. She had seen how political marriages could provide protection and stability, but she had also witnessed how quickly such arrangements could collapse when circumstances changed. Any future husband would need to understand that she was not simply a diplomatic asset, but a young woman with her own intelligence, preferences, and ambitions. The French court of 1401 was a dangerous place for someone with Isabella's complex loyalties. The ongoing war with England meant that anti-English sentiment ran high among the nobility, and Isabella's years as Queen of England made some courtiers view her with suspicion. She had to be careful not to appear too sympathetic to English interests, while also not betraying the genuine affection she had felt for Richard and some of his supporters. At the same time, her father's mental instability meant that the French government was effectively controlled by competing factions of nobles, each seeking to advance their own interests. Isabella had to navigate these factional disputes while avoiding being used as a pawn by any particular group. Her mother, Isabeau, proved to be both protector and potential threat. The Queen of France genuinely cared for Isabella's welfare, but she was also a sophisticated political operator who saw her daughter's experiences and connections as valuable resources for the crown. Isabeau's protection came with expectations that Isabella would serve French interests, even when those interests conflicted with her own preferences or moral convictions. The year 1402 brought new complications when Isabella received word that Henry IV was facing serious rebellions in England. The Percy family, once his supporters, had turned against him, and there were uprisings in Wales and Scotland as well. Some at the French court argued that this was an opportunity to invade England and restore the rightful dynasty, possibly with Isabella playing a symbolic role as the legitimizing widow of the last Plantagenet king. Isabella found herself horrified by these discussions. She had no desire to see England torn apart by civil war, regardless of her feelings about Henry's usurpation. The English people she had known, her servants, her tutors, her childhood companions, were innocent of the political crimes committed by their rulers. The idea of French armies ravaging English villages in her name was deeply disturbing to her. When directly asked for her opinion about potential military action against England, Isabella chose her words carefully, like a cat carefully placing its paws. She pointed out that any invasion would likely result in massive casualties on both sides, that the English people might rally to defend their homeland regardless of their feelings about Henry, and that success was far from guaranteed given England's natural defenses and military traditions. Her reluctance to support anti-English action earned her some criticism from French hawks who accused her of divided loyalties. But Isabella's position was supported by more moderate voices at court, who argued that peaceful relations with England served French interests better than renewed warfare. These political tensions came to a head in 1403, when Isabella was approached by representatives of Charles, Duke of Orléans, with a marriage proposal that would dramatically change her life once again. The Duke of Orléans was Isabella's cousin, the son of her father's brother, and one of the most powerful nobles in France. At 29, he was exactly the same age Richard had been when he married Isabella, but this time the age gap seemed less significant given that Isabella was now approaching 14. The proposed marriage was attractive from several perspectives. It would keep Isabella within the French royal family, preventing her from becoming a diplomatic asset for some foreign power. It would also align her with one of the most cultured and sophisticated courts in Europe, as the Duke of Orléans was known as a patron of arts and literature, as well as a capable military commander. For Isabella personally, the match offered the prospect of a marriage based on mutual respect rather than pure political calculation. She had met her cousin several times during her childhood, and he had always treated her with courtesy and kindness. More importantly, he was old enough and experienced enough to be a true partner, rather than simply another guardian figure. The negotiations for this marriage took place against the backdrop of continuing chaos in England and growing French confidence that Henry IV's reign might not survive its early challenges. If Henry fell, there was always the possibility that Isabella might be recalled to England to legitimize a new regime. This potential complication made the timing of Isabella's remarriage crucial from a French perspective. Charles of Orleans understood the delicate nature of the situation. He was not merely seeking a wife, but potentially allying himself with a woman who might one day be called upon to play a role in English politics. This added a layer of complexity to their courtship that was unusual even by the standards of medieval noble marriages. When Isabella first met with Charles to discuss the marriage seriously, she was struck by how different he was from Richard. Where Richard had been gentle and somewhat otherworldly, Charles was passionate and intensely engaged with the world around him. He spoke to her not as a child to be protected, but as an equal whose opinions and experiences mattered. "I want you to understand," he told her during one of their private conversations, "that I am not seeking to marry the former Queen of England. I am seeking to marry Isabella of Valois, the remarkable young woman who survived the courts of 2 kingdoms and emerged with her dignity intact." Isabella found herself genuinely attracted to Charles in a way she had never experienced before. At 14, she was no longer a child, and the feelings stirring within her were those of a young woman discovering her own desires and preferences, much like a cat finding a new favorite sunbeam. Charles was handsome, cultured, and intelligent, but more importantly, he seemed to see her as an individual rather than merely an asset. The marriage negotiations proceeded swiftly once both parties had agreed to the basic terms. Isabella would bring to the marriage her status as a former queen and her valuable political connections, while Charles would provide her with a secure position in French society and protection from those who might seek to use her for their own purposes. The wedding took place in June 1406 at the Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris, a ceremony that deliberately contrasted with Isabella's first marriage. Where her wedding to Richard had been a small diplomatic affair, this celebration was a grand spectacle designed to demonstrate the power and prosperity of the French royal house. Isabella, now 16, wore a gown of deep blue silk embroidered with golden fleur-de-lis, her dark hair crowned with a circlet of sapphires and pearls. She walked down the aisle of the great cathedral with confidence, no longer the frightened child who had been married to a stranger, but a young woman choosing her own path. Charles waited for her at the altar in his finest robes, his face showing genuine happiness rather than mere diplomatic satisfaction. When they exchanged vows, their voices were clear and strong, and observers noted that they looked directly at each other rather than simply reciting words to satisfy political necessity. The wedding feast that followed was a celebration of French culture and power. Troubadours sang ballads in honor of the couple. Elaborate theatrical performances depicted the triumph of love over adversity, and the finest wines from across the realm flowed freely. Isabella found herself relaxing and enjoying the festivities in a way she had never been able to do during her time in England. More importantly, she felt for the first time since leaving France as a child that she truly belonged somewhere, like a cat finally finding its forever home. The French court had accepted her back, not as a failed political experiment, but as a valuable member of the royal family who had gained wisdom and experience from her trials. The early years of Isabella's marriage to Charles were among the happiest of her life. Charles proved to be not only a devoted husband, but also an intellectual companion who shared her interests in literature, music, and the arts. His court at Blois became a center of cultural refinement, attracting poets, scholars, and artists from across Europe. Isabella threw herself into her new role with enthusiasm. She patronized troubadours and commissioned illuminated manuscripts, established a scriptorium where monks copied and preserved important texts, and maintained correspondence with scholars throughout Europe. Her experiences in England had given her a unique perspective on European culture, and she used this knowledge to foster intellectual exchange between French and foreign courts. She also began to develop her own political voice. Charles valued her insights into English affairs, but more importantly, he respected her judgment on a wide range of issues affecting their duchy and the kingdom as a whole. Isabella found herself becoming a true partner in governance, not merely a decorative consort. The couple's first child, a daughter named Jeanne, was born in 1407. Isabella approached motherhood with the same intensity she brought to everything else, determined to be a more present parent than her own mother had been able to be during the chaos of her father's reign. She insisted on nursing the baby herself, despite the protests of court physicians who considered this beneath the dignity of a duchess. Holding her daughter for the first time, Isabella felt a profound sense of completion, like a mother cat holding her first litter. This child, she vowed, would grow up knowing her parents' love and protection, free from the political machinations that had shaped Isabella's own childhood. She whispered promises to the sleeping infant in both French and English, vowing that Jeanne would have choices that Isabella herself had never been given. The birth of their daughter strengthened the bond between Isabella and Charles. He proved to be a devoted father, spending time with Jeanne despite the demands of his political and military responsibilities. Isabella often found him in the nursery, reading to their daughter or simply watching her sleep, marveling at the miracle of this new life they had created together. But even as Isabella enjoyed domestic happiness, the larger world continued to intrude, like a pesky mouse in a quiet room. News from England remained troubling, with Henry IV facing continued rebellions and challenges to his authority. More immediately threatening was the growing tension within France itself, as the king's mental illness created a power vacuum that various noble factions were eager to fill. Isabella's father-in-law, Louis of Orleans, was one of the most ambitious of these nobles. As the king's brother, he claimed the right to govern during Charles II's periods of incapacity, but this claim was disputed by the Duke of Burgundy, who had his own supporters and his own vision for France's future. The rivalry between the Orleans and Burgundian factions would eventually tear France apart, but in the early years of Isabella's marriage, it seemed like just another of the political disputes that constantly swirled around the royal court. Isabella tried to stay above these factional conflicts, focusing on her family and her cultural pursuits while leaving the political maneuvering to others. This comfortable neutrality became impossible to maintain in November 1407, when Louis of Orleans was assassinated on the streets of Paris by agents of the Duke of Burgundy. The murder was carried out with shocking boldness, the killers striking down the king's brother in broad daylight before disappearing into the maze of Paris's medieval streets. The assassination transformed Isabella's life overnight. Charles, who had inherited his father's titles and responsibilities, was now one of the most powerful men in France, but he was also a marked man. The Duke of Burgundy had demonstrated his willingness to use violence against his enemies, and the Orleans family was now his primary target. Isabella found herself thrust into a world of bodyguards and constant vigilance, like a pampered cat suddenly finding itself in a bustling marketplace. Her movements were restricted for security reasons, and her correspondence was monitored to ensure that no information about her family's activities fell into enemy hands. The carefree atmosphere of their court at Blois was replaced by the grim reality of civil war. Charles himself was transformed by his father's murder. The cultured, artistic young man Isabella had married began to show a harder edge, driven by a desire for vengeance that sometimes frightened her. He began to gather allies and resources, for what everyone knew would be a long and bloody conflict with the Burgundian faction. Isabella supported her husband's cause, but worried about the cost of the coming war. She had already seen how political violence could destroy lives and kingdoms, and she feared that France would suffer the same fate that had befallen England during the Wars of the Roses. Her concerns proved prophetic as the conflict between the Orléans and Burgundian factions escalated into open warfare. The birth of Isabella's second child, a son named Charles in 1408, provided a brief respite from the political tensions. The arrival of a male heir strengthened the Orléans' claim to eventual leadership of France, but it also made Isabella's family an even more attractive target for their enemies. Isabella approached her son's upbringing with even greater care than she had shown with Jean. She was determined that Charles would grow up understanding both the privileges and responsibilities of his noble birth, but she also wanted him to develop the kind of character that would allow him to navigate the treacherous world of medieval politics without losing his humanity. She insisted on being involved in every aspect of his education, from the selection of tutors to the design of his curriculum. Drawing on her own experiences at the English court, she ensured that her son learned multiple languages, studied the histories of various European kingdoms, and developed the diplomatic skills that would be essential to his future role. The early years of the Civil War were marked by a series of battles and sieges that gradually exhausted both sides. Isabella found herself managing the family's territories while Charles was away campaigning, a responsibility that required her to master the complex logistics of medieval warfare and governance. She proved surprisingly adept at these tasks, using her diplomatic skills to maintain alliances and her organizational abilities to ensure that supplies and reinforcements reached Charles's forces when needed. Her letters from this period reveal a woman who had fully embraced her role as a political leader, no longer the confused child who had been shuffled between courts, but a mature woman taking control of her own destiny. The war took a devastating toll on France, like a particularly destructive scratching post. Entire regions were wasted by competing armies, trade was disrupted, and the common people suffered from the depredations of soldiers from both sides. Isabella used her position to provide relief where she could, establishing charitable foundations and negotiating safe passage for refugees fleeing the worst of the fighting. Her efforts to help the victims of the war enhanced her reputation throughout France. She became known not just as the Duchess of Orléans, but as a compassionate leader who remembered her obligations to the common people. This reputation would prove valuable in the years to come, as the political situation in France became even more complicated. The birth of Isabella's third child, a daughter named Marguerite in 1409, was both a joy and a source of anxiety. Isabella was now 20, and the repeated pregnancies were taking a toll on her health. Medieval medicine offered little understanding of maternal mortality, but Isabella was intelligent enough to recognize the risks she faced with each childbirth. She approached this pregnancy with particular care, following the advice of the best physicians available and preparing detailed instructions for the care of her children in case something happened to her. These preparations proved to be prescient, as complications during Marguerite's birth nearly cost Isabella her life. For several days after the delivery, Isabella hovered between life and death, her body weakened by blood loss and infection. Charles rarely left her bedside, and messengers were sent throughout Europe to pray for her recovery. The possibility that she might die forced both Isabella and Charles to confront the fragility of their happiness and the uncertain future facing their children. Isabella's recovery was slow and incomplete. The birth had damaged her health in ways that would affect her for the rest of her life, leaving her weakened and susceptible to the various illnesses that plagued medieval populations. More immediately, her physicians warned that another pregnancy would likely kill her, advice that profoundly affected her relationship with Charles. The couple's physical intimacy became cautious and constrained, overshadowed by the fear of conception. This change in their relationship was difficult for both of them, but particularly for Isabella, who had found great joy in the physical expression of their love. The passionate young woman who had discovered her desires was now forced to suppress them for the sake of survival. Despite these challenges, Isabella and Charles's marriage remained strong. They found new ways to express their love and partnership, focusing on their shared interests in culture and politics. Isabella became even more involved in the governance of their territories, effectively serving as Charles's co-ruler while he campaigned against the Burgundians. The year 1410 brought new complications when the Duke of Burgundy began negotiating with the English, seeking to bring Henry IV into the French Civil War on the Burgundian side. The prospect of English intervention horrified Isabella, who feared that France would suffer the same devastation that had characterized the 100 Years' War. Isabella used her unique position as a former Queen of England to open back-channel communications with the English court. Through intermediaries, she attempted to persuade Henry IV that intervention in the French Civil War would be costly and ultimately futile. Her efforts were hampered by the fact that many in England still viewed her with suspicion. But she persisted in trying to prevent the resumption of large-scale warfare between the two kingdoms. These diplomatic efforts revealed Isabella's growing sophistication as a political operator, much like a cat learning the subtle art of negotiation for extra treats. She understood that her value lay not just in her royal connections, but in her ability to see the larger patterns of European politics and to craft strategies that served multiple interests simultaneously. The success of her diplomatic initiatives enhanced her reputation in France and abroad. She began to be consulted not just on matters affecting her husband's territories, but on broader questions of French policy. Her opinions carried weight because of her unique experiences and her demonstrated ability to navigate complex political situations. Isabella's health continued to deteriorate throughout 1411 and 1412. The damage from Marguerite's birth had left her vulnerable to respiratory infections, and she suffered from chronic fatigue that made her daily activities increasingly difficult. She began to spend more time in contemplation and prayer, perhaps sensing that her time was limited. Despite her physical weaknesses, Isabella remained mentally sharp and emotionally engaged with her family and responsibilities. She continued to oversee her children's education, to manage the family's political affairs, and to pursue her cultural interests. Her determination to live fully despite her health problems was an inspiration to those around her. The spring of 1409 brought a brief period of hope when preliminary peace negotiations began between the Orleans and Burgundian factions. Isabella played a significant role in these discussions, using her diplomatic skills and her reputation for fairness to help bridge the gap between the two sides. The negotiations ultimately failed, but Isabella's efforts were widely praised and enhanced her standing as a potential mediator in future conflicts. Her ability to work with representatives from both factions demonstrated her political maturity and her commitment to finding peaceful solutions to France's problems. As 1409 progressed, Isabella's health began to fail more dramatically. The chronic respiratory problems that had plagued her since Marguerite's birth worsened, and she began to suffer from the wasting disease that would eventually claim her life. Medieval physicians had no understanding of the tuberculosis that was likely killing her, but they could see that her condition was grave. Isabella faced the prospect of death with the same courage she had shown throughout her life. She made careful provisions for her children's future, ensuring that they would be protected and educated regardless of what happened to her. She also worked to secure the political position of her husband's faction, understanding that her death might create opportunities for their enemies. Her final months were spent in preparation for death and in cherishing the time she had with her family. She insisted on continuing her daily activities as long as possible, determined not to become a burden to those she loved. Her bravery in the face of terminal illness became legendary, inspiring stories and songs that would be told for generations. Isabella of Valois died on September 13th, 1409, at the age of 20. She had lived a life that spanned 3 kingdoms and 2 marriages, experiencing both the heights of royal power and the depths of political uncertainty. Her death was mourned throughout Europe, not just by her family and subjects, but by the many people whose lives she had touched through her kindness and wisdom. The funeral cortege that carried Isabella's body to its final resting place at the Celestine convent in Paris was one of the largest seen in medieval France. Representatives from across Europe came to pay their respects to a woman who had embodied the complex interactions between personal courage and political necessity that characterized her age. Charles of Orléans was devastated by his wife's death, much like a cat mourning the loss of its most cherished human. He had lost not just a beloved spouse, but a trusted advisor and political partner whose insights had been crucial to his success. The grief-stricken widower would eventually remarry, but he never forgot Isabella or the happiness they had shared during their brief time together. Isabella's children grew up to play significant roles in French and European history. Her son Charles would become a noted poet and patron of the arts, while her daughters would make advantageous marriages that strengthened the Orléans family's position. All of them carried forward the values their mother had instilled in them: courage, compassion, and a commitment to using their privileges in service of others. The political consequences of Isabella's death were felt throughout France and beyond. Her absence removed a moderating influence from the Civil War, and the conflict between the Orléans and Burgundian factions became even more bitter and destructive. The peace she had worked so hard to achieve remained elusive, and France would continue to suffer from internal divisions for years to come. Isabella's legacy, however, extended far beyond the immediate political consequences of her death. She had demonstrated that even in an age when women were expected to be passive political assets, it was possible for a determined individual to carve out a space for independent action and moral leadership. Her life story became a source of inspiration for other women facing similar challenges. The example of Isabella's courage and intelligence was cited by later generations of female rulers and political actors who sought to expand the boundaries of what was considered possible for women in public life. Modern historians have sometimes struggled to understand Isabella's story, caught between admiration for her personal achievements and discomfort with the circumstances that shaped her life. The marriage of a 6-year-old child to a 29-year-old man violates contemporary sensibilities about childhood and consent, even when we understand the political necessities that drove such arrangements. But to judge Isabella's world by modern standards is to miss the profound humanity of her story. She was born into a system that treated royal children as diplomatic assets, but she managed to transcend those limitations and create a life of genuine meaning and accomplishment. Her marriages, whatever their origins, became partnerships based on mutual respect and affection. The violence and political instability that marked her era were not products of moral failing, but of a world where personal security and political legitimacy were constantly contested. Isabella's ability to navigate these challenges while maintaining her integrity and compassion speaks to the enduring human capacity for growth and moral courage. Her story reminds us that history is not just about the grand movements of armies and the rise and fall of kingdoms, but about the individual human beings who lived through these events and shaped them through their choices. Isabella of Valois chose to be more than a victim of circumstances, and in doing so, she created a legacy that transcends the specific political arrangements of her time. Looking back across the centuries, we see in Isabella's life both the limitations and the possibilities that have always characterized human existence. She was constrained by the expectations of her age and gender, but she found ways to exercise agency and to make meaningful contributions to the world around her. Her story is ultimately one of resilience, intelligence, and the refusal to accept that personal happiness and political responsibility are mutually exclusive. The medieval world that produced Isabella of Valois was harsh and unforgiving in ways that we can barely imagine, like a long, cold winter. Life was short, childhood was brief, and political alliances were often sealed with human lives. Yet, within these constraints, people like Isabella found ways to create beauty, to show kindness, and to build relationships that brought meaning to their existence. Her legacy is not one of victimhood, but of triumph over circumstances that would have crushed a lesser spirit. In the end, Isabella's story is a reminder that every age has its own moral complexities, and that the people of the past, however different their world may seem, shared our fundamental human needs for love, security, and purpose. To understand her life is to understand something essential about the human condition, that we are all products of our time, yet capable of transcending the limitations that time imposes. Now, my dearest nappers, as the tale of Isabella of Valois comes to a close, I hope you feel a sense of peace, a gentle purr of understanding for the lives lived long ago. May her courage and resilience inspire sweet dreams of your own triumphs and inner strength. Rest well, my little human kittens, until our next historical adventure. Good night and perfect dreams. Meow, meow.
Meow, meow. Welcome, my dearest humans, to Golden Chonk's Tales of the High Seas. I am your perfectly plump narrator, Golden Chonk, and tonight we embark on an adventure that will send shivers down your spine and have your whiskers twitching with excitement. Did you know that after a massive war, thousands of highly skilled, armed, and dangerous individuals were suddenly jobless and abandoned by their governments, left to starve? What do you think happens when you take a whole lot of trained fighters, strip them of their livelihoods, and then, to add insult to injury, let their former enemies relentlessly attack them without consequence? You get pirates, my friends. Not just any pirates, but the legendary figures of the golden age of piracy, a period so wild and untamed, it makes a catnip party look like a quiet afternoon nap. We're talking about a time from 1715 to around 1726 when the black flag reigned supreme, and fortunes were made and lost with the swing of a cutlass. Stick around, because by the end of this tale, you'll understand why these swashbuckling rogues became legends and how their chaotic lives mirrored the very human desire for freedom and a full belly, much like my own. So settle in, grab a bowl of your favorite kibble, and prepare for Golden Chonk's Tales of the High Seas, the post-war pirate boom. Now, let's set the scene, shall we? Imagine, if you will, the summer of 1715. The dust had barely settled from the exhaustive War of the Spanish Succession, a grand power struggle that decided the fate of the Spanish throne, Habsburg or Bourbon, a weighty decision indeed. This monumental conflict, which began way back in 1701, finally concluded, leaving Europe's maritime powers eager to replenish their coffers through bustling overseas trade. But, as often happens with such colossal events, there was an unforeseen consequence, a ripple effect that would change the face of the high seas forever. You see, during the war, a rather ingenious and, dare I say, cat-like tactic was employed: privateering. Think of privateers as government-sanctioned freelancers of the sea. These weren't your regular Navy sailors, they were civilians operating privately owned vessels, given special letters of marque by their governments. Their mission? To harass and capture the merchant shipping of enemy nations, primarily France and Spain, for England, of course. This was a brilliant, cost-effective alternative to maintaining a massive, expensive war fleet. Why build and maintain countless warships when you can simply deputize a bunch of eager seafarers to do your dirty work for a cut of the profits? Theoretically, Privateers could assist the regular Navy, but their main gig was raiding commerce. And boy, were they good at it. Over the course of the War of the Spanish Succession, British and American privateers were incredibly successful, snatching more than 2,000 ships as prizes. That's a lot of loot, even for a discerning feline like myself. Then came 1713, and England, ever the pragmatist, decided to bow out of the war with the Peace of Utrecht. This treaty wasn't just a piece of paper. It transformed Great Britain into the undisputed maritime superpower of Europe. They were victorious on both land and sea, a truly triumphant moment. But for thousands of sailors who had bravely served as privateers for the British Crown, this victory meant something entirely different. Sudden, brutal unemployment. The Royal Navy, utterly bankrupt after a dozen years of relentless warfare, rapidly demobilized its fleet. They mothballed warships and, in a shocking move, dumped nearly 3/4 of their manpower, over 36,000 men, within the first 2 years after the Peace of Utrecht was signed. Imagine that, humans. One day you're a hero, raiding enemy ships, and the next, your contract is worthless. Privateer warships, once symbols of daring and profit, were now tied up at docks, gathering dust. Their crews, these skilled and battle-hardened men, were literally spilled out onto the wharves of England and the Americas, forced to beg for work. And if they were lucky enough to find a spot on a merchant ship, their wages were slashed by over 50%. Barely surviving on a measly 22 to 28 shillings a month, these men, who had just helped their country achieve dominance, were now facing destitution. It's enough to make a cat shed a tear, if I were the sentimental type. But wait, there's more. Peace with Spain did not, by any stretch of the imagination, bring peace to English sailors seeking work in the West Indies. Oh no, it got even worse. Spanish Coast Guard vessels, ominously known as the guardacostas, prowled the turquoise waters of the Caribbean like hungry sharks. They seized English vessels travelling to and from Jamaica, brazenly declaring them to be smugglers if even a single Spanish coin was found on board. And guess what? They always found illicit coins, because the Spanish dollar was the de facto currency throughout all of England's Caribbean colonies. It was a rigged game, a cruel trick of fate. In the first 2 years of this so-called peace, a staggering 38 Jamaican trading vessels were seized, costing their owners nearly £76,000 in losses. When crews dared to resist, the guardacostas often resorted to violence, killing a few sailors in retribution, while the rest endured months or even years in Cuban prisons. The Caribbean, once a lucrative playground, had become more perilous in peacetime than it ever was during war. Impoverished mariners, their bellies rumbling and their spirits broken, crowded the streets, taverns, and boarding houses of Port Royal, Jamaica. They were seething with anger at the brutal treatment from the Spanish guardacostas and utterly frustrated by the inaction of their own British government. The losses inflicted by the Spanish meant fewer English merchantmen dared to sail from Port Royal, leading to an acute lack of job opportunities for desperate sailors. English mariners who were captured by the Spanish, some even multiple times, were tortured and abused by their captors. And to top it all off, their employers, trying to offset their shipping losses, simply refused to pay their sailors for the time they spent languishing in Spanish prisons. Can you believe such a raw deal? It's enough to make even a pampered house cat want to join a pirate crew. And that, my dear listeners, is precisely what happened. Fed up with Spanish abuse and British neglect, a large number of these desperate sailors and ex-privateers finally snapped. They turned to piracy. The war, in a cruel twist of irony, had inadvertently trained thousands of new pirate recruits, equipping them with the skills and the hardened hearts necessary for a life under the black flag. One of the very first, a true pioneer of this new era of piracy, was a man named Benjamin Hornigold. And he didn't sail alone. With him was a man who had become truly legendary, known to history as Edward Teach, or Thatch. Both had served side by side on Jamaican privateers during the war, and both found themselves jobless and aimless once peace was declared. By the summer of 1713, they were utterly fed up with the grinding poverty of Port Royal and furious at the relentless harassment by the Spanish guardacostas. Hornigold, a man of action and keen observation, convinced Teach and a motley crew of former shipmates and drinking buddies to put their privateering skills to good use and solve both their problems simultaneously. Their plan was deliciously simple: go back to attacking the Spanish, but this time, keep all the plunder for themselves. All they needed was a small ship, a few good men, and a secure base from which to operate. And Hornigold, being the astute fellow he was, knew just the spot right there in the Caribbean, the Bahamas. During the recent war, the sparsely inhabited islands of the Bahamas had seen fierce fighting. Most of the action centered around the island with the most commercial importance, New Providence. Back in 1703, a combined Franco-Spanish expedition had virtually annihilated Nassau, the island's only major settlement, chief harbour, and seat of government for the Bahamas. In the year following this devastating sack, the governor of the Bahamas, probably quite distraught, simply abdicated his post. And in the years that followed, many of Nassau's remaining inhabitants gave up hope and fled to the mainland, seeking refuge from the persistent chaos. As the population dwindled, no effort was made to re-establish a colonial government in Nassau. It was an abandoned paradise, ripe for the taking. Then, in 1713, the pirates moved in. When Hornigold and his intrepid party first set foot on the sandy beach at Nassau, they didn't find a bustling town. Instead, they found a collection of partially collapsed buildings, stubbornly overgrown with scrub and tropical vegetation, all clustered around the burned-out shells of a church and a fort. On the entire island, there were probably fewer than 30 families, eking out a meagre existence in hovels and rudimentary houses, surviving on fishing, tree cutting, or salvaging the remains of ships wrecked on the island's treacherous shores. Hornigold, with a glint in his eye, knew he'd made the right choice. This was their sanctuary, their lawless haven. The men, energized by their newfound purpose, organized themselves into 3 formidable bands, each building large wooden boats capable of carrying 30 men. For the next 6 months, Hornigold and his burgeoning band of pirates launched relentless attacks on small Spanish trading vessels and isolated sugar plantations, ranging from the Straits of Florida all the way to the shores of Cuba. And when Hornigold's crew returned to Nassau, their boats were laden with spoils: expensive Silesian linens, exotic Asian silks, glistening silver coins plundered from Spanish vessels, and of course, plenty of rum. In total, Hornigold's crew brought cargoes worth a staggering 13,175 gallons into the ruins of Nassau. Not bad for a bunch of unemployed sailors, eh? Other former privateers, hearing whispers of Hornigold's success, soon followed in his wake, drawn to the promise of freedom and fortune. The island of New Providence, once a forgotten outpost, suddenly found itself at the heart of heavily traded sea lanes. To the west lay the Spanish possessions, a tempting target. To the north, a short sailing trip away, was the North American coast. And connecting France and England to their rich sugar colonies in the West Indies were the European trade routes, a constant stream of potential prizes. By 1715, spurred on by the success of Captain Hornigold, more than 2,000 ex-privateers had descended upon New Providence, transforming it into a chaotic but thriving pirate haven. They proudly referred to their anarchic state as the Republic of Pirates. And by the following year, 1716, the pirates based in Nassau and New Providence Island had become a formidable menace to mercantile shipping, striking fear into the hearts of merchants from the coast of Maine all the way to the Spanish mainland. But my dear humans, this was just the beginning of a truly revived pirate war on the civilized world. Now for a tale of audacious plunder that solidified Nassau's reputation as a pirate stronghold. On July 24, 1715, the annual Spanish treasure fleet, a sight to behold, departed Havana, its holds groaning under the weight of a vast cargo of jewels, gold, and silver, valued at an astonishing 14 million pesos. Their destination? Cadiz, Spain. But fate, as it often does, had other plans. A mere week later, the fleet was caught in the merciless embrace of a vicious hurricane. All 11 treasure galleons were brutally wrecked on the eastern shore of Florida. Spanish vessels from Havana were immediately dispatched to salvage the wrecks, equipped with diving gear to recover the sunken treasure. they managed to recover several million pieces of eight, most of which they prudently transported to the fortress in Havana. However, approximately 350,000 pieces of eight still awaited transport, sitting tantalizingly in a guardhouse on shore, under the watchful eyes of 60 armed men. Unbeknownst to the Spanish, a band of ex-privateers in Jamaica, including the likes of Henry Jennings, Benjamin Hornigold, our fearless pioneer, Edward Teach, soon to be known as Blackbeard, Charles Vane and Samuel Bellamy had caught wind of the salvaging operation. Like a pack of hungry wolves scenting prey, they set sail in 5 ships for the coast of Florida, a small flotilla of around 300 men. With a swift and daring strike, they attacked the Spanish guards and seized the waiting treasure, making off with it towards Jamaica. But here's where the plot thickens. Upon reaching Jamaica, the pirates were met not with cheers, but with a cold reception. The Spanish had, quite reasonably, complained to the governor of Jamaica, Lord Archibald Hamilton. They pointed out that there was a peace treaty in force, and they demanded the return of their silver. Since the war was indeed long over, Lord Hamilton, with a stern face, informed the ex-privateers that they would not go unpunished. And so, with their Jamaican welcome revoked, the pirates, with their ill-gotten gains, set sail for Nassau, establishing it as their main base of operations. From that point on, most Nassau pirates focused their raiding efforts on the lucrative trade routes between Britain and her American colonies. The pirate presence in the Caribbean had another significant and often complained about effect. It stirred unrest among the African slaves toiling in the cane fields of the Sugar Islands. Whispers of the Pirate Republic, a place where they would be welcomed, spread like wildfire among these enslaved peoples. And so, in ever-increasing numbers, they ran away from their oppressive plantations, determined to become pirates themselves. Inevitably, as the Pirate Republic on Nassau flourished, powerful personalities and dominant figures emerged from the ranks of the brigands who flocked to the free life on the island. Among the most notorious of Nassau was, of course, Edward Teach, soon to be immortalized by his terrifying nickname, Blackbeard. This fearsome figure would be wanted by authorities from Honduras all the way to Nova Scotia. Bloody and cruel, Blackbeard was a terror not only to his victims, but even to fellow pirates who dared to consort with him in taverns and brothels. On November 28, 1717, Blackbeard and his crew captured a 200-ton French slave ship off the island of Martinique, which he chillingly renamed the Queen Anne's Revenge. Aboard this formidable vessel, Blackbeard terrorized the West Indies during his infamous raiding spree. Other pirate captains were equally fearsome in their own right. Charles Vane, for example, specialized in preying on shipping bound for North American ports. Vane was a strategic thinker, often sailing with other pirate captains in a flotilla, recognizing this as the most effective way to ensure numerical superiority when attacking their prey. Vane was also a calculating rogue. He never allowed his lust for women, his rage, or his drink to cloud his judgment. He enjoyed years of success as a Nassau captain precisely because he knew when to fight and, crucially, when to run. A smart cat, that Vane. Perhaps one of the most successful pirates of the post-Spanish succession period was Samuel Black Sam Bellamy, who is believed to have plundered over $130 million in loot. Despite his fearsome reputation, Bellamy was reportedly well-mannered and, like many pirates of the era, dressed flashily. He was known for carrying 4 dueling pistols in his sash, a truly intimidating sight. Like many other pirate ships of the day, Black Sam's crew was remarkably democratic, holding votes to elect men into vital crew roles. Bellamy typically pirated with 2 ships, one heavily armed for brute force and the other smaller and more maneuverable, perfect for blocking ships and easily capturing them. His balanced and coordinated attacks meant he often took many ships with their valuable cargoes fully intact. After participating in that thrilling pirate raid on the 1715 Treasure Fleet salvage operation, Sam Bellamy partnered with Ben Hornigold and Edward Teach aboard a ship called the Marianne. However, by the summer of 1716, Hornigold's crew grew increasingly annoyed by their captain's steadfast refusal to attack ships flying English colours. They believed in equal opportunity plundering, it seems. So, in a democratic display of discontent, they voted to depose both him and Teach from command. Sam Bellamy was then elected captain of the remaining 90 crewmen. After captaining the Marianne for a while, Bellamy came upon the ship Sultana, capturing her and converting her into a powerful 26-gun galley, which he then took command of as his flagship. In late February 1717, Bellamy set his sights on the wider galley, a 300-ton, 18-gun slave ship, as she passed through the treacherous windward passage between Cuba and Hispaniola. She had just completed the second leg of the notorious Middle Passage in the Columbian Exchange, having dropped off 500 slaves in the Caribbean and loaded up with boatloads of gleaming gold, precious treasure, and fine goods to return to England. After a fierce 3-day chase, the Whiter's captain, Lawrence Prince, finally surrendered the ship without a struggle. And here's where Bellamy lived up to his reputation as the Robin Hood of the seas. After capturing the ship, he traded the Sultana to Captain Prince for the wider galley, making the captured vessel his new flagship. Captain Bellamy and his crew then spent the next several months pirating off the coast of the British North American colonies, leaving a trail of plundered riches in their wake. Another ex-privateer who made his way to Nassau and later became a notorious pirate captain was Calico Jack Rackham. A flamboyant figure, he was fond of splashy waistcoats, bright ribbons, and colourful breeches. Truly a pirate with a sense of style. Jack Rackham was initially elected quartermaster of Vane's ship, the Ranger, but his true fame and enduring reputation came later, when he met and wooed a flamboyantly beautiful Irish woman named Anne Bonny, whom he took pirating with him. Anne Bonny arrived in Nassau around 1715 or 1716 as the wife of a poor young sailor. Though only 16 at the time, she yearned for the adventure of life at sea. Despite her married status, she often sought out the company of pirates like Vane, Blackbeard, or Hornigold, drinking with them and soaking up their wild way of life. When she met and eventually fell in love with the swaggering Jack Rackham, she proved to be every bit as fierce a fighter as any male pirate, fighting bravely by his side. A true queen of the seas, in my humble feline opinion. Now, not all pirates were born for the life of plunder. There was, for example, the rather curious case of the gentleman pirate, Steedy Bonnet. This fellow reportedly turned to piracy to escape a particularly unhappy marriage. Imagine that, preferring the dangers of the high seas to a nagging spouse. Bonnet, a member of a good English family and the owner of a successful sugar plantation in Barbados, was regarded as a gentleman by his peers on the island until he suddenly announced his astonishing intention to become a pirate. Bonnet soon christened his sugar trading ship the Revenge and set sail to join the raucous pirates of Nassau. He would eventually fall in with the crew of none other than Blackbeard himself. Perhaps Blackbeard's fearsome reputation was a welcome change from domestic disputes. While popular culture, for the past 3 centuries, has painted a romanticized picture of the pirate's life as a swashbuckling adventure, the reality, my dear humans, was far from the truth. Life aboard pirate ships during the Golden Age was incredibly crowded and, frankly, quite dirty. Pirate crews were significantly larger than those of merchant ships, meaning men were packed in closely together aboard their vessel. Add to this the intense, oppressive heat of the tropical West Indies, the liberal consumption of alcohol, and the touchy pride of men who fiercely defended the equality they gained by joining the democracy of pirates. And it becomes crystal clear that maintaining discipline aboard these rowdy ships was no easy task. However, pirate society was governed by a set of articles that the crewmen and officers signed upon joining. These articles were a remarkable attempt to impose a legal system that everyone could agree upon, a sort of pirate constitution. One common pirate article, for instance, required every man to keep his weapons clean and ready for use at any given moment. A practical rule, wouldn't you agree? Gambling was usually strictly banned on board the ships, and drinking was typically restricted to the top deck to prevent accidental fires breaking out in the holds. Imagine the chaos if a rum-fueled brawl sparked a fire below deck. Contrary to the popular culture's depiction of ruthless, tyrannical pirate captains lording over their crews with an iron fist, the vast majority of pirate crews were remarkably democratic. They organised shipboard elections to choose the most able or simply the most popular sailors for important leadership and officer roles, such as captain and quartermaster. And here's the truly fascinating part. These elected officers could just as easily be deposed by the very crew they commanded. Imagine voting your boss out of office because you didn't like his decisions, a truly revolutionary concept for the time. The makeup of pirate crews was incredibly diverse, a vibrant tapestry of men hailing from all backgrounds and races. Among their ranks were escaped slaves, men disgraced or scorned by civilized society, penniless ex-privateers, and impoverished sailors. Some even possessed former military exploits, bringing a wealth of combat experience to the pirate fold. Pirate crews needed frequent replenishing as the life was undeniably hard. Most men sailing under the black flag were volunteers, drawn to the promise of freedom and fortune, but casualties from disease, brutal combat, unfortunate accidents, and occasional desertions took their inevitable toll. Since able seamen, skilled maritime carpenters, coopers, barrel makers, and navigators were highly prized, pirates actively sought recruits from among the crews of the ships they captured. Pirates, surprisingly, did not like risking injuries to themselves or, more importantly, damage to their valuable prizes. So, when ships tried to run or put up a fight, their captains were usually punished severely, a warning to others. The pirates would then, with surprising civility, try to persuade the rest of the captured men to enlist in their crews. The pirate captain or quartermaster would often make compelling arguments to the captured merchantmen, highlighting the poor treatment and underfunding they received from their own captains. And more often than not, these persuasive speeches convinced many to join the pirate ranks. After all, who wouldn't want a better deal? The actual capturing of prizes by pirate ships, much like their lives, has been embellished by popular culture. Pirates seldom surprised their prey, sneaking up on them in the dead of night. Rather, they boldly announced their arrival with a dramatic shot across the enemy ship's bow, immediately unfurling and displaying the ominous black flag. As they closed with their terrified victims, pirates usually appeared on deck in a state of wild abandon, often drunk and heavily armed. The alcohol, while certainly contributing to their boisterous demeanor, also temporarily boosted their courage and dulled the pain of any potential wounds. Frequently, they would dance about the deck to the lively music provided by the ship's musicians, waving their weapons, shouting terrifying war cries, growling like wild beasts, and often hurling colourful insults at their prey. Though most pirates had fearsome reputations as eager fighters, they truly had little to gain and much to lose from prolonged combat. A damaged ship meant less plunder, and injured crew members were a liability. Therefore, the pirates' intimidating appearance, their wild shouts, and the sheer terror they inspired were usually enough to frighten their prey into surrendering before a single shot had to be fired in earnest. However, if the target dared to run, the pirates would give chase, relentlessly pursuing their prey, attempting to disable her before closing in for the kill. And if the enemy crew resisted further, the pirates would then, with a blood-curdling roar, jump onto their enemy's decks, engaging in bloody, close-quarters boarding action, a chaotic dance of cutlasses and pistols. By the end of 1717, the Nassau pirates had so savaged Caribbean shipping that the British government, bless their slow but steady hearts, finally began to take serious notice of the sharp drop in their commerce. It was one thing, you see, for these scoundrels to be raiding the commercial shipping of the Spanish or the French. That was almost understandable, a sort of unofficial continuation of hostilities. But when these rascalous pirates of Nassau began severely hurting British trade, the government of King George III finally sat up and paid attention. As the situation in the Caribbean worsened, and it became painfully apparent that the Royal Navy would not, or perhaps could not, suppress the Nassau pirates, a syndicate of powerful British merchants, fed up with their losses, joined forces to deal with the problem themselves. Soon enough, this determined consortium had formulated a bold and audacious plan to restore order to Nassau and, once and for all, defeat the formidable pirates of the Caribbean. And that, my dear humans, is where we must pause our tale for tonight. What became of the Republic of Pirates? Did the British merchants succeed in their bold plan? And what fates awaited the infamous Blackbeard, the cunning Charles Vane, and the democratic Black Sam Bellamy? You'll have to tune in next time for the thrilling conclusion of Golden Chonk's Tales of the High Seas. Until then, keep your wits sharp, your whiskers twitching, and your spirit of adventure alive. This is Golden Chonk, signing off for now. Meow, meow.
you.